Chapter 1. The Savior of the Saints. The year 2009 was far from favorable for the supporters of Southampton, since their relegation to the Championship at the end of the 2004-2005 season, where they finished at the bottom of the Premier League. Southampton's best achievement had been reaching the playoffs as the sixth team in the Championship, only to be eliminated in the first round. However, compared to the present, the club, affectionately known as the Saints, had not yet lost their divine favor. The previous season, they barely escaped relegation, finishing 20th in the Championship, just above the 3 relegation spots. This season, they found themselves fluctuating around the relegation zone, ultimately descending into it by winter. Given Southampton's capabilities, one would expect that a solid performance would suffice to ensure their survival in the Championship. However, in April, the financial collapse of their parent company, the PLC Group, led to the resignation of Chairman Rupert Lowe. The ensuing chain reaction was inevitable. The team completely unraveled in the final stretch of the season, finishing 23rd in the Championship and consequently relegating to League One, starting the new season with a 10-point deduction. The club's bankruptcy, mounting debts, and negative points at the onset of the season were a devastating blow to the Southampton faithful, akin to the Titanic's ill-fated voyage from Southampton Harbor, claiming the life of young Leo. The subsequent events were equally disheartening. With the parent company in ruins, Lowe found himself powerless, relying on executives Wild and club director Coombs to seek potential buyers for Southampton. As a club with a rich history and a commendable youth academy, one might presume that even after descending to League One, finding a buyer would not pose significant difficulties. Yet, this proved to be quite challenging. The reason was straightforward. Despite possessing their own stadium and training facilities, Southampton's overall financial standing was perilously close to insolvency. Their previous construction of a new St. Mary's Stadium had incurred substantial debt, a key factor in the club's ongoing financial struggles, with approximately £50 million still owed. Any prospective buyer would have to assume this debt in the Premier League. Such funds could be easily generated, but now that Southampton had dropped to League One, the revenue from the lower 3 tiers of professional football was paltry in comparison. The journey from League One to the Championship and ultimately to the Premier League typically requires a minimum of 2 years, and a lengthy period needed to recoup such investments was not appealing to capital investors. Thus, the search for a buyer for Southampton had reached an impasse. Yet there was a glimmer of hope. Peak Sports was once on the verge of acquiring ownership of Southampton, largely due to the involvement of legendary player Matthew Le Tissier. With the company, the Southampton fans, initially favorable towards this company, began to harbor concerns as negotiations progressed. Investigative journalists in the UK unearthed numerous unsettling details, such as the negative reputation of the representatives from Peak Sports and the lack of financial transparency within the company itself. If the club were to be sold to an entity facing financial difficulties, it could spell disaster for Southampton. Following the collapse of negotiations with Peak Group, the Southampton fans, while relieved, grew increasingly anxious about the club's future. This unease persisted until July arrived. In an unexpected turn of events, local sports media in Southampton simultaneously announced a startling revelation. Southampton had a new owner. The new proprietors were not a consortium or a wealthy family, but rather a company named St. Mary's Football Group, which had acquired full ownership of Southampton from the managing agency for £13 million, simultaneously assuming a staggering £50 million in debt. This company was established just days prior by an individual named Jishi from China. Upon the announcement of this news, Southampton fans erupted in disbelief. What on earth was happening? It is important to note that the Southampton supporters possess a strong sense of ownership. The previous owner, Lowe, had faced considerable backlash for prioritizing business interests. Just recently, the chairman, after attending a club meeting, was confronted and scolded by fans at the club's entrance. Moreover, the attempted acquisition by Peak Sports had also been thwarted by these vigilant fans, who uncovered irregularities in their background. Even if the renowned Matthew Le Tissier had been involved with Peak Sports, it would not have swayed their opinions. Yet now, the club had been quietly sold to a newly formed company with an obscure owner, a Chinese individual, no less. Consequently, the Southampton fans were incensed. Even though the signatures had been inked and the club had officially changed hands, they felt compelled to demonstrate their influence. They planned to blockade the training ground, the club headquarters, and St. Mary's Stadium at this critical juncture. Respected figures within Southampton, those whom fans held in high esteem and trusted, began to voice their opinions. The newly appointed coach, Mark Waters, a former youth development director for Southampton, stated, "Jishi, I am familiar with him. He is a loyal and passionate young man. Under his stewardship, Southampton will undoubtedly thrive." While Waters' departure from the club might not have raised significant concern among the fans, the words of George Prost, the current head of Southampton's youth academy who had previously nurtured stars like Theo Walcott and Gareth Bale, carried considerable weight. I have known Jishi for over a decade, and he has always been deeply pained by Southampton's relegation. He has expressed on numerous occasions that if the club were in his hands, it would undoubtedly flourish. While this may not substantiate much, it certainly demonstrates that he is not a person who manages a club solely for monetary gain. Moreover, he is an exceptional coach who, at a young age, has already obtained a UEFA Pro coaching license. Pro's words have stirred a considerable commotion among Southampton fans, many of whom have begun to believe in his statements. After all, Pros has shown unwavering loyalty to Southampton since his playing days and has dedicated over 30 years to the club, earning him unparalleled esteem. In such circumstances, the support from others has also begun to carry substantial weight. Mark Fry, the club's new director, stated, "The finances of St. Mary's Football Company are in good health otherwise. I would not have signed the transfer agreement." Dave Jones, the financial director, added, "I have meticulously examined their cash flow, and it is entirely legitimate." Faced with this situation, Southampton fans are left in a state of confusion. Could this individual, named Jishi, truly become the savior of the Saints? Chapter 2. The Identity of Jishi. While Southampton fans are in a state of bewilderment, in an unremarkable private apartment in Southampton, a young man in his 20s is laughing maniacally at a wristband in his hand. This young man is none other than Jishi, the new owner of Southampton, at the tender age of 25. In theory, individuals who can own a club at such a young age are often the offspring of wealthy families who inherit businesses that afford them the leisure to invest in and manage a football club. After all, even Premier League teams find it challenging to generate profit through their clubs. However, Jishi understands that he is merely an ordinary young man. In fact, his identity is that of a typical international student pursuing a postgraduate degree at the University of Southampton. While this path may be considered promising, he is ultimately just one among the multitude. Yet, everything changed dramatically when he stumbled upon this extraordinary wristband. It was an unassuming accessory that he acquired after a fall, and just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, a message appeared in his mind. The host is bound to the achievement system. Achieving any milestone will grant achievement points, the sole currency within the system, which can be used to purchase various items. Presenting the host with a capital gift package, while the direction of achievement points is being determined, Jishi then watched in astonishment as a wheel spun in his mind. The pointer skipping over options such as acquire a publicly listed company and obtain a cultivation technique. Finally landing between gain the identity of son-in-law and receive an emperor as a father. Acquire a football club that I can't believe I have missed out on urban stories, immortal cultivation tales, son-in-law narratives, and historical paternity quests. Jishi exclaimed in astonishment. Just as he lamented, the system's prompt chimed again, detected that the host is located in Southampton, England, automatically binding to the local exclusive professional team, Southampton Football Club. The host may choose an identity. A. Chairman. B. Head coach. C. Player. Why must I be in Southampton? Why not Liverpool or Manchester? At least then, I could have had an Everton. Well, it's better than being in London. What if I ended up with Leyton Orient? Jishi shouted in frustration and began to select his identity. Since he could possess a club, he naturally opted to be the chairman. After pressing the button next to option A confirm button appeared below the selection. However, before pressing confirm, Jishi impulsively pressed the button next to option B as well. Oh, can I select multiple roles? Jishi exclaimed with delight, then casually selected the final player option before clicking confirm. Thus, his current identities were that of the owner of Southampton Football Club, a coach possessing a UEFA Pro license, and a registered professional player with the Professional Footballers Association in England. Initially, Jishi worried whether having so many identities would cause issues, but it was evident that the system had resolved this problem for him. His resume had transformed entirely. Jishi, born in 1985, now 25 years old, had moved to England at the age of 10 and joined the Southampton youth team. Although he retained his Chinese nationality, he had played and developed within Southampton's youth teams. Despite the challenges of obtaining a work permit, by the age of 17, Southampton's training camp believed he had the potential to become part of the first team. However, a severe injury subsequently shattered his dreams, with doctors declaring it unlikely for him to play on the field again. Consequently, Jishi began studying coaching courses and successfully acquired his UEFA Pro license. Prior to acquiring Southampton Football Club, he had even prepared to start coaching the under-13 youth team. UEFA had his records, including his graduation photo, and peers who obtained their coaching licenses alongside him remembered this young and shy Chinese lad. The Professional Footballers Association in England also held his profile, although he had never played a professional match. Theoretically, he was qualified to be a professional player. Within Southampton Football Club, there were countless memories associated with him. Even Jishi himself was unaware of the multitude of memories he had within Southampton. Heavens, he wasn't even a fan of Southampton. This realization instilled in Jishi a newfound confidence. Such a powerful system. One can only imagine the myriad of rewards it might bestow upon oneself. Within the system store, he encountered a plethora of dazzling items that left him utterly bewildered, but a legitimate income of £10 million requires merely 10 achievement points. There were even fantastical items available. For instance, Captain America's serum costs a staggering 800 achievement points. If a mere 800 million could grant one the extraordinary longevity and near immortality akin to Captain America, would not the affluent of the world flock in desperation to acquire it? Alas, such treasures are predominantly for personal use. This ignited an immense motivation within Jishi. Having firmly set his sights on the direction of football club, the next step was to achieve milestones related to football in order to accumulate achievement points to exchange for valuable items. Naturally, in the initial phase, the primary exchanges would involve not just money, but also resources pertinent to team training and matches. These resources are relatively inexpensive, yet their necessity is vast. Fortunately, earning achievement points is not an insurmountable challenge that on July 2nd, Jishi attended a press conference with the club's two most pivotal executives, CEO Mark Fry and CFO Dave Jones, to announce the St. Mary Football Group's acquisition of Southampton FC. The press conference itself was devoid of substance, consisting mainly of photographers snapping pictures and journalists inquiring about Jishi's confidence in Southampton's future. This lack of depth was not due to the local media's incompetence, but rather the abruptness of the announcement made on the evening of July 1st, which sent fans into a frenzy the following morning, prompting the club's management to swiftly respond and convene the press conference by afternoon. They had little time to gather detailed information about Jishi, relying solely on the insights provided by Fry, Jones, and Prost. As a result, the press conference was rather monotonous. This does not bode well, lamented a journalist, a Southampton fan, with evident concern. Chapter 3. People come and go. Following the silence at the press conference, the journalists quickly launched their inquiries. Aside from the fact that his name phonetically resembles Jesus, I fail to see how this young man, Jishi, could become Southampton's savior. His only asset is this newly formed St. Mary Football Group, with no other consortium backing him. While the group's finances are robust, doubts linger regarding its capacity to sustain a professional club's operations. Southampton's economic situation is dire. They currently own Norwich Bank, a staggering £50 million in loans. If Southampton were still in the Premier League, the revenue from broadcasting rights would surely mitigate these issues. However, they are now in League One. It will require at least 2 years for Southampton to rectify their income deficiencies through effective management. That Jishi has already assumed the role of chairman at Southampton. Yet it seems rather whimsical for a mere 25-year-old to aspire to helm a professional club. If the intention is indeed the betterment of Southampton, it would be more prudent to engage seasoned management personnel to oversee the club, leaving oneself to merely finance its operations. The voices from the media appeared to possess a semblance of reason, yet upon reading them, Jishi merely scoffed in disbelief. Why should I invest in a club only to relinquish control to others? Would that not render me a fool? Moreover, Jishi did not harbor any doubts about his capacity to manage the club effectively. Southampton is a well-established entity, currently overseen by Mark Fry as the club's director and Dave Jones managing its finances. These two aspects are paramount within the club, and both individuals have been tested by time and recognized through a systematic evaluation, rendering them trustworthy allies. This is also part of the system's preferential treatment, as the management and youth training director of these two clubs, Prost, are regarded as unwaveringly loyal to the club and to their chairman. Naturally, such loyalty may diminish over time, only if Jishi manages the club effectively. Ensuring their work is gratifying and financially rewarding, can this loyalty be sustained? However, at least at this stage, Jishi need not worry about anyone betraying him from behind. The loyalty issues within the club's management have been addressed by the system, yet confidence concerning the players remains uncertain. The veteran captain and goalkeeper, Kelvin Davis, was previously compelled to undergo trials with West Ham United, as the Southampton team faced dissolution if a new buyer was not found. Fortunately, Jishi emerged, and although not from Southampton's youth training, Davis, who has loyally served the team since joining in 2006, immediately chose to renew his contract without hesitation. His decision was not rooted in faith in Jishi. At 33, he merely wishes to serve Southampton until his retirement. The influence of exemplary figures is boundless. Following Davis's contract renewal, two other veterans, center back Chris Perry and midfielder Paul Norton, announced their intention to remain with Southampton, even declaring a willingness to accept pay cuts to meet League One standards. Given their age, every season counts significantly. Inspired by the veterans, young players also opted to stay. They had options elsewhere, yet Southampton's allure remains potent. Adam Lallana, who has begun to shine in the Championship over the past 2 seasons, also announced his commitment to the club, signing a 3-year contract. This news ignited joy among Southampton fans, as Lallana has become a representative of the club's youth training program, following stars like Gareth Bale and Stern John. His contract renewal similarly signifies the local youth player's endorsement of the club as new ownership. In other clubs, this might not hold great significance, however. Southampton has a long-standing tradition of youth players taking the helm, making the acknowledgement of the youth training influence immensely vital. With the esteemed veterans and youth representatives affirming their loyalty, the morale within the first team stabilizes. Of course, not everyone will choose to stay. Many renowned clubs relegated to lower divisions struggle to recover. Players' youth is finite, and languishing in lower leagues is not something everyone can endure. Last season's midfield mainstay, 23-year-old local midfielder Andrew Sermon, was signed by the Championship champions Wolves for a fee of £2.5 million. Similarly, last season's leading forward, also a 23-year-old local striker, David McGoldrick, transferred to his hometown club Nottingham Forest for £1.5 million. The departure of these two individuals has significantly diminished Southampton's strength. After all, Solomon scored 7 goals in 43 matches last season, making him the highest-scoring midfielder, while Lallana merely played a supportive role. Additionally, McGoldrick netted 12 goals in 44 matches, establishing himself as the top scorer among forwards. These two players are in the prime of their careers, and although Southampton is not lacking in veterans or young talents, the loss of such pivotal figures is indeed substantial. However, Jishi remains unfazed by this change. With players leaving, new ones will inevitably arrive, he remarked to Fry. Fry nodded, well aware of the club's current situation. Following the investment from the St. Mary's Football Group, while the club's cash reserves are modest, several £1 million are still available. Moreover, the departure of these two players has generated an additional £4 million for the club, rendering Southampton's cash flow more robust than it has been in recent years. For a League One club, nearly £10 million in cash is quite remarkable. Furthermore, Southampton's reputation affords them certain advantages in the transfer market. If they make astute signings, it could elevate the club's performance to new heights. Fry's only concern is that the transfer process operates within a certain circle. Newcomers often face a steep learning curve. Can Jishi, as a newcomer, orchestrate a convincing transfer that assuages the team's and fans' apprehensions? Fry worries that Jishi might naively squander funds on players, leading to financial ruin. Rest assured, I've got this, Jishi confidently assured Fry, genuinely not exaggerating. As Fry observed with concern, Jishi departed with a sense of purpose. 3 days later, Southampton held a press conference to announce the signing of the 27-year-old local striker, Ricky Lambert. Chapter 4. A struggle to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle when Lambert raised Southampton's number 9 jersey with a smile at the press conference. Fry could almost hear the collective gasp of the reporters in attendance. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Fry understood all too well the reason behind their reaction. Lambert was not particularly renowned as a player. At the age of 27, his journey could be deemed inspirational. After all, it is quite remarkable for someone who, at 17, was merely twisting caps in a factory to become the top scorer in League One by the age of 27. However, despite this impressive ascent, he was ultimately just a grassroots player who had spent 4.5 seasons in League Two and 5.5 seasons in League One. Nevertheless, he was the previous season's top scorer and player of the year in League One, showcasing familiarity with the league, physical robustness, and exceptional scoring ability and technique. Last season, he netted 29 goals in League One, and acquiring such a player for £1 million, while not a bargain, certainly did not constitute an exorbitant price either. A team with a reliable goalscorer is assured of better prospects. The fact that the young coach, Jishi, opted to secure such a familiar scorer upon his arrival indicates that he possesses the competence required to obtain a UEFA Pro coaching license. Moreover, having a sound understanding of the lower leagues in England is no small feat. With such an image established, the task becomes considerably easier. Observing the admiring gaze of Fry, Jishi chuckled, aware that he had successfully accomplished half of his objective. Jishi was merely an ordinary individual, entirely unversed in the intricacies of the sport. Although his coaching certificate was authentic, the experiences he claimed were fabricated, courtesy of the system that had constructed them for him. Yet, he possessed the system. At the inaugural press conference held in Southampton, he earned 10 achievement points. The successful sale of a player granted him another 10 points. Furthermore, achieving a player sale with revenue reaching £1 million awarded him an additional 10 points. Just like that, he effortlessly amassed 30 achievement points. It is noteworthy that acquiring a specialized scouting guide for the current season from the system, which detailed potential players Southampton could procure and the financial specifics of such acquisitions, cost him a mere 10 achievement points. Of course, Jishi understood that such easily attainable achievements were exceedingly rare. After all, subsequent press conferences and player sales would no longer yield achievement points. Only sales reaching the multi-million-pound threshold would grant him further accolades. He was now left with just 20 achievement points. Calculating the number of points in his possession, Jishi smiled down at the audience. The reporters no longer dared to underestimate this young man. His swift acquisition of the previous season's best scorer in League One, coupled with minimal expenditure, showcased a level of expertise that was nothing short of seasoned. One must not underestimate such young individuals. Currently, Southampton boasts an ample roster. Despite having lost their leading scorer and the midfielder with the most goals, the addition of Lambert sufficiently compensates for the shortcomings in their forward line. While the midfield is poised to support Lalana, who is inherently an attacking midfielder, his role as a facilitator last season was merely a reflection of his youth. Moreover, the presence of the defensively adept Klein and the promising young midfielder Schneiderlin further enriches their squad with exceptional talent. According to the Scouts Guide, Southampton merely requires the acquisition of a reliable central defender to significantly enhance their prospects of promotion to the Championship, even starting with a 10-point deficit. The guide has also identified the ideal candidate for the central defensive position, Dejan Lovren, a 20-year-old Croatian defender, standing at 6 feet 2 inches. Currently with Dinamo Zagreb in the Croatian league. Despite his youth, he has already garnered 2 seasons of experience in Croatia's top division. While Southampton may currently be a League One team, they face little competition, and given Dinamo Zagreb's financial constraints, acquiring a young central defender presents no substantial challenge. A sum within £1 million would suffice to secure his transfer. Such a candidate does not even require Jishi to personally intervene. It suffices for the club's director, Fry, to handle the negotiations, as that is inherently his responsibility. Jishi's personal involvement in acquiring Lambert serves merely to demonstrate his own capabilities. Despite being the owner, it is essential for him to showcase his skills to garner universal recognition. While contemplating this, Jishi was suddenly alerted by a notification sound echoing in his mind. The host has triggered a random task, titled, Seizing Love by Force. 3 players, on the verge of transferring to top-tier league teams, present a certain opportunity for you to claim one. Signing 1 will yield 50 achievement points. Signing 2 will grant 100 points. Securing all 3 will reward 200 points. However, failing to sign any will result in a deduction of 20 points. Will the host accept the task? A maximum of 200 points is at stake. Even in failure, one only loses 20 points. What is there to fear? A gamble worth taking. As a spirited young man with a penchant for adventure, Jishi almost immediately chose to accept the challenge. A gamble worth 10. With this thought in mind, Jishi completely forgot that those 20 achievement points constituted his entire fortune. Should he lose these 20 points, he might find himself without the opportunity to accrue achievements before the season commenced. Furthermore, his aspiration to assume the role of coach would reveal his utter lack of knowledge in team training and match management. However, at this moment, such considerations did not cross Jishi's mind. Naturally, youth is often accompanied by errors, and even the divine may extend forgiveness. Besides, he may not necessarily face failure in his tasks. At least for now, Jishi was brimming with confidence. After the press conference concluded, Jishi shook hands with Lambert and, thumping his chest, declared that League One was certainly not a fitting place for Southampton. With Lambert on board, Southampton would undoubtedly ascend 3 tiers within 2 years, swiftly returning to the Premier League. Ricky, trust me, you have scored numerous goals in both the 4th and 3rd divisions. And soon you will find success in the 2nd tier and the top league as well. You are destined to become an inspirational legend, a living testament to the power of perseverance. Jishi exclaimed, patting Lambert's shoulder, who was 2 years his senior. Lambert smiled broadly. Although he might not entirely believe Jishi's words, it was indeed encouraging to have such faith placed in him by the young chairman and coach. Fry shook his head, sensing that Jishi might be speaking a bit too freely. Nevertheless, as the owner of the club, it was commendable that he maintained such a positive attitude towards the players. One could only hope that brighter days lay ahead. Chapter 5. The first encounter with crisis. Kyle Walker, a domestic player, occupies the right-back position. At 19 years of age, he is contracted to the championship team Sheffield United, having been loaned to League One's Northampton during the first half of the previous season, where he made 9 appearances, before returning to Sheffield United for 5 appearances in the upcoming season. Moussa Dembélé, a Belgian player, plays as a defensive midfielder. At 22, he is a key player for Eredivisie team AZ Alkmaar, where he played an instrumental role in securing the league title last season. Olivier Giroud, a French player, is a centre-forward who is approaching his 23rd birthday. Last season, he played for League Two's Tours, making 23 appearances and scoring 9 goals. On the train to Sheffield, Jishi pondered deeply. Upon reviewing the information regarding Dembélé, he found it exceedingly challenging to secure 200 achievement points. After all, he was a key player in the Eredivisie Championship. Why would he consider joining a League One team? While both leagues are indeed professional, the Eredivisie represents the pinnacle of Dutch football, whereas League One is merely the third tier of English football. Although the Premier League is regarded as one of the top 5 leagues, the Eredivisie is still considered a second-tier league. A key player from the Eredivisie champions would likely aspire to join a Premier League club. Even those relegated to the Championship would not typically entertain the notion of signing someone from the Eredivisie, especially when there are teams like Newcastle, perceived as more likely to return to the Premier League. Nevertheless, apart from Dembélé, there remained opportunities to pursue players like Walker and Giroud. Walker, in particular, was a mere 19-year-old domestic talent who struggled to secure a position in the Championship. After Sheffield United's disappointing defeat in the Championship playoff final last season, they would undoubtedly lean more heavily on seasoned veterans in their quest to return to the Premier League, leaving little room for young players like him. Within the English Football League system, while young talents may find opportunities in lower divisions, it largely depends on the team. Clubs fighting for promotion or battling relegation tend to prefer experienced players, as they are deemed more reliable. The nurturing of young talents is typically the focus of mid-table teams. Reviewing the statistics, Walker had only managed to make 5 appearances during the latter half of the previous season with Sheffield United, clearly indicating his status as a fringe player. Such a player, once promised a starting position, could be easily persuaded to join the ranks. With unwavering confidence, Jishi set forth. The journey from Southampton to Sheffield spanned just over 300 kilometers, a mere few hours by car. Jishi boarded the train in the morning, arriving in Sheffield by afternoon, and promptly made his way to the Sheffield United club. Prior to his departure, Fry had already initiated contact with the club, with the other party represented by their general manager, Mr. Peter Robertson. Jishi had initially intended to engage in some light conversation, yet upon their first meeting, Mr. Robertson delivered disheartening news. I regret to inform you, Mr. G, that just a couple of days ago, Tottenham Hotspur from the Premier League reached out to us, expressing their desire to sign Walker. Their offer is quite substantial, amounting to £570,000, a figure that is indeed extravagant. Moreover, Walker himself seems inclined to pursue a move to Spurs, Mr. Robertson lamented. A thunderclap of realization struck Jishi. He certainly did not suspect the other party was deceiving him, whether it was the transfer fee exceeding $5 million or the allure of a Premier League team. Such resources were beyond the reach of Southampton at present. His curiosity was piqued. However, why had a 19-year-old player, who had only played 5 matches for Sheffield United, garnered the interest of Tottenham? With his mind buzzing, Jishi began to delve deeper into the details on his return journey. It was then he discovered that although Walker had only featured in 5 matches, all of them occurred during the critical final phase of the season when Sheffield was struggling with player shortages. He had seized the opportunity to start and had performed commendably in the playoff semi-finals, directly aiding Sheffield in reaching the playoff finals. Although Sheffield lost in the final and missed out on promotion to the Premier League, Walker's performance had been nothing short of impressive. In the context of English football, while the Championship playoffs may lack renown, they are among the exclusive 5 matches held at the iconic Wembley Stadium, alongside the League Cup final, the FA Cup final, the Community Shield, and the England Trophy final. Matches at the revered football sanctuary of Wembley undoubtedly attract significant attention. Furthermore, Despite Tottenham's slight shortfall among the elite Premier League teams, their well-known preference for nurturing young talent made their interest in Walker entirely reasonable. Damn those London clubs. Jishi cursed inwardly before promptly calling the club to arrange a flight to the Netherlands. He was determined to make an effort to see if he could persuade Moussa Dembélé to join him. Although the challenge was immense, convincing a key player from the Eredivisie champions to move to League One was nearly impossible. Jishi was prepared. He rummaged through the achievement point store and discovered a potion of grand persuasion, valued at 5 achievement points. If he arrived in the Netherlands and Dembélé had not yet departed, he would employ all his charm to sway him. He resolved to invest the remaining transfer funds entirely on Dembélé, as he was determined to secure this player. However, he was still a step too late. Upon his arrival in Alkmaar, Netherlands, he was regretfully informed by the club's football director, Van Gaal, that due to Alkmaar's participation in the Champions League this season, none of their key players, who had performed admirably last season, would be available for transfer. Furthermore, Dembélé, who had spent 2 years playing in Belgium and 4 years in the Netherlands, found himself presented with his first opportunity to compete in the Champions League. He had already turned down several mid-tier teams from the top 5 leagues, hoping to showcase his talents in the Champions League before considering a transfer. Hearing this, Jishi felt a surge of disappointment. It was understandable. Every player aspires to participate in the Champions League. At just 22, Dembélé could potentially secure a transfer to a stronger team after gaining experience in such a prestigious tournament. What could Southampton possibly offer to entice Dembélé? Even if they resorted to empty promises, there must be some foundational truths to convince him. Regarding the transfer fee, Mr. Van Gaal informed Jishi that 2 seasons prior, they had acquired Dembélé from De Graafschap for €500,000. This year, as they were set to participate in the Champions League, their revenues were quite favorable. Thus, they would not entertain offers below €10 million. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, Jishi sought to engage Dembélé in conversation. Yet, as he prepared to purchase that elusive elixir of persuasion, the system alerted him that, due to the likelihood of losing the final 20 achievement points, he would be unable to acquire the potion, which cost 50 achievement points, until his total reached 25. Credit cards can be financed too, Jishi lamented, akin to a sorrowful farmer facing a poor harvest. At this moment, he finally realized that if he were to lose, he would be left with not a single achievement point. Chapter 6. The final opportunity. Jishi understood that he had only one path left to pursue, to travel to France and recruit that last individual. He pondered. Having failed to secure the simplest of candidates and the most challenging one as well, could he possibly succeed with the moderately difficult player, Giroud? On July 8th, Jishi arrived with great haste in the central French city of Tours. Tours was not considered a formidable team. In fact, they were rather obscure, with their best historical achievement being 2 second-place finishes in League Two, and their finest performance in the Coupe de France reaching the semi-finals. Compared to Southampton, they were evidently at a disadvantage. Olivier Giroud had joined Tours at a bargain price from Grenoble, another League Two team, just before the previous season, costing Tours a mere €200,000. Transfers in the lower tiers of French football were typically quite inexpensive. However, as a 23-year-old forward who could not secure a starting position at Grenoble and had to be loaned to a national team, Giroud was still lacking ambition. Being a semi-regular at Tours sufficed for him. After all, for a 22-year-old playing in the National League, securing a spot in League Two was already a significant blessing. Last season, Tours finished 6th in League Two, performing commendably, yet everyone at Tours was acutely aware that given their capabilities, they would merely hover around the lower echelons of League Two, with promotion to League One being a remote possibility. Furthermore, League One did not promise the same financial windfalls associated with entering a top-tier league as seen in the Premier League. The revenue of League One teams was not drastically different from that of League Two. Among the top 5 leagues, League One primarily relied on player sales for income. Thus, when Mr. Christie, the general manager of Tours, received Jishi, he was quite pleased. Olivier, he is a fine young man. Although he wasn't a starter for us last season, he made 23 appearances and scored 9 goals. A striker of his caliber is tactically valuable, making him quite important to our squad, Mr. Christie stated earnestly. Hearing this reassured Jishi. If that was the case, negotiations could commence. As you know, our Southampton has faced unfortunate circumstances in recent years, resulting in our relegation to League One, and our finances are rather constrained. However, I assure you that I will not let my partner suffer in the transfer fee, Mr. Christie. I recall that when Olivier transferred to Tours, his valuation was 200,000 euros. Now, we are willing to offer 500,000. What do you think? Jishi proposed. Mr. Christie regarded Jishi with some surprise, sensing the young man's urgency, which he perceived as an opportunity to exploit. Moreover, he felt that 500,000 was rather insufficient, although Giroud had arrived at a valuation of 200,000. After a year of playing in League Two as a semi-regular and at the age of 23, a forward like him could certainly command a higher price. Mr. G, I have already mentioned that he is not for sale. Christie sincerely expressed, 800,000 is our limit. We still need to rebuild, and it is unfeasible to allocate excessive funds for a forward position. We have already acquired Lambert, who was the top scorer in League One last season. Having one reliable goal scorer is sufficient. My concern lies in the age of our forwards, which necessitates the acquisition of a prime striker. However, I cannot justify spending more for a supporting center forward. Moreover, even if you retain Giroud and he improves, what could he possibly fetch? In League One, such a center forward is hardly in demand. Jishi shook his head, and both parties adopted a firm stance. Christie realized that although this young man appeared somewhat impatient, he was nonetheless adept at maintaining his bottom line. Indeed, in League One, the preference is for players who can both break through defenses and score. A traditional center forward like Giroud is not highly sought after. In the subsequent season, Giroud would secure the title of top scorer in League Two. Yet his transfer to Montpellier would only yield a meager valuation of 2 million euros. Had he possessed a British passport, being the top scorer in the championship could have elevated his market value to several million. After weighing the situation, Christie engaged in further negotiations before settling on a round sum, ultimately agreeing to Jishi's offer of 1 million euros. Upon receiving confirmation from the other party, Jishi breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed his final opportunity. However, the club's acceptance of the offer was merely preliminary. Giroud's own consent remained paramount. At this moment, Jishi realized he had overlooked an important matter. During the recent negotiations with the Tour club, he should have also reached out to Giroud. Such a dual-pronged approach in negotiations is now a common practice among clubs, primarily as it saves time and mitigates misunderstandings. If Giroud had already engaged with other clubs during this period, it would have posed a significant complication. Fortunately, it appeared that no one had shown interest in Giroud at this time. After all, he was merely a player who had only recently established himself in League Two, and given his age, few teams would be inclined to pursue him. However, when discussing matters with Giroud, he seemed rather disinterested. As a relatively unknown player, Giroud did not yet have an agent, allowing Jishi to meet him directly. Giroud was courteous, yet when the topic of playing in League One arose, his enthusiasm waned. This reaction was understandable. After all, he had only just secured his position in League Two. The pathways between League Two and League One are quite fluid, and with consistent performance, moving up to League One, and subsequently to the Premier League, La Liga, or Serie A, was a realistic possibility. However, playing in League One would render his future somewhat uncertain. We are not a small club here at Southampton. We boast a stadium with a capacity of 30,000 and maintain a mid-table standing in the Premier League. Our relegation to League One was merely an unfortunate incident. It does not signify a permanent descent. Southampton will inevitably return to the Premier League. It is only a matter of time. You are still young. Why not take the plunge? Jishi implored. Moreover, your attributes are better suited for the English game. Frankly speaking, given your current abilities, transitioning directly to the Premier League may not yield favorable results. However, if you hone your skills in the lower leagues of England, you will find yourself far more acclimated when you eventually step onto the pitch in the Premier League. This would undoubtedly benefit you personally. Despite Jishi's earnest entreaties, Giroud remained somewhat hesitant. We could even incorporate additional clauses into the contract stipulating that should we fail to return to the championship by the end of this season, you would be free to transfer at any time. Of course, if we swiftly regain our championship status, there would be no urgency for you to leave. At just 23, playing 1 or 2 seasons in the championship would significantly enhance your visibility to Premier League clubs. Jishi ultimately employed his most persuasive argument. Such terms deeply moved Giroud. Most importantly, he seemed to have never been regarded with such significance before. Chapter 7. I arrived beneath the clear sky when Giroud inscribed his name on a 4-year contract. Jishi experienced an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to a miraculous escape. At last, he had secured his achievement points and even earned an additional 50. Gazing at the remaining 70 achievement points in the store, Jishi exhaled deeply, then advised Giroud to report to the team by July 15th. After which he departed from France. The new season of Ligue 1 is set to commence on August 8th, encompassing a multitude of matches. In addition to a staggering 48 league games, they will also partake in the League Cup, the FA Cup, and the EFL Trophy, a competition that has been held for decades, featuring teams from the 3rd to the 5th tiers of English football. This marks the inaugural participation of Southampton in this competition, as they have been competing in the top league since the establishment of this cup in 1984, thus lacking the qualification to partake in it until now, albeit in a rather tragic manner. Consequently, Southampton will undoubtedly face over 50 official matches in the upcoming season. Nevertheless, the depth of the squad remains commendable, as they boast a number of promising young talents at their disposal. During his time in Southampton, Jishi received some encouraging news. Fry exhibited his capabilities, and in the few days that Jishi has been bustling about, Fry has not only secured Lovren from Croatia, but has also managed to offload 2 Polish forwards from the squad. Among them, Laziak was transferred to Reading for a fee of €1.8 million, while Saganowski mutually terminated his contract to join the Danish team, Augsburg. Laziak joined during the season when Southampton faced relegation and had performed admirably over 3 seasons, proving to be a formidable presence in the championship, thus fetching a good price. Saganowski, on the other hand, has drawn criticism. After being loaned from Troyes in Ligue 1, he scored 10 goals in 13 matches, showcasing his prowess as a striker. However, upon his acquisition for €1.6 million, his performance dwindled drastically, with merely 1 goal in 4 appearances over a year and a half. His underwhelming loan spell at Augsburg last season further justified the decision to terminate his contract, ultimately saving the club some financial resources. Laziak and McGoldrick formed the primary striking partnership for Southampton last season, and with both departing, Jishi has acquired Lambert and Giroud to fill the void, complemented by the 3 local forwards who served as substitutes, ensuring sufficient numbers. In midfield, the presence of reliable veterans like Paul Watton and talented youngsters like Schneiderlin, along with other players, should suffice in Ligue 1, where the tactical level is relatively straightforward. Players need merely to run and pass to the forwards, allowing them to seize scoring opportunities. Such simple tactics often prove adequate. The defense, bolstered by Lovren alongside seasoned veteran Perry, should provide stability, contributing to commendable results. Ultimately, given Southampton's capabilities, they should not be languishing in Ligue 1. While some key players have departed, reinforcements have arrived, and as long as their performance remains consistent, promotion to the championship is merely a matter of time. The only concerns revolve around the 10-point deduction at the start and the coaching situation. The club has entrusted me with the managerial role. Have you forgotten that I hold a UEFA A coaching license? With this credential, I am qualified to manage any team, Jishi asserted to Fry. Fry inhaled deeply. I am not questioning your abilities, he began, only to be interrupted by Jishi. Your words imply doubt regarding my capabilities. Mr. Mark, you must understand that I have been preparing for this day for 3 long years. Throughout this period, I have diligently studied and taken examinations, swiftly obtaining my UEFA coaching license. How many can claim to have achieved such a feat with greater alacrity? Jishi remarked. Yet, Fry still wished to resist. There is no room for hesitation. Jishi extended 3 fingers. I have waited 3 years for this opportunity, not to demonstrate my own greatness, but to make it clear to everyone that the only one capable of rescuing Southampton is none other than me, Jishi. This resounding speech immediately left Fry in a state of astonishment. He involuntarily conjured up a false memory of a young man with a profound love for Southampton, who had begun his arduous journey in the club's youth academy at the tender age of 10, aspiring to serve the team he cherished. After suffering a severe injury, he relinquished his dream of being a player and embarked on the path of becoming a head coach, ultimately obtaining his coaching certification. Admittedly, he lacked practical coaching experience. Typically, coaches gain experience by working their way up from youth teams to first teams. However, the current Southampton team was merely a League 1 squad, not significantly different from a youth team. Did Southampton truly lack quality coaches? In reality, even in the championship, they had previously employed 2 commendable head coaches whose tenures faltered due to various reasons, including unfamiliarity with the club. Yet, Jishi was different. He possessed an intimate understanding of Southampton, not only of the first team members, but also of those within the youth academy. Furthermore, he maintained a cordial relationship with Prost, the current head of the youth academy, whom he held in high regard. If he could effectively utilize the talents from the youth ranks, Southampton would face fewer challenges. As a former youth player, Jishi naturally commanded a certain level of recognition. In light of this, Fry conceded, swayed not only by Jishi's words, but also by his own loyalty as a devoted Southampton fan. However, convincing Fry was merely the first step. Jishi needed to earn the respect of the assistant coaches and the players as well. Rest assured, if I cannot win the respect of the players and the assistant coaches, I would have no face to continue as head coach, Jishi declared confidently. Seeing Jishi's self-assurance, Fry nodded. He was more adept in negotiations and business management, lacking deep knowledge of football, a common shortcoming among Southampton's management. The previous club director had even been a rugby coach, and the former chairman, Mr. Levy, believed he could effectively manage a football club. The decline of Southampton. A team with a storied history was indeed the result of a series of unfortunate events. I have arrived. The dawn shall break. Jishi thought to himself with unwavering confidence. With the achievement point shop at his disposal, he had little to worry about. Chapter 8. Earning hard. Spinning fast. Southampton, a club steeped in history, finds itself rather impoverished in terms of honors. The most notable accolade they possess is the FA Cup Championship from the 1975-76 season, along with a runner-up finish in the top league during the 1983-84 season. Beyond these, their trophy cabinet is rather bare, filled primarily with a plethora of runner-up positions, including 1 in the League Cup, 3 in the FA Cup, and 3 in the second division, without even a single title in that tier. Conversely, they have claimed both the championship and runner-up titles in the third division. Thus, achieving milestones within such a club is not overly challenging. For instance, securing a League Cup victory would yield a standard reward of 50 achievement points, plus an additional 200 points for a first-time League Cup win. In contrast, winning the FA Cup only garners 80 achievement points, with no extra rewards, as Southampton has historical precedence in that competition. Triumphing in the Premier League, however, would grant 100 standard points and an extra 200 for a first-time championship. In essence, the weight of the title correlates directly with the rewards, and first-time achievements attract additional bonuses. Viewed from this perspective, illuminating achievements to accrue points proves somewhat daunting. Currently, Jishi has yet to fully grasp this concept. Due to the previous change of 2 head coaches, Southampton now has a mere 3 assistant coaches: tactical training coach Francis Benali, fitness coach Gary Pendry, and goalkeeper coach Dennis Rofe. In Jishi's estimation, this is rather insufficient. The team's training camp is scheduled to commence on July 15th, and prior to that, Jishi summoned the 3 remaining assistant coaches, Benali, Pendry, and Rofe. Their apprehension was palpable, as they were unfamiliar with Jishi and uncertain whether this young coach would lead them astray. However, it was not long before they found themselves bowing to his authority. They were not particularly distinguished coaches. Otherwise, they would not have followed the team down from the Premier League to the Championship and then to League One without departing. Their loyalty to Southampton is unparalleled, with Benali dedicating over 17 years as a professional player to the club, despite never having been selected for the England national team. He was a prominent figure during the early Premier League era of the 1990s and has served as Southampton's assistant coach since his retirement in 2003. Rofe and Pendry share similar trajectories, being entrenched in the club's fabric. As coaches, their skill level is rather average. Yet their unwavering loyalty to Southampton is unmatched by other coaches. They have each served as assistant coaches for over a decade, witnessing numerous commendable head coaches, most of whom brought their own coaching teams. They may not have direct experience, but they have certainly observed the workings of the game. Moreover, in England, it is well understood that one can coach without formal coaching qualifications, which is a peculiarity of the profession. Thus, prior to meeting Jishi, the 3 held a measure of respect for him. After all, in comparison to Jishi, they had only experience to offer, lacking the formal qualifications. Upon their meeting, Benali and the others were poised to engage in pleasantries, but Jishi swiftly presented them with 3 documents. He handed Benali a tactical training plan, Pendry a fitness training plan, and Rofe a goalkeeper training plan. Initially taken aback, the trio's expression shifted dramatically as they perused the plans, their faces reflecting the gravity of the content within just a few pages. What lay before them was nothing short of astonishing. Jishi casually inquired, his tone nonchalant. "The level is exceedingly high," Benali remarked, despite it merely being foundational material. Among the trio of assistant coaches, he was deemed the most proficient. Having perused just a few pages of the tactical training regimen, he could ascertain that its caliber was unparalleled in his experience. Tactical training plans are not inherently extraordinary, yet a systematic training strategy is indeed a rarity. Over the past few years, Ben Ali had encountered numerous exceptional coaches, yet none had presented a coherent training plan of this nature. Typically, these plans merely addressed individual techniques or tactical drills, lacking such detailed and comprehensive structure. This is a culmination of my years of observing and analyzing Manchester United's training sessions, particularly the movement and support strategies implemented by Ferguson. While it may not be flawless, it has been approximated quite closely, Jishi remarked. Ben Ali inhaled sharply in astonishment. Ferguson. Although Sir Ferguson was nearing retirement, there was no doubt that he stood as the most successful manager in the Premier League over the past 2 decades. Whether it was Wenger, who initially competed against him, or the likes of Mourinho, Benitez, and Ancelotti who emerged in the last decade, none had surpassed Ferguson's accomplishments. His transformative influence on Manchester United, particularly in establishing a comprehensive tactical framework, was pivotal to the club's enduring success amid shifting strategies. The triangular movement tactics employed by Manchester United had long been the envy of many teams, yet Jishi had inferred them through keen observation. Truly a prodigy who earned his UEFA A coaching license in just 3 years. Ben Ali, while not the most distinguished coach, possessed the invaluable insight and experience of a former player and a seasoned assistant coach. Having merely glanced at a few pages, he immediately recognized the wealth of substance within the training plan. Though Pandry and Rolfe had not yet discerned its significance in such a brief period, they trusted Ben Ali's judgment. Given his illustrious playing career and his current coaching role, if this trio of assistant coaches formed a small collective, then Ben Ali was undoubtedly their leader. Now that their leader had bowed to the plan, what reason did they have to resist? Our training will now progress in this direction, Jishi declared, observing the respectful demeanor of the older assistant coaches with a sense of quiet satisfaction. However, this must remain confidential. You will all be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Benelli and the others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent on the matter. Typically, those who serve as assistant coaches in a club for an extended period are bound by confidentiality agreements, and even the cleaning staff responsible for the locker room are required to sign such contracts. Consequently, information from the locker room is seldom leaked. Watching the 3 assistant coaches depart with utmost respect, Jishi chuckled softly. He had exchanged 20 achievement points for the basic Ferguson running system from the system store, and the basic Pythagorean training plan cost him 15 points. The basic goalkeeper training plan was relatively inexpensive, costing only 5 points. Yet it left him with merely 30 achievement points remaining. Earning was arduous, but spending was swift, Jishi mused with a pang of regret. Chapter 9. Leveraging prestige. Having secured the assistant coaches, the next task was to win over the players. As a newcomer, Jishi had managed to bring in several trusted allies, such as Lambert, Lovren, and Giroud. The 3 individuals were brought in during his tenure and naturally became his trusted aides. However, even as the owner at Southampton, he must earn the affection of the youth players to maintain stability. In truth, the players at Southampton are quite earnest and free of major faults. The primary issue lies in Jishi's youth and lack of notable accomplishments, rendering him virtually devoid of any prestige. Jishi, however, possesses his own strategies to address this. July 15th marks the commencement of Southampton's pre-season training. As a League One team, they do not indulge in extravagant welcoming ceremonies. On this day, both new recruits and returning players arrive punctually at the Staplewood training facility, ready to embark on the new season's preparations. Among the representatives of Southampton's youth academy is Adam Lallana, who arrives early, having made a name for himself in the previous season. Although the team faced relegation, his performance garnered unanimous praise. Lallana, a technically gifted attacking midfielder, excels beyond the average English player with his remarkable skills, lively movements, and impressive passing as well as goal-scoring threats. His decision to remain with Southampton brings joy to the fans. As Lallana hums a tune while changing, James Ward-Prowse approaches him. Both born in 1988 and veterans of the same youth training class, the two share a close camaraderie. Yet, while Lallana has secured a starting position, James, as a defensive midfielder, struggles to find his footing. James feels a tinge of frustration, but he is genuinely happy for his friend Lallana's success. I wonder how our new head coach will perform in today's first training session, James remarks while changing. He must be competent to hold a UEFA A license. We shall see, Lallana replies confidently. He is assured of his standing, especially since, following Suleiman's departure, he is now the sole attacking midfielder in the team. Of course, Lalana is aware that James's situation is less favorable, as the midfield includes Simon Lett, who excels defensively, the industrious third Captain Wharton, and Schneiderlin, who has been with Southampton for 2 years and is steadily developing. In comparison, James seems to lack something. This season, we've invested nearly $3 million in new signings. The club certainly has ambitions, so rest assured, with so many matches in a season, you'll undoubtedly get your chance to play. Lalana offered some words of comfort to James before setting off with his close friends. Upon arriving at the training ground, he was greeted by familiar faces: the first captain and goalkeeper, Kelvin Davis, the second captain and central defender, Chris Perry, and the third captain and midfielder, Paul Wan. Most of the Southampton players chose to stay behind, allowing for a swift camaraderie to develop among the team. The 3 new signings also arrived on time: the tall striker Giroud, the top scorer of League One, Lambert, and the Croatian centre-back Lovren, all of whom were notably statuesque, with Lambert standing at 1.87 meters, being the shortest among them. In the lower tiers of English football, towering players often prove invaluable. The players exchanged greetings, and the 3 captains engaged in light conversation with the newcomers, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, what rivalry could exist in League One? Furthermore, Southampton lacked a tradition of internal discord. Their recent decline in performance stemmed primarily from economic issues that had weakened their competitive edge. Financial constraints necessitated the offloading of quality players and the extensive utilization of youth talent. The aging veterans in the squad were hardly formidable, and under such circumstances, it was a wonder that any success could be achieved. Even with young players, it was illogical to thrust them into the fray without seasoned players to anchor the team and guide their development. The 3 recruits brought in by Jishi were all in their early 20s, earning him considerable acclaim from the media. Just as conversations began to wind down, Jishi appeared at the edge of the pitch with a companion. Compared to Jishi's height of less than 1.8 meters, this individual stood out with a tall frame, a slender face, grayish-white hair, and a warm smile. All present were momentarily taken aback, except for Giroud and Lovren. Jishi approached the players and cleared his throat. "Hello everyone. I am your new head coach, Jishi. However, I would like to introduce a new member of our coaching staff, Mr. Matthew Letizier, who will be responsible for communication with the players in the locker room." The Southampton players nearly uniformly called out his name in unison. Matthew Letizier, the greatest player in Southampton's history, without exception, known affectionately as God, dedicated his entire career to Southampton, serving for 17 seasons. Countless stories surround his legacy, the most famous of which is Strachan's remark: "When people think of Southampton, they think of the Titanic and Matthew Letizier. While ships can be built better and better, another Letizier will never emerge." To the academy players at Southampton, he remains the eternal deity. After retiring, Letizier did not take up a position at Southampton, but instead wandered through coaching several lower-tier teams, managing to coach an English team without a coaching certificate, a fact that is no longer a secret. However, it seems that Letizier lacks the innate talent for coaching, having achieved little success during his tenure. In the past 2 years, he worked at Peak Sports, which nearly acquired Southampton, largely due to Letizier's involvement. Now, it appears he is finally returning to Southampton. After my persuasion, Matthew has finally agreed to resign from his position at Peak Sports and return to Southampton Football Club. From now on, if you have any concerns in the locker room, you can approach him, G appointed at Letizier, proudly declaring. To earn the players' respect, one needs achievements. Yet, in the absence of immediate results, one must rely on the coach's prestige. Much like how a championship-winning coach commands respect at a new club, players tend to be more compliant. Conversely, when a coach without titles takes the helm of a championship team, players may be more rebellious. However, Gia himself lacks such prestige. Thus, he had to borrow it. The potion acquired through 5 achievement points successfully persuaded Letizier to join Gia's new coaching staff. Letizier's prestige was thus secured. Chapter 10. You Are the Boss. The local journalists from Southampton, who had long harbored doubts about Gia, gradually fell silent as internal news began to circulate, and the club's press conferences consistently updated the public on developments. Having signed 3 capable players in the transfer market and recouped substantial funds from player sales, the club not only made a profit, but also maintained salary balance within the team. The legendary player Letizier was persuaded to return to the club, and the players, now fully convinced, began their training, which purportedly has improved significantly compared to before, garnering praise from assistant coaches like Ben Ali. Of course, whether the training content has indeed improved could be merely Ben Ali's promotional efforts for the new owner. However, Ji's maneuver to bring Luke Tissier back to Southampton during the preseason training was undeniably brilliant, leaving all journalists in awe. No one understands better than these journalists, who thrive on publicity, how high Luke Tissier's prestige stands among fans and Southampton's youth players. Previously, Southampton refrained from granting Luke Tissier a position within the club, primarily due to the apprehensions surrounding his formidable reputation, akin to a renowned general whose accomplishments might overshadow the ruler. After his retirement, it was only natural to sever the ties between him and the team. Allowing Le Tissier to hold a position, even a high-ranking one, would raise the question of whether fans would support the owner or Luke Tissier. Perhaps the former boss, Lewis, did not harbor particularly malicious intentions. However, it remains an undeniable fact that he did not allow Le Tissier to hold a position at the club. The audacity of Jishi to take such a stance is indeed commendable. Moreover, as a young individual, his ability to overlook the presence of a highly esteemed figure like Le Tissier, even if merely in a mascot role, demonstrates remarkable courage. In light of this situation, John Senni, the chief sports journalist for the Southampton Evening Echo, took it upon himself to pen an article praising Jishi's accomplishments over the past month. Although official matches have yet to commence, the series of actions taken suggests that our new chairman and coach are far from novices. He possesses a clear understanding of the challenges facing Southampton and knows how to manage a club and direct a team. Southampton currently finds itself in its lowest point in 3 decades, and it seems we can afford to grant this young man, who is willing to devote everything to the club, a bit more time. Senni is a respected figure among Southampton fans. As one of the most professional journalists in the area and a devoted supporter himself, his articles and reports have always been well received. His endorsement of Jishi encourages fans to adopt a more favorable view of him. This journalist is commendable. We can prepare for the new season with greater tranquility. Jishi remarked with a hint of surprise to Le Tissier. Those who observe your efforts are well aware of what you have accomplished. Le Tissier patted Jishi on the shoulder, adding that if the team can achieve better results, public perception will only improve further. Indeed, the team's physical training is nearly complete, and I believe each player possesses the stamina to endure the entire season, Jishi replied proudly. He had heard of the illustrious name of Pintus. This Italian is currently regarded as one of the foremost fitness coaches in the world. Mourinho's Chelsea had invited him to serve as their fitness coach, and the team's remarkable physical prowess during those seasons garnered widespread admiration. Of course, such esteemed coaches command high salaries, which Southampton, at its current level, cannot afford. Nevertheless, the basic fitness training regimen, which cost a mere 15 achievement points, is already sufficient for Southampton's needs. Fitness is not a concern, but you must devote considerable thought to tactics, Le Tissier cautioned. Last season, under Potter's leadership, the team employed a 4-3-3 formation, then shifted to a 4-4-2 under Walter's guidance. What will be your primary tactical approach? Me? I shall certainly oscillate between 4-4-2 and 4-3-3, Jishi chuckled. Just be careful, Le Tissier replied, somewhat weakly. I am not being reckless. With players like Lalana in the squad, not utilizing such tactics would indeed be a waste. Jishi chuckled softly. Then he gently patted the stack of materials tucked within his embrace. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. However, in lower-tier leagues, understanding oneself often suffices. This collection of technical analyses and tactical recommendations regarding Southampton's current players cost him 5 achievement points, yet Jishi deemed it an invaluable investment. Although he had exhausted the 50 achievement points earned from completing tasks, leaving him with only 20, which caused him a twinge of regret. He understood that performing well in the upcoming matches would yield a continuous influx of achievement points, making the expenditure justifiable. Observing Jishi's unwavering confidence, Le Tissier refrained from voicing any objections. Despite his illustrious career as a player, his coaching acumen was rather lacking. Otherwise, transitioning from a renowned player to a coach would have been a straightforward endeavor. Since Jishi was a prodigy who acquired an A-level coaching certificate in merely 3 years, his assertions carried weight. Poor Le Tissier, unaware that Jishi had never attended a single coaching course and could only be regarded as a fan, might have fainted upon realizing this, contemplating whether his return to Southampton would tarnish his esteemed reputation. Time passed, and soon it was the eve of the season's commencement. Jishi had not scheduled a single friendly match. This decision sparked some dissent among the team, yet with a mere wave of his hand. Jishi asserted that the training period was already insufficient. First, they needed to focus on physical conditioning. Followed by tactical drills with the ball, there simply was no time for warm-up matches. The official matches serve as our best warm-up, Jishi proclaimed during training sessions. In an instant, his commanding presence left the players in awe, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. Very well, you are the boss. Your word is law. While the players were not zealots, they certainly harbored their doubts, albeit silently. Unaware of this, Jishi confidently awaited the first opponent of the new season. Millwall is not an adversary to be trifled with. They are infamous. Their notoriety has propelled them into League One, where they remain a formidable force. Last season, they secured 5th place and advanced to the playoff final, only to be defeated by Scunthorpe, thereby missing the opportunity to return to the championship. When compared to Southampton, they are remarkably similar, perhaps even possessing a wealth of experience that slightly edges them ahead. In the opening round of League One, Southampton will encounter this opponent. Chapter 11. The price to pay. Millwall is a venerable club from London, with a history tracing back to 1985, coinciding with the establishment of Southampton. Indeed, as the birthplace of modern football, England boasts a plethora of clubs that predate them. However, Millwall's reputation remains significant, comparable to that of Southampton. The renown of Southampton is attributed to the unwavering dedication of Lutisier over the decades, alongside their esteemed youth development program, which is celebrated throughout England. Although Southampton's accolades are meager in comparison to their fame, boasting only an FA Cup title and lacking any other noteworthy honors, they at least possess a legacy that is largely positive. Conversely, Millwall's reputation is steeped in infamy. The issue of football hooliganism in England has been severe since the 1980s, even impacting social order. Hooliganism is not merely a matter of individuals engaging in brawls after a disappointing match. Such a portrayal would be a gross oversimplification. True football hooligans possess the power to plunge an entire city into chaos every weekend. The football hooliganism of the 1980s nearly devastated English football. It was only through the vigorous crackdown by Thatcher and the collective acknowledgement within the football community that continued tolerance would lead to ruin that the existence of these hooligans was gradually curtailed after 2 tragic disasters. Had there not been a stringent suppression of football hooliganism during the 1980s, the rapid development of the Premier League in the 1990s might not have been possible. Currently, the Premier League is largely devoid of hooligans. Any sporadic incidents are swiftly dealt with by the clubs. The Premier League has become a colossal industry, with a single club earning at least 60 to 70 million euros from broadcasting rights alone each season. Such wealth cannot be jeopardized by the antics of hooligans. In this overarching context, football hooligans have begun to shift their focus to lower leagues, with the Millwall supporters being particularly notorious. Their proximity to London and their prolonged presence in the Championship, coupled with a lack of promotion to the Premier League, has rendered them infamous. Most other London teams compete in the Premier League, with clubs like Crystal Palace being well known for their fluctuating league positions. In contrast, lower-tier teams like Leyton Orient possess insufficient influence to attract hooligans. Thus, the in-between status of Millwall has led to their misfortune. While they might not wish for their supporters to be associated with hooliganism, a significant portion of their fanbase is indeed under the sway of these elements. Consequently, other championship clubs have united in their efforts to suppress Millwall, aiming to push them down the league so as to avoid the disturbances they bring. Thus, a club that once held promise for promotion to the Premier League at the turn of the century has tragically plummeted to League One under the concerted pressure of rival teams. This is a fortunate circumstance for all traditional teams. It is best for such a troublesome squad to be as distant as possible. However, Southampton's own shortcomings have led them to the League One, where they must now confront this notorious team. This situation has undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on Southampton, a port city that has historically enjoyed a commendable level of safety, resulting in a relatively modest police presence. However, with Millwall's impending arrival, the local authorities are on high alert. Do not let your focus be solely on the match today. Pay attention to those individuals behind you, admonished Matthew LeBlanc, a veteran officer with 3 decades of service at the Southampton Police Department, to his younger partner. John Terry, the youthful officer, reluctantly diverted his gaze from the pitch, chuckling nonchalantly. Come on, boss, why the tension? It's merely a League One match. There are only a little over 10,000 fans entering St. Mary's Stadium today, and the away supporters number just a few hundred. LeBlanc shot a stern look at his younger counterpart. Enough of that, John. Our opponents are Millwall. Their supporters are notorious for their violent reputation. For LeBlanc, who has patrolled the stadium since the 1980s, the lawlessness associated with football hooligans remains vividly etched in his memory. Conversely, for Terry, who has only recently begun his tenure, the threat posed by these hooligans seems rather trivial. He glanced back at the away stand, noting that the individuals there did not appear to be nefarious. While a few were burly, most seemed like ordinary fans. Boss, my greater concern lies with the team's performance. We started the season with a 10-point deduction. If we fail to return to the championship, it would be disastrous, Terry expressed to LeBlanc. The seasoned officer, though somewhat resigned, nodded in understanding. As a lifelong Southampton supporter, he acknowledged, we have a new owner and a new coach. Fortunately, most of the key players have remained, and a few new signings have been made. Let us hope they can elevate the team's performance. At this moment, the players on the field had completed their warm-ups and returned to the locker room. LeBron exhaled deeply, aware that there was little to attend to until the match commenced, when the true test would begin. Therefore, he intended to remind his partner to exercise caution during the upcoming duties. Inside the locker room, Jishi felt somewhat restless. This match would mark his inaugural coaching experience. It was evident that such a debut in an official game could yield a noteworthy accomplishment. Whether it resulted in a first victory, a first defeat, or a first draw, he understood the significance of this moment. Under these circumstances, he had little reason to feel anxious. While a strong start was undoubtedly important, even a loss could still grant him achievement points. However, just an hour before the match began, while the players were still warming up, he received a new assignment. The task was titled First Time. Its objective was to strive for a commendable performance in his debut coaching endeavor. A victory would earn him 20 achievement points, a draw 10 points, and a defeat would deduct 10 points. Although he had 20 achievement points at his disposal, Jishi could afford a deduction. Yet, considering the potential achievements tied to his first victory, draw, or loss, he realized he could only attain a mere 5 achievement points. Such a gamble invariably evokes a sense of uncertainty and apprehension. Nevertheless, Jishi gritted his teeth and acquiesced, for he understood quite clearly that the achievements readily attainable were finite in number. To elevate his circumstances, he must perpetually undertake tasks to enhance the efficacy of his coaching. Consequently, the once self-assured Jishi found himself engulfed in anxiety as the competition drew near. This can also be regarded as the price he must pay to attain greater achievements. Chapter 12. Today, the boss stands at 2 meters and 80. As both teams' players began to take the court, Terry, who had previously harbored doubts about LeBron's earnest counsel, immediately recognized the wisdom of seasoned veterans. His words were ones to heed. The match was merely on the brink of commencement when the previously subdued throng of several hundred away fans erupted into a frenzy, roaring and chanting fervently to rally their team. Even though the game had yet to begin and the atmosphere typically called for quiet observation of the pre-game rituals, these individuals paid no heed to such decorum, instead unleashing a cacophony of support, indifferent to the potential distraction it posed for the players on the court. However, despite their proximity to the field, the players situated in the center remained largely unaffected by their fervent enthusiasm. At that moment, as Jishi emerged from the player tunnel, he instantly became the target of their collective ire. "Ha! You foolish boy, a head coach in your 20s? Have you even matured? Or are you still a greenhorn? Do you need a banana?" A torrent of vulgarities was unleashed upon Jishi, who, initially burdened with worry, was completely taken aback by the onslaught. The sight of his startled expression only delighted the Millwall fans further. They continued to chant fervently, hurling insults at Jishi while extending their middle fingers in disdain. Terry and LeBron, standing in the stands below, faced the frenzied Millwall supporters. Although Terry, a robust police officer, was unperturbed, he too was momentarily startled. Observing the contorted faces of the crowd, Terry felt a pang of concern for the young Chinese lad. Would he be unduly frightened? After all, he was the chairman and head coach of Southampton. His disgrace would reflect upon all of us. Just as Terry yearned to turn and see what Jishi was up to, he and LeBron simultaneously noticed that the once vitriolic Millwall fans had ceased their actions. Their mouths agape in astonishment as they gazed behind them. Realizing that they posed no further threat, Terry and LeBron became intrigued by what could have elicited such a reaction. As they turned their heads, they beheld Jishi striking a pose that seemed remarkably familiar. Flanking him were 2 halves of a plastic water bottle, with a pool of water beneath. That pose looks oddly familiar, Terry muttered. The seasoned LeBron, however, exclaimed Bruce Lee. Upon hearing LeBron's shout, Terry pieced together that Jishi was mimicking the iconic stance of the late martial arts legend, Bruce Lee. Could it be? As Terry and LeBron pondered this revelation, they witnessed Jishi replicate his earlier performance. He tossed a plastic bottle into the air, leapt high, raised his right leg above his head, and executed a swift downward chop, cleaving the bottle cleanly in two. As the remnants of the bottle soared past him, Terry and LeBron finally comprehended Jishi's earlier feat. Without hesitation, Jishi hurled 2 more bottles skyward. With a fierce cry, he struck out with his hands, again slicing the bottles into 4 segments mid-air. Having completed this impressive display, Jishi wiped his nose, struck another classic Bruce Lee pose, and then strolled leisurely back to his position. Chinese Kung Fu, Terry murmured softly. John Sanny lifted his gaze from his lens, staring in astonishment at Jishi's retreating figure. Trembling hands reached for his phone as he dialed a number. Is this the editor? You won't believe what I just captured. Just as Jishi settled back into his seat, an eruption of cheers resonated throughout St. Mary's Stadium. Over 10,000 Southampton fans fervently applauded, having witnessed the spectacle. Their new chairman and coach had executed a stunning display of Chinese martial arts, powerfully countering the thuggish antics of Millwall's football hooligans. Even those who lacked understanding could grasp the sheer force and explosive energy demonstrated as Jishi, with a swift motion, cleaved a water-filled mineral bottle in 2 mid-air. This act symbolized a remarkable concentration of strength, showcasing that only a sudden release of power focused at a single point could yield such devastating impact. If such a hand strike or leg kick were to land on the vulnerable parts of the human body, it would send shivers down the spine of nearly everyone present. It is indeed terrifying. It is best not to provoke this Chinese boss. Although football hooligans may be audacious, it does not imply that they are impervious to fear. Often, those who exhibit cruelty towards others harbor a greater fear of death themselves. Therefore, if Jishi were to display cowardice, they would become even more brazen. However, at this moment, Jishi showcased his martial prowess, causing them to retract their heads in trepidation. As Jishi settled into his seat, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Despite being drenched, the warm weather rendered the discomfort negligible. The 5 minutes of brilliance reminiscent of Bruce Lee were indeed worth the effort, exuding an impressive aura with remarkable effect. The players on the bench regarded Jishi with admiration. Young individuals naturally idolize those who possess strength, and Jishi had just proven himself to be more than capable. More importantly, he exhibited no fear in the face of the notorious football hooligans, immediately retaliating with the most effective response. His silence spoke volumes, surpassing what words could convey. Professional athletes are predominantly youthful, and what do young people admire? Certainly, it is courage. Jishi's performance was undeniably courageous. If his earlier borrowing of prestige from Ledesier merely stabilized the team's morale, then the recent event undoubtedly marked the inception of Jishi's true standing within the team. You're truly impressive, Ben Ali remarked with admiration. It's nothing. Let us prepare for the match, Jishi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand with an air of a seasoned leader. The substitute players gazed at Jishi with increased respect. This young boss and coach typically maintained a low profile during training, yet at this moment, he radiated brilliance. As the saying goes, a storm reveals the strength of the grass. In this critical moment, he stood up to uphold the club's dignity, proving his immense courage. With a leader or coach like him, what is there to fear? Nothing. Today, the boss stands tall at 2 meters and 8 centimeters. Chapter 13. Absolute calm seated on the coaching bench. Jishi felt as though he had overlooked something. However, he could not quite pinpoint what it was. So he chose to dismiss the thought and awaited the commencement of the match. On the opposing team's bench, Mr. Kenny Jackett, the coach of Millwall, cast an annoyed glance towards the home team's coaching area. According to the traditions of the English League, both head coaches should exchange pleasantries prior to the match. As a young head coach and the home team's leader, Jishi should have taken the initiative to greet him, yet instead, he had merely flaunted his prowess and settled into his seat, leaving Jackett to stew in silence. This is indeed a most vexing matter. However, he cannot voice his discontent regarding this situation, for tradition is merely tradition and not a set of regulations. Many coaches do not adhere to such customs. Particularly those who harbor animosities, it is quite common for them to disregard each other entirely before a match. Since Jishi has chosen not to extend a greeting, he cannot fault him for a lack of courtesy. Thus, he is left to simmer in frustration. fervently wishing that his team would deliver a commendable performance against Southampton on the field. He remains confident in this regard. Millwall is undoubtedly a formidable team in League One, having maintained a commendable performance since their relegation, and they were merely a step away from promotion last season. Conversely, Southampton, having descended from the Championship, has struggled for 2 consecutive seasons to secure their place, which has long since dulled their ambitions as a former Premier League club. Moreover, the new head coach's recent appointment means that the team's cohesion is likely insufficient. This presents a splendid opportunity for Millwall. Known for their unwavering determination, Millwall launched an aggressive pressing game from the very outset, seeking to seize the initiative and deliver a striking blow to Southampton. Indeed, their relentless pursuit was evident. However, such tactics proved ineffective against a team with superior technical prowess. Jishi pondered to himself, having thoroughly prepared before the match. Jishi was acutely aware of one undeniable fact: the technical abilities of the Southampton players were generally commendable. This is attributed to Southampton's long-standing emphasis on technical proficiency within their youth training programs. Virtually all players emerging from Southampton possess commendable technical skills, which distinguishes their youth development from others. The newly joined players also exhibit commendable footwork. Lovren, a Croatian defender, not only excels in physical confrontations, but also possesses solid fundamentals in ball control and passing, characteristic of Eastern European players. Lambert, despite his background suggesting he is a typical laborious striker from the lower tiers of English football, is surprisingly a forward with relatively refined technical abilities. As for Giroud, though his technique may lack flamboyance, it is undeniably effective. Consequently, when faced with Millwall's aggressive pressing, Southampton's players remained largely unaffected. They persistently circulated the ball in their defensive third. Although Millwall's pressing was fierce, it did not reach the level of elite pressing. Their approach relied heavily on momentum and movement. Had they been capable of executing a more systematic pressing strategy to disrupt their opponent's passing, they would not find themselves in League One. Observing that Southampton's passing was largely unimpeded, Millwall's pressing gradually subsided. However, as their intensity waned, Southampton suddenly launched an attack. Lalana, positioned deeper on the field, received the ball and, noticing a lack of immediate pressure, decisively advanced with it. Lalana's technical skill and forward momentum were impressive, allowing him to break through the midfield. Upon witnessing his assertive advance, Millwall's 2 defensive midfielders quickly closed in. Yet, Lalana chose not to continue his run. Instead, with a deft touch, he delivered a precise through ball ahead. Giroud, receiving the ball with his back to the opponent's defender, bore the weight of the challenge. Spotting Lambert's arrival, he deftly laid the ball off to the side. Lambert, positioned just outside the penalty area, then swung his right foot. Alan Dunn, rushing out from the penalty area, could only prepare to thwart Lambert's impending shot. As a seasoned defender, Dunn was aware that Lambert might employ a feint. But from the edge of the penalty area, Lambert's shot carried significant threat. Indeed, in the next moment, Lambert controlled the ball, pivoted, and surged into the box. The prepared Dunn attempted to close the gap, but at a height of merely 1.78 meters, he appeared dwarfed in comparison to Lambert. Originally, the Millwall defense boasted commendable height. Although Dunn stood at merely 1.78 meters, his wealth of experience and precise positioning complemented the towering Robinson, who stood at 1.90 meters and was in his prime. Generally speaking, they were unperturbed by any forward they encountered. Unfortunately, Robinson was drawn away by Giroud, leaving the aging Dunn to confront the situation alone. Lambert, who towered nearly 10 centimeters above Dunn, was unfazed by his close marking. Upon entering the penalty area, Lambert swung his right foot once more. Dunn desperately lunged to intercept, but Lambert deftly maneuvered the ball sideways, evading Dunn's final defense, and then unleashed a powerful shot. Millwall's Irish goalkeeper, Ford, had yet to descend to the ground when the ball swiftly zipped along the turf and into the net. For the 1.90-meter-tall Ford, his fall indeed came a fraction too late. The St. Mary's Stadium erupted in exuberant cheers. The season's inaugural goal arrived with remarkable swiftness. Lambert, arms outstretched, sprinted across the pitch, marking his first match with Southampton with a goal, a splendid start for any newcomer. Over 10,000 Southampton fans roared with delight. Although they were not entirely satisfied with the club, those who chose to support them at this moment were truly loyal. Witnessing this goal, they felt they had received the best reward. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Southampton had taken the lead. The fans were elated. Let us observe the reaction of their new owner and head coach, Jishi. This young proprietor and coach had performed 2 rather impressive aerial kicks and executed 2 deft hand chops before the match commenced. Do the Chinese really possess such martial prowess? Might he even celebrate with a somersault? Just as the Sky Sports commentator pondered this, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment as he observed Jishi remaining composed at his seat, a serious expression on his face. With only a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth while the Southampton substitutes and coaching staff embraced in jubilation. What a composed young man. It was surprising to see Jishi maintain such absolute calm upon witnessing the first goal. To him, this goal seemed unworthy of celebration, merely trivial. The commentator, half astonished and half in admiration, remarked on this demeanor. Chapter 14. The cunning young man. As everyone marveled at Jishi's composure, he appeared unperturbed on the surface. Yet internally, a tempest raged. How could the aftermath of this event be so overwhelming? Jishi's hands clutched the adjacent table tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He feared that without such restraint, he might inadvertently cry out. At this moment, Jishi's entire body ached, particularly in his groin, likely due to the excessive force exerted during those 2 aerial kicks, which had caused a strain. Jishi then recalled that although he had just emulated Bruce Lee's iconic moves for a fleeting 5 minutes, the agility and strength that Lee possessed did not necessarily translate to his own physical capabilities. It was akin to a 5-horsepower engine attempting to unleash 15 horsepower. Once the exertion was expended, the engine would almost certainly be rendered inoperative. Such is the simplicity of the principle involved. Nevertheless, having executed merely a handful of maneuvers, Jishi gradually recovered, enduring only the lingering pain in his groin and a slight discomfort in the palms of his hands. Having missed the celebratory moment following the first goal, Jishi felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly reassured himself, finding solace in the notion that it still exuded a certain coolness. Imagining himself on the sidelines, giving a mere thumbs up to his teammates after a goal, without shifting his position, seemed to him a display of remarkable poise. As Jishi pondered this, the match resumed. Millwall, determined not to suffer a defeat in their opening match, aimed to reclaim their spot in the championship this season. Despite being aware of the resistance from other teams, they remained resolute in their pursuit of advancement. Millwall initiated an offensive, spearheaded by their formidable striker, Morrison, standing at 6 feet 2 inches. This robust center forward epitomized the archetypal English striker. Although such players found it increasingly challenging to establish themselves in the Premier League, they continued to thrive in lower divisions. The role of this forward is quite evident: to seize opportunities within the penalty area, to take shots when possible, and to assist teammates when necessary, forming a straightforward yet effective strategy centered around the striker. Morrison, also in the prime of his career at 28, has spent much of his time in lower-tier leagues. Yet he is an experienced player within that realm. Southampton's starting center-back, Perry, despite his notable reputation, is a 36-year-old veteran. His wealth of experience is undeniable. Having once played for the formidable Wimbledon team, known for their tenacity, however, age and a lack of height make him a challenging opponent to contend with. Thus, the task of dealing with Morrison naturally falls to Lovren, a recent addition to the team this season. Lovren, 6 years Perry's junior, matches him physically and displays a fiercer competitive spirit. The adage "youth is fearless" rings true, as Lovren's robust style, honed through his time in Croatia's top league, has prepared him well. Although the Croatian league may not boast the highest caliber, it is undoubtedly superior to lower divisions. Lovren's move to Southampton was initially surprising. Had it not been for some discord with his previous club towards the end of last season and the absence of other suitors, he might not have joined Southampton at all. However, upon arriving at Southampton, the Croatian quickly showcased his professionalism, impressing everyone with his defensive prowess and man-marking skills during training. Perry's shared insights, gleaned from his extensive experience, have greatly benefited Lovren. Eastern European football has long adhered to traditional training methodologies. The lack of emerging talent in recent years can be attributed to the region's history of conflict. However, in the past decade, peace has fostered the rise of exceptional players from Serbia, Croatia, and other former Yugoslav nations. Lovren exemplifies the product of this new system: tall, agile, and resolutely competitive. Yet, he remains somewhat unfamiliar with the subtle tricks employed on the pitch. Under Perry's patient guidance, he swiftly began to adopt a more cunning approach. Perry, hailing from the notorious Wimbledon team, understands that their success did not stem solely from technical prowess, but rather from an intimidatingly robust style, coupled with cunning tactics that left even the formidable Liverpool players in tears. In the rough-and-tumble football of the 1980s, it was not merely the brutal play that overwhelmed Liverpool. It was Wimbledon's relentless array of clever maneuvers that truly shattered their resolve. Although Perry did not experience the zenith of Wimbledon's illustrious era, he emerged from the club's youth academy, witnessing that splendid period firsthand. Upon joining the first team, Wimbledon had yet to decline into its later state. The core figures such as Vinnie Jones and Dennis Wise were still present, and under their influence, Perry undoubtedly became a skilled player in his own right. Conversely, Lovren swiftly fell from grace, transforming from an upright young defender into a cunning one. Morrison fared even worse. Initially confident in his experience, he soon found himself outmaneuvered by an opponent who was more adept at cunning tactics. Frequently, during close encounters, he would receive discreet jabs that left him feeling frustrated and voiceless. In terms of direct confrontation, he was indeed overmatched by the youthful center-back. Morrison, as a striker, was pivotal to Millwall's offense and the tactical nucleus of the team. While his goal tally was not particularly high, the team consistently built their plays around him, generating ample opportunities for others. However, once he became tightly marked, Millwall's attacking threat diminished significantly. It is evident that a purely physical striker may prove useful in lower leagues, but in more competitive settings, their effectiveness wanes considerably. Presently, the capabilities of center-backs in man-marking and positioning are formidable. My acquisition of Lambert was not solely based on his goal-scoring prowess, but also on his commendable footwork, which is quite adequate for the English arena. Such a forward is one we can rely on even in the Premier League. After finally regaining his composure, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded in admiration. Given Southampton's stature, unearthing one or two quality strikers in League One was hardly a daunting task. Jishi's choice of Lambert, the top scorer, was not merely due to his goal tally but stemmed from a vision for the future, a foresight that is indeed commendable. Certainly, he was entirely unaware that Jishi could articulate such thoughts, a realization stemming from the scout manual, which clearly enumerated the advantages of acquiring Lambert. Chapter 15. Rapid changes unintentionally adopting an air of superiority. Jishi remained oblivious, continuing to observe the field where he recognized his shortcomings. Although he considered himself a seasoned football enthusiast, the disparity between a devoted fan and a professional coach was glaringly evident. While some rewards could be redeemed in the shop, personal advancement and a profound understanding of the game were equally significant. On the field, both teams were engaged in relentless back-and-forth attacks. Physically, Southampton faced minimal issues. Although Pritchard's training regimen was not the most optimal and not specifically tailored for Southampton, it was sufficient to enhance the players' physical capabilities. Coupled with the benefits of Manchester United's running system, Southampton's players appeared increasingly at ease during the match. Although establishing a running system is no trivial task, requiring extensive matches and training to foster synergy, the inherent skill of Southampton's players was commendable, preventing them from being at a disadvantage. The remaining first half swiftly passed amidst the exchanges of attacks and movements, and as the referee signaled the end of the first half, Southampton led 1-0 at home. The Southampton fans welcomed their players back with enthusiastic applause, and Jishi also received some appreciation. The fans were not blind, as they could discern that Southampton's performance in the first half was commendable. A solid team performance is undoubtedly a testament to the head coach's efforts. Jishi waved to the stands before joining his players in the locker room. Everyone performed admirably in the first half. We had not warmed up beforehand, and quickly finding our rhythm during the match is no easy feat, yet everyone exhibited the qualities I requested. For the remainder of the match, I have but one demand: continue to adapt your positioning and support capabilities. Our overall strength is already top tier in League One. Once we hone our ability to position and support effectively, we shall deliver our best performance in the league. Jishi proclaimed in the locker room, raising his fists. The players nodded in agreement. Although Jishi's words may have seemed trivial, the advantage at halftime left little room for further critique. In the second half, let us be more proactive in our movements. Seize every opportunity to advance, with Wharton nearby to support and let defending behind. You can afford to be bolder. Jishi patted Schneiderlin on the shoulder, and the young Frenchman nodded vigorously. Having transferred for a staggering fee of £1.5 million 2 years ago, his performance over this period had been less than stellar, subjecting him to considerable pressure. His previous opportunities at Southampton had stemmed from the support of former chairman Letizier. But after a change in ownership, Schneiderlin found himself stagnating for 2 years, genuinely concerned about his future in the team. In such circumstances, Jishi's assumption of leadership did not entail any drastic measures against him. Rather, he retained Schneiderlin in the starting lineup for this match, even allowing vice-captain Wooten and veteran Lalana to support him. The formation Jishi arranged was 4-4-2, with the midfield comprising Lalana, Wooten, and himself. Lalana played as an attacking midfielder, Wooten connected the midfield through his movement, and Lalana focused on defense, which positioned Schneiderlin as the linchpin of the midfield. Entrusting such a pivotal role to a player from the previous regime was something Schneiderlin deeply appreciated. As a young man who had ventured abroad to play at the tender age of 18, Schneiderlin valued this recognition immensely. Therefore, upon hearing Jishi's words, he resolved to perform even better in the second half. Young players tend to excel when encouraged. After just 16 minutes into the second half, Schneiderlin surged forward, extending Southampton's lead. The right-back Otsmobo received a pass from Lalana, made a run to the byline, and delivered a cross. Although Giroud and Lambert failed to secure the first touch in the box, Giroud's interference prevented the opposing center-back from clearing the ball effectively. Wooten contested for the ball at the edge of the penalty area, and Schneiderlin, following up, struck a powerful shot as the ball descended. The ball zipped along the ground into the bottom corner of the net. A spectacular strike. The goal was scored. Southampton led by 2 goals. Both the new and existing players had found the net, showcasing an impressive performance from Southampton. As the fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, Schneiderlin sprinted towards Jishi. "Boss, I scored." Observing Jishi still seated on the bench with an impassive demeanor, Schneiderlin hesitated to rush toward him and instead shouted from a distance. Jishi raised his hand coolly. Schneiderlin paused momentarily. Then, realizing what was happening, joyfully high-fived him before turning to embrace his teammates. "What else with the cool act? So awkward. I need to find a chance to stop pretending," Jishi mused to himself. With a 2-goal lead, the Southampton players began to exhibit greater confidence in their movements and challenges. However, merely 10 minutes later, Millwall capitalized on a set-piece opportunity, pulling one back. The goal came rather unexpectedly. After the free kick was taken, Lovren and Perry both marked the opposing team's key attackers within the penalty area, yet at the far post. They allowed an opponent to slip through. Nevertheless, this fortuitous goal significantly boosted Millwall's momentum. In the ensuing 20 minutes, Millwall dominated Southampton, who found it challenging to mount a counterattack and could only defend desperately within their own penalty area. Fortunately, Lovren held his ground, and Perry provided support. Both central defenders exhibited commendable defensive prowess. Coupled with the presence of 3 midfielders who leaned towards defensive duties, Southampton's goal remained largely unthreatened. Jishi, observing nervously from the sidelines, felt the sudden pressure on his team, which caught him off guard. However, he wisely refrained from making hasty substitutions and instead brought on 3 adept defensive players, ultimately preserving their lead until the final whistle. As the referee signaled the end of the match, Jishi breathed a sigh of relief. In the last few minutes, Millwall relentlessly besieged Southampton's penalty area, with 2 shots narrowly missing the post, which was quite alarming. Thus, as soon as the match concluded, Jishi sprang up from the coaching bench, vigorously waving his fist in triumph. He had secured Millwall's first victory over Southampton and began to celebrate exuberantly. It seemed that his earlier restraint in celebrating was a conscious effort to maintain composure, a testament to the young coach's maturity, which commentators remarked upon with admiration. Chapter 16. The unraveling Mr. Nangwa football matches are indeed challenging. Despite seemingly holding a comprehensive advantage, a single stroke of bad luck can turn the tide, underscoring the adage that in football, anything can happen. On his way to the press conference, Jishi incessantly muttered to himself. If he had not fully grasped the immense pressure of the professional football world or the brutal nature of the competition before, he certainly began to feel it now. The caliber of Southampton's players was commendable, and after their relegation, they had retained most of their key personnel, supplemented by even more talented recruits. Given their capabilities, they ought to be vying for promotion to the Premier League rather than languishing in League One. Yet, this match proved to be exceedingly arduous. I may still be lacking in some areas, Jishi pondered thoughtfully. He had devised impressive training regimens, yet relied on professionals like Ben Ali for execution. As a semi-outsider, Jishi struggled to assess players' conditions and abilities on the training ground and to formulate targeted strategies against opponents, areas where he felt significantly deficient, if not entirely inept. While I am elated about today's victory, I recognize that my performance could have been better, Otherwise, we should have secured a more comfortable win, he reflected. Southampton must return to the Premier League. As long as our finances remain stable, the club will not falter. Let us hope that we can perform even better in the upcoming matches. At the press conference, Jishi's demeanor was notably modest, endearing him further to the Southampton supporting journalists. Typically, coaches bask in the glory of victory, relishing the opportunity to showcase their personalities. However, Jishi, despite his youth, exhibited a commendable humility and prudence that truly deserves admiration. Beside him, Jacket was less than pleased, pondering the implications of the statement that they ought to have secured a more effortless victory. Did this imply that Southampton was indeed superior to Millwall? They had suffered a defeat in this match, and although it left them with a sense of injustice, the prospect of a second leg in London loomed ahead. And they remained resolute. With a curt remark, Jacket departed the press conference, leaving Jishi alone. It was a display of poor sportsmanship. The attending Southampton journalists expressed their discontent, subsequently showering Jishi with compliments, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. Southampton commenced the new season in League One with a triumphant start. Lambert netted his inaugural goal since joining Southampton, while Schneiderlin scored the decisive goal. Although Millwall managed to pull one back and momentarily unsettled Southampton in the dying moments, the latter secured the crucial 3 points. Despite currently occupying the bottom position in the standings, having started with a 10-point deficit, hope has begun to emerge. This Southampton squad has at least started to find its footing. As long as the team remains on course, there is little to fear. Local media in Southampton began to extol the newly launched Southampton 1, following their initial victory, which marked a promising start. Just 3 days later, in the first round of the League Cup, Southampton once again emerged victorious. Manager Coman deployed a nearly identical lineup, and Southampton secured a comfortable 2-0 win at home against Northampton, a team from a lower division, thanks to 2 goals from Lalana, advancing to the second round of the League Cup. Although Northampton and Southampton seem to share some historical ties, in reality, they are quite distant. One is situated to the south of London while the other lies to the north. Northampton is an inland city, whereas Southampton serves as a port city. And apart from their names, there is little connection between the two. After defeating this opponent, Southampton's players and fans experienced a renewed sense of joy. Despite some critics suggesting that Southampton had not tactically dominated the match, relying solely on Lalana's individual brilliance to secure their goals. However, amidst a streak of 2 consecutive wins, no one was inclined to voice such disheartening opinions. The good spirits of the Southampton supporters persisted until the commencement of the second round. Facing Huddersfield, once the first team to achieve 3 consecutive championships in England's top league, but now relegated to the lower divisions, Southampton felt confident in their ability to continue their winning streak. However, Huddersfield decisively scored 3 goals, all from swift wing play leading to assists in the center, with Southampton only managing to pull one back through Lambert's effort. Southampton's fundamental tactic was a 4-4-2 formation, relying heavily on the attacking contributions of fullbacks Oatsmore and Harding, who frequently advanced to support the flanks. Yet, while both were in fine form, they exhibited a tendency to push forward without adequate return, leaving significant gaps for the opposition to exploit, as demonstrated by the 3 goals conceded in this match. Commentators began to analyze this defeat, but it was clear that Southampton had an opportunity to reverse their fortunes in the next match, as they were set to face Swindon, currently positioned 3rd from the bottom. Swindon had managed only 1 point from 2 matches, conceding 5 goals without scoring, clearly a team ripe for the picking. Coman made adjustments for this match, replacing the fullbacks with the more defensively adept veteran Murty and the young Mills. While the defensive weaknesses on the flanks were indeed addressed, the impact on their offensive play was substantial. Both teams engaged in a relentless struggle on the pitch, yet as the 90 minutes drew to a close, neither could create significant scoring opportunities. However, Brighton's luck proved superior. In the 9th minute, they capitalized on a loose ball to score the only goal of the match. Southampton suffered their 2nd consecutive defeat. Southampton fans appeared somewhat stunned. The matches in League One were densely packed, and in less than a week, they had plummeted from heights of euphoria to the depths of despair. Although the losses in these 2 games were not by significant margins, the transition from a victorious match to 2 consecutive defeats would undoubtedly take a toll on the team's morale. Jishi, being a newly appointed chairman and head coach, lacks any established authority. If the team continues to face defeats as the season unfolds, their confidence will surely erode entirely. Moreover, based on the 2 recent losses, Jishi's tactical adjustments seem rather inadequate. Frequently, he appeared helplessly seated on the sidelines, resembling an ordinary fan rather than a professional coach. If Jishi were akin to a mere pretender, it seems that his true colors are on the verge of being revealed. Chapter 17. A temporary sacrifice. Welcome to St. Mary's Stadium. Under Jishi's leadership, Southampton had previously achieved victory in both home matches. However, they succumbed to defeat in all their away games. Today, the stadium is filled with 20,000 fans, yet the current scenario suggests they may soon face the bitter reality of a third consecutive loss. The commentator exclaims that this fourth round of League One has progressed for 80 minutes, with the score standing at 0-1, with the home team, Southampton, trailing behind the visiting Brentford. Before this match commenced, Southampton found themselves at the bottom of the table with a deficit of 7 points, while Brentford, with 2 wins and a draw, ranked 5th with 7 points. Over the course of 3 matches, Brentford scored only 5 goals, a modest tally, but their true excellence lies in their defense, having kept a clean sheet against their opponents in all 3 encounters. With such defensive prowess, once they take the lead, victory is nearly assured. Southampton's players performed admirably in this match, demonstrating superior movement and physicality against their opponents. However, they were caught off guard by a counterattack that resulted in a goal, while they themselves struggled to breach the opposing defense. Southampton's offensive strategy appeared somewhat rigid, with 2 tall strikers vying for position within the penalty area. Although Lalana, positioned behind them as an attacking midfielder, possesses commendable skills in short and medium passes, he lacks the ability to deliver exquisite assists. Without adequate support from the flanks, the strikers find themselves rendered ineffective within the box. The commentator sighs, acknowledging that the issues in Southampton's attack are now apparent. While their central attacking capabilities are relatively strong, they lack the prowess to dismantle the heavily fortified central defense of their opponents. The ineffective wing play further hampers the striker's ability to shine. Lalana is indeed an exceptional midfielder, with solid short to medium passing skills, adept ball control, awareness, and a powerful long-range shot. However, he does not possess the ability to disrupt defenses through dribbling. When given ample space, his vision and passing can yield significant results. Yet, when confronted with a dense defense, he appears to lack the forward impetus. Is the academic approach proving too rigid? On the sidelines, Santi glanced at coach Jishi, a renowned journalist closely associated with Southampton Football Club. Unlike his peers, he refrained from hastily dismissing Jishi's capabilities. According to his insights, both the players and assistant coaches within Southampton held Jishi in high regard, indicating that, at the very least, his training methods were competent, if not exemplary. Therefore, any tactical shortcomings could merely reflect the inexperience typical of a theoretical coach. If this were indeed the case, it would be prudent to afford him some time. After all, a head coach of such caliber is a rare find. And should he prove to be truly exceptional, it would undoubtedly bode well for Southampton. Thus, temporarily sacrificing some results would be an acceptable trade-off. While contemplating this, Santi observed Jishi rising to converse with a player on the substitutes bench, who nodded in agreement and proceeded to warm up. It was Lee Fermo, Santi mused. The 22-year-old was a key substitute for Southampton, playing as a left winger. Are they augmenting the flank attack? Santi pondered further. Soon enough, he witnessed Jishi substituting defensive midfielder let with left winger Fermo. The intention behind the substitutions was evident even to the spectators, and undoubtedly clear to the opposing coach as well. Thus, although Holmes made 2 consecutive breakthroughs down the flanks upon his arrival, he was swiftly met with an adjustment in the defensive focus from the opposition, leading to a marked increase in their defensive efforts on the wings, which rendered him silent once more. After all, he was no genius, merely an ordinary player with a modicum of dribbling ability. In the ensuing minutes, Southampton's offense began to wane, and time inexorably approached the final moments of the match. As the game reached the 89th minute, the Southampton supporters shook their heads in dismay. They refrained from leaving early, yet their disappointment was palpable. Once more, Holmes received the ball on the flank. When he first entered the pitch, he envisioned himself as the savior capable of turning the tide, but reality soon sobered him. He was no savior, just an ordinary player. Now, with the ball at his feet and an abundance of defenders before him, he found himself unable to break through. A direct cross would merely serve to gift the defenders an easy clearance. No matter how tall Lambert and Giroud were, they would be unable to contest the aerial ball. Just as he began to feel despondent, he heard Schneiderlin's accented English calling from behind. Here. Without a moment to ponder, Holmes swiftly turned and passed the ball back. Schneiderlin's positioning was the result of careful consideration. Jishi had consistently advised him to embody a well-rounded midfielder. In Southampton's midfield, Lalana was responsible for attacking and orchestrating plays, while Reed focused on movement and interceptions. The task of connecting the midfield and forward lines fell to him and Wooten. Though Wooten's technical skills were somewhat lacking, his tenacity and ability to cover ground were commendable. He supported the midfield with his relentless running. As for him, he was to showcase his other attributes: a keen vision, an astute sense of the game, exceptional technical skills, precise timing in making forward runs, along with solid defensive and tackling abilities. Therefore, Jishi granted him ample space to maneuver in a tactical role of significance. In midfield, while Lalana served as the primary offensive force, Schneiderlin functioned as the cerebral core of the midfield. In this unprecedented position, Schneiderlin has never before found himself, yet now he has embraced it. His performances in prior matches have been a mixture of brilliance and mediocrity. Yet he is steadfast in his belief that this is indeed the position most suited to his talents. His current form may be average, but this is merely a reflection of the entire team's ongoing acclimatization to the new movement system. A player like Schneiderlin serves as a mirror. His strength is contingent upon the prowess of his teammates. In this instance, he made a spirited advance, keenly discerning an opportunity through his astute judgment. The opposition has heavily fortified their flanks, while their center-backs vigilantly mark Southampton as two strikers within the penalty area. Consequently, the area just outside the box appears somewhat vulnerable. Provided he can deliver the ball promptly, after receiving a return pass from Holmes, Schneiderlin deftly lifted his foot, lofting the ball to the far edge of the penalty area. This is a highly challenging lob pass. The choice of a lob is necessitated by the presence of an intervening defender, requiring the ball to soar over him before it can land at the far post. The pass from Schneiderlin was not executed with great certainty, yet he had no choice but to take a gamble. Fortunately, fortune favored him. The ball sailed past the defenders in the center, landing perfectly at the back post right in front of Lalana. With a slight adjustment, Lalana swiftly unleashed a strike. Chapter 18. One must contemplate everything. Lalana's decisive long-range shot in the final moments shattered Brentford's record of not conceding a goal this season and secured a crucial point for Southampton at home. After the draw, the fans experienced a tinge of disappointment, yet they found solace in the fact that the losing streak had been halted. Ultimately, the team is expected to regain its footing. At the very least, with optimistic aspirations, Southampton should indeed strive to return to the right path. In the subsequent League Cup second round, just 3 days later, Southampton's performance was remarkably commendable, particularly when they faced the Premier League side Birmingham. It is noteworthy that although Birmingham is also renowned for its fluctuating status in the leagues, having competed in the Championship last season, they remain a Premier League team, boasting veterans such as Stephen Carr, Lee Bowyer, Marcus Bent, Barry Ferguson, and Kevin Phillips. Despite their advancing years, their experience is invaluable for the team's survival. However, the seasoned Birmingham side was overwhelmed by Southampton's relentless movement and incisive play at home. Unlike other teams from League One, Birmingham did not employ a solid defense or impenetrable interceptions to thwart Southampton's advances. Instead, they consistently pressed forward in an attempt to eliminate this League One opponent. Their defense afforded ample space for Lalana to showcase his talents. In this match, Southampton primarily employed a strategy of defensive counterattacks, relying significantly on Lalana and the two forwards. Their ample depth and width allowed the trio to exhibit their talents to the fullest. Lalana delivered passes in both halves, enabling Lambert and Giroud to confront the goalkeeper directly on 2 occasions, opportunities which the forwards seized, scoring in succession. Although Birmingham managed to pull one back in the second half, Southampton achieved a legendary triumph in the League Cup, reminiscent of slaying a dragon. From the perspective of team stature, Southampton's victory over Birmingham may not seem extraordinary. However, considering that Southampton is a League One team while Birmingham competes in the Premier League, successfully overcoming a challenge across 2 tiers can indeed be deemed a remarkable feat. Consequently, following the conclusion of the match, jubilant Southampton supporters organized a small celebratory parade within the city, attracting over 10,000 participants, a remarkable turnout for a city with a population of merely 220,000. As a port city, Southampton boasts relatively high resident incomes, which contributes to a significant proportion of fervent fans. Otherwise, the club would not have dared to construct a stadium accommodating 30,000 spectators. a figure nearing 1/7 of the total population. However, in reality, during Southampton's tenure in the Premier League, St Mary's Stadium was perpetually filled to capacity. Now relegated to League One with disappointing performances, their attendance has understandably dwindled. Recently, however, a glimmer of hope has emerged, and attendance has rebounded to approximately 20,000. In the most recent League Cup match, the number of spectators reached an impressive 23,000, nearly matching the average attendance of their first season after relegation. This indicates that the potential of Southampton's fan base remains substantial. After all, Southampton is the only professional team in the city, which means their fiercest rival is not a local adversary but Portsmouth, another port city on the southwest coast. Although Portsmouth currently competes in the Premier League and lacks the historical glory of Southampton, they undeniably enjoy greater success at present. The rivalry between Portsmouth and Southampton transcends football. It is rooted in the historical antagonism between the two cities. In fact, the seasons in which both teams have faced each other in the same league are relatively few, far fewer than those of other rivalries. Under such circumstances, if Southampton performs well, their attendance is sufficient. Conversely, poor performance leads to a decline in attendance, a development that seems entirely logical. During their time in the Premier League, St Mary's Stadium often reached full capacity, to the extent that the club's management even contemplated expanding the stadium. When St Mary's was constructed, ample space for expansion was deliberately allocated, allowing for an increase to a capacity of 50,000. However, for a city of over 200,000 residents, a 50,000-seat stadium feels rather extravagant. Of course, the club no longer needs to ponder this issue, as Southampton faced relegation within a couple of years, and the attendance figures naturally began to decline. Rather than contemplating expansion, the 30,000-seat stadium often sees only half of its capacity filled. Nevertheless, should Southampton's fortunes improve, expansion may become a possibility once more. At this juncture, however, the manager, Jishi, was not focused on such considerations. I noticed something peculiar. While the fans were celebrating, he convened a small meeting with Ben Ali and others. Ben Ali and the others exchanged puzzled glances at Jishi. Hadn't they just won the match? What could possibly be the issue? The two League Cup matches had not proven particularly challenging, yet every league fixture felt arduous. Did they not find this curious? Jishi was direct in his approach. Ben Ali, Roth, and Pandeli shared uncertain glances, unsure of Jishi's intent. It was understandable to feel at ease against Northampton, being a League Two side. However, they had not struggled against Birmingham, who should be a stronger opponent, yet they found that match manageable. Did this not indicate something significant? Jishi began to elaborate in detail. After some reflection, Ben Ali realized that this was indeed the case. Thus, an issue emerged, which I pondered closely, and it related to our tactics. Jishi began to sketch on the tactical board, utilizing his time wisely to formulate strategies. Our foundational formation is a 4-4-2. Yet the three midfielders lean more towards a defensive posture, with Schneiderlin taking on a more organizational role. However, most of the attacking initiative is entrusted to Lalana and the withdrawing Lambert, both of whom possess commendable technical skills and synergy. I believe that these three key players in the front line can establish a significantly threatening offensive framework, complemented by the support of the others, which should suffice in League One. Jishi remarked. Ben Ali and the others nodded in agreement, as this was the attacking tactic they had collectively devised. However, we overlooked a critical aspect. Despite Lalana and Lambert's commendable technical abilities, they lack the capacity to break through defenses with the ball. Consequently, our attacks can easily become stagnant. Technical prowess and the ability to penetrate defenses are two distinct concepts. Chapter 19. There are many means to resolve issues. Jishi's words prompted Ben Ali to adopt a more serious demeanor. Indeed, their movement, support, passing, and overall vision are commendable. Yet they are not players capable of breaking through. Thus, when facing a strong team like Birmingham, they can perform admirably due to ample space. Conversely, against League One teams, opponents are more accustomed to utilizing counterattacks against us. Our lack of breakthrough capability makes the game considerably more challenging, Ben Ali reflected. This is precisely the issue. Merely enhancing our wing play will not resolve it. Relying solely on crossing for goals is exceedingly difficult, even for an English team, Jishi continued. Ben Ali and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. Crossing from the byline is the oldest and simplest offensive tactic. Yet no one recklessly relies solely on it. Why? Because such a rudimentary approach is notoriously inefficient. Now that we have identified the problem, which is commendable, the pressing question remains, how do we address it? I have conceived a solution, Jishi stated. The three assistant coaches looked on attentively, eager to hear his proposal. Acquire a player capable of breaking through, Jishi suggested. The three coaches nearly stumbled in disbelief, but upon further reflection, it indeed appeared to be a straightforward and effective solution. The crucial question, however, remains, how can we procure a suitable player with breakthrough ability? Watch me, Jishi replied confidently. His confidence stemmed from the presence of the achievement point store, and he did not foresee any pitfalls in acquiring new players. The scout guide purchased for 5 achievement points was exceptionally valuable, showcasing the impressive abilities of Lovren and Lambert without exorbitant price tags. Nevertheless, selecting a specific player would still cost Jishi a significant 5 achievement points. Upon reflection, Jishi deemed it a worthwhile investment, considering it was a targeted reinforcement. Let the price be what it may. 2 days later, Jishi returned from Armenia with a player of modest stature yet bearing an air of maturity. This player is Henrik Mkhitaryan, who, as of today, has become our new addition, occupying the role of attacking midfielder. Jishi announced to all the players on the training ground. Lalana, feeling somewhat sensitive, lifted his head at the mention of attacking midfielder. This is a rival. Jishi proceeded to introduce Mkhitaryan to each of his teammates, making a particular point when he reached Lalana. I hope you two can become excellent partners moving forward. Lalana felt a wave of relief, but nearby, Schneiderlin began to grow anxious. For the young players at Southampton, despite Jishi's own youth and lack of prestige, his willingness to rely on them instilled hope for more playing time under his guidance. They were not endowed with overt, extraordinary talent, and encountering a coach willing to utilize young players is indeed a rare blessing. After the introductions, Jishi took Mkhitaryan away, leaving the training to Ben Ali and others, thus sparing him any further worries. Mkhitaryan cast a nervous glance at the young coach, aware that his move to Southampton was indeed unexpected. Although he was just over 20 years old, he had already spent 4 seasons as a key player for the championship team, FC Payunik, in the Armenian League, securing 4 league titles. Of course, in a small nation like Armenia, FC Payunik is the only team of note. Furthermore, due to the Armenian League's lack of influence, Mkhitaryan had not attracted interest from larger leagues. Just days before the transfer window closed, Jishi appeared before him. He had heard of Southampton but was also aware that the club was currently in League One. Could playing in League One truly enhance his skills? Nonetheless, League One is still part of the English football hierarchy. While the style of play emphasizes technique, it is crucial to apply that technique under the pressure of competition. The challenges and intensity of League One are not any less formidable than those in the Premier League. Adapting to such an environment for a year or two, and then excelling in the Premier League, could prove to be a rewarding endeavor. Mkhitaryan found Jian's words quite reasonable, primarily after playing in Armenia for 4 years. With 3 of those as a key player and winning the league championship each year, every opponent before them seemed utterly powerless. Engaging in such matches indeed held little excitement. He expressed concern that if he continued to play under these circumstances, he might cease to progress. The ages of 20 to 23 mark a crucial period for a player's development and breakthroughs. It is during this time that exposure to more challenging environments is essential for enhancing one's skills. Transitioning from the Armenian League to one of the top 5 leagues represents a significant leap. From this perspective, starting in League One to acclimate to the new environment could be a commendable choice. The FC Payunik management expressed no objections, as Armenia has historically lacked numerous quality players, with their league being more about self-entertainment. Consequently, Jin only needed to invest £300,000 to bring this member of the Armenian national team to Southampton. With any competitor present, the situation would not have been so seamless. Unbeknownst to Mkhitaryan, had Jin not arrived a few days earlier, he would have caught the attention of an average team in the Ukrainian league, FC Metalurg Donetsk, and perhaps shone brightly there, eventually making his way to one of the top 5 leagues. However, this path may not turn out to be unfavorable for him either. First, take a good rest. I know you are accustomed to playing across seasons and your physical training is adequate. However, our running system is somewhat unique, so initially, you will participate in training to gradually familiarize yourself with your teammates. Only then will I deploy you in matches. I do not want to rush you into competition and risk your confidence in moments of uncertainty, Jian reassured, patting Mkhitaryan on the shoulder. Mkhitaryan nodded. Though he didn't feel incapable of adapting, he recognized the need for caution when entering a vastly different league. After leaving the player dormitory, Jian smiled contentedly. The 5 achievement points spent were indeed worthwhile. He had now discerned all of Mkhitaryan's attributes, while his physicality was not particularly remarkable. He embodied the essence of a classic number 10, exceptional technical ability, capable of both dribbling and shooting. Perhaps his vision and organizational skills were somewhat lacking. Yet these traits could effectively compensate for Southampton's most significant offensive weaknesses. Certainly, the balance of the entire team is something that must be considered moving forward. Chapter 20. Areas in need of improvement. Mkhitaryan's move from the Armenian League did not create much of a stir among Southampton supporters. They merely hoped the team would perform better after eliminating Birmingham. Following this, 4 consecutive league matches awaited before they would face the 3rd round of the League Cup. Southampton fans naturally wished for an improved performance in the league, as they did not hold high hopes for the League Cup, considering any advancement a mere step forward. If the team faltered in the league, aspirations of returning to the championship would be futile. A further descent would spell irrevocable doom. However, events seemed to diverge from their hopes. In the 5th round, Southampton drew 1-1 away against lowly Stockport. In the 6th round, they hosted 5th-placed Colchester United, where they performed decently at home with solid defense, yet their offense was lackluster, resulting in a goalless draw. In the 7th round, Southampton faced formidable opponents Charlton, currently ranked 2nd. They initially performed admirably, taking a temporary lead of 1-0 thanks to a header from defender Lovren, but tragically, Lovren inadvertently scored an own goal in the dying moments, and the match concluded at 1-1. Including the draw in the 4th round, Southampton had now accumulated 4 consecutive draws, pushing their fans to the brink of despair. With 7 matches into the season, over 1/7 of the games played, Southampton had only garnered 7 points. Their tally still in the negative by 3. If this continued, aspirations for championship promotion would remain but a distant dream. The descent against coach Jishi began to swell. Despite the 4 draws being commendable in content, as they had faced formidable teams like Brentford, Charlton, and Colchester, with Charlton notably clinching 6 victories and 1 draw to ascend to the top spot, level on points with Leeds United, the only team to draw with them being Southampton. From this perspective, Jishi had performed admirably. However, remaining at the bottom, 9 points adrift of safety, was far from satisfactory. Under these circumstances, Jishi maintained silence. Yet surprisingly, Southampton's internal dynamics did not descend into chaos. The reason was simple. Jishi's progress on the training ground was palpable to all. Initially, his contributions during training were minimal, but recently he had begun to exert greater influence in tactical training, continuously guiding the players on what to do. At least up until now, he appeared to resemble a proper head coach. Such an approach, undoubtedly, instills confidence. Meanwhile, Ben Ali and others expressed their awe at witnessing how a prodigy gradually acquires knowledge. Each day brings progress, and each day contributes more significantly during training. Behold the essence of genius. Some individuals toil for years, yet remain mere proficient workers in the coaching realm, as Ben Ali Riley reflects. In stark contrast, Jishi, despite his lack of experience, is making remarkable strides. Unbeknownst to Ben Ali and his colleagues, Jishi has diligently pursued not only his own studies, but has also been acquiring tactical skill points from the achievement store. Initially, Jishi contemplated purchasing the tactical frameworks of esteemed coaches, be it Ferguson's strategies, Wenger's methodologies, or even the burgeoning approaches of Mourinho and Guardiola. For a mere 50 points, he could possess the tactical prowess of these celebrated coaches. However, after careful consideration, Jishi opted for the more prudent path of acquiring tactical points directly, at a rate of 1 tactical point for 10 achievement points, a fair exchange indeed. Once he accumulated a sufficient number of tactical points, Jishi could invest 200 achievement points to unlock the tactical master simulation ability in the achievement store, thereby elevating his tactical deployment skills to new heights. His choice was not solely motivated by a belief in the superiority of this method. It stemmed from a dawning realization that no top-tier coach can dominate unilaterally. Even legends like Ferguson and Wenger have continuously evolved. If Ferguson were to apply his tactical philosophy from the 1990s to coach today's Manchester United, the team would likely be outmoded. Coaches who maintain their elite status are those who perpetually advance, as is the nature of professional football. While Jishi acquired the coaching capabilities of contemporary figures like Ferguson, he recognized that without genuine personal growth, he too might fall behind in a few years. What would be the point of purchasing those abilities only to risk obsolescence? Although investing in tactical points may appear more costly, It represents a true enhancement of one's own potential. Fortunately, Jishi had previously amassed a considerable number of achievement points, empowering him to bolster his tactical skills. After spending some points frivolously and purchasing Mkhitaryan for 5 points, he was left with 14 points. However, upon completing his first victory task, he earned 20 additional achievement points. He then illuminated milestones such as his first victory, first defeat, first consecutive losses, first draw, first series of draws, and first 3 and 4 consecutive draws, each awarding him 5 points, thus elevating his total to 69 achievement points. In one decisive swoop, Jishi allocated 6 tactical points to himself. Following this augmentation, Jishi felt an invigorating clarity of mind, as if his intelligence had surged significantly. Many previously incomprehensible aspects suddenly became clear. Indeed, throughout the recent matches, his directives and tactical details have begun to take on a semblance of competence. While Jishi remains uncertain about the requisite number of tactical points necessary to qualify for the simulation ability and achieve a transformative enhancement, it is abundantly clear that the time to elevate his tactical acumen is now. Regardless of the circumstances, Jishi is undoubtedly a seasoned football enthusiast, possessing at least a foundational understanding of the sport. At this stage, it is indisputable that a skilled coach can significantly enhance the overall capability of the team. Without tactical acumen, even the most talented players will struggle to perform under your guidance. Our previous string of draws can be attributed to mere misfortune. I steadfastly believe that our strength is among the elite in League One and equally formidable in the Championship. What we require is simply time for cohesion. Prior to the commencement of the season, we forewent warm-up matches to focus on superior physical training. Consequently, the matches that followed the season's onset were our true opportunities to hone the team's skills and cultivate match readiness. After an entire month, we have finally completed this process. Had it not been for a stroke of bad luck in the last match, we would have triumphed over our opponents. The upcoming match will be held at our home ground, and victory is imperative. Do we have confidence? As Jishi bellowed this on the training field, he received an enthusiastic response. Indeed, Chapter 21, a revival before the commencement of the 8th round of matches, nearly 20,000 Southampton supporters entered St. Mary's Stadium. This figure is neither particularly high nor excessively low. In comparison to the mere 10,000 spectators at the season's commencement, it is somewhat elevated. Yet it falls short of the more than 20,000 attendees witnessed in the match following the elimination of Birmingham. This indicates that the confidence of the fans and the club is in a state of constant fluctuation. Today's adversary, Yeovil, has garnered a mere 6 points over 7 rounds, placing them in the 17th position, which is, in terms of points, inferior to that of Southampton. Of course, at this moment, every team holds a higher rank than Southampton. As a club that has consistently battled against relegation in League Two, Yeovil's primary objective upon visiting the away ground is simply to secure a single point. In recent matches, the opponents in League One have keenly discerned that facing Southampton is not particularly challenging. A compact defense combined with constant disruption allows them to seize opportunities for counterattacks. While securing a victory may be arduous, achieving a draw remains a feasible task. When all adversaries comprehend how to counter your strategies, your performance inevitably becomes laborious. However, this match unfolded differently. Henrik Mkhitaryan made his first start. The slender newcomer did not attract much attention from Yeovil. Their focus remained on Southampton's formidable trio. Despite Southampton's offensive display being rather dismal this season, netting only 6 goals across 7 matches, it is widely recognized that these 3 players pose a significant threat. Adam Lallana is adept at receiving, passing, and distributing the ball, complemented by his capability for long-range shots. Ricky Lambert, known for his scoring prowess, also roams extensively, often retreating from the box to receive the ball. Although Olivier Giroud has only scored once, his contributions as a center forward, linking play, creating opportunities, and drawing defenders' attention are executed with precision. From any perspective, these 3 individuals are exceptional players, standing out distinctly in League One. Southampton's scarcity of goals primarily stems from tactical issues that limit their scoring opportunities. If afforded sufficient space, as Birmingham exemplifies, the situation could be markedly different. In such circumstances, Mkhitaryan's starting position was, understandably, overlooked. With Mkhitaryan starting, the midfield was 1 player short, as manager Koeman opted not to field Morgan Schneiderlin. Considering the young player had endured a grueling schedule over the past week and warranted a respite, the absence of an organizing midfielder simplified Southampton's gameplay. As the match commenced, Koeman's decision to rest Schneiderlin and debut the recently signed Armenian player Mkhitaryan raised eyebrows. The commentator humorously noted his struggles even to remember the name Armenia. At that moment, Mkhitaryan received a pass from Wharton in a deeper position. As he dropped back to collect the ball, Yeovil's midfield swiftly closed in, aiming to prevent him from turning easily, a crucial aspect of midfield defense. Yet, as Mkhitaryan received the ball, he effortlessly executed a turn, feigning left to draw the opponent's midfield focus that way before deftly nudging the ball to his right and spinning swiftly. Following his turn, Mkhitaryan propelled the ball forward, advancing several meters. A second midfielder rushed in to challenge him, only to be thwarted by a sudden stop, which he then followed with an acceleration that allowed him to break through. No defense, no matter how fortified, can withstand the emergence of significant gaps when two players have been bypassed. A significant gap has emerged in Yeovil's defense. Mkhitaryan, upon approaching the arc of the penalty area with the ball, swiftly delivered a pass into the box. The accelerating Lalana received his incisive pass and, without hesitation, sent the ball to the center. Lambert, positioning himself against the defender at the near post, quickly unleashed a shot. The ball struck the ground, rebounding up before soaring into the net. Southampton's fans leapt in unison, astonished by how swiftly their team had scored. It was merely a minute into the match. This season, every goal Southampton has scored has been hard-earned. How astonishingly swift. Lambert opened his arms and dashed towards the stands, greeted by a forest of outstretched limbs. Meanwhile, Jishi leapt from the coach's bench, fervently waving his arms. At this moment, he cast aside any pretense of maintaining a cool demeanor. What was the point of feigning coolness on the football pitch? Celebration was in order. Observing Jishi passionately brandishing his fists and embracing Ben Ali, the sideline Sainty couldn't help but nod in approval. At last, he exhibited the true semblance of a genuine football coach. After a full minute of exuberance, the match resumed, while Yeovil's players, disheartened, began to prepare for the ensuing battle. Conceding a goal so early was nothing short of a nightmare for their tactical approach. Indeed, the reality was stark, in terms of strength. Yeovil lingered in the lower mid-tier of League Two, perpetually fighting for survival. The squad lacked any noteworthy players, as those who displayed potential had long been poached. Most of their roster consisted of seasoned veterans who could perform admirably when in a favorable position, yet faltered when faced with adversity. Their original strategy relied on counterattacks, hoping to seize an opportunity, a consensus among lower-tier teams in League Two. However, Southampton had taken an early lead, effectively shattering their tactical aspirations from the outset. This left Yeovil somewhat at a loss in the ensuing period. They yearned to press forward with their attack, yet harbored reservations regarding Southampton's offensive prowess. Continuing to defend allowed Southampton to exercise considerable caution in their approach, leaving Yeovil with no opportunities whatsoever. Consequently, when Yeovil could no longer resist the urge to advance, Southampton swiftly taught them a lesson. Lalana, retreating to midfield to aid in organization, executed a long pass forward. Giroud deftly headed the ball down to Mkhitaryan, who skillfully evaded a defender before decisively unleashing a shot as another defender closed in. The ball arced through the air, finding its way into Yeovil's net once more, now leading by 2 goals. Southampton's offensive play today exhibited a marked increase in threat compared to before. The 20-year-old Mkhitaryan delivered an outstanding performance, contributing to the first goal with his breakthrough and netting the second himself. It appeared that Southampton was finally on the brink of securing a resounding victory. The commentator's voice rang out, emphatically noting that although he may still be uncertain of Armenia's location on the map, he could unmistakably recognize the immense impact Mkhitaryan had on Southampton's fortunes since his arrival. With the addition of this one player, Southampton's entire dynamic seemed to be revitalized. Chapter 22, The Confident Bruce. In this match, Southampton indeed secured a resounding victory. In the second half, Lambert scored twice, complemented by a goal from the advancing fullback, Otsmobile. Southampton triumphed over their opponents with a score of 4-0, finally bringing their points tally to 0. After 8 rounds of matches, they have equaled the points deducted. The fans of Southampton are undoubtedly filled with a myriad of emotions. This resounding victory has instilled in them the belief that their team has truly found its footing. After all, compared to the precarious wins of the past, this emphatic triumph undoubtedly instills greater confidence in the fans. We have made significant progress. The English League One is a league that was once foreign to us. Yet we are finally beginning to acclimate. Indeed, our offense has developed a remarkable synergy, which is of paramount importance. I comprehend the objectives of this season, and our next endeavor is to achieve results that will satisfy our supporters. At the post-match press conference, Jishi exuded confidence. Although many journalists from outside the region felt that Jishi had merely passed a modest hurdle and questioned his exuberance. The local reporters sensed that Southampton truly is different now. They had been lacking an effective offensive strategy, but now that they possess one, the pressure on the opposing defense will undoubtedly intensify, leading to potential vulnerabilities. With Southampton's offensive capabilities in place, their forthcoming results are assured. Furthermore, considering the team's previous lackluster performances, it is only fitting that they are now poised for a turnaround. The next match is the third round of the League Cup, where they face another Premier League team, Sunderland. Will Southampton strive for victory once more? A local journalist inquired. Undoubtedly, Southampton should be regarded as a Premier League team. This is indisputable, given the circumstances that have led us to compete in League One, temporarily preventing our fans from experiencing the Premier League atmosphere. We are determined to perform admirably against Premier League opponents, Jishi responded. The local journalists erupted in applause as Jishi's words resonated with their sentiments. After all, we are indeed a team meant for the top tier. Sunderland? Their performance in the Premier League may not surpass ours. It must be said that historical prestige often proves advantageous. Just as Southampton garnered the most attention during their time in League One, their influence remains unmatched in this league compared to other teams, aside from a few like Leeds and Charlton, who also boast a prestigious past. This sentiment was swiftly felt by Sunderland upon their arrival in Southampton. Although Sunderland has managed to maintain their status in the Premier League over the past few seasons, they are nonetheless a top-flight team. Typically, when lower league teams encounter Premier League sides in cup competitions, the supporters of these lower league teams may not stoop to the level of requesting autographs, yet they certainly observe their counterparts with a gaze infused with envy and admiration. However, the fans of Southampton displayed a markedly different demeanor. They regarded Sunderland's players with a calm detachment, as if this encounter were merely an ordinary match. This discovery has left the players of Sunderland rather indignant. What is it, after all, but a mere derelict? Although Sunderland has managed to stave off relegation year after year, they still boast several notable players within their ranks. For instance, forward Darren Bent, while perhaps lacking the prowess to join a top-tier club, remains a formidable asset in mid to lower table teams. The midfielder Malbranque is a seasoned veteran of the Premier League, while the winger Andy Reid brings a distinctive flair to the game. Additionally, the defense features Anton Ferdinand, the younger brother of Manchester United's international centre-back Rio Ferdinand. Though he may not reach the heights of his brother, he is nonetheless a commendable central defender. With such a lineup, they have successfully avoided relegation in the league, reaping substantial broadcast revenue amounting to tens of millions of pounds, a rather comfortable situation indeed. We are still in an era dominated by the top four of the Premier League: Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool, and Arsenal. This season, Tottenham has a chance to enter the Champions League, while Manchester City has yet to rise to prominence. In such circumstances, Sunderland, as a mid to lower tier team, appears rather lacking in ambition. However, teams like these often perform admirably in the League Cup, as winning it grants them the opportunity to participate in the UEFA Europa League. Although the financial rewards from the Europa League are modest, it remains a significant competition, and the ticket sales alone can be quite substantial. Reaching the third round of the League Cup signifies being among the top 32, and as a knockout tournament, it offers fewer matches, presenting an excellent opportunity for breakthrough. Sunderland has had a promising start to the league this year, securing 3 victories, which naturally fuels their hopes for a better performance in the League Cup. Their new coach, Steve Bruce, harbors ambitions to secure his first major honor at Sunderland. As a player, Bruce amassed numerous accolades, including 3 Premier League titles and 3 FA Cups, placing him among the upper echelons of player honors. However, his coaching career, despite being relatively smooth, has predominantly involved mid-tier teams, leaving the former England international somewhat dissatisfied. This year, with a solid squad inherited from his predecessor, Roy Keane, Bruce sees a chance to challenge for the league title, potentially enhancing his future as a manager. Regrettably, he finds himself pitted against the enigmatic figure of Jishi. While he operates in plain sight, Jishi remains shrouded in obscurity. Bruce has little time to study Southampton's matches, focusing instead on their game against Birmingham, which saw Southampton eliminate in Premier League team, a match worthy of analysis. Upon reviewing the game, he concluded that Southampton possesses considerable strength. However, if they are denied ample space in defense, their attack becomes largely ineffective. Furthermore, Southampton's defensive stability is questionable. By continually launching counterattacks, victory is assured. By denying the opponent opportunities for counterattacks, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Do you understand? Steady and deliberate. He advised his players to engage with their opponents gradually. Aside from Perry, Walton, Lett, and their goalkeeper, the majority of Southampton's starting players were quite youthful and prone to losing composure. Bruce conveyed this to his team. Meanwhile, at that moment, Jishi was preparing a targeted strategy. Chapter 23. Why Bruce Lack's honors Sunderland's wing play was distinctive, with Andy Reid primarily responsible for offensive thrusts on the left flank. His speed and technical prowess allowed him to create opportunities effectively, a factor we must remain vigilant about. On the right, Marvos functioned more as a technically adept player blending wing and midfield roles. Thus, we could maintain our attacking rhythm on the left side, allowing Mills to continue as a starter. However, neither Osterk nor Murdy seemed suitable for the right side, leading me to decide on James for the position. Jishi informed his assistant coaches. He is a defensive midfielder. Ben Ali could not help but remind his superior. I am well aware of that, yet his mobility is commendable. And his marking and positioning capabilities are quite decent, though he lacks experience. Therefore, his overall vision and judgment as a holding midfielder still require development, which can only be honed through match experience. However, we cannot afford to grant him such opportunities. Hence, deploying him as a defensive fullback seems fitting, Jishi asserted. Ben Ali pondered this and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if his task were solely defensive with a specific marking assignment, then James could indeed prove suitable. Notably, Sunderland's most formidable wing threat was Reid, an Irish player renowned for his speed and technical skill, epitomizing the quintessential English winger, despite his somewhat limited technical repertoire, which hindered him from securing a starting position at Tottenham and Charlton. His transfer to Sunderland solidified his place as a regular starter. This player, though formidable, is limited in technical prowess, making it relatively straightforward to counter him with targeted defensive strategies. As for our offensive approach, there is no need for undue haste. Our objective is merely to devise ways to dismantle Sunderland's defensive line. Their defense has not been particularly remarkable. Their commendable performance at the season's outset was largely reliant on their offensive capabilities rather than their defensive solidity. At this juncture, Jishi raised his fist, exclaiming, "Our attacking line is undoubtedly of Premier League caliber, a fact I have never doubted." Ben Ali nodded emphatically. Initially lacking in confidence, he found his spirits lifted following recent training sessions. Whether it be Lalana's versatility, Lambert's scoring prowess, Giroud's techniques as a center-forward, or Mkhitaryan's breakthrough ability, all are impressively skilled. While they may not yet fully embody Premier League standards, they are certainly not far from it. Particularly noteworthy is their youth. Lalana is 21, Giroud 23, Mkhitaryan merely 20. And the eldest, Lambert, is just 27. They possess ample room for growth. We may face some challenges in central defense, Pandry cautioned. Ben Ali concurred, recognizing that although Southampton's two central defenders, one tall and the other sturdy, complement each other well, both lack speed. Lovren, with his imposing stature, is somewhat better, while the veteran Perry relies primarily on experience and positional awareness. When confronted with a forward like Darren Bent, who possesses both speed and physicality, defending becomes quite arduous. Normal defensive tactics will suffice. Against a Premier League team like Sunderland, can we realistically expect to control every facet of the game? They may execute counterattacks or engage in standard offensive maneuvers. Regardless of their strategy, they possess the capability to breach our defenses. Our focus, therefore, must be on defeating them through our own offensive efforts, Jishi remarked calmly, glancing at the three assistant coaches, who suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Sunderland is a Premier League team. While we are confident in our abilities, the distinction between being equally matched and being able to exert complete dominance is significant. It is likely that only the top 5 or 6 teams in the Premier League can consistently impose their will on mid to lower tier opponents. It is perplexing that we entertain the notion that Southampton could dominate Sunderland. What about the midfield? Ben Ali inquired. Let Lalana start, with Mkhitaryan on the bench. Jishi responded after a moment's contemplation. This decision was made not only to retain a tactical reserve, but also because Jishi had observed that when both players were on the pitch, the midfield lacked balance. Against weaker opposition in League One, this could be managed, but against a Premier League side, it could lead to exploitable gaps for the opponent. With these thoughts in mind, Jishi began to notice the changes within himself. Previously, after securing a victory, he would invariably rely on the same effective lineup for the next match. oblivious to the lurking dangers beneath the triumph. Reflecting on this, Jishi couldn't help but smile. This tactical insight indeed held merit. On September 23rd, as Sunderland and Southampton arrived at St. Mary's Stadium, the venue witnessed a remarkable scene, its first full house since Southampton's relegation 2 seasons prior. The stadium, which accommodates 384 spectators, was completely filled to capacity, with not a single seat left unoccupied. Such an atmosphere was reminiscent of the Premier League days. It seemed that the recent resounding victory had rekindled hope among Southampton's fans. The third round of the League Cup against Sunderland proved to be an enticing contest. Would Southampton continue their extraordinary run of eliminating Premier League teams? Sunderland, determined not to repeat past mistakes, saw Bruce fielding his strongest lineup, with key players such as Ferdinand, Kana, Reed, and Malbranque all taking the field. Southampton, on the other hand, adhered to their customary 4-4-2 formation, although Mkhitaryan, who had performed brilliantly in the last league match, was notably absent. As the commentator's voice resonated through the air, the crowd erupted in cheers. Although Mkhitaryan's absence cast a slight shadow of doubt, the presence of Southampton's main squad indicated that GC was not inclined to relinquish victory easily. That was more than sufficient. Their lineup appeared unchanged. It seemed that their previous league performance was merely a sign of improved form. Bruce, perhaps too complacent, thought to himself that with nearly 10 matches into the season, what changes could Southampton possibly undergo? This line of thinking illustrated why, despite his years of experience in coaching, Bruce had yet to claim any honors. The true measure of a coach's capability often manifests in these subtleties. GC's preparation for this match surpassed Bruce's. Had it been the old GC, he might have been at a loss regarding how to prepare for a match. However, the current GC, in comparison to Bruce, lacked only experience. Yet experience could be cultivated through continuous coaching, whereas some qualities cannot be enhanced solely by the passage of time. Chapter 24. Not in the general sense. As the match commenced, Bruce remained oblivious to any anomalies. Southampton's offensive strategy unfolded as he had anticipated. Although they persistently advanced through passing, they encountered significant challenges against Sunderland's staunch defense. The intricate passing attack necessitated not only luck and synergy among players, but also exceptional individual prowess, areas where Southampton appeared somewhat lacking. Breaching Sunderland's defensive line proved to be no trivial endeavor. Although Ferdinand was not a premier centre-back, he had long navigated the Premier League, bolstered by the seasoned Turner alongside him, ensuring solid defensive coverage. Moreover, the midfield featured the notorious card accumulator, Kana, whose defensive style resembled that of a ferocious dog, displaying remarkable tenacity. As long as Southampton continued their relentless assault without yielding any opportunities, Sunderland would find their chances to strike. Darren Bent possessed a formidable individual talent within the Premier League, which often proved lethal. His absence from elite teams stemmed from a somewhat average capacity for collaboration and a personal skill set that did not reach extraordinary heights. Nevertheless, in mid to lower tier teams, he remained a valuable asset, as his individual capabilities frequently made a significant impact. The match was no exception. As the game progressed to the 23rd minute, it was Darren Bent's display of individual prowess that enabled Sunderland to take the lead on the road. Malbranque shifted to the central position to receive the ball, then delivered a precise pass forward. After retreating to collect the ball, Bent, despite being under the defensive pressure of Lethier, skillfully executed a turn, accelerating past his adversary. Lovren and Perry attempted to contain his trajectory of advancement, yet Bent, from over 20 meters away from the goal, unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The sudden strike caught everyone off guard. Lovren's interception was merely a moment too late, and Perry failed to position himself effectively to block the ball, inadvertently obstructing Davis's line of sight. By the time Davis detected the ball's presence, it was far too late for him to react. A thunderous cheer erupted from the hundreds of Sunderland fans who had traveled from afar. Jishi shook his head, rendered speechless by such a conceded goal. Bent's individual brilliance was on full display, and the Southampton players had done their utmost. Do not rush. Continue playing as we have been. Jishi stood up, calling out to the field. Bruce glanced over in mild surprise. This young coach exhibited remarkable composure, yet what good was composure in the face of their lead? Defending and countering would be all the more fluid. Sunderland's tactical approach this season had been built around defense and counterattack, yielding 3 wins and 3 draws from 7 matches. With only a single defeat against Chelsea, where they succumbed to a relentless offensive onslaught that netted Chelsea 3 goals. Did Southampton's attack truly possess the capacity to surpass that of Chelsea, which boasted talents like Drogba, Deco, and Lampard? Such a notion was preposterous. From a certain perspective, Bruce's belief was not entirely unfounded. However, he had indeed overestimated his defensive prowess, particularly that of his players. At the onset of the Premier League season, their lower defensive stance and resolute spirit had allowed them to withstand the onslaught of various opponents, yet that did not equate to an exceptionally robust defense. Moreover, could Southampton's mentality truly mirror that of their approach against Chelsea? As the first half progressed, Southampton's offensive efforts seemed to falter, despite creating several opportunities. They consistently fell short of scoring. Although Sunderland's counterattacks failed to yield significant results, Bruce remained buoyantly confident. If we continue like this, victory is assured. Indeed, we performed admirably in the first half. As you can see, Sunderland managed to score against us purely by chance, while we still have our secret weapon yet to be unleashed. In the locker room, Jishi inspired all the players with just one phrase, instilling in them a fierce determination. The first half of the match revealed that Sunderland is not particularly formidable. They are merely on par with us. Thus, the manager's assertion holds true. We are a team of Premier League caliber, and our presence in League One is merely a twist of fate. Henrik, prepare to enter the field in the second half and play in your accustomed style, disrupting their defense with your breakthroughs. You know what to do next. Jishi instructed Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan nodded excitedly. He had relished the previous match. However, he could sense that although League One's defensive intensity and physicality surpassed that of the Armenian League, the level of the opponents seemed comparably equal. Yet, this match is against a Premier League team. Surely, it will be vastly different. He came to Southampton precisely to acclimate himself to the English football style and pave the way for his future. The Premier League is no longer a symbol of mediocrity as it was in the 1990s. It is now Europe's pinnacle of competition. If one can adapt to the Premier League, one can thrive anywhere. This match undoubtedly serves as a fitting test. To encounter a Premier League team in the cup competition, one could say that arriving in Southampton is indeed fortuitous. Although it is merely League One, it is certainly preferable to competing in the Armenian League. The Armenian League possesses limited prowess, while FC Ararat Armenia has long been a dominant force that can only aspire to begin from the preliminary rounds of the Champions League. Given their capabilities, the chances of advancing to the group stage, let alone reaching the final qualifying round, are exceedingly slim. Thus, despite having participated in several European competitions over the years, he has seldom faced any formidable opponents. Such opportunities, however, are readily available in Southampton. With high spirits, Mkhitaryan replaced Wharton after halftime. Upon witnessing Southampton's substitution, Bruce paid little mind, as it is quite customary for League One teams to rotate players, particularly younger ones. Could it be that he failed to prepare adequately? Surely, he would not have overlooked our previous League One match. This thought left Jishi somewhat astonished regarding the tactical arrangements. What Jishi failed to consider was that, as a Premier League team, acquiring footage of League One matches is not particularly easy, which is one of the demands of dragon-slaying legends. Unfamiliarity can lead to disadvantage. Although we live in an information age, unless one actively seeks it out, obtaining a recording of a specific League One match remains a challenge. This explains Bruce's misjudgment after having only viewed Southampton's match against Birmingham. Since you have been so careless, let us show you our strength, Jishi mused. Chapter 25. A fortunate encounter. Shortly after the commencement of the second half, Mkhitaryan received the ball on the field, and momentarily, no one approached to defend against him. This is quite understandable, as the players from Sunderland are entirely unaware of the existence of someone like Mkhitaryan, nor do they recognize the brilliance of his performance in the previous league match. Their focus remains on the formidable trio in Southampton's attacking front, as they can perceive the undeniable prowess of these three individuals. Such a choice, in the eyes of Mkhitaryan, led him to ponder whether these Premier League players held him in disdain. As an athlete hailing from a small nation, Mkhitaryan is somewhat sensitive on this matter. With his pride affected, he began to advance the ball forward. Kana approached him. Renowned as Marseille's infamous card collector, his actions have always been fierce. However, his defensive prowess is not particularly remarkable. His notoriety stems from his reputation as a card magnet. Having gained such fame, he has grown accustomed to the sight of young players who, upon facing him, initially tremble with trepidation, only to find themselves dispossessed. This young adversary should be no exception. Therefore, as he approached Mkhitaryan, he swiftly extended his foot to intercept the ball. This action may appear deceptively simple, Yet when coupled with his fierce momentum and the formidable reputation of the King of Killers, along with the swiftness of his strike, few can rival him. However, Mkhitaryan deftly flicked the ball sideways, evading his foot just as he was about to make contact. This maneuver caused Kin's center of gravity to shift precariously, leaving him a mere spectator as Mkhitaryan elegantly dribbled past him. Upon breaching the defense of the central midfielder, Mkhitaryan was met with an expanse of opportunity ahead. Noticing his teammates were still closely marked, he decisively took aim and unleashed a powerful shot. The goalkeeper, Gordon, swiftly adjusted his footing and narrowly managed to deflect the ball away. What a splendid breakthrough! The seamless transition from evasion to strike was nearly perfect. Just a hair's breadth from a goal. Amidst the commentators' enthusiastic exclamations, Bruce rose in astonishment. There are moments when one can instantly discern the caliber of a player's skill. Mkhitaryan's recent sequence of breakthrough maneuvers clearly showcased his exceptional technical prowess to any discerning observer. Such exceptional technical skill at the feet is indeed a rarity among English players. It is reminiscent of the talents of Lalana and Lambert, both of whom possess commendable footwork, yet embody a different style. This exquisite ability to navigate through defenses purely through technique, rather than reliance on speed and strength, is seldom seen among English footballers. While Darren Bent also exhibits remarkable dribbling prowess, he predominantly relies on his physicality and pace, lacking the finesse required to create opportunities in tight spaces. Players with such delicate technical abilities, from the early days of Hoddle to the later prowess of Gascoigne, emerge only once in a generation. The most recent example being Joe Cole, who has yet to fully realize his potential. In contrast, Mkhitaryan's individual skills shine brightly. During a corner taken by Southampton, they failed to pose any significant threat, allowing Sunderland to initiate a counterattack. However, when the ball reached Andy Reid, he found himself tightly marked by James, thus missing the chance to capitalize on the counter. By the time Reid managed to distribute the ball, Southampton had already regrouped defensively. Sunderland's attacking capabilities were rather mediocre, as Campbell was unable to generate the necessary power in his header within the penalty area, allowing Davis to easily gather the ball. As the counterattack devolved into a static battle for possession, Sunderland's entire squad was forced to retreat like a receding tide, while Southampton swiftly commenced their offensive maneuvers. Nonetheless, Southampton's attack also resembled a positional struggle, as they lacked the potency for rapid counterattacks. Schneiderlin, upon receiving the ball in midfield, advanced forward, prompting Malbranque to retreat defensively. However, Malbranque, being more adept in attack than defense, was swiftly overtaken as Schneiderlin surged past him with the ball. Sunderland's midfield defense finds itself in a precarious situation. They cannot afford to overlook Lalana, nor can they neglect Mkhitaryan. Schneiderlin surges forward with the ball. What are they to do? Just as Sunderland's defense appears bewildered, Schneiderlin passes the ball to the advancing left-back, Mills. Mills delivers a cross to the edge of the penalty area, where Lalana, after creating a gap, takes a shot despite the pressing defense of the young midfielder, Henderson. The ball veers slightly off target. That's how to play. Jishi stands up, clapping his hands and loudly exhorting from the sidelines. Can a mere substitution render me helpless? Bruce thinks, somewhat irked. Yet, he soon realizes he truly is at a loss. Bolstering the defense? They're only a goal ahead. Engaging in an all-out attack? Their current defense is already stretched thin. Pushing forward would jeopardize their own backline. Although there are several players on the bench who could be utilized, Bruce cannot conceive of any strategy to reverse their current disadvantage. The offensive prowess of the opposing team has utterly surpassed the limits of their defensive capabilities. Under such circumstances, the defensive counterattacking strategy he devised is rendered a mere farce. Just when Bruce found himself at a loss for effective methods, Southampton's attack began to flow with increasing ease. Such is the nature of football when your offense thrives. A subsequent period is often marked by continued success. In the ensuing minutes, Southampton earned 3 consecutive corner kicks. Initially, Lovren's header, assisted by a forward surge, was parried out by the opposing goalkeeper. Next, Giroud managed to seize the first touch within the penalty area, only to be thwarted by a defender's body block. However, with the third corner kick, Southampton's relentless assault finally bore fruit. Lalana's corner was delivered to the near post, where Lovren deftly flicked it on with his head to the far post. There, Mkhitaryan, advancing from the back, executed a stunning volley from within the 6-yard box, driving the ball into the far corner of the net. The goal is scored. It's Mkhitaryan once again. He has now found the net in consecutive matches. The Armenian was lively upon his entry onto the pitch, and this goal stands as a testament to his remarkable contribution to the team. Mkhitaryan spread his arms and raced toward the sidelines, where Gia opened his arms wide to embrace him tightly. "Boss, I truly feel I made the right choice in coming here," Mkhitaryan shouted enthusiastically into Gia's ear. "Of course, Henrik, I too believe your arrival here was indeed fortuitous." Gia responded with hearty laughter. The other players rushed to join in the celebration, with no one harboring jealousy over Mkhitaryan's immediate significance to Gia's plans. After all, the Armenian's technical skills are widely admired by all. This goal attests to his pivotal role in the team's offensive dynamics. What remains now is to witness our resurgence and triumph in this match. Chapter 26. No curse. The Southampton fans erupted in jubilant cheers, while the Sunderland supporters gazed despondently at the pitch, hoping for a revival in their team's performance once the match resumed. Unfortunately, commendable performances do not materialize out of thin air. Despite Bruce's attempts to alter the course of the game by substituting 2 players, he was unable to shift the momentum. Merely 6 minutes after equalizing, Mkhitaryan skillfully maneuvered through the defense before passing the ball to Lalana, who delivered a precise through ball into the penalty area. Giroud made a timely run, only to be brought down by Ferdinand, prompting the referee to award a penalty. The penalty was so indisputable that even the Sunderland players hardly protested. From any angle, it was clearly a penalty. Lambert took the penalty with confidence, allowing Southampton to take the lead over Sunderland. Mere superiority was insufficient. 10 minutes later, a splendid sequence of passes ensued. Giroud received a precise through ball from Mkhitaryan and then laid it off to Lambert on the flank. Lambert, in turn, delivered a cross to the advancing Lalana, who, stationed at the edge of the penalty area, unleashed a low shot that struck the far post and ricocheted into the net. In less than 20 minutes, Southampton had netted 3 goals, establishing a commanding lead. It was only at this juncture that Southampton began to slow the pace of the match. Pochettino substituted Lalana and Lambert, allowing 2 fresh players to take the field and conserving their energy. The final score was 3-1, a testament to Southampton's remarkable performance in the second half, as they triumphed over their Premier League adversaries for the 2nd consecutive round, advancing with pride into the 4th round of the League Cup. If the first 3 rounds were merely a formality, the 4th round heralded a closer proximity to the championship, with only 16 teams remaining. The Sunderland players departed Southampton with their heads hung low, and Bruce wished to convey something to Pochettino, yet found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? That he was unprepared for this match? That they should have a rematch? He could only harbor his frustration within, awaiting another opportunity to reclaim their honor. Sunderland, who began the season with great momentum, found themselves descending into a period of decline after this match. They languished in the relegation zone for a considerable stretch, only narrowly securing their survival at the last moment, which led many Sunderland supporters to vent their frustrations on Southampton. They believed that it was Southampton's victory over Sunderland that dealt a severe blow, causing them to falter. However, they would need to wait some time before they could contend with Southampton in the league. Following their triumph over Sunderland, which propelled them into the 4th round of the League Cup, Southampton fans once again embarked on jubilant celebrations. This time, no one accused them of being short-sighted, as the past few years had afforded Southampton supporters few reasons for joy. Indeed, it appears we have finally found our stride, so let us charge forth with renewed vigor. The players of Southampton shared this newfound confidence. The League One schedule is typically intensive, given the presence of 24 teams and 46 matches, along with various cup competitions. Nevertheless, the manager was not in haste to rotate the squad, as the current fitness levels of Southampton's players rendered the demands of back-to-back matches manageable. After all, the team boasts a youthful core, with veterans available for judicious rotation. The forthcoming days would prove to be the happiest for Southampton supporters in over 2 years. In the 9th round of the league, during their away match against Carlisle United, Southampton found themselves level at 1 goal apiece at halftime. However, they surged in the second half, scoring 2 goals and securing a 3-1 victory, marking their 2nd consecutive win. In the 10th round, Southampton faced Bristol Rovers at home. Despite conceding 2 goals within the first 20 minutes, they mounted a remarkable comeback, with both Giroud and Lambert netting braces, ultimately overturning the deficit to win 4-2, thus achieving 3 straight victories. In the 11th round, at their home ground, Southampton triumphed over Gillingham with a commanding 4-1 scoreline, extending their winning streak to 4 matches. Lambert delivered a hat-trick, and with 6 goals in the last 4 league games, he was awarded the League One Player of the Month for September. Meanwhile, The manager received his first coaching accolade, being named the League One Manager of the Month, having secured the title of Best Coach. Southampton was not ensnared by any so-called manager's curse, as they followed up with a decisive 3-1 victory against Shrewsbury Town, claiming 5 consecutive wins. Following this impressive streak, Southampton faced a second-round match in the English Football League Trophy, a competition designated for teams from the 3rd to 5th tiers, offering them an opportunity to vie for additional honors. Remarkably, Southampton had never participated in this tournament, as they had not fallen to the 3rd tier since its inception. This endeavor is not devoid of challenges. Nonetheless, Jishi harbors an ambitious desire to attain this honor. Such an accolade embodies a significant achievement, particularly one that illuminates a championship title never before claimed in the club's history, promising a wealth of merit points. The exact value remains unclear to Jishi, and it is likely not to rival the bounty of the League Cup triumph. Yet it still constitutes a domestic championship, a title contested at Wembley, which certainly warrants earnest pursuit. However, this match pits them against Torquay United, a 5th-tier team, prompting Jishi to field the majority of substitutes. Given their capabilities, vanquishing the opponent should not pose a considerable challenge. Jishi's instincts proved accurate, yet the performance of the substitute players was somewhat embarrassing, as they could only muster a 2-2 draw against their rivals despite holding a significant advantage. In English Cup competitions, there is no extra time. The match proceeded directly to a penalty shootout, which Southampton narrowly won 5-3. This match appeared to be a formidable challenge, facing an opponent 2 tiers below. We secured victory solely through penalties. However, I find this hardly surprising, for in the League Cup, we have already triumphed over 2 adversaries ranked above us by 2 levels. In the realm of football, tiers do not convey the entire narrative, especially considering our squad comprised primarily of youthful players. I am content with their performance, after all. They persevered until the end and clinched victory in this encounter. Jishi, during the press conference, exhibited the protective nature of a young coach. Yet he promptly turned to the training ground to sternly admonish the young players, urging them to reflect on their subpar display. The substitutes felt somewhat aggrieved, nonetheless. Considering Jishi's frequent reliance on the first team, he does occasionally grant them opportunities. In such circumstances, when Jishi erupts in frustration, they can do little but listen. Chapter 27. Finally, a coach of professional standing nevertheless. This draw did not adversely affect Southampton's performance. In the following week, Southampton achieved 2 consecutive victories of 3-1. First overcoming 9th-placed Oldham and then 3rd-placed Milton Keynes. Whether at home or away, regardless of whether the opponent ranks 9th or 3rd, Southampton's offensive line remains an indomitable force. The team has achieved an impressive streak of 7 consecutive victories, resulting in a significant increase in Jishi's achievement points. With each win, he gains an additional 5 points, bringing his total to 39. Furthermore, with the accolade of being named the EFL League One Manager of the Month, his points have risen to 44. However, Jishi is not in a rush to enhance his tactical abilities. He believes his current skills are sufficient for the time being and prefers a gradual approach. After securing 7 consecutive wins, the league has reached its 14th round. In the first 7 matches, Southampton performed rather modestly, but following this winning streak, their points tally has successfully climbed to 18, placing them 13th in the standings, 5 points clear of the relegation zone and a mere 4 points shy of the playoff spots. Southampton's fans can't help but sigh, pondering what might have been if they hadn't incurred any deductions. Had they not faced penalties, their points would stand at 28, which would rank them tied for 3rd, just 1 point behind 2nd-placed Charlton and 5 points behind the league leaders, Leeds United. Given Southampton's current momentum, while challenging for the top 2 may be ambitious, vying for a top 6 finish and a playoff berth seems quite attainable. Of course, with 32 rounds still remaining in the league, it is premature to make any predictions. The path forward lies in taking it 1 match at a time. Jishi is acutely aware of this, which is why, in their home victory against 3rd-placed Milton Keynes, he opted to rest the impressive Mkhitaryan in preparation for the 4th round of the League Cup. In this round, Southampton faces another Premier League side, Aston Villa, situated in the mid to lower tier of the top flight. From this perspective, Southampton's draw could be considered fortunate, though not entirely favorable. Even though teams like Scunthorpe, Peterborough, and Barnsley, lower league clubs, are also present in the round of 16, Southampton has consistently encountered Premier League teams after their initial match against Northampton from League Two, a fact that cannot be deemed lucky. Nonetheless, they have repeatedly faced mid to lower tier Premier League teams rather than facing stronger opponents. And they have yet to encounter more formidable mid-table sides such as Everton, Newcastle, or West Ham. Jishi expresses contentment with this draw, as he never envisioned capturing the League Cup title. Such an endeavor is quite challenging. His primary focus is to provide valuable experience to the promising young players he has high hopes for. While these youngsters possess considerable potential, they lack experience against stronger teams, a fact evident in players like Lalana, Giroud, and Mkhitaryan. Thus, encountering relegation-threatened teams like Birmingham, Sunderland, and Aston Villa presents an excellent opportunity for development. The opposition typically consists of seasoned players who, while not elite, are experienced and technically proficient enough not to intimidate the young talents. Moreover, among the opponents, there are players Jishi finds noteworthy, such as Sunderland's young midfielder Henderson, who, at just 20 years old, has already established himself as a starter. Such players merit attention, as they could be viable acquisitions for Southampton post-promotion. Currently, it is futile to dwell on these prospects, as Henderson has already made his mark in the Premier League at a young age, diminishing Southampton's chances of acquiring him. Only players from lower leagues, like Mkhitaryan and Lovren, would consider joining Southampton as internationals. If Southampton were competing with a Premier League team for a player, they would likely fall short. Henderson, having begun his Premier League journey early, will likely be beyond Southampton's reach in 2 years when they ascend to the top flight. By then, he may either have developed into a player unattainable for Southampton or fallen into obscurity, rendering him unremarkable in Jishi's eyes. Despite these challenges, Jishi maintains a pragmatic outlook, understanding that no club can recruit all the top talents. Additionally, with the achievement points shop at his disposal, he is confident that his acquisitions will prove worthwhile, if not exceptional. This is, in fact, a significant advantage. For any club, the most daunting challenge often lies in signing players who do not fit their system, a situation that frequently arises. A summer transfer window often yields a mix of useful, less effective, and completely unsuitable signings, leading to substantial resource wastage. However, Jishi's approach allows for the avoidance of such pitfalls, presenting a considerable advantage in the competitive landscape of football. However, Aston Villa's performance this season appears to defy the expectations of a mid to lower table team. After 10 rounds in the Premier League, Aston Villa finds itself in 7th place, having secured 5 victories, trailing only behind the Manchester Giants, the 3 London clubs, and Liverpool, distinctly resembling a formidable mid-table contender. It's merely a good start. Sunderland is currently ranked 8th, remarked Ben Ali. The others chuckled, acknowledging that the previously defeated Sandro trails Villa by just a point in 8th place. Both of these relegation-threatened teams have exhibited commendable performances this season, while Birmingham remains stagnant in 15th place, grappling with relegation since the onset of the season. Indeed, to overcome formidable opponents, one requires astute tactical planning and a profound understanding of the adversary. Aston Villa's commendable ranking is not merely a stroke of luck. Their victories carry substantial merit, having triumphed over Chelsea and Liverpool and managed a draw against Manchester City. However, they have also succumbed to Wigan Athletic, Blackburn, and West Ham United, and drawn with Wolverhampton, which may point to inconsistency or other underlying factors that warrant closer examination through the specifics of their matches. Jishi began to eloquently articulate his thoughts, while the assistant coaches gazed at him with a mixture of admiration and nostalgia. When Jishi first assumed the role of coach, he was a novice, lacking in many areas aside from his excellent training regimen. Yet now, he has undeniably begun to embody the essence of a professional coach. Southampton's future appears exceedingly bright. Chapter 28. Mr. G. As a seasoned mid-table team, Aston Villa's performance this season has indeed been astonishing, particularly in light of their initial 2 defeats followed by a remarkable 4 consecutive victories. Their triumphs over 2 major teams, Liverpool and Chelsea, have led many to wonder if they might replicate the extraordinary start of the 1998-1999 season. It is worth noting that while Aston Villa ultimately finished 6th that season, they held the top position for several weeks during the first half of the season, astonishing everyone with their entirely homegrown starting lineup. Although a decade has elapsed, Aston Villa has long since transformed from the formidable team that once clinched the Champions Cup into a mid-table squad. Nonetheless, this does not deter their supporters from yearning for greater aspirations. Teams with a storied past often possess such an air of nostalgia. Despite encountering a League One team in the 4th round of the League Cup, Southampton remains a familiar adversary, and thus their manager, McLeish, does not underestimate them. As an emerging head coach, McLeish is meticulous about details. He has scrutinized Southampton's recent victories and was taken aback to discover several remarkable players within their ranks. Notably, the offensive prowess of Giroud's center-forward skills, Lambert's scoring ability coupled with technical finesse, Lalana's playmaking and long-range shooting, and Mkhitaryan's formidable dribbling all left a profound impression on him. Confronting such a team, employing a counter-attacking strategy might not seem fitting. However, after careful contemplation, McLeish resolved to proceed with this approach. The rationale is straightforward. Southampton's defensive line lacks pace. Neither their fullbacks nor center-backs exhibit significant speed, with the tallest Lovren being the fastest among them, while Perry, with his aging physique, struggles to keep pace. The fullbacks exhibit a similar lack of quickness. Conversely, Aston Villa boasts one of the swiftest counterattacks this season. Their front line is remarkably rapid, with Agbonlahor as a lightning-fast forward, flanked by the equally swift Ashley Young and Petrov, complemented by the midfield dynamism of Milner, Sidwell, and Cork, players renowned for their mobility and passing ability. Their counterattacks are notably incisive, a key factor in their victories over teams like Chelsea and Liverpool. In contrast, their performances against weaker teams have been mediocre, largely due to a deficiency in aggressive attacking capabilities. Despite having strikers like Heskey and Carew on the bench, they always seem to lack that crucial edge. It is no wonder their win rate against lesser teams has considerably dipped when opponents do not press forward. Their inability to mount a strong offensive makes scoring a challenge. Ben Ali slapped his thigh and then inquired of Jishi, "So shall we focus on counterattacking?" "No. We must prioritize our offensive strategy," Jishi replied with a smile. "Firstly, McLeish is unlikely to overlook our recent successes. He will be aware of our commendable attacking capabilities. Conversely, they possess an inflated confidence in their defensive prowess, having thwarted Liverpool and Chelsea. Thus, he will likely resort to a counter-attacking strategy against us, given our slower defensive line. Isn't that precisely their forte?" Ben Ali appeared somewhat bewildered. "Indeed, but have you considered the mindset of the Villa players?" Jishi inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Ben Ali was taken aback. They were, after all, a Premier League team, having just triumphed over Chelsea, riding high on an exhilarating wave of confidence. Faced with a League One side, they were expected to adopt a more humble approach, executing a defensive counterattack. "Consider this. Would you not feel elated in their position?" Jishi remarked. Furthermore, McLeish had only recently taken charge, and his authority was not yet firmly established. If we press them offensively, stirring their competitive spirit, they would be distracted from their defensive counterplay. An aggressive start would be ideal. Scoring would be splendid. But if we failed to find the net, we could retreat strategically, allowing them to unleash their attack, only to then constrict our defense and counterattack them in turn. Jishi concluded. Once the strategy was established, the focus shifted to the players' execution. This, Jishi felt quite assured about, as the Southampton players were notably adept in this regard. They would faithfully adhere to the tactics he devised. In truth, this was a significant advantage, though Jishi had yet to fully recognize the extent of its value. Southampton supporters once again filled St. Mary's Stadium to capacity, their fervor ignited by a string of recent victories. From this perspective, the fans of Southampton were easily pleased. Yet they could also be quite demanding. Only through a continuous string of victories over formidable opponents would they feel compelled to attend matches with joy. Naturally, this expectation is reasonable, as fans who remain loyal even when the team faces relegation to lower leagues are decidedly in the minority. Such fans are the backbone and essence of the club, deserving of utmost respect at all times. However, those who attend matches primarily due to the team's impressive performance can invigorate the club with greater motivation and wealth. When Jishi emerged from the players' tunnel, the stands erupted in fervent cheers. Without enduring storms, how can one behold a rainbow? Had Jishi led the team to immediate victories, Southampton's fans might not have fully appreciated the moment. Yet, following 2 consecutive defeats and 4 draws, such dismal results, juxtaposed with the current streak of 7 victories, truly represent a journey from the depths to the heights, offering a profound sense of exhilaration. Under this thrilling circumstance, the affection for Jishi swiftly burgeoned, and it became entirely natural. At the very least, the Southampton supporters began to feel that no prior coach had matched Jishi's impact. In fact, achieving 7 consecutive wins is a notable record in the annals of Southampton Football Club. Even 7 successive victories in League One are a rare and cherished accomplishment. After greeting the fans, Jishi proceeded to the opposing team's bench to shake hands with McLeish. Previously, he had no such notion and therefore did not extend his hand to the opponent, but the club staff, not lacking in wit, quickly reminded him. And Jishi graciously complied. Mr. G, so young yet so accomplished, McLeish formally complimented. Indeed. Let us hope all participants deliver their best and provide the audience with a splendid match. Jishi was unperturbed by this, as he had been educated from a young age to articulate such pleasantries effortlessly. However, he felt somewhat ill at ease with being addressed as Mr. G, as if he ought to don a large pipe to be worthy of such an appellation. Chapter 29. The atmosphere reaches its zenith. In this match, the coach Jishi deployed a formidable attacking lineup, substituting the defensively robust lead in midfield with Mkhitaryan, clearly signaling an intent to launch a fierce offensive at home. On the other hand, McLeish opted for the familiar 4-5-1 formation, with the two powerful strikers, Heskey and Carew, relegated to the bench. This choice stemmed from necessity. While Heskey was once a formidable force, age has diminished his prowess, rendering him suitable only as a substitute. Carew, though still relatively young, exhibits signs of premature decline, lacking the vigor expected from a 30-year-old. The most reliable forward in their ranks is the homegrown talent, Agbonlahor. Although his goal tally may not be impressive, his relentless movement and lightning speed can prove invaluable. Southampton pressed forward with their attacks, while Aston Villa succumbed to a series of swift goals. McLeish appeared to anticipate this scenario. During their handshake prior to the match, he feigned politeness. Yet his true intent was to deliver a resounding lesson to the young owner and coach. Why should you, so young, fear dismissal in your dual role? He seemed to ponder, let me show you that coaching is no easy task. With this mindset, McLeish took his place, awaiting the match's commencement. However, just 5 minutes into the game, he leapt from his seat. From the outset, Southampton relentlessly attacked, firmly suppressing Aston Villa. As for Villa's defense, it is undoubtedly commendable, evidenced by their successful counterattacks against Liverpool and Chelsea. Nevertheless, their defensive capabilities are not particularly stellar. Centre-backs Collins and Dunn are merely competent within the Premier League, not top-tier defenders. Their fullbacks are quite average as well. The effectiveness of their defense is primarily attributed to tactical execution, with three midfielders tirelessly intercepting. Even wingers Ashley Young and Petrov possess a degree of defensive capability. The fact that they managed to defeat Chelsea and Liverpool while conceding a goal in each match serves as a testament to this. Had they been more open to adapting, they might not have allowed Southampton to score so easily. Yet, as Jishi noted, the Villa players can wholeheartedly commit to defense against Liverpool and Chelsea. But can they maintain the same focus against Southampton? Human psychology is indeed the most challenging aspect to control. Southampton's approach to attacking is straightforward. After a series of passes, the ball finds its way to Mkhitaryan, whose breakthroughs create opportunities. His distribution, regardless of the recipient, is marked by quick execution. Once such passes are made near the penalty area, fluid attacks become achievable. In the realm of competition, fluid offensive maneuvers invariably enhance the likelihood of scoring. Within a mere minute of the match's commencement, the wide-ranging Giroud received a pass from Mkhitaryan, subsequently executing a delicate lob to the far post. The advancing Lalana, shielded by Lambert, attempted a header that narrowly grazed the post before veering out of play. Aston Villa's counterattack was swiftly stifled at midfield by the advancing Lovren, who promptly directed the ball to the retreating Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan, with the ball at his feet, deftly maneuvered past the hastily approaching Sidwell and surged forward, distributing the ball to the flank just before Milner's defensive intervention. The supporting Otsumobo, upon receiving the pass, lifted the ball into the penalty area, where the forward-moving Giroud aimed a header that was narrowly tipped away by the goalkeeper. Lalana executed a corner kick, which sailed directly to the edge of the penalty area, where the advancing Schneiderlin seized the opportunity, striking the ball without delay, though it soared over the crossbar. The relentless barrage of shots ignited fervent cheers from the Southampton supporters. Yet it incited a palpable sense of indignation among the Villa players. How could they endure such a vigorous assault from a League One team? Despite the initial strategy of defending and counterattacking, the mounting pressure rendered such tactics irrelevant, compelling them to retaliate with equal fervor. This seamless transition went unnoticed even by McLeish, as the atmosphere had reached a crescendo, rendering inaction impossible. Southampton, however, swiftly retreated to defend. Although their defense was somewhat weakened due to the absence of Lalana and the moderate defensive capabilities of Mkhitaryan, the presence of Wanyama and Schneiderlin ensured that the area in front of the penalty box remained secure. Villa's wing play was proving effective. Yet cutting inside into the penalty area posed a considerable challenge. Ashley Young persistently attempted to outmaneuver Mills, but penetrating inward remained elusive, as Perry was quick to cover. The seasoned Perry proved invaluable in his timely positioning. When it came to crossing after a breakthrough, Abanglahor was not particularly adept at seizing the opportunity. Unless it was a ground pass, high balls rendered it exceedingly difficult to claim the initial touch. Even with a ground pass, he found it challenging to secure the ball under Lovren's close marking. Thus, after a mere 2 minutes of attacking play, Villa conceded a goal. Petrov's forceful breakthrough and subsequent ground pass were intercepted by Perry, who swiftly cleared the ball to Schneiderlin, who in turn propelled it forward. Although Lalana had retreated, Mkhitaryan and the two center forwards were positioned quite advanced. The tide of the match shifted rapidly. Giroud leapt high, overpowering the opposing defender to head the ball down. Lambert received the ball but did not advance. Instead, he deftly laid it off to the advancing Mkhitaryan, who commenced a rapid surge forward. The Armenian's pace was formidable, creating an imposing presence, prompting the trailing Villa defenders to instinctively converge upon him in an attempt to intercept the ball midway. They were unconcerned about passing to Giroud or Lambert, given that they were still 30 to 40 meters from the goal, and even if the ball reached them, the two towering forwards lacked the requisite speed. Moreover, passing behind them would easily result in an offside. As the opposing defenders closed in, Mkhitaryan decisively opted to pass. He did not choose the closer Lambert in the center, but instead directed the ball towards the slightly wider Giroud. Giroud received the ball, and upon noticing that he had not accelerated forward, the Villa defenders felt a sense of relief. He was still 30 meters from the goal, and the angle was not particularly favorable. With Giroud's pace, they believed they would have ample time to regroup before he entered the penalty area. Furthermore, Giroud did not seem inclined to surge forward upon receiving the ball. At that moment, everyone watched as Giroud took a step forward with the ball, then swung his right foot, suddenly unleashing a long-range shot. A powerful strike from 30 meters out. Chapter 30. The dilemma of Giroud. As Giroud unleashed a powerful strike from 30 meters away, the ball arced gracefully through the air, soaring over the hastily leaping goalkeeper and plunging into the net. For a fleeting moment, the stadium fell into a profound silence, only to erupt moments later into a thunderous cheer. No one anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Giroud would deliver such a spectacular long-range goal at this crucial moment. It is worth noting that although Giroud is a new addition to the team this season, he has secured a regular starting position. However, his performances had not been particularly eye-catching. Lambert scored numerous goals and showcased his ability to hold the ball, while Lalana tirelessly contributed in midfield, often scoring with long-range shots or clever runs. As for Mkhitaryan, his arrival had revitalized Southampton's attacking prowess, making him an undeniably reliable asset. In contrast, Giroud appeared to be merely a laborer in the forward line, retreating to collect the ball, creating opportunities, and providing support. Although he had found the net a few times, those goals were rather unremarkable, resulting from straightforward finishes after receiving passes from teammates. His demeanor matched his appearance, earnest, unassuming, and seemingly innocuous. Yet, in this moment, he astonished everyone with a breathtaking long-range shot that opened the gateway to victory for Southampton. Jishi raised his fist in triumph, astonished by the brilliance of that strike, which had stemmed from Giroud's sudden burst of inspiration. When players experience such moments of intuition, it is imperative they seize the opportunity. Jishi began to realize he may have underestimated Giroud. He had always viewed him as a valuable but somewhat laborious center forward. With his height, strength, and reasonable technical ability, he was certainly effective in the lower leagues, but whether he could translate that effectiveness to the Premier League remained uncertain. However, this extraordinary long-range shot proved that Giroud could not only fulfill tactical roles but also emerge as an exceptionally versatile center forward. If that were the case, he might even surpass Lambert in value, given his youth, superior physical condition, and greater height. Keep it up, Jishi thought, applauding enthusiastically from the sidelines. Giroud nodded vigorously in acknowledgement and raised his fist towards the bench. This season, when choosing to join Southampton, Giroud indeed experienced a moment of hesitation. Had he not been merely a backup player in League Two, with no League One teams showing interest in him, he might not have considered venturing into League One for a stroke of luck. However, the head coach places considerable trust in him, granting him nearly every starting position, which is something Giroud finds immensely gratifying. Although his goal tally is not particularly high, most opportunities fall to Lambert. He is more involved in assisting and creating space, and he remains content with this role. At the age of 23, what he requires is ample match experience. As the matches resumed, Aston Villa found themselves at a loss. Uncertain whether to adopt an offensive approach, fortify their defense, or apply pressure in the midfield. McLeish, too, was somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom how. Despite their intent to play defensively and counterattack, they had suddenly become the ones conceding a goal. It must have been an unfortunate fluke. Yet this fluke had transpired, and they now trailed by a goal. What purpose did it serve to continue with counterattacks? The opposing team could easily slow down their offensive rhythm, even initiating a series of back-and-forth passes in midfield. Having observed several Southampton matches, McLeish understood that while their overall strength might not be remarkably outstanding, their players possess commendable technical skills. Such a team is a rare gem in League One. Without Southampton's exceptional youth training system, they would lack such capabilities. Should they commence a series of intricate passes on the field, one would truly not need to worry about Villa's counterattacks. Did we not witness how Guardiola's Barcelona dismantled all their adversaries last season through precise passing? Although the prowess of Southampton's players pales in comparison to that of Barcelona, they possess the technical ability to execute such a strategy. Yet, should they launch an aggressive offensive, McLeish is acutely aware of his team's attacking capabilities. If their offense were indeed formidable, they would not struggle against mid to lower-tier teams in the league. It is a conundrum. McLeish, pondering deeply, remains uncertain on how to proceed. He has devised contingency plans, yet none accounted for conceding a goal within the first 5 minutes. Thus, he resolves to observe the unfolding dynamics, allowing both teams to engage in a prolonged contest before seeking opportunities. After all, Villa's overall strength is significantly greater. Their players are seasoned, possessing commendable skills, each a veteran of the Premier League, unlike Southampton's youthful roster. Presently, among Southampton's starting lineup, only Perry and goalkeeper Davis boast extensive Premier League experience. The other players, regardless of their talent, are limited to the experiences of the second division. This slight advantage must be seized. Consequently, in the ensuing moments, Aston Villa begins to engage Southampton in a tug-of-war in midfield, leveraging their numerical superiority to seek opportunities and attempt to exploit spaces behind the defense. However, to execute such a tactic requires not only exceptional passing but also precise movement and impressive speed from the attacking players, along with a bit of time. While Adban is undoubtedly a superb forward with remarkable speed, in a conventional positional play, no amount of speed can outpace the ball. Villa attempted several through balls behind the defense, yet he failed to connect, with Davis effortlessly intercepting on multiple occasions and some passes simply not reaching him. The efficiency of this offensive strategy is notably low. Direct passes fail to penetrate, prompting Villa to exploit the flanks. Petrov, possessing remarkable speed, rivals even Adban. However, without sufficient space on the wings, his velocity becomes somewhat unwieldy, often leading him to carry the ball out of bounds. This singular approach to breakthroughs is easily countered by defensive formations. In such circumstances, Ashley Young's performance is commendable. His technical skills are quite refined, and although he has earned the nickname Young due to the mockery of his inability to evade defenders on the flanks, this is primarily attributed to his steady ball control and slightly inferior evasion abilities. Nevertheless, when afforded space, his passing threat post-breakthrough remains considerable. Consequently, in the subsequent period, the youthful Professor Young becomes increasingly active, continuously receiving the ball and advancing it into the penalty area, leaving Southampton's left-back Mills in a state of distress. However, under Perry's protection, such crosses are unlikely to pose any genuine threat. "We are defending quite solidly. There is little to worry about," Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Chapter 31. Unfortunately, we cannot afford it. Southampton's defense is not particularly impressive. After all, they consistently concede goals in the championship, and even with recent improvements, they still allow at least one goal per match. This is largely due to their tactical approach, which favors offense over defense. Yet, in the face of Villa's relentless assault, they manage to hold their ground. Aside from their defensive tactical inclination, a crucial factor is Villa's lackluster offensive capability. After several minutes of intense attacking, Villa's momentum begins to wane, a natural rhythm, as no team can maintain constant pressure indefinitely. Even strong teams rarely suppress weaker ones to the extent of providing no opportunities. With the exception of Guardiola's Barcelona in recent years, dominance for a brief period leads to fatigue, allowing the tide to turn, a perfectly normal occurrence. As Villa's attack slows, Southampton seizes the opportunity to counter. Mkhitaryan, receiving the ball, charges forward, aware of his exceptional breakthrough ability, which prompts Sidwell to close in. However, despite Sidwell's efforts, he finds himself outmaneuvered by Mkhitaryan. The Armenian may not possess great speed, yet his technical prowess and adeptness at controlling the ball allow him to change direction swiftly, making it exceedingly difficult for an unfamiliar opponent to adapt to his rhythm. Sidwell cannot possibly be familiar with him. In a moment of engagement, Mkhitaryan employs a series of feints that cause Sidwell to lose his balance, subsequently breaking past him. Upon successfully bypassing the defense, Mkhitaryan advances confidently, fully assured of his breakthrough capabilities. Having encountered several Premier League teams, he has yet to meet anyone capable of thwarting his advances. However, in the next moment, his burgeoning confidence began to be restrained. Milner, without uttering a word, dashed over from the side and entangled him. Once Milner latched onto him, Mkhitaryan started to feel the pressure. Milner, despite being an offensive player, exhibited remarkable defensive prowess due to his exceptional stamina and tenacious competitiveness. I remember Milner as an attacking player. How is he so adept at defending? Jishi inquired curiously of Ben Ali. Ben Ali, though lacking in some respects, was certainly well versed in this area. He had indeed begun his career as an offensive player at Leeds, but his outstanding physical attributes, running ability, and combative skills allowed him to flourish in various positions throughout the years, rendering him remarkably versatile. Jishi thoughtfully stroked his chin, pondering that such a player ought to be in a prestigious club. Ben Ali chuckled, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Such players might not always secure a starting position, yet their capability to fulfill any role with diligent effort makes them invaluable to any top-tier team, whether as starters or substitutes. Unfortunately, we cannot afford him. Sigh. If only we were a Premier League team now, I would have surely secured both him and the previous Henderson at the earliest opportunity. They, like our Walton, possessed the qualities to serve as the backbone in midfield, Jishi lamented. Ben Ali shrugged, agreeing with Jishi's assessment, though he noted that it was of little practical use. On the field, Mkhitaryan, realizing he could not outmaneuver his opponent, executed a sudden stop, creating a gap to pass the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Lalana found no advantageous openings, prompting him to turn and pass it back. Southampton then shifted into a positional attack. In terms of offensive strength during a positional battle, Southampton held a slight edge, particularly with their two formidable strikers exerting impressive pressure in the penalty area. Aston Villa's two centre-backs, seasoned veterans of the Premier League, found themselves somewhat lacking in physical confrontations. Though not entirely inadequate, they struggled against strikers towering at 187 meters and just over 190 meters. Nevertheless, with support from their teammates, they managed to hold their ground. As the first half progressed, both sides engaged in a tug-of-war, finding little success against each other. However, with Southampton leading, their players grew increasingly composed on the pitch. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, Southampton's fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Regardless of anything else, the new Southampton's performance in the League Cup, having faced 3 Premier League teams consecutively, had indeed exceeded their expectations. It is worth noting that even prior to their relegation, Southampton seldom showcased such remarkable consistency in cup competitions during their tenure in the Premier League. Indeed, Southampton has traditionally been regarded as a mid-tier team, rarely achieving standout performances. Particularly following the retirement of Lalana, the team lost a pivotal source of dynamism. Without a catalyst for brilliance, it becomes exceedingly challenging for a squad to secure consecutive victories. However, under the astute leadership of the current manager, they have exhibited an impressive run in the League Cup, much to the delight of their supporters. Even if the match does not culminate in victory, the fans will harbor no grievances. Pop, pop, pop. Many supporters, contemplating this notion, promptly express their disdain with a few contemptuous sounds. This match is one we must secure victory in. A win would propel us into the quarterfinals of the League Cup. In the second half, we need to exhibit greater stability. Such contests serve as excellent training opportunities, allowing us to experience the caliber of top-tier teams, an invaluable experience that money cannot buy. We must solidify our midfield, engage them in a contest, and seize every opportunity to score. In the locker room, Jishi remarked that he was not merely speaking empty words. He had also prepared contingency plans for Villa's tactical adjustments, especially with the potential inclusion of both Carew and Heskey. The presence of a striker on the field undoubtedly complicates defensive efforts. However, conversely, the inclusion of a striker would weaken Villa's midfield or defense, presenting Southampton with a chance to capitalize. As Jishi's tactical acumen has matured, He has begun to contemplate these intricacies with clarity. The previous 4 draws were not in vain. McLeish, facing limited options, had no choice but to deploy Carew to augment their attacking prowess and apply more pressure on Southampton's defense. Yet, this substitution meant that with Sidwell withdrawn, only Milner and Cork remained in midfield, both more adept at offensive play. Sidwell was the sole defensive anchor in midfield, and as the second half unfolded, Aston Villa's midfield began to lose balance. With an already precarious mindset, the growing imbalance on the field rendered Villa's second half increasingly arduous. They struggled to gain an advantage in midfield, resorting to launching attacks solely through the flanks, igniting a battle against Southampton's defense. Chapter 32. Everyone is quite adept in terms of flank defense. Southampton is notably average. Their offensive capabilities are similarly unremarkable. Whether it be Atsumobo or Mills, they are merely ordinary players, products of Southampton's youth academy, lacking exceptional talent. In truth, their continued presence at Southampton is due to a lack of alternative opportunities, and the club utilizes them because there are no stronger players available. After all, acquiring quality fullbacks is notoriously challenging. Consequently, on the wings, their goal is simply to prevent opponents from cutting inside toward the penalty area. In the central zone of the box, Lovren marked Carew, while Perry continued to provide support. Wooten dropped back into the penalty area to monitor Agbonlahor. After all, asking Perry to track Agbonlahor would leave him utterly exhausted after a few sprints. Thus, Southampton's formation has effectively transformed into a 5-3-2, employing 5 dedicated defenders while the remaining 5 assist in defense while preparing for offensive maneuvers. This is, in fact, a rather unprofessional approach. However, in the current context of the match, both offensive and defensive aspects have been adeptly balanced. Davis delivered an impressive performance, first thwarting a shot from Young at the edge of the penalty area, followed by a foot block against Agbonlahor's close-range attempt. Milner unleashed a long-range shot that posed a significant threat, only to be intercepted by Lovren's body. As the relentless attacks faltered, Villa's offense intensified, inadvertently providing Southampton with opportunities for counterattacks. Villa's players are not oblivious to this principle, yet at this juncture, they have no choice but to persist with their offensive efforts. Otherwise, their chances would indeed dwindle significantly. This is indeed a form of gambling. However, their gamble proved futile. As the match progressed to the 72nd minute, Perry thwarted the ball within the penalty area. Schneiderlin seized the opportunity, delivering a precise long pass forward. Giroud expertly controlled the ball and surged ahead, with Lalana making a swift run. Giroud accurately placed the ball at Lalana's feet, who, with a deft touch, forcefully penetrated the penalty area, then lofted the ball towards the center. Lambert, arriving in perfect synchronization, struck the ball in mid-air without hesitation. The sphere soared into the upper corner of the net, leaving the Aston Villa goalkeeper helpless. At last, this match seemed secured. Jishi vigorously raised his fist in triumph, as Aston Villa's offensive capability had always been mediocre. And now it was even more so. Jishi swiftly replaced Mkhitaryan with Letizia to bolster the midfield defense. Moments later, he brought on James to substitute Lambert, further strengthening the defensive line. With the midfield now robustly fortified, Southampton's defense grew increasingly resolute. Aston Villa exhausted all their options, yet failed to score. When the referee blew the final whistle, Jishi embraced his assistant coaches with exuberance. We have reached the quarterfinals of the League Cup. Letizia appeared to regain the fervor of his playing days, raising his hands in jubilant celebration. Ha ha ha. Matthew, do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. Jishi laughed heartily. He understood Letizia's sentiments. Despite his unwavering dedication to Southampton, he had not garnered any accolades. In over a decade in the league, their highest ranking was a mere 7th, without even a taste of European competition. And they had never advanced to the finals of either the FA Cup or the League Cup. This represents the greatest regret for Letizia. If he could secure some commendable accolades as an assistant coach at Southampton, it would help alleviate this profound disappointment. Letizia quickly regained his composure. As he has always been a person of calm demeanor, he offered an apologetic smile to Jishi, agreeing with his sentiment that this is merely the beginning, and there remains a considerable distance to traverse before attaining glory. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, that suffices. Southampton has indeed glimpsed that hope. Is that not enough? Southampton has advanced to the quarterfinals of the League Cup. In previous years, this achievement might not have been remarkable, given that Southampton, as a Premier League team, frequently reached the latter stages of the League Cup. However, Southampton now competes in League One. They have triumphed over 3 Premier League teams to reach the quarterfinals. Such a performance could instill a sense of shame in many Premier League clubs. Apart from Southampton, the remaining 7 teams in this season's League Cup are all Premier League teams, aside from Liverpool, who were eliminated by Arsenal in the previous round. The rest have all advanced to the quarterfinals: Manchester United, Manchester City, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Tottenham, with Portsmouth and Blackburn completing the lineup. Will Southampton encounter Portsmouth in the League Cup? Although these 2 teams are fierce rivals, their encounters have been relatively infrequent. Upon reviewing the list of the 8 quarterfinalists, nearly all journalists began to anticipate the arrival of a particular moment. It is evident that the English Football League has a flair for drama. In the draw for the quarterfinals, Southampton drew Portsmouth. For us in League One, this means we can enjoy a series of home matches, which is indeed a positive outcome. I believe the 220,000 residents of Southampton have been eagerly awaiting this clash for quite some time. After learning the results of the draw, Jishi promptly accepted an interview with the sports section of the Southampton Evening Mail, expressing sentiments that, while lacking in substance, were sufficient to ignite excitement among the people of Southampton. The new boss certainly possesses remarkable acumen, a sentiment shared by the residents of Southampton. However, reflecting on the previous executives who emerged to affirm that Jishi is a devoted Southampton supporter, this admiration seems somewhat justified. Notably, those testifying included former Chairman Levy, ex-executive Wilder, and the previous youth development director Watt, all of whom have departed the club yet still chose to speak in Jishi's favor, indicating their motives are not rooted in self-interest. This interview has undeniably enhanced Jishi's standing among Southampton fans. Nevertheless, Jishi is acutely aware that such goodwill is precarious. Only tangible achievements can solidify the supporters' affection. What constitutes success? In this season, the most pressing achievement is a return to the championship. However, the quarterfinals of the League Cup will not occur until early December, and Southampton's immediate focus remains on the league, along with the impending FA Cup and English Trophy matches. Despite being a League One team, they have a considerable number of matches ahead. Perhaps the consecutive victories in the Championship and League have affected their form, as Southampton could not extend their winning streak to 8 matches in the following league round. They traveled to London to face Leyton Orient, resulting in a 2-2 draw, thus halting their winning run. Chapter 33. Declining form. Southampton fans expressed some disappointment over this draw, yet they did not dwell on it too long. After all, in the lengthy League One season, a draw or 2 is inconsequential. The top 2 teams are promoted directly, while the 3rd to 6th places contend for the final promotion spot through playoffs. Therefore, as long as they secure a position within the top 6, opportunities remain viable. While Southampton supporters yearn for direct promotion, the team began with a 10-point deduction, and the early season adjustment period necessitates time. Currently, the top 2 teams are performing exceptionally well. After 15 rounds, Leeds United boasts 11 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 36 points. Charlton and Milton Keynes, occupying the 2nd and 3rd spots, have garnered 29 points. Given Leeds United's formidable form, Southampton's most realistic aspiration is to vie for 2nd place, if that proves too challenging. Finishing within the top 6 and then advancing through playoffs to the Championship remains an option. After all, they began with a 10-point deficit. Contemplating this, Southampton fans feel a tinge of frustration. Had it not been for the deduction, their points would have reached 29, making them formidable contenders not just for 2nd place, but even for the top position. In light of this, Southampton commenced preparations for the cup competitions, beginning with the first round of the FA Cup, followed by the southern semi-finals of the English Trophy. Both opponents are from League One. In the FA Cup, Southampton will face Bristol Rovers, whom they had previously defeated, while in the Trophy, they will host the current 2nd-place team, Charlton. A consistent performance is all that is required. Jishi addressed the players, expressing that he held little hope for the FA Cup matches. The nature of the FA Cup is rather protracted. In the Premier League, stronger teams tend to prioritize the FA Cup over the League Cup. Indeed, Southampton's encounters with 3 mid-tier Premier League teams were not particularly favorable, as those teams placed greater importance on the League Cup, thus fielding their first-choice players. Should they face formidable opponents such as Manchester United, Arsenal, Liverpool, or Chelsea, it is likely that those teams would deploy a majority of their substitutes, potentially making the contest less strenuous. However, even for strong teams like Manchester United, they would not typically field a significant number of substitutes in the FA Cup. This delineates the distinction between the FA Cup and the League Cup. The FA Cup stands as the most venerable tournament in England, bearing a profound sense of honor despite its limited financial incentives. In contrast, the League Cup is often regarded as a relatively insignificant competition. Consequently, in this match, manager Jishi opted not to deploy many of his key players, instead fielding a selection of fit starters alongside substitutes to face Bristol Rovers away from home. Fortunately, the opposing team harbored little expectation, as Bristol Rovers' primary objective this season is merely to secure their position in League One. After a grueling 90 minutes, Southampton managed to clinch a hard-fought victory, triumphing 3-2 on the road and advancing to the second round of the FA Cup. Well done indeed. Jishi commended his players, considering that most of Southampton's substitutes possess only average abilities. Given their current financial constraints, maintaining a competitive first-team squad, supplemented by 1 or 2 impactful substitutes, is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, for a League One team, such depth in the squad is already quite sufficient. The performance of these substitutes is commendable. In the FA Cup, they utilized backups, while in the forthcoming English Championship, Jishi has opted to deploy the entire starting lineup. This approach may seem perplexing at first glance, however. From the perspective of Jishi, it appears entirely reasonable. The English Championship, though seemingly unremarkable, is indeed a nationwide tournament of considerable stature. Furthermore, Southampton has yet to claim such a title in its storied history. Achieving this milestone would yield an impressive 50 achievement points, and winning the championship for the first time would grant an additional 100 points. This dual reward is a rare opportunity that Jishi could hardly afford to overlook. He would never forsake this competition, even at the expense of the FA Cup or the League Cup. Consequently, Charlton suffered a significant setback, currently positioned jointly in second place. Charlton's obligations in the league remain formidable. Although they have never secured the championship title, such an accolade pales in comparison to promotion. Moreover, despite reaching the semi-finals, they are facing the Southern semi-finals, which entails 2 legs of the Southern final, followed by a nationwide final. This period is inherently dense with matches, and given their overall capabilities are not exceptionally strong, maintaining a position within the top 2 proves to be quite challenging. Thus, Charlton did not field their full-strength squad for this match, initially assuming Southampton would concentrate on league play. After all, it is evident that Southampton, with their formidable prowess, is indeed a prime contender for promotion. To their astonishment, Southampton disregarded such expectations and fielded their strongest lineup at home, swiftly overwhelming their opponents. The 4 formidable attackers, Mkhitaryan, Lalana, Lambert, and Giroud, each scored a goal, culminating in a resounding 4-0 victory that sent Charlton away in disgrace. The departing Charlton supporters expressed their frustration vocally. From a certain perspective, their criticisms hold merit. Southampton's form had indeed shown signs of decline. Otherwise, they would not have settled for a draw against the modest Leyton Orient. However, following 2 triumphant league matches, Southampton's performance began to plummet. In their subsequent home game against relegation-threatened Brighton, they were thoroughly outperformed, succumbing to a 1-3 defeat, marking their first home loss of the season, especially notable given their previous 3 consecutive victories against Premier League teams in the League Cup. As they approached the 17th round, Southampton faced 5th-placed Norwich at home. Energized by the challenge of a strong opponent, Southampton displayed commendable effort, ultimately securing a 2-2 draw against their rivals. The draw was deemed satisfactory by the fans, as securing a tie against a higher-ranked team is far from disgraceful. However, during the subsequent 18th round, when faced with the mid-table team Hartlepool, Southampton suffered a decisive defeat due to the majority of their key players being unfit to compete. From the 15th round against Leyton Orient to this match, Southampton encountered a disheartening streak of 4 consecutive winless games in the league. The supporters were left to console themselves, acknowledging that the distractions of cup competitions inevitably led to fluctuations in league performance. Although their points had dwindled to the 18th position, they were merely 10 points adrift of 6th-placed Huddersfield. As long as they did not incur penalties, they still maintained a standard befitting a top 6 team. Chapter 34. The prodigy of the reserve team Jishi was mentally prepared for the recent decline in form. After all, striving for success in the cup competitions would inevitably impact their league performance. Moreover, Jishi harbored an audacious notion. Rather than securing a top 2 finish, he preferred to navigate through the playoffs to reach the championship. It is noteworthy that Southampton has historically claimed both the championship and runner-up positions in the old First Division. Thus, Finishing in the top 2 would only facilitate promotion without any additional benefits. Conversely, Southampton had never participated in the playoffs in the first division, let alone securing a championship title. Achieving promotion through playoff victory would not only be more exhilarating but also illuminate achievement points, resulting in substantial financial gain. Of course, such a perspective would be deemed imprudent by any seasoned coach, as the pressure of playoff contention is not something everyone can withstand. Furthermore, the prospect of enduring a lengthy league season only to engage in playoffs is an ordeal that can be exceedingly taxing. This is far from the envisioned win-win scenario. No one is eager to compete in the playoffs. Only those who are truly unable to secure a top 2 position will strive in such a contest. Yet, can one expect someone who was merely an ordinary fan a year ago to comprehend this? Jishi remains rather naive. He approaches leading the team with a mindset akin to playing a game. When one engages in a game, the pursuit is undoubtedly perfection, rather than primarily ensuring the most crucial objective. This is precisely where Jishi still requires growth. However, such a mindset could indeed foster a greater sense of composure within him. After all, individuals who experience anxiety while engaging in games are a rarity. The team has experienced a disheartening streak of 4 winless matches. Jishi feels quite vexed, as each defeat and draw yields no achievement points, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. However, there is a silver lining during this period. The key players have had ample opportunity for rest and recovery, suggesting that their performance will improve in the forthcoming matches. The nature of athletes is such that peaks and valleys coexist. Having already reached a low point, a resurgence is often on the horizon. In the 19th round of the league, facing the relegation-threatened Wycombe Wanderers, Southampton managed to secure a hard-fought victory. Lambert's golden goal earned Southampton a precious 3 points, allowing them to emerge from the quagmire of their winless streak. Following this victory, the Southampton fans collectively exhaled in relief. As the team gradually regained its form prior to the crucial cup matches, particularly against Portsmouth, this was undoubtedly a splendid development. The upcoming week heralded another cup-filled schedule. First, the FA Cup's second round, where Southampton would face Northampton away. This season has proven fortuitous as they had previously encountered Northampton in the League Cup's first round, and now they were set to meet again in the FA Cup. Subsequently, midweek would bring the highly anticipated home clash against Portsmouth. Southampton's continued home advantage in the League Cup has indeed been a stroke of luck, as the draw determines home and away games. The fact that they consistently drew home matches is nothing short of extraordinary. The significance of the FA Cup's second round compared to the League Cup's quarterfinals is readily discernible. Hence, the squad embarking on the away challenge against Northampton consisted entirely of substitutes, with the first team retained at home to conserve their energy. Such an approach seems somewhat dismissive of the FA Cup. However, as the tournament has only reached its second round, there is little concern surrounding this matter. Instead, the fierce encounter between Southampton and Portsmouth in the League Cup captures far more attention. Nevertheless, to venture into an away match without the attacking mainstays is a precarious decision. It leaves the midfield and forward lines devoid of a player capable of galvanizing the entire team. Such players are not absent under Jishi's guidance. Both Lalana and Mkhitaryan exemplify this type of athlete. However, with their focus on preparing for the League Cup, sending them on a trip to Northampton seems impractical. At this moment, Ben Ali put forth an astute suggestion. Why not observe the youth team? Jishi suddenly realized, feeling a twinge of foolishness for having overlooked Southampton's greatest treasure, the youth academy. He promptly made his way to the training ground for the reserve team. Good heavens! It had been months since he last visited the youth training facilities, where he used to spend considerable time. Upon his arrival, the youth academy director, Prost, approached Jishi, embracing him warmly and then teasing him. In that moment, Jishi felt a pang of guilt. He had little emotional attachment to Southampton's youth academy, so much so that he had forgotten it was from this very foundation that he rose to prominence. Naturally, his absence over the past months would raise eyebrows among others. Yet, he had a ready excuse. I've been rather busy, just recently appointed, with myriad responsibilities, and only now do I find a moment to visit. Prost seemed to understand this, recognizing that Jishi had previously only drifted through the youth academy, while now he was tasked with managing a squad composed largely of players he had never coached before. The challenge of integrating the team was substantial, compounded by the numerous first-team matches ahead. What brings you to the youth academy today? Prost inquired. Need I elaborate? I'm here to scout for promising players. Age is of little concern. What matters is their technical prowess and ability to invigorate the team through their breakthroughs. With our current heavy schedule, we require a focus on individual talent, particularly young players with exceptional skills, Jishi replied. Prost chuckled. I knew you wouldn't forget about that lad. He's been performing remarkably well in the reserves, and despite his youth, he could certainly contribute at the first-team level in League One. Jishi was momentarily taken aback. According to Prost, there was indeed a young prodigy in the reserves whom Jishi had been following for some time, perfectly aligning with his needs. Yet, Jishi was still in a state of confusion. Fortunately, Prost did not intend to quiz Jishi. No sane person would do such a thing. As Prost believed this young talent was already somewhat nurtured by Jishi, he gestured towards the field. There he is, just on the pitch. Let us see how he has progressed recently, Prost remarked, and Jishi turned his gaze towards the training ground, where he was immediately captivated by a particular figure. Jishi's perspective had shifted significantly since the onset of the season, having not only seen but also observed numerous outstanding players. He could now discern the true talents among them. The young black player on the field stood out as a quintessential example of exceptional skill. The way he handled the ball revealed a remarkable genius. Jishi could not help but marvel inwardly. Chapter 35. The influence of a prodigy excelling in the reserve team is not inherently remarkable. However, showcasing superior dribbling skills and impressive physical attributes is an entirely different matter. After all, a discerning eye can swiftly recognize a player's technical prowess. This seemingly frail young man possessed such exquisite footwork. He effortlessly toyed with his adversaries, evading one after another, and either assisted with a pass or executed a breakthrough shot to secure goals for his team. This performance is nearly overwhelming. The progress of this young man is astonishing, Jishi remarked. At just 16 years and 3 months old, his future is indeed highly promising, Prost stated. That must be him, Jishi concluded. This promising young lad bears the illustrious surname of Chamberlain. For the young Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, he has never doubted the brilliance of his future. After all, some talents are evident at first glance. With his exceptional skills, even within the renowned Youth Academy of Southampton, he stands out as a rarity. Coaches at all levels believe he could be the next Walcott or Bale, and his attributes closely resemble those of these already celebrated predecessors. His technical prowess, rapid speed, and versatility allow him to excel in any forward position, creating opportunities through his breakthroughs, taking shots on goal, or delivering incisive passes to his teammates. Such a player is bound to be cherished wherever he may play, a comprehensive attacking force. Thus, upon encountering Jishi, he was not taken aback, but rather felt it was only natural to transition to the first team sooner rather than later. Alex, come along. Your training ground will now be with the first team, Jishi informed Chamberlain. Nodding in agreement, Chamberlain naturally followed Jishi, not forgetting to greet Prost before departing. Prost watched Chamberlain's retreating figure with satisfaction, recognizing him as the most outstanding player among this cohort. Moving forward, Southampton's Youth Academy is certain to cultivate even more exceptional talents, though some enhancements to their facilities would be necessary. While Prost contemplated how to secure funding from Jishi to upgrade the Youth Academy, Jishi had already ushered Chamberlain into the first team and arranged a training session. The arrival of a newcomer in the Youth Academy had become a commonplace occurrence for the Southampton players, many of whom had similar experiences. However, the fact that a mere 16-year-old had made it into the first team was indeed a surprise. Yet, after just one training session, it became abundantly clear to everyone that this lad was a prodigy. Indeed, some talents can be recognized at first sight, and Chamberlain is one such genius. Everyone marveled at the increasing number of outstanding attackers at Southampton. Following the sale of 2 key forwards and a pivotal attacking midfielder, many had expressed concerns about who would score goals for Southampton in the upcoming season. But now, does that remain a question? Certainly not. With Lambert, Giroud, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan, they now have another asset in Chamberlain. While the abundance of attacking players may seem excessive, appropriate rotation will undoubtedly yield benefits. Chamberlain understands that, despite being a prodigy, immediately securing a starting position remains a nearly insurmountable challenge. His focus for the remainder of the season will be to seize opportunities to play, train alongside the first team, adapt to the caliber of his more accomplished peers, and accumulate sufficient experience. Then, he will strive to earn a starting role in the next season. This is the natural progression. This has nothing to do with genius. Even the extraordinary Bale, during his time, could only gradually secure a place in the lineup at Tottenham. Although Southampton presently pales in comparison to Tottenham, the inherent principles of football must still be acknowledged. However, after merely 3 days of training, as the weekend approached, Oxlade-Chamberlain's name prominently featured on the roster for the away match against Northampton. Not only was he included in the squad, but he also made the starting lineup. Even the journalists who have closely followed Southampton for an extended period are left bewildered. What on earth is this? Although they are all aware that Southampton's youth academy boasts a prodigy named Chamberlain, and they know that this young lad is bound to become a member of the first team sooner or later. He just joined the first team training the day before yesterday, and now he is starting in the FA Cup? This is utterly ridiculous. Consequently, those who are particularly sensitive are immediately taken aback. Chamberlain was born on August 15, 1936, and the subsequent match took place on November 28 of the same year. This means that by the time Chamberlain took the field, he was merely 16 years and 105 days old. This achievement shattered the previous record set by Walcott, marking the youngest age of 16 years and 143 days to debut for Southampton. Although the club has now fallen to League One, such a record still evokes astonishment. Consequently, even before the match commenced, it had already been fervently sensationalized by numerous media outlets. At this moment, Jishi realized he had made an error. He had not given it much thought initially, for his intention was merely to have a capable individual lead the substitutes during the away match. To avoid the lack of offensive prowess, Zhang Bachan was precisely that capable person, nothing more, nothing less. However, his simplistic consideration, combined with the media's involvement and Zhang Bachan's age, complicated the situation considerably. Observing how a seemingly inconsequential match garnered such attention, Jishi felt a twinge of anxiety, not for himself, but rather for Zhang Bachan, fearing that his mental state might become unbalanced. Should the first match prove to be dismal, it could cast a long shadow over the young players, leading to significant repercussions. This is not merely an instance of undue worry. Numerous exceptionally talented players have faltered in their subsequent performances due to an unfavorable debut. Thus, on their journey, Jishi discreetly observed Zhang Bachan, only to discover that the young man appeared rather carefree, listening to music and swaying his head, seemingly unaffected by the impending match. It was then that Jishi felt a sense of relief. In the subsequent match, Zhang Bachan did not disappoint anyone. The content of this match was rather unremarkable. Northampton's capabilities are quite mediocre. Even in the absence of Chamberlain, the skills of Southampton's substitutes might not suffice to secure a comfortable victory. Yet achieving a draw would pose no significant challenge. Chamberlain's performance on the pitch, however, was nothing short of exceptional. Those opponents of a lower tier were utterly incapable of thwarting his blistering advances. Each time he seized the ball, he brought forth tremendous destructive potential, dismantling the opposing defense and creating opportunities. Ultimately, although he did not score a goal nor provide a direct assist in this match, all 3 goals were a result of the attention he garnered, allowing his teammates to seamlessly convert the chances he created. Southampton triumphed effortlessly over Northampton in this away match. Chapter 36. The underperforming Portsmouth. Following the FA Cup match, accolades for Chamberlain swiftly inundated various sports media outlets. The English sports press has a notorious penchant for lavishly praising domestic players, particularly young talents. A commendable performance often leads to extravagant titles and lofty comparisons. Should a player's mental fortitude waver, they can easily be swayed by such adulation. However, no matter how proficient a coach may be, there is little they can do to mitigate this phenomenon. In the past, players could be advised to refrain from reading newspapers, but in this digital age, access to the internet via mobile devices is ubiquitous. Despite the disarray of the UK's wireless infrastructure, it remains feasible to scroll through a few headlines on a smartphone. As for Jishi, he cannot afford to concentrate too much on Chamberlain. His focus is entirely directed towards the upcoming League Cup match against Portsmouth. This marks the first encounter between Southampton and Portsmouth since Southampton's relegation in the 2004-2005 season. The South Coast Derby between Southampton and Portsmouth has been infrequent, primarily due to Portsmouth's presence in the lower leagues while Southampton competed in the top tier. However, in recent years, the roles have reversed, with Portsmouth maintaining their position in the Premier League, while Southampton has fallen from grace. This has allowed the Portsmouth fans to take a moment of pride, as it is now their turn to confront Southampton as a Premier League team. Meanwhile, the supporters of Southampton have long been prepared to extend a warm welcome to their rivals. However, Portsmouth's performance this season has been rather dismal. With 14 rounds of the Premier League completed, they have managed to secure only 2 victories, drawn 1, and suffered a staggering 11 defeats, placing them at the bottom of the table with a mere 7 points. trailing the safety zone by 6 points. This season, the Premier League witnessed a disheartening start for them, marked by an unfortunate streak of 7 consecutive defeats. In their most recent match, they suffered a crushing 1-4 loss at home to Manchester United. Unless there is a significant turnaround, relegation seems inevitable. Therefore, Southampton supporters need not ponder further. It can be succinctly stated, "We shall meet in the Championship next year." Such words are rather harsh. The fans of Portsmouth swiftly responded, "Provided that you can achieve promotion." The blade struck with remarkable severity. Truly, they are bitter rivals, well-versed in the art of inflicting wounds. The distance between Portsmouth and Southampton is merely a few kilometers. It is not far even on foot. Consequently, many Portsmouth fans have made their way to Southampton, and in terms of morale, they do not find themselves at a disadvantage. However, this season, Portsmouth is undeniably struggling. They are no longer the team that clinched the FA Cup 2 seasons ago. The key players have aged or departed. Montari has moved to Inter Milan, Campbell has retired, and Diaz has joined Real Madrid, leaving only the veterans Kanu and Ataka. The esteemed coach Harry Redknapp, who once led that squad, has also departed. The current manager, Steve Cotterill, lacks the same stature, and it is thus inevitable that Portsmouth's performance has plummeted. Encountering Southampton at this juncture might actually be fortuitous. The animosity between Portsmouth and Southampton is substantial in such circumstances. A victory over their local adversaries could significantly bolster their morale and resolve. Furthermore, Portsmouth has performed commendably in cup competitions this year, persisting in both the FA Cup and the League Cup, which presents a promising avenue. In comparison to the 3 Premier League teams we previously faced, Portsmouth falls short. Nonetheless, this match is a derby, and derbies are always unique. This will be my inaugural experience managing a derby, as well as yours. The last time these teams met in a derby was back in 2005, a time when none of you were present. Jishi remarked on the training ground, eliciting laughter from the players. Indeed, many from that Southampton team have departed since their relegation. The current captain, Davis, joined in the summer of 2006, while vice-captain Perry and third captain Walton arrived in the summer of 2008. All players from the Southampton squad that once competed in the Premier League have since left. Thus, this Southampton team comprises players who are also experiencing their first derby. Portsmouth typically employs a 4-4-2 formation, yet they lack many quality players. Goalkeeper Begovic is commendable, but a goalkeeper's solid performance often indicates a frail defense, which is indeed the case here. In my view, their 4 defenders are rather average, considerably inferior to our own back line, Jishi continued. The players erupted in laughter, perceiving their coach's remarks as a slight against Portsmouth, who, after all, boast a Premier League defense, while Southampton's defense is not even commendable in League One, conceding goals in nearly every match. I am not jesting. Our frequent conceding is a result of our attacking tactics. Under such circumstances, conceding is to be expected. In reality, our defensive lineup ranks among the best in League One and would hold its own in the Championship. As for Portsmouth, they have conceded 23 goals in 14 matches. At first glance, this seems slightly worse than our own record, yet they predominantly employ a counter-attacking strategy. Given this approach, their defense has proven alarmingly inadequate. However, in the midfield and forward positions, they do possess some commendable players, albeit lacking synergy and burdened by age. Jishi began sketching on the tactical board. Although Kanu is advancing in years, his technical prowess, impact, and leadership capabilities remain invaluable. He may struggle with the intensity of the Premier League, but he will certainly be in the starting lineup for this match. Ataka's breakthroughs on the flanks are quite impressive. His speed can exploit our vulnerabilities in wing defense. Therefore, James, you will start as the right back specifically to counter him. James nodded, accepting his role as a laborer without complaint, for the competition in midfield is intensely fierce. Playing as a defensive fullback is not without merit, as it guarantees him a place on the pitch. The player they must be most vigilant against in midfield is Boateng. His physical attributes are exceptional. Though his style of play can be chaotic, he resembles the former Sevilla player Baptista, a bulldozing attacking midfielder who could very well score. Marking him is challenging, as our midfield is at a disadvantage in terms of height and strength. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential. We simply need to cut off his connections with teammates. If he is isolated, Portsmouth's attack will lack cohesion. After assessing the opponent's key players, Jishi hesitated. As for Kranjčar, he is unlikely to start, given that his position conflicts with Boateng's. Even if he were to begin, his form has long since diminished. Compared to Modric, he he falls short by a considerable margin. Chapter 37. An unexpected change. St. Mary's Stadium was once again filled to capacity. It is an undeniable truth that, despite recent fluctuations in performance, Southampton has regained their form after securing 2 consecutive victories in both the league and the FA Cup. Furthermore, facing Portsmouth ignites an unparalleled fervor among Southampton supporters. Even though this match takes place midweek rather than on the weekend, the stands are filled to capacity with passionate fans. They enthusiastically chant the names of Southampton players, as well as that of the iconic Jishi, reflecting their immense satisfaction after months of trials and tribulations. While the league situation remains somewhat ambiguous, Southampton's remarkable performances in the cup competitions certainly raise expectations for an even more commendable display in the league. Were Southampton merely an ordinary team, concerns might arise regarding the impact of cup successes on league performance. However, being a distinguished club in the Premier League, their supporters possess the ambition to celebrate the team's achievements in the cup without unfounded worries about potential repercussions on their league standings. This overarching perspective can often seem perplexing. As the players from both sides took to the field, a tremendous cheer erupted from the Southampton supporters in the stands. Today, manager Jishi deployed a starting lineup that eschewed any notion of a balance between attack and defense. The 4 formidable forwards were all present on the pitch, shielded by Schneiderlin and Walton, while James occupied the right-back position. Recently, Jishi has increasingly favored this formation, despite the fact that during Southampton's time in the Championship, a 4-3-3 setup resulted in insufficient midfield protection, leading to disappointing performances. It was not until the introduction of Simon Lalana to bolster the midfield defense that the team's tactics achieved equilibrium. However, circumstances have changed at that time. Midfielders Lalana and Schneiderlin had yet to mature. Although both possessed commendable attacking talents, their defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, rendering Southampton's midfield defense vulnerable. Currently, however, Schneiderlin has shown remarkable progress, maintaining his offensive prowess while rapidly advancing in defensive skills. After all, while the attacking standards in League One may not be particularly formidable, Southampton's tactical issues often subjected them to relentless assaults from opponents, with Schneiderlin, as the defensive midfielder, bearing the brunt of such pressure. In such scenarios, he is afforded invaluable experience. Jishi now finds himself regretting the absence of exceptional wide attackers for Southampton. The current wing play relies heavily on Lalana and Mkhitaryan, both of whom are attacking midfielders, to stretch the field, while the capabilities of the fullbacks are rather inadequate, making the execution of Southampton's tactics somewhat disjointed. Nevertheless, this issue is beyond resolution. Had they secured Walker previously, the problem would have been considerably mitigated. Unfortunately, that opportunity has slipped away. Prost has mentioned that there is a promising young talent in the youth team, yet this individual is 2 years younger than Chamberlain, currently only 14 years old. No matter how talented a player may be, Jishi would never resort to deploying someone so young. Even the most gifted players must adhere to fundamental principles. Thus, for the time being, he must make do with the existing squad. The season has concluded. Let us see if we can acquire 2 reliable fullbacks. With these thoughts in mind, Jishi shook hands with the opposing coach, Cotterill, before returning to his position. The starting lineup for Portsmouth was not unexpected. A classic 4-4-2 formation, with Kanu positioned as one of the 2 forwards, Boateng commanding the midfield, and Ataka roaming the flanks. Was it not a bit presumptuous to believe such a simplistic strategy could contend with us? Jishi pondered. However, the course of the match swiftly delivered a jarring blow to Jishi and Southampton from the very outset. Portsmouth's tactics, indeed straightforward, revolved around allowing Boateng to dash about the pitch in search of opportunities. The other players' offensive efforts singularly aimed to deliver the ball to Boateng, relying on his individual prowess to forge chances. The German-Ghanaian dual national attacking midfielder is undeniably robust and possesses remarkable impact. Under his relentless charge, Southampton's defense struggles to adapt, as they have never encountered such an exceptionally skilled attacker before. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Ataka forcefully penetrated the flanks and lofted the ball into the penalty area. The advancing Boateng leaped to contest the aerial duel, colliding with Schneiderlin and landing simultaneously. However, before Schneiderlin could regain his footing, Boateng had already steadied himself, meeting the descending ball with a powerful strike. The ball soared towards the upper right corner of the goal. Davis stretched out his arm in a desperate attempt, but fell just short. The ball crashed into the net behind him, causing it to tremble violently. Boateng spread his arms wide, embarking on a frenzied celebration, while Jishi could only shake his head in resignation. What could be done about such an unreasonable goal? It was indeed frustrating. No worries, we'll come back, Jishi shouted onto the pitch. His reaction was undoubtedly justified, as the Southampton players quickly mounted an offensive. A few players in the front line collaborated relentlessly in search of opportunities, while Portsmouth regrouped defensively to withstand Southampton's assault. Witnessing their teams swiftly counterattack, Southampton's fans exhaled in relief, vocally cheering for their side. The Southampton offense flowed seamlessly, and in the ensuing minutes, they generated numerous chances. First, Lalana and Mkhitaryan threatened with consecutive shots from outside the box, followed by Lambert's determined attempt, which was deflected out by the opposing goalkeeper. Lalana took the corner, and Lovren, arriving late to assist, headed the ball over the bar. Despite the lack of goals, the rapid tempo of their attack suggested that scoring was merely a matter of time. The Southampton fans remained confident. Although the team's previous performances had been somewhat inconsistent, they consistently showcased top-tier offensive prowess. If they maintained this attacking rhythm, equalizing was just a matter of time. At that moment, a somewhat controversial decision shifted the momentum of Southampton's offense. Ataka, having broken through on the flank, was brought down by James, granting Portsmouth a free kick. The subsequent delivery into the penalty area saw Perry and an opposing forward, Picquioni, entangled, both collapsing to the ground. After a moment's hesitation, the referee awarded a penalty. How can that be a penalty? They were the ones who initiated the contact, Jishi exclaimed passionately from the sidelines. But regrettably, the referee's decision stood firm. Boateng confidently converted the penalty, slotting the ball into the corner of the net. Chapter 38. Sudden turn. We must remain calm. Do you understand? Being 2 goals down at halftime is not the end of the world. You should have seen the disappointed expressions on the fans' faces. They may experience disappointment. They may act impulsively, and they may express resentment and anger when the match takes an unfavorable turn. However, the moment we score a goal, the instant we begin to reverse the situation, they will erupt in cheers. This reaction is entirely natural. Fans should indeed revel in moments of triumph and express their frustration when circumstances are dire. Yet, as players, we must not allow our emotions to dictate our mindset. We must remain composed at all times, continuing to play and pressing forward. In the first half, we held the advantage in various statistics, which is a testament to our excellence. Therefore, in the second half, we must approach our offensive strategy with even greater calmness. The absence of goals in the first half was due to both misfortune and our distraction by conceding goals. Thus, I emphasize the importance of maintaining our composure. Do you understand? As he listened to Jishi speak eloquently, Ben Ali began to recognize him as an exceptional coach, at least in this moment. He exhibited remarkable poise and grasped the crux of the matter. In the second half, we can boldly make passes behind the defense. Observations from the first half revealed that their defenders are somewhat sluggish in turning, and unlike in the Premier League, their defensive line does not recover as high up the pitch. Directly passing through the center poses a challenge in creating threats. Instead, we should exploit the flanks, generating breakthroughs before delivering passes that create opportunities. Do you understand? Merely uttering grandiose platitudes is evidently insufficient. It is crucial to present a practical and, at the very least, seemingly effective strategy at this juncture. Indeed, the players immediately felt a surge of motivation. We must exploit the space behind. With these thoughts in mind, the players took to the field. The Southampton supporters in the stands continued to unleash a tremendous roar. Despite their disappointment and anger at being 2 goals down, they resumed their chants once the match restarted. Their leader was correct. They were merely observing our performance, the Southampton players reflected internally. Conversely, the Portsmouth players were filled with exhilaration. They had struggled throughout the league, yet had excelled in the cup competitions. Leading by 2 goals at halftime in this derby ignited their belief in their superiority, at least within League One. A derby? When a Premier League team faces a League One team, it is not merely a derby, it is a massacre. With such thoughts, Portsmouth commenced the second half only to encounter an early setback. Southampton began to circulate the ball in midfield, searching for opportunities, while their 2 forwards continuously withdrew, drawing the attention of the opposing defense and incessantly seeking openings for penetrating passes. Although direct attacking play appears straightforward, it demands a high level of precision in passing and other facets. Had it not been for the impressive capabilities of Southampton's attacking players, who, albeit momentarily lacking in experience, were nonetheless exceptional, it would have been exceedingly difficult for ordinary players to execute such plays. Yet they executed it beautifully. Schneiderlin made a forward run to receive the ball. And after drawing sufficient attention, he delivered a lateral pass to the retreating Lalana. As Lalana received the ball, both Lambert and Giroux made lateral runs, diverting the defense's focus. Lalana astutely noticed that Mkhitaryan had begun his forward surge and promptly delivered a splendid through ball. Lalana's incisive pass found Mkhitaryan advancing. Following the series of exquisite combinations, Mkhitaryan received the ball in the penalty area with no defenders in immediate proximity. Such a remarkable opportunity, Mkhitaryan would certainly not let slip easily. He made a slight adjustment before decisively taking a shot within the penalty area. The ball skimmed along the ground towards the near corner of the goal. As Begovic fell to the ground, the ball swiftly passed through under his armpit. The cheers above St. Mary's Stadium immediately escalated to a new crescendo. Mkhitaryan surged into the net, retrieved the ball, and dashed back, having secured a goal. Charge! 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 On the sidelines, Jishi frantically waved his arms, inciting the Southampton supporters in the stands to chant rhythmically. He resembled a masterful conductor, as the commentator marveled. Jishi, of course, remained oblivious to the inexplicable admiration he garnered, a consequence of his crafted persona. After reducing the deficit, Southampton intensified their pressing in midfield, running tirelessly and intercepting passes. The two fullbacks advanced into midfield positions, continuously disrupting Portsmouth's ball control, rendering their passing increasingly arduous. Portsmouth's midfield play had never been particularly impressive, relying heavily on Boateng's individual prowess. Now, with their midfield stifled, even attempting to pass to Boateng became a challenge. Merely a minute after the restart, Wharton executed a splendid tackle in midfield, intercepting the ball with precision. The loose ball was seized by Schneiderlin, who feigned a direct pass before decisively driving forward. He surged past Portsmouth's midfield, causing chaos within their defensive line, and promptly passed to the advancing Lalana. Lalana, without hesitation, delivered an incisive through ball. The ball arced towards the edge of the penalty area, where the lateral Giroux made a perfectly timed run to receive Lalana's pass. Without any unnecessary movements, he swiftly shot, sending the ball into the center of the penalty area. Lambert, arriving just in time, met the rolling ball with a quick strike, pushing it into the net. The score was now 2-2. Within just 5 minutes of the second half, Southampton had netted 2 goals, leveling the match. While Portsmouth stood in stunned silence, Southampton's players erupted into ecstatic celebration. Lambert spread his arms as he rushed toward the stands, before turning to embrace his teammates who surged towards him. Jishi vigorously pumped his fist and shouted at the celebrating players, "It's only a draw. Keep attacking. I demand victory." Portsmouth remained in a state of shock. The shift in momentum had come too swiftly for them to comprehend. They were merely a League One team. How had they suddenly performed so exceptionally? It must be a fluke. Next, we shall simply continue to play well. However, Southampton, whose form has begun to peak, did not afford them an opportunity to counterattack after the game resumed. Boateng tirelessly roamed the pitch, yet found it exceedingly difficult to secure the ball whenever he did. He was swiftly enveloped by the dual pressure of Wharton and Schneiderlin. Fearless in confrontation, they engaged in a relentless tussle with Boateng, significantly hampering his ability to perform. Was there but a singular tactic, and did they expect it to remain effective indefinitely? Such navet, mused Jishi inwardly. Chapter 39. The grand victory. Southampton continued their offensive onslaught. Mkhitaryan executed a breathtaking feint against his opponent, truly a marvel. It was astounding that Southampton acquired such talent for a mere £300,000. Jishi must possess an exceptional scouting system. He delivered a pass. Giroux, shielded by Lambert, received the ball. The angle appeared rather unfavorable. What would he do? Oh, he forcefully turned to break through. Wilson extended his leg. Giroux fell to the ground. How would the referee adjudicate this? A penalty. Undoubtedly, it was a penalty. Amidst a cacophony of jubilant cheers, Giroux rose from the ground and embraced his teammates. The referee dispersed the Portsmouth players, who were still embroiled in debate. As Lambert approached the penalty spot with the ball in hand, he was Southampton's primary penalty taker. This time, he did not disappoint anyone, calmly sending the ball into the dead corner of the net. The ball is in. 3-2. A magnificent turnaround. It is now the 65th minute of the match. With over 20 minutes remaining, what will Portsmouth do next? Cotterill hesitated as he glanced at the substitutes bench. His options were limited, and the only player who could bring about a change was Kranja Ar, a once promising Croatian talent. If playing for Portsmouth at the age of 22 was considered transitional, then remaining at the club at 26 only indicated a less than satisfactory development. Since last season, he had not been a starter, and with Boateng's arrival this season, he had been relegated to the bench entirely. Could he forge a chemistry with Boateng when he took to the field? Nevertheless, Cotterill had no other choice at this moment. He called upon Cronje AR and instructed him to warm up in preparation for entering the game. Upon witnessing this substitution, Jishi paid little attention, for compared to Boateng, Cronje AR's impact was not particularly remarkable. Perhaps he possessed slightly better technical skills, yet he would not pose a significant threat. In assessing player abilities, Jishi considered himself somewhat discerning. Once on the pitch, Cronje AR indeed failed to make a considerable impact. He was a standard attacking midfielder capable of receiving the ball, dribbling, and passing, yet compared to Boateng, the threats he could generate were markedly diminished. This was precisely the reason he found himself on the bench. He could neither replace Boateng nor create a synergistic effect. It would be nothing short of miraculous for him to perform well alongside Boateng. However, sometimes the football pitch does defy expectations. Despite Cronje AR's lack of notable performance, in the 79th minute, his corner kick was barely cleared by Perry. The ball flew to the flank, where Cronje AR regained possession and sent a curling cross into the penalty area. Kanu emerged at the near post, beating Lovren to the ball, and with a powerful header, he scored, driving the ball into Southampton's net. 3-3. The entire stadium fell into a stunned silence. To be equalized under such circumstances, particularly at this critical moment, this derby had indeed seen its share of twists and turns. Jishi utilized one of his substitution slots, replacing Wharton with Chamberlain. "Keep attacking," Jishi shouted from the sidelines. He understood he was taking a risk. After this substitution, the front line comprised solely attacking players, with only 4 defenders remaining to hold the fort. Should the offensive efforts falter, the defense would undoubtedly face greater pressure. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to gamble. Upon witnessing this substitution, Southampton's fans erupted into a tremendous cheer, clearly appreciating such an attitude in a derby of this magnitude. Jishi's audacious approach resonated with the sentiments of Southampton as supporters. They despise half-hearted approaches. What they desire is an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Such an approach, undoubtedly, incurs its own costs. Following an unsuccessful offensive attempt, Portsmouth launched a counterattack, demonstrating an intense fervor, disregarding all caution. Kanu orchestrated the play, while Ataka sprinted down the flank, delivering a cross into the penalty area as he neared the baseline. Lovren leaped at the near post, but failed to make contact with the ball, which then soared to the center, where Boateng charged in with impressive momentum from behind. He aspired to complete his hat trick. At that moment, the veteran Perry bravely surged forward. Despite a significant height disadvantage and a more slender build, when Perry collided with Boateng, he disrupted Boateng's positioning and timing. Ultimately, Boateng's header was feeble, easily gathered by Davis. However, the courageous Perry, having made a valiant defensive effort, was subsequently carried off on a stretcher. My word, that was quite a blow. Although he sustained no major injuries, he twisted his ankle upon landing, and his ligaments suffered some strain in the collision. Were he a 27-year-old, a month's rest might suffice, but he is 37. The team physician, Taylor, remarked to Jishi, "What a predicament." Jishi sighed in response. There were substitutes available, as Southampton had 2 backup center-backs, Wayne Thomas and Radajati, one aged 30 and the other 34. Neither were particularly distinguished defenders, but rather seasoned veterans acquired post-relegation as a precaution. Jishi opted to place Thomas in Perry's position. He had partnered with Perry the previous season and had performed adequately. However, it was evident that his form had significantly declined this season. At this moment, he could only be used with great reluctance. Fortunately, Perry's valiant resistance ignited the fighting spirit of the Southampton players, who swiftly launched an attack and firmly suppressed Portsmouth. Meanwhile, Portsmouth, having expended too much energy and momentum during their previous offensive surge, found themselves struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught as the match progressed. Upon his entry onto the field, Chamberlain exhibited remarkable vitality, persistently dribbling down the flanks and creating significant threats. Such a player, given ample space, is bound to shine. As the match reached the 86th minute, it was his breakthrough that earned a free kick from the side. Lalana delivered the ball to the back post, where Lambert leaped high to head it back, and Lovren, seizing the opportunity, attempted a shot that was thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper's body. However, Giroud, perfectly positioned in the path of the ball, lifted his foot and sent it into the Portsmouth net. The goal was scored, though not a last-minute winner. It was close enough. 4-3. In a thrilling display of goals and rivalry, Southampton emerged victorious in the end. A magnificent triumph. Chapter 40. Reliable defender. The cheers of the fans, the celebrations of the players, and Jishi's fist-pumping roars were all perfectly showcased at the conclusion of the match. This victory in the League Cup Derby left an indelible impression on many Southampton supporters. There would surely be many more exhilarating matches and victories in the remaining part of the season, nonetheless. A significant number of Southampton fans firmly believe that this derby was the most spectacular victory of the season. Of course, such an exhilarating triumph comes at a cost. Initially, Perry's injury seemed insignificant, but after a hospital examination, it was revealed that not only did he have issues with his knee ligaments, but he also sustained a fracture in one of his toes. Given his age, recovery is achievable, yet it will undoubtedly entail a lengthy rehabilitation period. Let us not dwell on it. Focus on resting and recovering. Don't think about the matches. Once you are fit again, if you can't play, you can transition directly to coaching, Jishi reassured Perry, patting his chest. Perry smiled wryly and nodded. He had already come to this realization during his injury. At 37, he had no intentions of playing for another season or two. Finishing this season would likely mark the end of his career. This injury merely expedited his retirement process. But as for Southampton's defense, rest assured, have faith in your teammates. Jishi spoke to Perry, who nodded in acknowledgement. However, both he and Jishi were acutely aware that placing trust in their teammates was a formidable challenge. Reliable defenders in Southampton were already scarce, and typically, a team could manage with just two primary center backs for all matches, rendering substitutes mere spectators. With Perry injured, relying solely on Thomas and Jardy for the upcoming matches would prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, with the league matches ahead and the cup competitions not commencing until January of the following year, Southampton had the luxury of time to seek a suitable defender. I require a defender, preferably one of considerable skill but not overly expensive. If they possess genuine talent, a higher price would be acceptable. As long as they can perform in the championship, Jishi expressed to Fry. Fry nodded in agreement. As the club's CEO, acquiring players was indeed part of his responsibilities. However, Jishi had previously taken the reins in this regard, making acquisitions based on his own specifications. Now that Jishi had not identified a suitable candidate, it was Fry's turn to step in. Jishi had contemplated utilizing a scouting card, which would only cost him half of his achievement points. However, he wished to conserve those points and also to assess the club's scouting capabilities. After all, Southampton was a well-established club, and maintaining its investments represented a substantial sum. They employed numerous scouts who had primarily focused on discovering promising young talent, yet finding players that met the club's needs was also within their purview. Jishi was keen to evaluate whether their performance justified their salaries. In the subsequent two league matches, Southampton's offense remained robust, scoring 3 goals in both encounters. However, despite the efforts of Jishi, Thomas, and Jardy, the defense yielded unsatisfactory results, with Southampton conceding goals in both matches, relying solely on their offense to secure victories. While these two matches suggested that Southampton's defense would not be significantly impacted during the 22nd round, when they faced the top-ranked Leeds United away, Leeds' exceptional defense rendered Southampton's attack ineffective. Ultimately, a mistake on Southampton's defense led to their defeat by a score of 1-0. We lost this match, but it was a defeat we could accept. Leeds United's overall quality was indeed impressive, and it is something we must aspire to emulate. At the post-match press conference, Jishi remarked that Leeds United is indeed far more mature than Southampton. After their relegation, they spent several years in the championship, gradually amassing strength. This season, they have finally begun to flourish, currently sitting at the top of the league table, which serves as a testament to their progress. After 22 rounds, they have accumulated 50 points, leading the third-place team by 8 points. If they maintain this advantage, securing promotion should pose no problem. Jishi is also aware that it will be quite challenging to compete with Leeds United this season. However, the next season may present a different scenario. As for Southampton, they have garnered 29 points after 22 rounds, placing them 12th in the standings. This figure accounts for a deduction of 10 points. Otherwise, they would occupy the 6th position. They are now only 7 points behind 6th-placed Huddersfield. The hope for promotion remains, as long as they can ensure stability in their defense. Unfortunately, relying solely on internal resources to address defensive shortcomings presents its own challenges. Finally, Southampton scouts have identified a suitable candidate, Joss Font, who is nearing 26 years of age. The Portuguese player stands at 1 meter 91 tall and hails from the Youth Academy of Sporting Lisbon. However, he has faced a series of setbacks, including being released by Sporting at the age of 21. He subsequently joined a Portuguese second division team, which went bankrupt before he could make his debut. Following that, he played for various lower-tier teams in Portugal and consistently performed well, eventually being signed by Benfica. Yet, he struggled to find playing time and was frequently loaned out. 2 years ago, he was loaned to Crystal Palace, but before he could play, he suffered a serious injury, leading Benfica to terminate his contract. Afterward, he re-signed with Crystal Palace, where his performance gradually improved. In the past 2 seasons, he has excelled at Crystal Palace, but as you know, the club has stagnated in the championship, failing to pursue progress, rendering his personal achievements somewhat inconsequential. After all, he is a key player in the championship. Fry remarked to Jishi. Would he be inclined to join our team? Jishi inquired curiously. Acquiring championship players isn't particularly difficult. However, Font, who has endured such a tumultuous journey and has finally found stability at Crystal Palace, would he be willing to drop down to League One? Fry responded, this shouldn't be a significant issue. Crystal Palace is willing to sell anyone for the right price, and Font understands that remaining at Crystal Palace offers little future. Our ambition could provide him with a greater opportunity to compete at the highest level. What is the transfer fee? Jishi posed another question. He had already viewed the match footage of Font. There were no significant concerns. A center-back of imposing stature and formidable defensive prowess would undoubtedly prove invaluable on the English stage. Furthermore, his commendable performances over 2 seasons in the championship suggested that he could seamlessly transition into a higher league. Thus, investing a substantial sum in such a player did not seem unreasonable. Crystal Palace demanded $1.5 million. Let us negotiate. And if we can secure him for a lesser amount, we should proceed with the acquisition, Jishi contemplated before responding. In the end, Jose Font's transfer fee settled at $1,200,000. Spending this sum during the winter transfer window would hardly raise eyebrows at any Premier League club. Yet for Southampton, it represented a lavish expenditure. Fans were acutely aware that following Perry's confirmed absence, the club promptly invested in a standout centre-back from the Championship, which demonstrated their ambition. I understand the club's financial situation isn't ideal, but this season they have still spent significantly in the transfer market, which brings me joy, remarked a Southampton supporter during an interview, brimming with confidence. Although the team currently occupied 12th place, seemingly distant from the top 6, there was a palpable sense of optimism among both fans and players alike. This situation has piqued the curiosity of Font, who recently joined the team. His swift integration into the squad can be attributed to his prior experience as a player in the Championship, where he became accustomed to the pace of English football. This was precisely why Jishi deemed him a favorable choice. The tempo of the English leagues is comparatively brisk, and summer signings allow ample time for acclimatization, whereas winter transfers typically make it easier to recruit local talent. As a central defender, he possesses the versatility to be deployed immediately. Previously, Perry primarily played a more defensive role. However, the outdated configuration of one holding and one pressing central defender had long been rendered obsolete. Jishi had envisioned a system where 2 tall central defenders could alternate between pressing and covering, and now an opportunity had arisen. Nevertheless, it would be unreasonable to expect a newly arrived player to feature immediately. The upcoming 2 matches coincided with the Christmas period, both of which were away fixtures. Hence Jishi opted not to field him. However, these 2 league matches continued to expose the vulnerabilities in Southampton's defense. In the 23rd round, they drew 1-1 against Brentford away, and in the 24th round, they suffered a 2-1 defeat to Colchester United. Securing only 1 point from these 2 matches caused Southampton's ranking to decline once more, prompting Jishi to wryly acknowledge that without Font, their prospects appeared grim for the new year. Regardless, it was evident that Southampton had not afforded their fans a joyful festive season during these matches. We must win the next 2 games, Jishi murmured to himself. He was not referring to the upcoming FA Cup match. In the 3rd round of the FA Cup, Southampton drew a favorable opponent in Luton, who had fallen to the 5th tier of the league. Such a team posed no concern for Southampton, and Jishi would not deploy all of his first-choice players in this match. He was speaking of the subsequent 2 league fixtures. Southampton's margin for error in the league was becoming increasingly narrow. Although cup competitions would demand their attention, they needed to perform better in the league. In their first match after the new year, Southampton secured a comfortable victory, with Chamberlain leading a team of substitutes to a 2-0 win against Luton. advancing to the fourth round of the FA Cup. However, this achievement did little to excite Southampton's fans, as they had yet to face any Premier League teams, rendering their progression to the fourth round somewhat lackluster. Neither Jishi nor the fans harbored any illusions about the team making a significant breakthrough in the FA Cup. Jishi believed that even winning the FA Cup would not evoke much joy, considering that the only notable title in Southampton's history was indeed the FA Cup. Winning it again would not create history nor yield any extraordinary accolades. Emerging from the FA Cup, Southampton faced Exeter City, currently positioned 18th in the standings. Yet, compared to them, Southampton had little to boast about, as their own ranking had slipped to 14th place, merely 4 spots higher. However, in the eyes of the fans from Southampton, this is merely a temporary ranking. We typically stand 10 places above them, and there is truly no cause for concern. The final outcome of the match brought them great joy, as Southampton triumphed over their opponents with a score of 3-1 at home, achieving yet another victory after 2 winless rounds. This further demonstrated that, even in less than optimal form, their success rate against mid to lower tier teams remained remarkably high. Font started the match, but it was evident that his synergy with Lovren lacked finesse, as the solitary goal conceded was a result of a lapse between the two. My fault, my fault. Font immediately began to reflect, inadvertently causing Lovren to feel somewhat embarrassed. This fellow has a commendable character and is worth nurturing, Jishi mused to himself. Although Font and Lovren appeared to share similar technical attributes, their personalities differed significantly. Font exhibited a steadier demeanor, coupled with remarkable tracking ability and precise positioning, while Lovren displayed a more aggressive nature, excelling in his capacity to challenge opponents. If these two individuals manage to collaborate effectively, Southampton's defense may ascend to a higher echelon. This acquisition can be deemed a prudent investment, Jishi mused inwardly. This victory has propelled Southampton back to the 12th position with a total of 33 points, while Huddersfield, currently ranked 6th, has amassed 42 points. A substantial 9-point lead over Southampton. The next round of the league will see Southampton face Huddersfield at home, a match of paramount importance. Securing a win would reduce the gap to a mere 6 points. However, failing to do so would make it exceedingly difficult to close the 9-point chasm. The mathematical reasoning of football coaches is often remarkable, and yet the players of Southampton hold this belief dearly. Most crucially, when confronting teams in the top 6. Harnessing victory serves to ignite their spirit and bolster their confidence. Huddersfield does not possess any particularly outstanding attributes. Their strength lies in their cohesive attack and defense. After 25 matches, they have scored 48 goals, ranking 3rd in the league, trailing only behind Leeds and Norwich. Conversely, they have conceded 29 goals, placing them 5th among the top 6. Their scoring is not reliant on a singular exceptional forward, but rather on a collective effort, with no standout players. Their defense, too, is rather mediocre. Against such a team, demonstrating formidable defensive capabilities during the match could potentially extinguish any hopes of victory for the opposition. By stifling their attack, their defense is prone to falter. They are capable of achieving resounding victories, such as 7-1 or 6-0. Yet they can also be unceremoniously defeated by lower-ranked teams with scores of 1-0 or 2-1. From this perspective, they exhibit a more extreme nature than the Southampton of yore. As a team of similar stature, Southampton should find it manageable to triumph over such opponents. For the Huddersfield supporters, their confidence in the away challenge against Southampton might not be particularly high, yet they believe a heavy defeat is unlikely. A draw or even a victory is within the realm of possibility. After all, they currently sit in 6th place, and even without the deduction of 10 points. Southampton's tally is quite comparable, indicating that both teams are evidently on the same competitive level. The outcome of the match could swing either way, which is entirely normal. However, the result of this encounter left everyone utterly astonished. From the outset, both teams engaged in an exhilarating exchange of attacks. At this juncture, it is quite ordinary, as both Southampton and Huddersfield excel in their offensive strategies, rendering their exchanges rather typical. However, after several minutes of entangled play, discerning spectators could discern that although both teams exhibited a similar frequency of attacks, Southampton's offensives consistently posed a significant threat, whereas Huddersfield's forays, though lively in appearance, seldom translated into direct danger for the goal defended by Davis. This is a perilous condition, in other words. It is a situation where one holds power without reaping the rewards. If this situation persists, defeat seems almost inevitable. The reality has not surprised the majority. In such relatively inferior matches, if one side finds itself at a disadvantage, mounting a comeback is exceedingly difficult. After all, it necessitates exceptional individual prowess or a collective resurgence, which is a formidable challenge for teams in League One. Following a series of relentless attacks, Southampton finally breached the opponent's defense. Huddersfield had done a commendable job of marking Lambert, yet the less conspicuous Giroud executed a textbook header, converting a cross from the fullback Mills into Huddersfield's net. After taking the lead, Southampton did not ease their attacking tempo. They remained steadfast in remembering the prior counsel to avoid complacency with a 1 or 2 goal advantage. They understood the importance of continuous assault, for the opposition was equally capable of scoring, and settling for a slender lead could invite a successful counterattack from their rivals. With this thought in mind, the Southampton players began to relentlessly press forward, continuing their offensive onslaught. In that instant, Huddersfield was utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated that Southampton would continue to play with such fervor even after taking the lead, leaving them momentarily stunned. Although Huddersfield is the first team in England to achieve 3 consecutive championships in the top tier, their prolonged sojourn in the lower leagues has led to a significant regression, rendering them akin to a lower division squad. Their sluggish reactions have become a defining trait. Thus, after enduring relentless pressing and fierce attacks from Southampton, it took merely a few minutes before they conceded once more. Mkhitaryan, having shifted to the flank, received a pass from a teammate and, after drawing sufficient attention, cleverly delivered the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Lalana, positioned there, seized the opportunity and unleashed a sudden strike. The ball zipped along the ground and nestled into the corner of the net, making it 2-0. It was only after falling 2 goals behind that Huddersfield seemed to awaken from their stupor and launched an intense offensive. Their attacking prowess is commendable, as evidenced by their standing as the second highest scoring team in the league. Had it been the previous Southampton, the likelihood of conceding would have been significantly high, given their less than stellar defensive record. Under Perry's tenure, the defense was already faltering. Considering his age of 37, his mobility and physical resilience were evidently waning, often leaving him overwhelmed. However, now the mantle has passed to Font, a 26-year-old defender who is regarded as one of the finest in the championship, possessing a wealth of experience and a character forged in adversity, making him a remarkably resilient and composed center-back. Huddersfield's offense seemed to crash against an impenetrable wall. This sensation, previously muted, has become strikingly apparent. Each time Huddersfield penetrated the penalty area, their efforts were consistently thwarted. Font and Lovren took turns intercepting, both exhibiting exceptional judgment in anticipating the ball's trajectory, coupled with swift footwork and formidable interception skills. Crosses were deftly controlled by them, while ground passes were adeptly anticipated and intercepted. Any attempts at dribbling through were met with 2 formidable barriers. Indeed, Huddersfield's offensive capabilities are impressive, particularly their wave-like assaults, which can easily overwhelm defenders into making mistakes. Yet, Font and Lovren remained unyielding, perhaps because Huddersfield's attacks were insufficient to expose any vulnerabilities. As the remaining 20 minutes of the first half unfolded, Huddersfield maintained relentless pressure. However, they failed to convert their numerous offensive forays into goals, while their attempts were plentiful. Genuine shots on target were few and far between, with even fewer landing within the frame of the goal. When the referee signaled the end of the first half, Southampton's players exited the field with ease, while Huddersfield's expressions reflected gravity. Our defensive performance was commendable, yet we encountered issues in our offense, lamented the coach. The young defensive midfielder from Huddersfield performed admirably, but why did we persistently attack his position? Why not circumvent him? In the locker room, Jishi first commended the defenders before turning his critique towards the forwards. He referred to the young midfielder, a 19-year-old on loan from Manchester United, named Danny Drinkwater. The defensive midfielder can undoubtedly be regarded as the sole bright spot for Huddersfield in the first half. His relentless movements and robust challenges in the midfield provided substantial support for the team's offensive and defensive efforts. Numerous threatening attacks from Southampton were intercepted by him in the central area. Without his presence, Southampton might have found the net several more times. Consider this. His defensive skills are indeed commendable, a testament to his training at Manchester United. Yet, why did Huddersfield still concede so many goals? Regardless of his prowess, he must maintain his position in the center. Bypassing him allows for more attacking opportunities and, consequently, more goals. Do you understand? Jishi conveyed to the players. The players nodded in agreement. Jishi's words held merit. The defensive capabilities displayed by Drinkwater in this match were sufficient to elevate a team's defense to a higher echelon. Yet Huddersfield still conceded numerous goals, indicating that his defensive skills harbored significant shortcomings. In light of this, the solution is simple: bypass him in attack and score more goals. Chapter 43. Rising momentum. Drinkwater is not particularly young anymore. He is nearing 19 years of age and will soon turn 20. As a member of Manchester United's youth academy, remaining outside the first team at this age, continually being loaned out, is undoubtedly a challenging ordeal. However, after being loaned to Huddersfield this season, he has secured a stable starting position. Huddersfield's attacking strategy necessitates a midfielder who can both defend and distribute the ball. While his forward runs may be average, his active movement and fierce defensive style, combined with his ability to quickly distribute the ball to teammates for rapid offensive maneuvers, render him an invaluable asset in such tactical setups, allowing him to flourish in this environment. In this match, his performance in the first half was remarkably commendable. Despite the team trailing by 2 goals, he exhibited no flaws, and none would hold him accountable for any shortcomings. During halftime, the head coach patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him to persevere. However, as the second half commenced, the tide turned dramatically. In the first half, Drinkwater's most notable contributions included several successful interventions against Mkhitaryan's dribbling advances. The recent successes of Southampton are largely attributable to the Armenian player, whose penetrative runs serve as the most effective means of unlocking the opposition, thereby revitalizing Southampton's offensive play. Yet, during the first half, Mkhitaryan's attempts were thwarted by Drinkwater, preventing any significant offensive momentum. As the second half began, Mkhitaryan frequently repositioned himself to the flanks to receive the ball, creating considerable difficulty for Drinkwater. He was acutely aware of his defensive prowess in the central area, yet felt somewhat inept on the wings. Furthermore, as the sole defensive midfielder for Huddersfield, his movement to the flanks left the central defense vulnerable. Just as he hesitated, Mkhitaryan executed a splendid breakthrough on the wing and delivered a precise pass to the center, where Lambert, eluding his marker, struck the ball into the net. 3-0. Southampton's lightning-fast offensive onslaught at the start of the second half further widened their lead. Jishi, smiling and giving a thumbs up, felt entirely assured of the victory. What was there to worry about? The offense had ignited, the defense was robust, and the only lingering question was how many goals they could score. In the ensuing moments, Huddersfield relentlessly pressed forward, seemingly striving to salvage some pride. However, Southampton showed no mercy towards this seasoned team. Their defense remained unyielding, with 2 towering center-backs consistently intercepting the opponent's advances before launching counterattacks that bypassed the midfield, allowing their forwards to wreak havoc. The gaps in Huddersfield's defense widened, and Southampton's offensive display turned into a succession of goals. Drinkwater labored tirelessly on the pitch, but after Southampton maneuvered past his defensive zone, his impact diminished significantly. "This guy is quite formidable defensively," Ben Ali remarked, "but unfortunately, his coverage is insufficient. Moreover, he lacks the ability to make forward runs, possessing only distribution skills." Jishi nodded. In fact, he and Schneiderlin are quite complementary. Schneiderlin may be slightly weaker in direct confrontations, yet his lateral interception capabilities far surpass his own, along with commendable through balls and forward runs, allowing for excellent synergy between them. "So, are you considering acquiring him? Wouldn't our midfield be a tad too youthful?" Ben Ali pondered before inquiring. "That's a valid concern, yet whether we can secure him remains uncertain, as he is, after all, a Manchester United player, merely on loan. Sir Ferguson possesses a keen eye for talent and is unlikely to let him slip away," Jishi replied, while Ben Ali shrugged his shoulders, saying, "There's nothing we can do about it. However, many outstanding young players are currently on loan in domestic lower leagues. They deserve our attention." Jishi reassured him, "Rest assured, this is also part of our scouts' routine." Ben Ali nodded in agreement and resumed watching the match, confident that victory was assured. He intended to closely observe Drinkwater's performance, hoping to glean some advantage from Manchester United. As the game progressed, Jishi made 3 substitutions, bringing on Chamberlain and allowing Lalana to rest, while also introducing players like Letizia in midfield. Nevertheless, Southampton's offensive momentum showed no signs of abating. In the remaining time, Mkhitaryan scored another goal and Lambert netted a brace, achieving his 3rd hat-trick of the season. Southampton delivered a stunning performance at home, ultimately triumphing with a resounding score of 6-0 against 6th-placed Huddersfield. It was truly astonishing. Southampton swept their opponents aside, with Huddersfield appearing to play like a team from the English League too. One must acknowledge that Southampton has become even more formidable, not only due to the newly signed Portuguese defender Font, but also because they have collectively started to excel. Sometimes, a resounding victory can bring about monumental changes. The victory in this match not only narrowed the gap between Southampton and the top 6 to 6 points, but also significantly elevated the morale of both the team and its supporters. As they approached a series of cup competitions, their form began to flourish, instilling excitement among the fans. The upcoming league match would see them face Millwall, a mid-table opponent whose supporters harbored a strong disdain for Southampton, believing that their earlier draw had adversely affected Millwall's overall performance. Particularly, Jishi's Bruce Lee-inspired maneuvers before the match had silenced the Millwall fans, leaving them feeling deeply insulted. Consequently, the Millwall supporters vowed to deliver a harsh reckoning to Southampton on their home turf. However, they were unaware that their boisterous bravado had drawn attention to themselves. Prior to the match, London police unexpectedly raided a known gathering place for football hooligans, apprehending several leading individuals and sentencing them to a few days of imprisonment for disorderly conduct. This crackdown deterred the Millwall hooligans from acting recklessly, as they were not foolish enough to provoke retaliation under such circumstances. Thus, the match unfolded in an unusually calm atmosphere, with Jishi fielding an entirely substitute team. Ultimately, Southampton managed to secure a 1-1 draw against a fully stacked Millwall side, allowing them to prepare in optimal condition for the impending series of cup challenges. Chapter 44, Is There Hope? On January 15th, the first leg of the League Cup semi-final saw Southampton visiting Blackburn. On January 18th, they would face Milton Keynes in the first leg of the Southern Final of the English Championship. The second leg of the League Cup semi-final would take place at home against Blackburn on January 21st, followed by the fourth round of the FA Cup away to Chelsea on January 24th. Subsequently, there would be league matches on the 27th and 30th, after which Southampton would finally enjoy a week of respite. On February 6th, another league match would occur, followed by the second leg of the Southern Final on February 10th, marking the end of their demanding cup schedule. The lower leagues can be daunting. Thankfully, we should be competing in the championship next season, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Such confidence? Ben Ali inquired, intrigued. Of course. Without confidence, why even play? Jishi chuckled. Ben Ali joined in laughter, recognizing the truth in his words. Regardless of the challenges ahead, if one had already resigned to defeat, there was little left to discuss. However, upon reviewing the schedule, Ben Ali surmised that Jishi, true to form, would undoubtedly exert maximum effort in both the League Cup and the Championship, while the FA Cup would likely be deprioritized. Given the formidable challenge of an away match against Chelsea, this season, Chelsea has proven to be formidable, consistently vying with Manchester United in the league. In the matches leading up to the FA Cup, Southampton has deployed their entire reserve squad, and it is likely that they will do so once again. Ben Ali's insights were astute. Indeed, Jishi has placed immense emphasis on the League Cup, especially since they have reached the semi-finals, where their opponent is not particularly daunting. A concerted effort towards reaching the finals is certainly warranted, although the runners-up of the League Cup do not receive enhanced opportunities to participate in the Europa League. The prestige associated with reaching the finals is significant. The only regret Jishi harbors is that Southampton has previously secured the runners-up position in the League Cup, a historical achievement that cannot be illuminated unless they clinch the ultimate victory. While it is fortunate that Southampton has faced mid to lower tier teams, they remain formidable opponents, all of whom are part of the Premier League. No team from the third tier has ever made it to the League Cup final by defeating 4 Premier League teams consecutively, except for the miraculous achievement of Swindon Town in the 68-69 season, when they won the League Cup as a third-tier team. Nevertheless, by reaching the League Cup final, Southampton would become only the second team from the third tier in the entire history of the tournament to achieve such a feat. Such an honor is certainly worth striving for. Even if no additional accolades can be earned, enhancing Southampton's reputation would be sufficient. Blackburn's performance this season has been rather lackluster. After 21 rounds in the Premier League, they have secured 5 victories, 6 draws, and 10 defeats, placing them 15th, merely 2 points above the relegation zone. While the situation is not yet dire, their distraction by the League Cup seems to be a burden they cannot easily bear. Nevertheless, having reached the semi-finals of the League Cup, Blackburn has little reason to surrender easily. This year, Blackburn's offensive and defensive capabilities have been subpar, particularly in defense. Chelsea inflicted 5 goals upon them, Arsenal scored 6, and Manchester City netted 4, averaging just 1 goal scored while conceding nearly 2 each match, statistics that are decidedly mediocre. Their goalkeeper is the former England international Robinson, whose standard is well understood, often succumbing to basic errors and frequent fumbles. The key player in their defense is the versatile Frenchman Chimbonda, who is most adept at playing on the flanks, yet has been relegated to center-back duties at Blackburn, which may explain their unreliable defense. As for their attack, it primarily relies on South African forward McCarthy and Senegalese striker Diouf, both of whom were once esteemed players but have now aged, merely contributing their residual talents at Blackburn. This can be regarded as a characteristic of Blackburn, one of the 2 renowned retirement homes in the Premier League, alongside Bolton. In the past, when Manchester United's notorious duo found themselves sidelined, they regrouped at Blackburn. Even when it comes to a direct clash of strength, we could emerge victorious. However, I have a more sophisticated strategy, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Surely you don't intend for them to have fewer than 7 players on the pitch? Ben Ali recalled a Hong Kong film he had seen, Shaolin Soccer. Of course not. But you mentioned that we would adopt a counter-attacking style. Is there any merit in that? Jishi inquired. Ben Ali was momentarily taken aback. The notion of Southampton employing a counter-attacking strategy and questioning its viability seemed as absurd as if a master heard someone suggest combining Shaolin Kung Fu with singing and dancing. I had been contemplating this as well. We indeed have the opportunity for counterattacks, even though we lack particularly speedy forwards. However, Blackburn's defense is notably sluggish, with Giroud facilitating, Lambert making runs, and Lalana and Schneiderlin delivering long passes. Mkhitaryan can also break through to create openings. Why shouldn't we be able to counterattack? Previously, our defense faltered due to vulnerabilities among our center-backs, but now, with Font and Lovren forming a partnership, we can genuinely anticipate success. Initially finding it nonsensical, Ben Ali began to realize there was a kernel of truth in Jishi's words. McCarthy and Diouf, once renowned players, albeit aged, still possess commendable technique and physical prowess. If afforded sufficient space, they could easily capitalize. Conversely, should we adopt a defensive posture for counterattacking, Diouf and McCarthy might find themselves struggling against the imposing presence of Font and Lovren. By spreading the play, Diouf and McCarthy would hold the advantage, while in a defensive setup, Font and Lovren would dominate. Blackburn does not excel in many areas. Their strength lies primarily in the individual abilities of these 2 forwards. A counter-attacking strategy could effectively neutralize their offensive threats. This necessitates a period of training to recalibrate the player's mindset, Ben Ali mused. Jishi nodded with satisfaction. While Ben Ali may not possess exceptional skills, he adeptly comprehended Jishi's intentions and was prepared to implement them. For Jishi, having such a capable assistant coach was a rare blessing. Francis, I ponder what I would do without you, Jishi said, half in jest. Don't mention it, Ben Ali replied. Ben Ali chuckled. Chapter 45. Is it time to alter the approach to the match? Employing a counter-attacking strategy to confront Blackburn has indeed reached a pinnacle of tactical surprise. If Southampton's performances in the previous 2 rounds did not raise the alarm for the Premier League teams, then reaching the semi-finals should serve as an undeniable signal for them to thoroughly assess Southampton's capabilities. Otherwise, it would only indicate their blindness. Although Blackburn is currently striving for relegation survival, there remains ample time in the league. They will undoubtedly showcase their prowess in the League Cup semi-finals as well. Their head coach, the seasoned Sam Allardyce, has navigated the Premier League for many years. While he has not managed any top-tier teams, his presence is certainly felt among mid-table squads, and he will not afford Southampton any leniency. He has meticulously analyzed Southampton's recent matches and is acutely aware that they possess formidable attacking prowess, complemented by a commendable defense. The 2 center-backs exhibit strong capabilities in both direct defending and mutual coverage. In Allardyce's view, should this Southampton team be thrust into the Premier League, their chances of survival would likely not be in jeopardy. They boast numerous talented players, yet the primary concern lies in their youth and lack of experience. Nevertheless, with the addition of a few seasoned veterans who possess Premier League experience, this squad could undoubtedly hold its own in the top flight. One must not underestimate this team as merely a League One side. This encapsulates Allardyce's perspective. However, given Southampton's impressive offensive capabilities, a contest of attacks seemed inevitable. Despite Blackburn's roster being predominantly composed of seasoned players, as long as space is afforded, dynamic athletes like McCarthy and Diouf are bound to seize numerous opportunities. Thus, Allardyce firmly believed that, under normal circumstances, in a battle of offenses, Blackburn should not succumb to Southampton. This sentiment resonated throughout the Blackburn squad. Yet, at Ewood Park, they continued to press for 10 minutes before realizing something was amiss. Southampton's so-called sharp offense was evidently a strategy geared towards counterattacks. The four defenders remained steadfast within the penalty area, while the midfielders diligently retreated, leaving only two forwards poised to strike on the counter. How should this be addressed? Blackburn's offensive capabilities have always been rather mediocre. When afforded space, their two forwards can indeed create a plethora of promising opportunities. However, with the opposition now regrouping, relying on them to forcibly breach a well-prepared defense proves exceedingly challenging. They are merely proficient forwards, not the kind of prodigious strikers one might hope for. Direct attacks falter. Through balls find no openings, and crosses from both flanks, whether aerial or ground-based, are systematically thwarted by Font and Lovren. Font is progressively improving with each match and is beginning to display a characteristic that Lovren lacks, the ability to orchestrate the defensive line. Such defenders are indeed rare. Even in the Premier League, few possess the ability to orchestrate the back line from a deeper position. Consequently, a player like Fong-Tae has languished in the Championship for several years, and even teams in League One have been able to acquire him, which is truly lamentable. It feels as though a treasure has been unearthed, mused Jishi to himself. While Southampton's defensive prowess may not yet be of exceptional caliber during ball recovery, it proves to be quite suitable against a team like Blackburn, whose offensive capabilities are inherently limited. Throughout the first half, Blackburn exhausted every possible tactic but were unable to find the back of the net. This left Allardyce quite vexed. If this stalemate persists, Blackburn's predicament is not particularly grave. However, failing to resolve the opponent on home turf would render away matches even more arduous. To score, it seems that the only option in the second half is to take risks. If Blackburn refrains from pressing forward, we shall continue to defend and heighten our vigilance, which presents a rare opportunity for us. Should they advance with their attack, we must prepare for a counterattack, Schneiderlin. In such circumstances, as a key player, remember to initiate the counterattack immediately upon gaining possession, understood? Jishi stated in the locker room. The players nodded in agreement, including Schneiderlin, who was entrusted with significant responsibilities. Currently, Southampton's forward line comprises youthful talents, who, relatively speaking, are quite obedient. Jishi genuinely hoped Blackburn would launch an offensive, for such an approach would afford Southampton a chance at victory. Consequently, Blackburn did indeed press forward in the second half, much to Jishi's delight. Allardyce observed Jishi from a distance, his heart weighed down with frustration. How could a man so transparent in his emotions outmaneuver him tactically? Is there no justice? No law? Yet, no matter how great Allardyce's resentment, he could not halt the unfolding reality. Blackburn's pressing attack failed to yield a goal. Instead, in the 71st minute of the match, Schneiderlin executed a splendid long pass from the back. Giroud headed it into the path of Lambert, who surged into the penalty area and delivered a low shot, scoring the only goal of the match. 1-0, Southampton triumphed over Blackburn away, taking a significant step towards the finals. I must confess, I was tactically deceived by Jishi. Initially, I was furious, but later I found solace. This is football. If you underestimate your opponent, you shall inevitably be punished. I believed I did not underestimate Southampton, yet in truth, I did. Nevertheless, there remains a second leg, and we shall strive for victory at St. Mary's Stadium. As a seasoned Premier League coach, Allardyce maintained his composure at the post-match press conference. While Jishi displayed respect for his elder, Allardyce is my senior, possessing vast experience in the Premier League. I find myself in the shadows. Gaining a slight advantage is not remarkable. The second leg is the crucial match. Jishi's demeanor garnered him further admiration. Yet it is evident that many are unaware that his elevated stance is only exhibited when he holds the upper hand. This sentiment is rather uncharacteristic of China, leaning more towards British sensibilities. After savoring the advantages of a counterattacking strategy, Jishi adopted the same approach in the first leg of the Southern Championship final 3 days later. This tactical shift left Milton Keynes quite unsettled, especially since Southampton had previously triumphed over them with a fierce offensive display, winning 3-1 in the league. Now, resorting to counterattacks? The resultant disarray among the Milton Keynes players was palpable, and despite Southampton's less-than-stellar counterplay, they still managed to secure a 1-0 victory on the road, gaining an early advantage in the two-legged match. Would Southampton alter their style of play? Many reporters expressed their skepticism in their columns, though the majority remained unconvinced. Chapter 46. The astonishing Southampton. While the counter-attacking tactic may serve as an occasional strategy, it certainly cannot be relied upon as a long-term game plan. Jishi resolutely articulated his stance within the team. We shall continue to prioritize offense, understood? We have taken a 1-0 lead in the first leg, so in the second leg, we must engage them in an offensive showdown. Our pursuit of the League Cup is with the championship in mind. In the finals, we will undoubtedly face formidable opponents, whether it be Manchester City or Manchester United, who are incomparable to Blackburn or Aston Villa. Only by fully unleashing our advantages can we secure victory. Jishi's timely clarification was of utmost importance. Once players waver in their understanding of tactics, chaos is likely to ensue, particularly given the youthful composition of Southampton's squad, which makes them more susceptible to uncertainty. The previous match's counterattack was designed to provide tactical leverage for this encounter. Now, playing at home, it is imperative that we showcase our capabilities, understood? We must demonstrate through our offense that even if we are still in League One, our attacking prowess is more than capable of holding its own in the Premier League. His words ignited a fervor among Southampton's players, particularly those in the forward positions. Lambert emerged from the lower leagues. Lalana was nurtured by Southampton's youth academy. Giroud was an unknown player from League Two, and Mkhitaryan hailed from a smaller league. In other words, they had all endured humble beginnings. And now they yearned to display their talents in the top tier. Nothing could be more invigorating than such a rallying cry. With tremendous zeal, the players of Southampton took to the field. Similarly, the Blackburn players entered the match with great determination, having recently triumphed over Fulham with a score of 2-0, momentarily alleviating their relegation fears, thus elevating their spirits for this contest. Undoubtedly, both teams featured their key players in the weekend matches, ensuring comparable fitness levels without significant concerns. With ample space at their disposal, Blackburn's two forwards swiftly began to showcase their prowess. Upon receiving the ball, Diouf forcefully broke through Lovren's defense. Despite Lovren's valiant pursuit, he failed to catch up with Diouf, who, upon seeing Font shift laterally to cover, deftly passed the ball. McCarthy, following up, found himself one-on-one and calmly slotted it into the near corner, 1-0. Nearly 6 minutes into the match, Blackburn had equalized the aggregate score. The distant Blackburn supporters erupted into jubilant cheers. However, their elation was short-lived. Mkhitaryan, having shifted to the flanks, executed a splendid breakthrough, feigning a pass to the supporting Lalana. As the opposing defenders were momentarily distracted, he elegantly maneuvered past the off-balanced Chimbonda. Once inside the penalty area, Blackburn's defense descended into chaos as Mkhitaryan lifted his foot for a cross. Lambert, arriving at the right moment, deftly prodded the ball into the net. His keen instinct for positioning and timely runs were impressive. Lambert has increasingly excelled since joining Southampton. It is hard to fathom that just a decade ago, he was an amateur player. The commentators sighed, noting that since his transfer to Southampton this season, Lambert has seamlessly integrated into the team, immediate impact, numerous goals, and the ability to draw defenders' attention, performing even better than last season, prompting admiration for Southampton's astute acquisition. After all, he was valued at merely £1 million, whereas Southampton had sold two strikers last season, each valued at £1.5 million, who scored only around 10 goals. Now, in light of Lambert's performance, those two combined do not surpass his abilities. Merely 5 minutes later, another Southampton forward proved his worth. After receiving a free kick taken by Lalana, Giroud at the near post nodded the ball home, sending it into the bottom corner, 2-1, as Southampton swiftly reclaimed the lead. The saga is far from over. After a protracted exchange of attacks, Southampton seized the opportunity once more. Lambert deflected Lalana's powerful shot into the net at the back post. Despite Blackburn's defenders insisting that Lambert was undoubtedly offside, the referee confirmed the goal as valid. Having taken the lead, they soon conceded 3 in quick succession, which dealt a significant blow to Blackburn's morale amidst this back-and-forth contest. Could it be that we cannot triumph over Southampton, even in an attacking duel? With their average of less than 2 goals per game, our chances of matching them in an offensive battle seem bleak, Jishi murmured to Ben Ali. Shortly after the second half commenced, Blackburn's midfielder Dunn managed to pull one back, rekindling a glimmer of hope for the team. However, Southampton unleashed another tempestuous wave of attacks, with Lalana scoring twice within 5 minutes, extending their lead to 5-2. At this juncture, Jishi began to deploy his players strategically, sending on Oxlade-Chamberlain, Leafier and James as Southampton started to decelerate their attacking rhythm. Yet, while the pace may have slackened, the threats remained unabated. As the match approached the 80th minute, Chamberlain embarked on a rapid counterattack, evading two defenders before passing to the advancing Mkhitaryan, who struck at goal without hesitation. Only in the dying moments of the match did Blackburn seize the opportunity to net 2 goals, but it was already too late. The final score stood at 6-4, and over 2 legs, 7-4, Southampton achieved a stunning victory in the semi-finals, proudly advancing to the League Cup final. After a 41-year hiatus since Swindon in the 68-69 season, another lower league club had reached the League Cup final, and like Swindon, they were also a team from the third tier. Southampton had indeed created a miracle. If last season's relegation was a calamity for Southampton, this season, under the guidance of the young Chinese owner and coach Jishi, they embarked on a remarkable journey. With just over half the season gone, the ultimate achievements of Southampton remain uncertain, yet at this moment, they have undeniably accomplished something extraordinary. The English media erupted in fervent praise for Southampton. Their performance was simply too sensational to ignore. For the sake of sensationalism, English journalists would say anything. They even began to hype the upcoming FA Cup match, cautioning Chelsea, "Be wary. Southampton is coming. They have already eliminated 4 Premier League teams in the League Cup. Do you wish to become the 5th? Chapter 47. Striving for points goodness. Are they trying to kill us with praise? Jishi gazed at the newspaper in his hand, the headline strikingly provocative. Chelsea, Southampton's 5th Premier League victim? The fans were in high spirits. Should we not put forth a valiant effort in this match? Benali inquired. Why should I engage in a futile struggle? Even though it is the FA Cup, in my heart, it ranks last. Jishi waved his hand. Shall we proceed with our predetermined strategy? Sending an entirely reserved team to Stamford Bridge? Benali responded. Indeed, wasn't this already arranged? Jishi affirmed. Yes. But considering the current high spirits of the team and Chelsea's heightened vigilance, deploying a completely reserved squad could lead to a humiliating defeat. Benali hesitated. Even if we suffer a heavy loss, it matters not. Everyone is aware that we are fielding a reserve team. Moreover, it is Chelsea, who has consistently held the top position this year. Although they are entangled with Manchester United and Arsenal in the standings, they remain a premier English Premier League team. Competing against such a formidable opponent is indeed challenging, Jishi remarked, yet we cannot disregard our opportunities. Benali expressed confusion. Opportunities do exist. Yet to squander them in the 4th round of the FA Cup seems unwise, does it not? Jishi clarified. Now you grasp the concept. Compared to the 4th round of the FA Cup, the League Cup final is undoubtedly of greater significance. The other semi-final will conclude a week later. And whether we face Manchester United or Manchester City, both are elite Premier League teams. Manchester City may be slightly more manageable at present, given their recent ascension and inconsistent performances in the league, while Manchester United is a true powerhouse. Realizing this, Benali felt a sense of relief and considerable admiration for Jishi's clarity of thought. Amidst the media frenzy and heightened atmosphere, Jishi maintained a remarkably composed judgment. In truth, Jishi's focus was primarily drawn towards the League Cup and the tournament, as Southampton had yet to secure either title. Achieving these 2 championships would ignite historical accomplishments, bringing forth a wave of achievement points for Jishi. With achievement points, everything is attainable. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be peculiar for Jishi to remain anything but composed. For Chelsea's coach, Ancelotti, the match held significant importance. The Italian was known for his prudence, and in this instance, he exhibited particular caution. Despite valuing the league, he still fielded the majority of his first team for this match. Upon receiving the starting lineup, announced by Jishi just 2 hours prior to kickoff, he was taken aback. An entirely reserved squad led by the 16-year-old Chamberlain. This is clearly a practice-focused endeavor, rather than one aimed at achieving results. A team from the English Football League has such a clear objective. Yet here we are, cautiously fielding most of our main players. It's simply absurd. The bemused Ancelotti refrained from making further comments. By nature, he is a cautious individual. Thus, he merely emphasized in the locker room the importance of avoiding excessive movements on the pitch that could lead to injuries, without imposing any specific demands for the match. The Chelsea team, featuring a majority of their key players, is undoubtedly superior to a Southampton side composed entirely of substitutes. However, for Chamberlain, this experience proved to be immensely beneficial. He finally encountered the finest defenders and the most formidable defensive strategies. His attempts to break through were exceedingly challenging, and he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of physical attributes. In this context, Chamberlain, who had previously felt invincible in the lower leagues, began to realize the considerable gap that still exists between him and the top-tier league. He contemplated securing a starting position at Southampton and adapting for 2 years in the lower divisions before progressing further. Chelsea did not utterly dismantle Southampton in this match, but the 3-0 scoreline undeniably showcased their prowess as a formidable team. Competing against an elite squad such as Chelsea presents an excellent opportunity for learning. As for the substitutes, my players do not differentiate between substitutes and starters. They are all main players. After the match, Jishi was meticulous in his responses during the press conference, steadfastly refusing to admit that he was conserving strength for the upcoming league matches. The journalists found themselves at an impasse, unable to compel Jishi to acknowledge that he was indeed preserving the stamina of his key players for future contests. Southampton's fans, on the whole, harbored no grievances, considering that their team currently occupies the 11th position, with an 8-point gap between them and 6th-placed Huddersfield. With 19 rounds remaining in the league, they can ill afford to squander points carelessly. The past week's respite has proven to be exceedingly vital for Southampton. The restoration of the players' stamina has enabled them to secure consecutive victories in the forthcoming 2 league matches. They first triumphed at home with a score of 2-1 against the 5th-placed Swindon, followed by a decisive 3-0 victory against the bottom-ranked Stockport. Both adversaries displayed commendable performances. Swindon still harbors aspirations of reaching the top 2 and played tenaciously, while Stockport fought desperately to avoid relegation. Had Southampton's main players previously endured a grueling 90 minutes against Chelsea, they might have faltered in either of these matches. Following these 2 victories, Southampton enjoyed another week of recuperation and returned to the pitch with renewed vigor, defeating Exeter City 3-1 away, thereby achieving a remarkable 3-match winning streak. Faced with a Southampton team brimming with confidence, their opponents in the southern final of the English Championship, Milton Keynes, exhibited a complete lack of spirit, struggling momentarily in the second leg before succumbing to a 1-3 defeat, a loss devoid of any fight. 2 cup competitions, 2 finals await. The League Cup final is scheduled for February 28th, where they will face Manchester United. The English Championship final will take place on March 28th against Carlisle United, a team that advanced by defeating Leeds United in the Northern Final via penalties. Currently mid-table in League One, Carlisle previously drew with Southampton in a 1-1 stalemate, indicating a certain level of capability, yet their victory over Leeds was certainly an upset. Moreover, with the FA Cup exit at the hands of Chelsea, Southampton can finally direct the majority of their attention towards the league. With 4 matches remaining before the League Cup final, every point is crucial. Coach Jishi raised his fist during training as Southampton currently stands 9th with 46 points, trailing behind Milton Keynes, Huddersfield, and Millwall. These represent their remaining competitors in the pursuit of a top 6 finish. Securing as many points as possible before the commencement of the League Cup is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Chapter 48. Ferguson's focus in the ensuing period. Southampton experienced a remarkable surge in performance. In the 31st round, they triumphed over Hartlepool with a score of 3-2 on home soil. During the 32nd round, facing the second-placed Norwich away, Southampton executed a flawlessly defensive match, skillfully neutralizing Norwich's attacks while capitalizing on 2 set pieces, with each of their towering forwards finding the net, securing a 2-0 victory. In the 33rd round, against mid-table side Walsall, Southampton delivered a resounding performance, overwhelming their opponents with a 5-0 rout. It was not until the 34th round, while preparing for the League Cup final, that Southampton fielded the majority of their substitutes, resulting in a goalless draw against Wycombe, thus bringing their 6-match winning streak to an end. However, the fans of Southampton harbored no grievances. Following this impressive run, the team had firmly established itself in 8th place, amassing 56 points, which granted them a 4-point cushion over Milton Keynes. More importantly, they trailed 7th-placed Huddersfield by a mere 2 points and 6th-placed Millwall by only 5. Although the gap remained significant, with 12 rounds still to play in the league, the prospect of breaking into the top 6 remained promising. Given their remarkable recovery from a 10-point deficit at the start of the season, what could the Southampton supporters possibly lament? Their sole regret arose from the stipulation that, even if the League Cup champion secured a place in the Champions League, the runner-up would not automatically qualify for the Europa League. Only the FA Cup runner-up could earn such a privilege. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Jishi, as his singular ambition for the final was to claim the championship, not to settle for second place, an accolade that bore little significance. Manchester United stood as a formidable adversary. This is indisputable. In the previous 2 seasons, they reached the Champions League finals consecutively, triumphing over Chelsea and succumbing to Barcelona. This season, they have already advanced to the knockout stage of the Champions League, while fiercely competing with Chelsea in the Premier League. Sir Alex Ferguson, who just celebrated his 68th birthday 3 months ago, continues to exhibit an unwavering vigor, showing no signs of aging. This season, Manchester United's lineup appears somewhat lacking in strength. However, they consistently demonstrate formidable prowess. For instance, prior to the commencement of this season, they bid farewell to Cristiano Ronaldo. Yet Sir Alex Ferguson refrained from acquiring any high-profile players. The most significant expenditure was devoted to Ecuadorian winger Antonio Valencia, while former England national team captain Michael Owen was brought in on a free transfer. Given such modest investments, one might assume that Ferguson's squad would face skepticism from all quarters. Yet, Manchester United's performance has been anything but disappointing. Wayne Rooney, elevated to the primary forward position, has been scoring goals with remarkable frequency, prompting reflections on how Sir Ferguson, in his pursuit of optimizing Ronaldo's utility, may have inadvertently compromised Rooney's offensive capabilities. Ferguson has consistently evaded direct responses on this matter. Since the establishment of the Premier League, no team has successfully defended the League Cup. I am uncertain about this, but we shall strive for back-to-back titles. Manchester United never shies away from ambition, Ferguson remarked with a smile during an interview. Curiously, prior to the Premier League's inception, while few teams had accomplished this feat, notable instances did exist, such as Liverpool's remarkable 4 consecutive League Cup victories and Nottingham Forest's 2 successful defenses. However, as the Premier League approaches its 20th anniversary, it is indeed perplexing that no team has managed to repeat as champions of the League Cup. The greatness of a team like Manchester United is self-evident, and the significance of Sir Alex Ferguson requires no elaboration. Nonetheless, having reached the finals, we shall earnestly pursue the championship. Do I aspire to replicate Swindon's miraculous achievement? Naturally, I hope for that outcome. Yet, even if we fall short, there will be no regrets, responded Sir Ferguson during the interview. Upon hearing these words, Ferguson, while not so superficial as to be carried away by the flattery of a young coach, recognized the truth in the lad's remarks. He had observed Southampton's recent performances, particularly their remarkable feat of eliminating 5 Premier League teams in the League Cup. Their attacking prowess was evident, predominantly centered around the midfield, bolstered by 2 formidable strikers. The midfielders exhibited distinct roles, some advanced, others orchestrated passes, while a few specialized in breakthroughs. Each young attacker possessed a unique flair. Although these forwards might not meet Ferguson's lofty standards, they were nonetheless commendable young talents. Given their offensive capabilities, coupled with exceptional teamwork and fighting spirit, it was hardly surprising that they triumphed over several lower-ranked Premier League teams. It was not a matter of Ferguson's discerning eye. Rather, the 5 Premier League teams Southampton vanquished were not particularly formidable, with Aston Villa being the highest ranked at 6th place. Their success largely attributed to a defensive counterattack strategy that suited their players well. In facing Southampton, they struggled to execute this strategy effectively, leading to their defeat. As for the other teams, Birmingham was ranked outside the top 10, and Portsmouth languished at the bottom, their relegation a foregone conclusion. To claim that such teams represented the caliber of the Premier League would be laughable. While Southampton indeed showcased commendable talent, it was not enough to significantly impress Ferguson. Their journey to the finals was marked not solely by their performance but also by a stroke of good fortune in the draw. In stark contrast to Southampton's comparatively weaker half of the draw, Manchester United's half was a veritable battlefield, featuring Manchester City, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Tottenham. The only formidable opponent in Southampton's half, Chelsea, had been eliminated in the quarter-finals by Blackburn in a penalty shootout, inadvertently granting Southampton an advantageous position in the semi-finals. Thus, Ferguson concluded that this match did not warrant particular emphasis. After all, it was well understood that Ferguson's primary focus remained on the league and the Champions League. The league was of paramount importance, as Manchester United had won the top-flight league title 18 times, equal to Liverpool. If they did not surpass Liverpool, how could Ferguson fulfill his vow to dethrone them from their lofty perch? Another matter at hand is the Champions Cup. Ferguson has already claimed 2 titles. Yet for a coach of his caliber, 2 victories may seem somewhat insufficient. 3 would be the pinnacle of success. After all, Ferguson is 68 years old, not 58. And at this age, where retirement looms uncertainly, he must concentrate his efforts primarily on the league and the Champions Cup. The FA Cup has become secondary, and the League Cup is even less significant. Chapter 49. The imperative to prevail. Ferguson cannot afford to devote his full attention to this final. His team is presently entangled with Chelsea and Arsenal in the league, and the Champions Cup is on the horizon. Consequently, they cannot exert themselves entirely in this match. It represents our sole opportunity, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. It is difficult to conceive that a coach of Ferguson's stature would falter in a final. Ben Ali shook his head. Ferguson is human, and as such, there are areas he might overlook. Moreover, to be frank, Manchester United has seen a decline this year. The departure of Cristiano Ronaldo has deprived them of their most vital offensive weapon. While Rooney's advancement to the front line may mitigate this loss, who can compensate for the absence of Rooney's playmaking from deeper positions? Owen, perhaps. 5 years ago, that might have been feasible. But the Owen of today is not the same. Ben Ali pondered their goalkeeper. Indeed, Van der Sar has been sidelined for an extended period. Although substitute keeper Cusack has performed adequately, he does not possess the caliber of a top-tier goalkeeper like Van der Sar. This is an avenue we can exploit. Ferdinand is also injured and unavailable. Although he is nearing recovery, the Champions Cup is imminent, and Ferguson is unlikely to risk further injury by deploying him. Vidic is a formidable center-back. However, his lack of pace is a significant limitation. Regardless of who partners with him in defense, that deficiency cannot be rectified. Manchester United's defense is currently at its most vulnerable in recent years, presenting us with a golden opportunity. At this juncture, Jishi emphatically brandished his fist. We shall confront them with our offense. Let them witness the strength of Southampton's attacking prowess. Constant movement, relentless confrontation, and exhausting them. Our physical stamina is not as severely taxed as Manchester United's. Although we have played more matches, our opponents are of a lesser caliber. Ben Ali instinctively nodded. Indeed, in terms of match density, Southampton might edge slightly higher. However, the majority of their opponents are from League One, while Manchester United's match intensity cannot be significantly better. Every match demands their utmost effort, which may grant Southampton a slight edge in stamina. Yet, leveraging our movement to gain an advantage might prove challenging. Do we possess such outstanding physicality? Ben Ali inquired, somewhat surprised. We must at least strive for it. Otherwise, we shall have no chance. We will incessantly apply pressure, targeting their relatively frail defense, and through our relentless movement, we will diminish their offensive threats. By engaging in a war of attrition, we can bring both teams' performances down to a relatively subdued level. This is the strategy we shall employ in this match. Only in this manner do we stand a chance of vanquishing the formidable Manchester United. Jishi declared loudly, raising his fist in fervor. The strategy to confront Manchester United has been firmly established. For the players of Southampton, anticipation for the forthcoming match is unparalleled. After all, it is Manchester United. It is the League Cup final. It is Wembley Stadium. Competing at Wembley is the ultimate dream for countless players who have graced the football fields of Britain. This stadium, apart from serving as the home ground for the England national team, hosts only a handful of club matches. These include the finals of all domestic cup competitions and the playoff finals. In other words, to compete here, one must qualify for the final of a particular tournament. From this perspective, this arena stands as a veritable crucible for champions in England. For the players of Southampton, the prospect of playing at Wembley was once beyond their wildest dreams, yet now they have attained that coveted qualification. This left many individuals so exhilarated that they barely slept through the night. Fortunately, Jishi took note of this and arrived in London 2 days in advance, securing a hotel for them to adequately recuperate. Otherwise, they would surely lose even before the match began. After receiving a stern reprimand from Jishi, the players obediently engaged in restorative training and restful sleep the day before the match, presenting themselves before Jishi the following day, invigorated and spirited. Seeing you all in this state gives me some reassurance. You are not likely to falter during the match or lose your composure, Jishi remarked. The players exchanged sheepish smiles, recalling how embarrassing their previous behavior had been. Once you become players in the Premier League, opportunities to visit London will arise frequently. For now, focus your minds on the match, Jishi continued. His demeanor was composed, gradually calming the players' nerves. Indeed, they had merely reached the finals. A formidable opponent like Manchester United still lay ahead. They all recognized the formidable reputation of Manchester United, Yet at that moment, their singular focus was on defeating them and securing their first national championship in their professional careers. Although the League Cup might be considered the least prestigious among England's top competitions, overshadowed by the League and the FA Cup, it nonetheless represented a legitimate honor, contested by the nation's elite teams. Winning the championship would grant them a place in the UEFA Europa League for the season. It is important to note that for players from Southampton, who often find themselves in lower leagues, such European competitions seem like distant dreams. The desire for European competition has always burned within players like Giroud, Lambert, Mkhitaryan, and Launa. Now, they finally had the opportunity to pursue that ambition. In truth, Jishi shared in their excitement. This represents yet another opportunity for him to soar. In the realm of coaching, he remains a novice. However, with the presence of a champion by his side, the dynamics change significantly. While a multitude of champions emerges each year, the coaching industry still boasts a limited number of coaches who can proudly claim such accolades. Take, for instance, Allardyce, who faced off against Jishi. At 56 years of age, he has been in the coaching field since 1994, amassing 15 years of experience, yet he has never secured a notable championship title. He is regarded as one of the elite coaches at the pinnacle of English football, having managed Premier League teams for an extended period. Yet he still cannot be referred to as a champion coach. This illustrates that for some coaches, winning a commendable championship may seem effortless, while for the vast majority, it is a lifelong pursuit. I am determined to claim numerous championships in my future. Jishi motivates himself, if that is the case. There is no better way to commence than by defeating a legendary coach like Ferguson to secure my first official match victory. Such a promising beginning is one I must achieve. Chapter 50. Manchester United with only half their strength. The fact that Wembley Stadium, accommodating 90,000 spectators, was filled to capacity is rather astonishing. For a match of this nature, tickets are distributed fairly among both sets of fans. Given the large following of Manchester United, it is customary for them to fill half of the stadium. They are accustomed to traveling to London for matches. However, it is indeed remarkable that Southampton supporters managed to occupy half of the seats at the new Wembley. The allocation of half the seats signifies an impressive 45,000 fans. And considering that the total population of Southampton is merely 220,000, this means over one-fifth, nearly one-fourth, of Southampton's residents made their way to London. What a terrifying ratio. However, Jishi was not particularly astonished by this fact. The residents of Southampton tend to be affluent and leisurely, being a port city that benefits from toll revenues, thus enjoying a comfortable life. Therefore, despite the population being merely 220,000, it is quite normal for a stadium filled with 40,000 to 50,000 spectators to be a reality, provided we perform well, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Indeed, Borussia Dortmund has a population of just over 500,000, only slightly more than double ours. Yet their domestic matches consistently witness full attendance in their 83,000 seat stadium. By that measure, filling a 40,000 seat stadium should not pose a challenge for us. Ben Ali nodded in agreement. Thus, it is imperative that we secure excellent results to endear ourselves to the fans completely. Jishi chuckled, stating that the previous owner's vision was commendable. Even a 50,000 seat stadium could be filled by the people of Southampton. Unfortunately, he focused solely on commercial aspects, neglecting the team's competitiveness. When the team's performance falters, the fans are not masochists. Why would they attend matches? Indeed, our current success means that even when we travel to London, there are 45,000 Southampton supporters willing to show up. Ben Ali nodded emphatically. Therefore, let us strive to claim this championship and win their hearts even more. Jishi raised his fist to the players on the bus. The players, in turn, raised their fists and began to emit a cacophony of sounds. It is true that while English fans are incredibly loyal, they also yearn for captivating matches, thrilling victories, and glorious accolades. Southampton, having been relegated to League One, achieved attendance figures that eluded them during their final 2 years in the Premier League. What could be the reason? It is simply because Southampton has recently played attractively, scoring numerous goals and securing many victories. With these factors in play, achieving high attendance is hardly a challenge. Certainly, there will always be a dedicated fan base that follows the team even if it descends to amateur leagues. These loyal supporters form the foundation of any club. However, they are still relatively few in number. The ability to attract a greater number of less devoted yet more enthusiastic fans serves as a testament to a club's popularity. The bus entered the majestic Wembley Stadium, and each player gazed at the towering roof from a distance, only refocusing their attention upon entering the venue. The Manchester United players soon arrived as well, appearing relatively relaxed during warm-ups, showcasing their extensive experience. As the starting lineup was announced, it was noted that Manchester United had benched Rooney. Ben Ali cheerfully handed Jishi a note. "Ah, splendid." Jishi received the note, reflecting on the undeniable truth that Rooney is undoubtedly the backbone of Manchester United this year. His absence has diminished the team's offensive prowess significantly. In the days of Manchester United's formidable trio, with Ronaldo and Tevez departed, the absence of Rooney would undoubtedly spell disaster for their attacking capacity. Additionally, with the departures of Van der Sar and Ferdinand, the only remaining stronghold for Manchester United is their midfield. Yet, the primary function of the midfield is to connect defense and attack. Merely possessing a robust midfield does not guarantee victory. Jishi increasingly felt that his decision was indeed correct. While Manchester United's strength waned, Southampton had grown significantly stronger. This demonstrates the principle of mutual rise and fall. Under such circumstances, Southampton's victories are no longer mere illusions. "Mr. Ferguson, I never expected to have the opportunity to face you on the same pitch. I had thought it would take another 2 years," Jishi respectfully addressed Ferguson. Ferguson shrugged nonchalantly. "Rest assured, if you find yourself in the Premier League in 2 years, you will undoubtedly encounter me." His implication was clear. Although Ferguson would be 70 by then, he had no intention of retiring anytime soon. Jishi couldn't help but admire him. This was a man rumored 7 or 8 years ago to retire early due to heart issues, yet after receiving a pacemaker, he continued to coach with increasing vigor, showing no signs of retirement whatsoever. Such individuals are truly living legends, and Jishi is determined to conquer such a legend. This is not an unattainable feat. Even the most esteemed coaches and the mightiest teams experience defeat at times. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Manchester United is currently undergoing a transitional phase. However, prior to this, there was a tendency for Ferguson and his squad to underestimate their opponents. Observing Manchester United's starting lineup now, it is evident that they are somewhat complacent. The goalkeeper, Kuszczak, the right back, the Brazilian Rafael, the left back, Evra, the central defenders, Vidic and Evans, the wingers in midfield, Valencia and Park Ji-sung, the central midfielders, Carrick and Fletcher, and the forwards, Owen and Berbatov, form the current ensemble. This lineup cannot be deemed poor. It merely lacks the presence of the stalwart defenders Neville and Ferdinand. The midfield maestros Giggs and Scholes are also absent, and the forward Rooney's unavailability suggests that they possess only half of their potential, a statement that is by no means exaggerated. In contrast, Southampton has fielded their entire first team, with goalkeeper Davis, flanked by fullbacks Atsumobo and Mills. The central defensive pairing of Lovren and Font is complemented by Schneiderlin, Watton, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan in midfield, while forwards Giroud and Lambert take the attacking roles. This has also been Southampton's customary starting lineup in recent months. The two fullbacks venture forward with audacity. Although their offensive and defensive performances are not particularly remarkable, their forward runs effectively draw the opposing defense's attention. Mkhitaryan and Lalana take turns to break through or pass along the flanks, with Mkhitaryan primarily taking the lead, benefiting from the ample dynamism provided by G's. Giroud predominantly occupies the forefront, while Lambert's range of movement is considerably broader. This may not be a conventional formation, yet it has already established some indistinct roles on the field, allowing players to maximize their individual strengths. This encapsulates the current trend in the evolution of football. The specific positions on the pitch are not of paramount importance. Rather, the focus lies on enabling a greater number of players to leverage their strengths while circumventing their weaknesses. This represents the finest tactic and the future trajectory of football development. Chapter 51. Conceding after taking the lead amidst the jubilant cheers of 90,000 spectators. The match commenced promptly. The Manchester United players instinctively launched an offensive, as they had become accustomed to a gradual build-up this season. The two forwards on the front line rarely partnered together. Since his transfer this season, Owen had received some opportunities, yet due to Rooney being the unequivocal star of Manchester United, Owen often found himself substituting for Berbatov in the central forward position, with limited chances to collaborate alongside him. Despite their contrasting physical attributes, one tall and the other swift, both fell short of the ideal. Berbatov, affectionately known as the Elegant One, is a technically gifted striker. Expecting him to make runs and contest for positions is nearly implausible. Owen, once renowned for his speed and striking prowess, has long since lost his youthful agility following years of injuries, now relying primarily on his experience and skill. Thus, their partnership in the front line has become an awkward situation where, despite their dissimilar appearances, their technical characteristics and roles have regrettably overlapped. To breach the formidable defenses of Font and Lovren head-on proves to be a considerable challenge. Berbatov executed a splendid breakthrough, evading Lovren, yet was thwarted by a timely intervention from Font, who executed a flying tackle. Owen, from outside the penalty area, attempted a long-range shot, but under Lovren's interference, failed to generate sufficient power, allowing Davis to easily gather the ball. Although Davis may not be a world-class goalkeeper, he exhibits remarkable steadiness, making him a reliable asset for the current Southampton squad. After withstanding a wave of attacks from Manchester United, Southampton swiftly launched a counterattack. To everyone's astonishment, Southampton scored on their very first foray into the offensive. Following a series of intricate passes, the ball found its way to Lalana's feet. It was evident that Manchester United's defense struggled to comprehend Lalana's unique attributes, granting him ample space to receive the ball. With a deft touch, Lalana sent the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Mkhitaryan, making a well-timed run, received the pass and quickly surged into the box. Evra, who had just ventured forward to assist, had yet to return, while Vidic rushed in to cover. Confronted by the approaching Vidic, Mkhitaryan recalled the pre-match advice from his coach. Although Vidic is a top-tier center-back, his turning and reaction times are somewhat sluggish. If he arrives without support from other defenders, Mkhitaryan resolved to boldly maneuver past him. With determination, Mkhitaryan advanced with the ball. This caught Vidic by surprise, for with his esteemed reputation, opponents would typically assess their abilities carefully before daring to confront him head-on. Few would summon the audacity to attempt a direct challenge. Yet, Mkhitaryan did exactly that. His footwork was exceptional, and his feints were remarkably convincing. After enticing Vidic to shift his weight, he swiftly nudged the ball laterally, evading his defense and breaking through from the opposite side. Only then did Vidic realize the predicament. He had grown accustomed to covering from behind, while Ferdinand had surged forward to counter the opponent's calculated advance, resulting in Vidic's slightly delayed reaction. As he quickly turned, Vidic discovered that he could no longer impede Mkhitaryan's progress. The latter had completely outmaneuvered him and was now facing the goalkeeper, Kutzak. As a premier defender, Vidic exerted every ounce of effort. He sprinted from behind, grasping Mkhitaryan's jersey and attempting a slide tackle from the side. Unprepared for this sudden maneuver, Mkhitaryan was yanked down to the ground, narrowly avoiding Vidic's sliding challenge as he prepared to shoot. The stands erupted in a cacophony of noise, with Manchester United fans vociferously accusing Mkhitaryan of simulation, while Southampton supporters clamored for a penalty. The referee's whistle pierced the din as he sprinted into the penalty area and pointed decisively to the spot. Undoubtedly, the pull from behind and the sliding tackle warranted a penalty. If not this, then what could be deemed worthy of such a call? However, the referee seemed to conclude that the action had not inflicted injury, thus refraining from issuing a yellow card. At this moment, both coaches were visibly displeased. Ferguson leapt to his feet, his arms flailing, his face flushed with indignation as he shouted towards the pitch, "How can that possibly be a penalty?" Jishi appeared even more agitated, echoing his sentiments with fervor. That was a heinous tackle from behind. A red card, not even a yellow. This is outrageous. Ferguson, caught up in his own excitement, found his voice overshadowed by Jishi's fervent outcry, which irked the seasoned manager greatly. After all, he was the hairdryer. And how could he be outshouted by Jishi? However, it was evident that the referee paid no heed to the antics of the two coaches on the sidelines. He dispersed the disputing Manchester United players and handed the ball to the advancing Lambert. Lambert struck with precision. He deceived Kuera and sent the ball into the bottom right corner. Goal. 1-0, Southampton astonishingly led Manchester United. In English League, one team ahead of the reigning champions of the Premier League. Were they truly on the verge of replicating the miracle of Swindon? Winning the League Cup as a team from the third tier. When Swindon claimed the League Cup, the European Cup Winners' Cup only permitted FA Cup champions to participate. Thus, Swindon could not represent lower-tier teams in European competitions. Now, however, Southampton seemed to have that opportunity. The last time a lower-tier team graced European competitions was during the 2003-2004 season, when the second division team Alemannia Aachen reached the German Cup final. only to lose to Werder Bremen. However, since Bremen secured a place in the Champions League, Aachen was granted entry into the next season's UEFA Cup, where they reached the round of 16. Could Southampton aspire to such heights? Numerous commentators began to exclaim, recognizing the significance of this moment, and they felt compelled to reiterate it. Yet Manchester United would not relinquish the title so easily. They swiftly launched a fierce counterattack, while Southampton tirelessly ran to intercept. Engaging in an end-to-end battle, leading yet refusing to retract, Southampton's audacity was indeed commendable. However, many viewed this approach as rather foolish, for it exposed numerous vulnerabilities in their defense. Despite Rooney's absence, both Owen and Berbatov were formidable forwards, able to capitalize on any space to score. In the 16th minute, Berbatov unexpectedly demonstrated tenacity in the attacking third, seizing the ball from Mills, who was momentarily caught off guard. After intercepting, Berbatov surged into the penalty area. Fon attempted to intervene but could only deflect the ball, which fortuitously fell at Owen's feet. Seizing the moment before Lovren could close in, Owen swiftly unleashed a shot, leveling the score for Manchester United. Chapter 52. The unexpected advantage of Southampton following the equalizer. Manchester United did not relent in their pursuit. Despite a touch of misfortune in the match, after leveling the score, they squandered two opportunities to take the lead. Furthermore, the industrious Owen, who had been notably active throughout the game, unfortunately twisted his knee during a run in the 38th minute and was substituted by Rooney. However, upon his arrival, Rooney received a cross from Valencia and, with a powerful header, directed the ball into the far corner of the net. With the score now at 2-1, Manchester United, having fallen behind early, mounted a determined offensive, ultimately turning the tide before the end of the first half. The Manchester United supporters erupted in jubilant cheers. Although the celebration came somewhat late, it epitomized the performance they expected from their team. Frequently, Manchester United does not possess overwhelming strength, yet they consistently manage to secure victory and championships. This encapsulates the enigmatic allure of the Red Devils. As the whistles signifying the conclusion of the first half echoed, Southampton supporters were left with a sense of regret, while Manchester United's fans felt a sense of certainty regarding their impending triumph. Although they held a mere one-goal advantage, they regarded Southampton's prior lead as a mere stroke of fortune, believing that such a lapse would not recur. The players of Manchester United shared this sentiment. Southampton's solitary goal had taken them aback, but it was nothing more than a fleeting surprise. Maintain your focus in the second half. I do not wish to witness another scenario of conceding, Ferguson articulated within the confines of the dressing room. He refrained from elaborating further. Both teams exhibited considerable movement in the first half, yet it was evident that Southampton, lacking the stamina, would falter first, rather than Manchester United. The latter thrived in a high-tempo environment, a pace that Southampton could scarcely match. Despite Southampton's numerous matches, they primarily competed within lower-tier contests. The disparity in intensity between encounters alters the expenditure of physical energy significantly, with both teams having expended considerable effort in the first half. It was undoubtedly Southampton that would struggle more, suffering greater fatigue. This can be regarded as a truth. A coach of Ferguson's caliber undoubtedly possesses sound judgment, and indeed, Manchester United must accumulate strength to confront the forthcoming league matches. Thus, he refrained from excessive admonitions. However, the running patterns exhibited by Southampton seemed somewhat familiar to him. This observation was made by Ferguson while watching the footage, although he initially dismissed it, considering that numerous teams in the Premier League emulate Manchester United's movement system. Given Southampton's offensive approach, it seemed entirely natural for them to draw inspiration from Manchester United's tactics. However, it was only through direct confrontation on the pitch that he realized Southampton had not merely mirrored Manchester United's movements. They had indeed grasped the essence of their movement philosophy to a commendable extent. Ferguson could not help but feel intrigued, recognizing that this young coach, Jishi, possessed considerable skill. It appeared likely that in 2 years, this emerging coach might indeed create a significant impact in the Premier League. Yet, the seasoned Ferguson, having encountered many promising young talents, understood that many coaches, despite initially demonstrating remarkable abilities, often failed to maintain their momentum. This was reminiscent of those who had once been his assistant coaches, all of whom he had held in high regard, including Bryan, Kidd, McLaren, and Queiroz. However, upon stepping into independent managerial roles, their performances had been rather mediocre. Thus, Ferguson merely sighed inwardly without dwelling on it further. In the first half, our performance was commendable, significantly depleting their stamina. If we continue this pace in the second half, we shall break them. Their midfield and defense are already overexerting themselves, and the upcoming half will surely reveal more vulnerabilities. Do you understand? Initially, we will feign attacks from the flanks to draw their attention, then strike hard through the center. Their two center backs are tall yet slow to pivot, while our striker possesses an advantage in this regard. Seize every opportunity, score one, and we shall take it. Jishi, in the locker room, was fervently gesturing with his fists, brimming with ideas for the second half. Manchester United's counter-attacking speed is somewhat average, following Owen's substitution. They primarily relied on Rooney and Valencia's breakthroughs from the wings. Rooney is undoubtedly impactful, yet his outright speed is not exceptional. If we can contain him or disrupt his passing options, we can achieve favorable results. Our physically adept players appeared hesitant. After all, they were acutely aware of their own stamina. The first half had already drained them more than usual. How long could they sustain such exertion in the second half? Rest assured, Jishi mysteriously assured them, I might have a better grasp of your physical condition than you do yourselves. Amused by his audacity to employ such a strategy without fear of physical collapse, Jishi chuckled inwardly. The players, though somewhat skeptical, trusted Jishi enough to cast aside their doubts and quickly shifted their focus back to the match. Shortly after the second half commenced, Ferguson's brow furrowed. The Southampton players were still incessantly running, engaging in confrontations, applying pressure, and launching quick counterattacks. These endeavors are indeed physically demanding. Naturally, they cannot sustain a constant sprint and must take intermittent breaks to recuperate their stamina. Nonetheless, their overall rhythm of movement remains slightly superior to that of Manchester United. Have they forsaken their endurance? Ferguson mused in astonishment. However, at this moment, he found himself powerless to act. Owen's injury had left him with only 2 substitutions available, and he had no suitable replacements at hand. Manchester United was currently experiencing a scarcity of players, with Van der Sar and Ferdinand among the injured. The only options on the bench were 3 seasoned veterans, Neville, Scholes, and Giggs, whose own stamina was far from optimal. Thus, Ferguson resolved to endure, waiting for Southampton's current onslaught to subside. He signaled for a slowdown in pace as Southampton began to leverage their physical advantage, gaining the upper hand on the field. Amidst the fervent cheers of Southampton supporters, their offensive commenced to fully manifest its potency. Lalana and Mkhitaryan continually exchanged positions to launch attacks from the flanks, employing distinctly different approaches. Mkhitaryan relied on his ability to break through, while Lalana favored passing and long-range shots. Neither player typically received the ball in extremely wide positions, so they often found themselves operating near the corners of the 2 penalty areas. The offensive maneuvers here effortlessly create threats. Lalana received a pass from Schneiderlin on the right side of the penalty area, made a slight adjustment, and then promptly unleashed a left-footed strike. The ball soared toward the lower left corner of the goal, but Kuksak leaped to make a save, deflecting the ball away. Chapter 53, A Certain Decline. After executing a menacing long-range shot with his left foot from the right side of the penalty area, Lalana swiftly transitioned to the left side, where he unleashed another threatening long-range shot, this time with his right foot. Although neither of the long-range shots resulted in a goal, they both compelled Kuksak to make a save. On the sidelines, Ferguson furrowed his brow. A player capable of striking from distance would willingly settle for playing in League One. Even if this Lalana hailed from Southampton's youth academy, such unwavering loyalty seems excessive, does it not? This individual appears to possess some utility, although technically lacking. His ability to strike the ball decisively and execute long-range shots is quite commendable. At this moment, however, Ferguson's most pressing dilemma is the lively presence of Lalana, which compels Manchester United's defense to extend its coverage. After all, a player capable of launching quality long shots from various positions necessitates a broader defensive strategy. If left unchecked, he is bound to unleash a spectacular strike sooner or later. Thus, it is imperative to disrupt his rhythm and prevent him from executing his shots with ease. Yet, as the defensive line stretches, the space afforded to the forwards within the penalty area increases significantly. The attackers from Southampton keenly recognized this development. When Schneiderlin retrieved the ball from a deeper position, he opted not to pass to the retreating Lalana. Instead, he lifted his foot and delivered a long pass from the left flank directly into the penalty area. Lambert swiftly surged forward, evading Evans in his stride, and calmly directed his header towards the center of the box as the ball descended. Giroud and Vidic vied for position, both possessing similar height and build. However, Giroud leveraged his slightly superior speed to gain the advantageous position, swiftly nodding the ball towards goal. Faced with this close-range header, Kusksak was unable to make a save, and the ball quickly found its way into the near corner of the net. The score equalized at 2-2, with Southampton leveling the match just 13 minutes into the second half. "Continue the assault. Let us fully unleash our offensive capabilities," Jishi shouted, raising his fist in exultation, as this goal epitomized his strategy, initiating a threatening attack from the flanks to draw the opponent's attention and subsequently launching a direct assault through the center of the penalty area, utilizing the swifter and more agile advantage of the two forwards to secure a goal. The partnership between Giroud and Lambert may not be the epitome of speed, yet in comparison to the duo of Vidic and Evans, they certainly exhibit a notable quickness. Speed is, at times, a relative concept. Ferguson now found himself in a quandary. He could certainly discern the advantages held by the opposing forwards, yet some issues cannot be resolved merely by observation. He indeed possessed a solution. Substituting in the swift and elite center-back Ferdinand would alleviate the problem. However, Ferdinand's injury precluded his participation. "Press their offense. Suppress their attacks," Ferguson shouted fervently from the sidelines. This is the sole approach. If defense cannot hold, then let offense thwart the opponent's attack. Ferguson's thoughts shift rapidly, however. Often in the face of passivity on the field, the head coach cannot rectify the situation alone. Manchester United seeks to launch an offense, yet in the midfield, they are besieged by relentless pressing from their adversaries. The offensive capabilities of Manchester United's midfield are commendable, yet neither Carrick nor Fletcher are elite playmakers. Organizing an effective offense amidst physical confrontations proves to be quite challenging. Consequently, Manchester United must rely on the flanks, particularly Valencia, to inject some vitality into their play. However, Valencia's inward runs are thwarted, compelling him to resort to incessant crosses, which are consistently cleared by Southampton's two central defenders. Although Rooney previously scored with a header during a counterattack, where the Southampton defenders were out of position, attempting to find space between two towering centre-backs now seems utterly implausible. After successfully repelling this wave of Manchester United's attack, Southampton commenced their own counteroffensive. Observing Southampton's rapid transitions and relentless pursuit of the attack, Ferguson nearly found his eyes bulging in disbelief. How could Southampton possess such stamina? By this point, 2/3 of the match has elapsed, and both teams should be reaching a state of fatigue. Typically, this would be the moment to conserve energy for a final push. Yet, Southampton relentlessly presses forward. As Ferguson grapples with this puzzling reality, Mkhitaryan receives the ball on the flank and begins to break through. Evra, forced to intervene, brings him down, resulting in a yellow card from the referee. However, Southampton faces a stroke of misfortune, as Mkhitaryan sustains an injury from the fall, though not severe. It sidelines him for the remainder of the match. Jishi shakes his head, relieved that Mkhitaryan is injured, as he has substitutes available. Had another player been injured, his options would have been severely limited. Chamberlain enters the fray. Compared to Mkhitaryan, his skills and ability to break through are still developing. Yet he is more adept at executing breakthroughs on the wing. Lalana sends the ball into the penalty area. Raphael clears it with a powerful kick, but subsequently collapses, having strained his thigh in the process. Ferguson, his face a mask of frustration, substitutes him with Neville, who was originally intended to rest alongside Rooney. The unexpected injuries to Raphael and Owen, both of whom had not played in the previous two matches, are indeed disheartening. Chamberlain begins to make his presence felt on the wing, while Evra struggles to contend with his advances. Given Evra's experience and skill, this should not be the case, however. Having expended considerable energy earlier and bearing a yellow card, he naturally approaches his defensive duties with much trepidation. In such circumstances, Chamberlain executed a splendid breakthrough, maneuvering past Evra's defense from the baseline and advancing into the penalty area. The Manchester United defenders fixated on the attackers within the box, neglecting to promptly impede his progress. With decisive intent, Chamberlain unleashed a shot, the ball striking the outstretched foot of Kusksak and soaring into the near post of the goal. 3-2, Southampton surged ahead. The goal scored in the 70th minute delivered a powerful blow to Manchester United. Trailing once may be deemed an accident, but trailing twice is no mere coincidence. Ferguson utilized his final substitution, bringing on Gibson for Park Ji-sung as Manchester United sought to mount a counterattack. They were not devoid of opportunities. Ferguson believed that Southampton's stamina would surely wane in the last 20 minutes, presenting Manchester United with their chance. However, would Southampton's players truly falter in their endurance? Chapter 54. A magnificent victory. No one anticipated that Southampton, maintaining a high-intensity output throughout, would not crumble in the final 20 minutes of the match. Their running diminished somewhat as they began to adopt a more defensive posture. Manager Jishi substituted Lalana for Lambert, enhancing midfield stamina and interception capabilities. With unwavering determination and spirit, the team weathered the relentless assaults from Manchester United in those closing minutes. It must be noted that Manchester United's attacking prowess had indeed diminished significantly this season. A smile graced Jishi's face, for he had foreseen this outcome. Prior to the match, he had invested 20 achievement points to exchange for a stamina-enhancing potion, administering it to all starting players except for goalkeeper James. This potion augmented the player's stamina by 30%. Where they could previously cover 10,000 meters, they could now stretch that to 13,000. Southampton's key players typically averaged over 9,000 meters per match, a figure not particularly remarkable in the top league. However, with the enhancement potion, each could now run over 12,000 meters. This remarkable level of endurance can only be attained by the most elite teams. Under such circumstances, the feats Southampton can achieve through their relentless running are truly manifold. The continuous mutual exertion significantly impacted Manchester United's performance, both defensively and offensively, thereby providing Southampton with the opportunity to triumph over them. Of course, an increase in stamina merely allows players to be more vigorous on the field. However, to gain an advantage in the scoreline, it ultimately relies on the players' exceptional performances and the meticulous arrangement of tactical strategies. Without enhancements in these critical areas, Southampton, whose prowess in League One is hardly formidable, would find it almost impossible to defeat Manchester United. Yet, they have accomplished this formidable task. When the referee blew the final whistle, nearly everyone was in disbelief. A League One team has toppled the titans of the Premier League. This marks the first occurrence of the most magnificent dragon-slaying legend in the League Cup since 1969. And it stands as the most extraordinary and grandiose tale of such a nature in the League Cup following the establishment of the Premier League. Should Southampton fail to ascend to the Championship this season, they would compete in the esteemed UEFA Europa League as a team from the third tier, second only to the Champions League among European elite competitions. This can almost be described as an unprecedented miracle. It is evident to all that Manchester United's performance was not lacking, although several key players were absent after Neville and Rooney were substituted in during the second half. The majority of their starting lineup, with the exception of Ferdinand, was on the field. Yet, Southampton still triumphed over Manchester United with a score of 3-2. What manner of team is this in the English Championship? Meanwhile, everyone's attention is focused on Jishi. This young owner and coach, barely in his 20s, has triumphed in his inaugural season by securing the League Cup championship. This predicament leaves many coaches, who have toiled for over a decade in the Premier League without securing a championship, in a state of despair. However, this circumstance is not entirely unjust. The profession of a football coach operates on such principles. Those lacking in capability may labor for years, yet struggle to attain a single title, while those possessing exceptional talent may achieve prestigious championships early in their careers. The disparity is so vast that it surpasses even the differences among the players themselves. The athletes from Southampton surged onto the pitch, embarking on a fervent celebration. They had long anticipated this day, yet when the moment finally arrived, their minds were a whirlwind of ecstatic cheers and jubilant shouts. Jishi stood with his hands on his hips, overwhelmed with emotion. Having exerted every effort, they had ultimately secured victory in this match, illuminating an unprecedented achievement. Spending 20 achievement points was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. One could only wonder how many more achievement points lay ahead. As Jishi was lost in reflection, a thick Scottish accent broke through his thoughts. "Young man, quite remarkable. I concede this match." Ferguson extended his hand toward Jishi. Jishi promptly grasped Ferguson's hand, remarking, "Strong teams often find themselves at a disadvantage in this regard. I merely seized upon certain opportunities. In a direct confrontation, should we play 10 matches, perhaps we would win just one. In crucial matches, one victory suffices." Ferguson nodded. The pleasantries exchanged before the match were mere formalities. "I genuinely look forward to facing you in the Premier League in a season and a half." "I too share that anticipation," Jishi replied with a nod. "What of Lalana? Are you inclined to sell?" Ferguson inquired suddenly. "His footwork lacks finesse at present. A transfer to Manchester United would be of little use. Moreover, you ought to allow me to showcase his talents in the Premier League before considering a deal. Selling him now would yield a meager sum. Southampton is my asset," Jishi answered candidly. Ferguson chuckled softly, patting Jishi on the shoulder before departing. As Jishi observed Ferguson and his players exchanging farewells, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Only a coach like Ferguson could remain so composed after losing a cup championship, having amassed a plethora of significant titles throughout his illustrious career. Nonetheless, Jishi felt no need to adopt such tranquility. He was still youthful, brimming with vitality. Having achieved victory and honor, he had every reason to celebrate with unrestrained exuberance and joy. In the next moment, Jishi opened his arms and dashed onto the field, embracing each of his players as they celebrated fervently. The Manchester United supporters began to exit the stands, while the Southampton fans commenced their own exuberant revelry. Southampton, a club lacking in honors, has historically been a staple of the Premier League, yet their sole top-tier accolade remains the FA Cup. They have not made a notable mark in either the League or the League Cup, not even securing the Community Shield. Thus, with the triumph in this League Cup, Jishi can immediately be compared to the greatest managers in the club's history in terms of honor. After shaking hands with the dignitaries of the English League Committee, Jishi prepared his players, standing alongside Captain Davis on either side of the trophy, both of them firmly grasping it before hoisting it high. The champions of the 2009 to 2010 English League Cup are Southampton Football Club. With the enthusiastic shout of the host echoing through the venue, the Southampton players, led by Jishi and Davis, raised their arms in unison, while the supporters erupted in jubilant cheers. A magnificent triumph. This marks Southampton's inaugural League Cup victory in its storied history. Chapter 55. 2 visits to Wembley in January when the team returned to Southampton with the League Cup trophy. They were not greeted by throngs of fans, as many had traveled to London for the occasion. However, that evening, a grand parade unfolded in the city, with Southampton's players and coaches celebrating exuberantly atop an open-topped bus, reveling in their achievement. Indeed, such a celebration was warranted, for this was only the second significant championship in Southampton's over a century-long history. Southampton is rich in history, but has long been deprived of honor. Yet, since my arrival, the absence of accolades will no longer be a concern. This is my first championship with Southampton, but it will certainly not be the last. Jishi, brandishing a megaphone, shouted into the streets, igniting even greater fervor among the Southampton fans who heard his call. Brimming with pride, Jishi passed the megaphone to another, oblivious to Ben Ali's quiet concern. Ben Ali feared that Jishi's bold proclamations might lead to lofty expectations that could backfire if not met. However, at that moment, Jishi was indifferent to such worries. In his eyes, the question of securing worthy honors was moot. I am destined to create miracles. Although I am not one of those time travelers from novels, I possess my own advantages. An advantage, indeed, that surpasses mere time travel. After returning home, Jishi's good mood began to blossom even further. Having secured the League Cup championship, he was awarded 50 achievement points, a reward inherently tied to the title itself. Moreover, having clinched Southampton's inaugural League Cup victory, this remarkable achievement illuminated an additional 200 points. In total, by merely winning this championship, Jishi amassed 250 achievement points. After deducting the 20 points he had previously utilized, he found himself with a commendable total of 274 points. If converted into tactical points, this would elevate his tactical score beyond 30 points. However, Jishi was not inclined to recklessly expend these achievement points. With the team currently in fine form, any premature usage would amount to wastefulness. He resolved to await the commencement of the next season to identify areas that might require fortification. Following their triumph in this match, Southampton's focus shifted predominantly to the leagues, with the English Championship final scheduled for March 28th. This match would be the sole encounter capable of influencing Southampton's league aspirations. Nonetheless, the toll of the League Cup final took a toll on Southampton's performance, leading to a disheartening defeat against Tranmere, who were positioned 19th in the standings. The majority of Southampton's lineup comprised substitutes, and even a few key players appeared to be out of sorts, resulting in a lackluster performance. Fortunately, March's fixture schedule was relatively lenient. After a week of recuperation, Southampton secured victory against second-place Leeds United, thanks to Lambert's golden goal, reclaiming their competitive rhythm with a 1-0 triumph. A week later, Southampton achieved a resounding 3-0 victory against Milton Keynes in an away match, marking their second consecutive win. After 37 rounds, Southampton ascended to 7th place, trailing 6th-placed Colchester by a mere 2 points, with a total of 62 points. However, the teams ranked 3rd, 4th, and fifth boasted points of 68 and 67, while Leeds held a significant 71 points at second place. With 9 matches remaining in the league, Southampton's pursuit of a top-2 finish presented a formidable challenge, as they needed to secure 9 points while contending with 5 rivals above them. Thus, Jishi continued to pursue his ambitious strategy, determined to seize every honor and achievement within reach this season. While the league championship seemed elusive, the playoff title remained attainable. The English championship had long been viewed by Jishi as a foregone conclusion, and upon reflection, he was astonished to discover the myriad of achievements still available for Southampton to unlock, even in League One. The League Cup, the English Championship, and the League One Playoff Championship are honors that Southampton has yet to attain. Even the smallest of achievements can hold value. Thus, the accolades gained from illuminating these milestones are far from trivial. Consequently, in the 38th round, Jishi opted to rest the majority of his key players, leading to a goalless draw against Oldham at home. The draw did not concern Southampton, as they were set to return to the new Wembley Stadium in just 3 days for a final match. Indeed, although the English Championship serves as a competition for lower-tier teams, the final will also be held at the new Wembley Stadium. In this final, the Southampton fans began to assert their dominance, filling their allotted seats to capacity once more. In stark contrast, their opponents, Carlisle United, managed to bring fewer than 30,000 supporters. Compared to the home ground's capacity of just over 18,000, this figure seemed substantial, yet it paled in comparison to Southampton's presence. After all, despite Southampton's lack of significant accolades, they often find themselves competing in the Premier League, whereas Carlisle United rarely graces the second tier of English football. Their most notable achievements include a single triumph in the 3rd Division and 2 championships in the 4th Division, not to mention 1 victory in the English Trophy. It is evident that the history of English football is remarkably extensive, featuring numerous clubs that once thrived in the higher echelons, but now linger in lower leagues. However, far more clubs, like Carlisle United, have been entrenched in the lower divisions for prolonged periods, with the English Trophy being their most commendable accolade. In terms of overall strength, they are significantly outmatched by Southampton, as they currently sit in 15th place, a stark contrast to Southampton's performance. The players from Southampton, including Jishi, offered little opportunity to their rivals. From the outset of the match, they relentlessly pressured their opponents with swift movements and rapid attacks, launching assaults from the flanks, executing breakthroughs, and taking long-range shots. Manchester United found themselves compelled to expand their defensive line under such relentless pressure, let alone Carlisle United. Consequently, 2 strikers managed to score in the first half, and although Carlisle United mounted a spirited comeback in the second half, narrowing the score, goals from Lalana and Mkhitaryan secured a resounding 4-1 victory for Southampton, earning them the English Trophy. It is delightful to win the championship in my first participation in this competition. However, I sincerely hope Southampton never has to engage in this tournament again, Jishi remarked with a smile at the post-match press conference. Chapter 56. Prosperity. On February 28th, Southampton triumphed over Manchester United with a score of 3-2 at the new Wembley, claiming the League Cup title. Just a month later, on March 28th, they defeated Carlisle United 4-1 at the same venue, securing the English Trophy. Within the span of merely 1 month, they graced Wembley twice, achieving 2 domestic championships, a feat unprecedented in the annals of English football history. Typically, teams capable of winning the League Cup do not participate in competitions designated solely for lower league teams. Yet Southampton has created a remarkable milestone, as journalists speculated on the possibility of witnessing such an extraordinary occurrence again. Jishi remained ensconced in his apartment, grinning like a maniac. Securing the English Trophy awarded him 20 achievement points, while illuminating Southampton's first-ever victory in this tournament granted him an impressive 50 achievement points, a stark contrast to the rewards received from the League Cup. This aspect had been anticipated by Jishi, as the England Championship is not regarded as a significant achievement. No team would place undue importance on this title, except perhaps those that have long been confined to lower-tier leagues. However, he illuminated an additional accomplishment. As noted by the journalists, the remarkable feat of participating in finals at the new Wembley Stadium twice within a single month and emerging victorious on both occasions. This is not merely a testament to the historical achievements of Southampton Football Club, but rather a remarkable accomplishment within the entirety of English professional leagues. Never before has a club managed to participate in 2 domestic finals at Wembley within a single month and emerge victorious. The reason is quite straightforward. The only domestic finals that can occur within such a short time frame are the League Cup final and the English Championship final, yet achieving this feat is exceedingly challenging. However, Southampton has accomplished this extraordinary miracle. This monumental achievement has granted him an astounding 300 achievement points. Gazing at the impressive total of 644 achievement points before him, Jishi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Reflecting on how, prior to the season's commencement, he was on the brink of losing all his achievement points over a mere handful, he marveled at the current situation, over 600 points. If he so desired, he could redeem a vial of Captain America's serum right now and transform himself into a superhuman. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Jishi chose to exercise patience. After all, he is but an ordinary person, and should he inadvertently exhibit the physique of a superhero, he would likely be swiftly apprehended for dissection. He was unperturbed. After all, he was a superhero. What was there to fear? Yet, as the time approached, he pondered how he would continue to coach Southampton and earn achievement points. These points could only be acquired through coaching a team, after all. Thus, Jishi resolved to hoard his achievement points like a miser, saving them for when they might be truly needed. Whether it was enhancing his tactical acumen, improving his physical attributes, or elevating the training regimen, all these endeavors required a substantial expenditure of achievement points, so it was prudent to conserve them for now. Winning the EFL Championship had invigorated the Southampton squad, yet it had also led to a lackluster performance in the subsequent matches, primarily because Jishi had become somewhat complacent and neglected to properly arrange the team's training. Consequently, they faced a disappointing 2-2 draw against the lower-ranked Brighton, resulting in 2 consecutive draws in the league. This has relegated them to the 8th position. However, their points have reached 64. Both Huddersfield and Colchester United, occupying the 6th and 7th spots, possess 65 points. Striving for the 6th position is not an insurmountable task. Currently, the points among the top teams are closely contested. Aside from Norwich, who has amassed 82 points and effectively secured the first place, Swindon trails in second with 73 points, and Millwall follows closely in third with 72 points. Leeds United, who held the top position for an extended period, has recently faltered and has now slipped to 4th place with 71 points, tied with 5th place Charlton. At this juncture, our primary objective is to secure a place in the top 6. Achieving a top 2 finish seems increasingly difficult. Rather than exhausting ourselves in a futile struggle, it is prudent to solidify our position within the top 6 and conserve our energy for the playoffs, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jishi's perspective. Although 7 rounds remain in the league and theoretically, a 9-point gap to the 2nd place is not devoid of opportunities, such possibilities remain merely theoretical. As for the rankings of 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, there is little concern. It merely comes down to whether one plays at home or away. However, in the English playoffs, there is no distinction between home and away matches. In fact, playing at home first can provide an advantage of an additional goal in extra time. This brings us to the peculiar regulations of the playoff system across various tiers of English football. During the 90 minutes of play, there exists no distinction between home and away goals. In essence, even if one were to triumph at home with a score of 1-0, only to succumb to a 4-3 defeat away, the advantage of away goals cannot be leveraged for progression. The match simply extends into extra time. However, should a goal be scored during this additional period, the away goals rule comes into effect. If the teams remain tied in terms of goals scored during extra time, the conclusion of this segment allows for victory based on the advantage of goals scored. As the self-proclaimed progenitor of modern football, English football consistently retains certain archaic rules to distinguish itself from the continental game, a practice they frequently employ. Nonetheless, this aspect holds little relevance to Jishi, whose sole objective is to lead his team into the top 6. After a week of respite, Southampton embarked anew. In their home match against Leyton Orient, a team that had previously held them to a draw, they granted no opportunities, securing a 2-1 victory and halting their streak of 2 consecutive draws. Following another brief respite, Southampton faced the 5th-place Charlton, a direct rival. Jishi continued to field his strongest lineup, and Southampton exhibited remarkable steadiness, clinching a precious victory with a long-range strike from Lalana, finishing the match 1-0. With 2 consecutive wins, Southampton surged to 6th place with 70 points. Distancing themselves from 2 former adversaries by 2 points, thus establishing a relatively stable position. The competition among the top teams has intensified, with Millwall ascending to second place, Leeds occupying third, and Swindon slipping to fourth. With scores of 78, 77, and 76 points, they remain entangled in a fervent contest. At this moment, no one dared to relax. The second-place team could secure direct promotion to the championship, and such an opportunity was not one to be overlooked. Let them continue to compete fiercely, for the more intense their struggle, the more at ease we could be during the knockout stage. Jishi chuckled. Chapter 57. The conclusion of the league. Jishi was not merely reveling in schadenfreude. The situation was such that these three teams were undoubtedly caught in a relentless pursuit, as no one would willingly forego the chance for direct promotion. Ultimately, however, only one team could ascend directly, leaving two unfortunate souls behind, exhausted and failing to progress, only to falter miserably in the playoffs. This is not merely an illusion of fantasy, but rather a reality that frequently occurs. To strive for a top 2 position in the final stages of the league is akin to gambling. If successful, it undoubtedly leads to promotion to the championship. If unsuccessful, it means forfeiting even the chance of a playoff. Such choices have always been fraught with dilemma. Whichever path one takes may lead to regret, much like the journey of life itself. Therefore, Jishi never contemplated making such a decision. Observe, if we had not consciously adjusted our performance previously, we would now find ourselves added to the ranks of those facing a dilemma. As long as our physical stamina remains intact, we possess the capability to triumph over any team ahead of us. However, in such circumstances, can we afford to conserve our energy? Jishi inquired of Ben Ali, who could only concede in agreement. The precision with which this individual calculates is indeed terrifying, perhaps due to their stable mindset. The players of Southampton exhibited remarkable performance in the subsequent matches. In 2 consecutive away games, they first triumphed over Bristol Rovers with a score of 5-1, followed by a narrow victory of 1-0 against Yeovil. However, after these 2 rounds, the situation began to shift once again, and Jishi started to feel a sense of unease. After 43 rounds, Norwich, with 89 points, had already secured promotion to the Premier League 3 rounds in advance, almost locking in the title for League One, as they held a 9-point lead over Leeds United, who, after a resurgence, climbed to second place with 80 points. Millwall trailed closely with 79 points, while Swindon followed with 78. This point tally highlights the underwhelming performances of these 3 teams. Leeds United managed to leap to second place with merely 3 points from 2 matches, while Millwall garnered just 1 point and Swindon 2. Charlton's points stand at 77, while Southampton has 76. 3 rounds remain, and a mere 4 points separate them. Jishi, in a state of agitation, pondered whether they should strive earnestly in the upcoming 3 matches. Southampton could at most reach 85 points, but if Leeds United were to win 2 matches, they would undoubtedly surpass Southampton's total. Betting on it would be unwise. Jishi shook his head in distress. With only 3 rounds left, Leeds United had endured a long stretch of misfortune, and they would surely seize the opportunity in the final 3 matches, guaranteeing at least 2 victories. This meant that while they might inadvertently assist other teams, they certainly would not do so for Southampton. Yet at this moment, it would be a pity not to push forward, Ben Ali lamented while tugging at his hair. Indeed, Jishi sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, in the upcoming 2 league matches, we must strive for victory, unless all hope is lost. Otherwise, we cannot afford to lose face. Jishi ultimately resolved to make an effort. Although he coveted the playoff championship more, who would wish to traverse the treacherous path of the playoffs if a direct promotion opportunity presented itself? As the final 3 rounds of League One unfolded unexpectedly, the anticipation grew. In the 44th round, Southampton welcomed Carlisle United to their home ground. The team that Southampton had previously dispatched with ease in the championship final displayed remarkable tenacity in this match. It is hardly surprising. After all, they had little to lose, and facing an old adversary surely inspired them to fight fervently. Southampton, through sheer determination, managed to secure a victory with a final score of 3-2. Albeit at a cost, as Mkhitaryan sustained a thigh injury during the match, likely sidelining him for the forthcoming games. This predicament was troubling. Jishi shook his head. The loss of Mkhitaryan was a disconcerting development, indicating that the player's stamina was waning, making them more susceptible to injuries. If fortune favored Mkhitaryan, he might just recover in time for the playoff finals. But for now, all hopes rested on the young Chamberlain. Fortunately, Southampton's squad depth was relatively commendable. However, The grim news was that several other teams had also emerged victorious, particularly Leeds United, who triumphed with a resounding 4-0 win over Milton Keynes. It seemed their players were gradually regaining form, a most opportune revival indeed. With 2 rounds remaining and only 4 points accumulated, the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. "Let us rotate the squad for the next match," Jishi suggested to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded in agreement. The circumstances were indeed challenging. Although Southampton had climbed to 5th place, the significance of this position was somewhat diminished. Following the rotation, Southampton comfortably defeated their opponents, yet Leeds United also secured a win, raising their points total to 86, thus extinguishing Southampton's chances of direct promotion to the championship. "All right, let us focus on preparing for the playoffs," Jishi addressed the team. Ultimately, in the final round, Southampton fell to their opponents. However, the climax of the final round was exhilarating. Leeds United suffered a defeat at the hands of 6th-place Charlton. Just when they braced themselves for the playoffs with a sense of despair, they were astonished to discover that Millwall, who trailed them by merely a point, had been defeated 2-0 by a relegation-threatened rival, leaving them to settle for 3rd place. Leeds United, having narrowly escaped relegation, erupted into jubilant celebrations. After languishing in League One for several seasons, they had finally reclaimed their place in the championship. Their owner, Bates, was so elated that he began to ramble excitedly about making better investments in the future, aiming to restore Leeds United to the formidable team it once was. Few believe this statement, as everyone is well aware of Bates' notorious stinginess. In the final league standings, aside from the top 2, Millwall secured 3rd place with 85 points, while Charlton clinched 4th with 84 points after a decisive victory in the last round. Swindon followed closely in 5th with 83 points, and Southampton rounded out the top 6 with 82 points. Considering that Leeds United, in 2nd place, only amassed 86 points, and Huddersfield, in 7th, reached 80 points. This season has truly been a thrilling contest. Alas, if only we had performed better earlier in the league. Those 4 points were certainly attainable, Jishi lamented. After all, we diverted our focus to the League Cup and the English Championship, which was unavoidable. Were it not for the 10-point deduction, our tally would have stood at 92, with Norwich merely at 95. At that time, we should have been contending for the championship rather than battling for the playoffs, Ben Ali consoled Jishi. Indeed, our performance this season has been commendable, Jishi nodded in agreement. He spoke with conviction, having secured 92 points and 2 championships under a new coach. Such achievements are undeniably impressive. Chapter 58. Millwall's opportunity. Millwall may not be exceptional, but their actions are substantial, which is a point of caution for us. Engaging with them, maintaining movement, and utilizing technical maneuvers to deplete their stamina will lead us to victory. Jishi addressed the players on the training ground, noting that following the league's conclusion, there would be a week of rest. However, for teams that have exhausted themselves, such a reprieve is far from adequate. Teams like Southampton, which exerted little effort in the final 2 rounds, have truly benefited from a proper rest. Millwall, on the other hand, fought valiantly in their last few matches, but ultimately failed to secure direct promotion to the championship, rendering their situation particularly unfortunate. Whether a week is sufficient for them to recover their energy remains a significant concern. Therefore, in the first home match, Jishi resolved to present a formidable challenge to the opposition. Taking advantage of their poor form, he aimed to dominate and exhaust them further, compounding their already limited stamina. This is an endeavor that any competent head coach would undertake. The so-called Royal Road of Millwall, even if aware that Southampton would act as such, finds themselves with limited options. Nevertheless, they are left with no alternative. Over the past 2 seasons, Millwall has performed commendably, having faced setbacks in the playoff finals last season and falling short by a mere step from direct promotion to the championship this season. Such results evoke a sense of misfortune, yet without the requisite strength, one cannot even claim the privilege of misfortune. It is reminiscent of Bayer Leverkusen in 2002, who, despite securing 3 runners-up titles, did not have every team eligible for such accolades. In their league encounters, Millwall has faced Southampton with 1 draw and 1 defeat. This cannot be construed as a reflection of their inferiority, as numerous top-tier teams this season have been thoroughly defeated by Southampton, with nearly all suffering at least 1 loss to them. For Millwall, encountering Southampton at this juncture is far from fortuitous. However, having crossed paths, they must strive to the very end. Their squad has experienced minimal changes, having been in League One for several years, during which they have assembled a formidable lineup. Financially, they are rather average. Despite being a London club, the notorious reputation of their supporters makes it difficult to attract a larger audience to their matches. Who among the respectable wishes to associate with football hooligans? Yet, opportunities do abound. The injury of Mkhitaryan has provided them with a significant boost. With the absence of this player, who connects and orchestrates the entire team through his breakthroughs, Southampton's offensive capabilities will undoubtedly be greatly impacted. This is a pivotal player. The absence of such a crucial figure can be quite detrimental. In contrast, the overall physical inadequacy of Millwall is something that can be compensated for. Chamberlain's breakthroughs are indeed commendable. However, he cannot yet be compared to Mkhitaryan. He is only able to create opportunities more effectively on the flanks, while his performance in the central area still leaves much to be desired. In this manner, Southampton's overall offensive capabilities would significantly diminish, presenting a remarkable opportunity for them. For Mr. Jekyll, the head coach of Millwall, this is indeed his sole chance and approach. A week passes swiftly. Upon their arrival in Southampton, the entire Millwall team was met with indifference, receiving no special treatment, as Southampton supporters are, after all, typical fans. Anticipation for this match is palpable. "And I look forward to leading the team to Wembley for the third time," remarked Jekyll at the pre-match press conference. Journalists recalled that this might be the first instance of a coach guiding a team to Wembley 3 times in a single season. Although Premier League teams have had similar opportunities, it typically requires consecutive participation in the Community Shield, FA Cup, and League Cup finals. The only team to have accomplished this feat thus far was Chelsea in the 2006-2007 season, who first faced Liverpool in the Community Shield but unfortunately lost. Before advancing to the finals of both the League Cup and FA Cup, no other team has managed such a remarkable achievement. Even Liverpool, who claimed 5 titles, only began competing in the Community Shield the following season after securing the League Cup and FA Cup, thus missing the chance to partake in a third match at Wembley in that same season. Should Southampton reach the finals and emerge victorious, they would become the first team in history to consecutively reach Wembley 3 times in a single season and win each time. By God, if we were to secure the FA Cup, we would establish an unparalleled record, Jekyll muttered. However, he was acutely aware that with Southampton's current capabilities, managing to snatch a League Cup from Manchester United would require a stroke of luck, and the FA Cup would demand an immense exertion of energy. There was a real possibility that everything could collapse, leaving them without a single title. Jekyll felt indignant about the media's coverage, as if Southampton's advancement to the finals were a foregone conclusion. Do they truly consider Millwall to be an easy target? Yet, upon reflection, Jekyll suddenly recognized it as a prime opportunity to bolster the team's morale. They underestimate us, and shall we allow them to continue doing so? He bellowed at the players before the match commenced. Certainly not. The players responded, raising their arms in spirited affirmation. It is not that they are easily deceived. Rather, they are acutely aware that only by rallying their morale and fighting spirit do they stand a chance. The coach is invigorating their spirits, and naturally, they must respond with enthusiasm. Let us demonstrate our indomitable will, press them relentlessly, stifle their offense, and seize the opportunity to counterattack and vanquish them, shouted Jacket. This notion, of course, is quite commendable, as it is well known that Southampton excels in offense. Employing a defensive counterattack against Southampton has always proven to be a reliable strategy. Not only have the stronger teams utilized this approach, but Southampton has also stumbled in several league matches precisely due to counterattacks from their opponents. However, achieving this necessitates one critical prerequisite: the ability to withstand Southampton's offensive onslaught. Jishi believes he still has a chance, especially considering Southampton is missing Mkhitaryan. It is evident to all that Southampton struggled offensively during Mkhitaryan's absence, and now, without him, their attacking prowess is likely diminished by at least half. This is not to suggest that one individual can entirely replace the likes of Lambert, Giroud, or Lalana. Rather, it is Mkhitaryan's presence that renders Southampton's offense cohesive. Without him, their attack lacks a crucial key. "You are that key," Jishi told Chamberlain as they set off. The 16-year-old nodded earnestly. Over the past 6 months, he has learned and progressed immensely. Now is the time for heroes to shine. Chapter 59, the 2 top scorers amidst the clamor of 30,000 Southampton supporters. The match commenced. Millwall ostensibly deployed a 4-4-2 formation, yet in reality, they fielded only one forward, Grabban, at the forefront, while the other striker, Morrison, played further back, resembling more of a 4-4-1-1 setup. To defend so staunchly, do they truly believe we lack the capability to break through? Jishi scoffed at Ben Ali. They are physically inadequate. What can they accomplish without counterattacking? Ben Ali shrugged. Jishi chuckled. They underestimate Chamberlain. Although he hasn't played extensively, he has completely adapted to the pace of League One. As long as he can acclimate to the rhythm and the physicality, his skills and breakthrough ability will be unleashed with exuberance. At that moment, Lalana received a pass from Schneiderlin and promptly delivered the ball accurately to the flank. This is where he truly excels. Before receiving the pass, Chamberlain had already calculated his next move. Upon catching the ball, he deftly slotted it towards the baseline and accelerated. His instantaneous burst of speed allowed him to evade the hastily advancing opposing fullback, driving straight toward the end line. Fortunately, Millwall employed a defensive strategy, and the supporting midfielder quickly retreated, soon catching up to Chamberlain. While many anticipated that Chamberlain would either force a cross or opt for a back pass, he instead executed a splendid individual breakthrough. He first came to a sudden halt, then accelerated once more, seemingly intent on forcing his way past the end line before lifting his foot to deliver a cross. The opponents swiftly raised their foot, preparing to disrupt or block his cross. However, Chamberlain adeptly brought the ball down, dribbled it through their legs, and then surged out from beyond the end line, making a circular run before regaining control of the ball. By the time he regained possession, he was already nearing the edge of the small penalty area. This position, undoubtedly, is quite perilous. Even the most densely packed defense becomes vulnerable once breached at such a location. The Millwall defense was immediately thrown into disarray. They are not seasoned veterans. Although their experiences are substantial, they have not been tested in high-stakes matches. When confronted with such a scenario, the defenders quickly succumb to panic, leading to a significant lapse in their defensive duties. Oxlade-Chamberlain seized the moment, skillfully flicking the ball to the far post, where Lambert, holding off an opposing defender, executed a powerful header. The ball sped into the near corner of the goal, putting Southampton ahead at their home ground. The Southampton fans erupted into ecstatic cheers, fully confident that their team would secure victory in this match, the next, and ultimately in the finals. Having already claimed the League Cup, vanquishing 6 teams from the Chinese Super League, including Manchester United, why would they fear such a minor challenge as the playoffs? At this moment, the Southampton players were equally buoyed, brimming with high spirits. They had meticulously honed their physical condition, and with their robust fitness, they felt emboldened in both confrontation and mobility. Considered a potential weak link, Oxlade-Chamberlain delivered a stunning breakthrough that facilitated Southampton's first goal, a turn of events that truly caught Jacket off guard. It was not a matter of his incompetence. Rather, Southampton's overall performance was exceptionally formidable. While he pondered how to respond, the game resumed. Millwall, hastily launching their offense, swiftly lost possession. Southampton, instead of aggressively pressing forward, engaged in a series of strategic passes, utilizing their superior technical skills to continually suppress their opponents. Jacket, gritting his teeth, watched the field with mounting frustration. Conceding an early goal had disrupted his tactical plans. Now, to adopt a defensive stance while trailing was a daunting prospect. Returning to their home ground with a deficit offered little hope for recovery. Achieving at least a draw away from home was imperative for a chance in the second leg. Furthermore, Southampton could comfortably orchestrate their play, leveraging their technical prowess to establish dominance on the field, which posed significant challenges for Millwall. Continuing to defend would be humiliating, yet abandoning their defense would expose them to devastating counterattacks from the opposition. Jacket never anticipated that underestimating Oxlade-Chamberlain would render his team entirely reactive throughout the match. Nevertheless, he swallowed his frustration and resolved to maintain a defensive posture. Trailing by a goal at home, there remained a possibility of regaining some ground. Attempting to score 1 or 2 goals away would be futile, as revealing too much space at the back could lead to Southampton scoring even more. Quite composed, Jishi remarked, observing Jacket signaling for a defensive regroup. What else can one do if not remain composed? With our physical prowess, we could render them incapable of movement after just 80 minutes, remarked Ben Ali with a chuckle. Jishi nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Ben Ali's words. Even if Millwall were to lose this match, they must ensure that their energy expenditure remains minimal, otherwise, they would stand no chance in the second leg. Jishi expressed that even if they believed in their chances, it would be futile, while Jacket aimed to prolong the match into the second leg to determine the outcome. Jishi was determined to decisively vanquish the opponent in the first leg. The team engaged in relentless passing, incessant attacking, and a constant search for weaknesses in the opposing defense. all while launching continuous assaults into the penalty area. This incessant wave of attacks placed immense pressure on the defenders of Millwall. Despite their collective efforts to fortify their defense, the relentless onslaught inevitably revealed vulnerabilities. Giroud received a pass from Lambert within the penalty area, swiftly pivoted, and unleashed a shot that deflected off an opposing defender, landing at Lalana's feet. Without hesitation, Lalana struck, sending the ball skimming into the near corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, Sullivan, who had already succumbed to the ground during Giroud's attempt, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into Millwall's net once more. Another goal. 2-0. Lalana. The two players who have scored the most goals this season for Southampton each contributed to the tally in this match. Lambert, having just secured the title of the league's top scorer with 35 goals, accumulated a staggering total of 50 across all competitions. This remarkable feat, despite the perceived lower caliber of League One, is no small achievement. Meanwhile, Lalana surpassed 20 goals in all competitions, marking the pinnacle of his career thus far. Chapter 60. Physical enhancement pills. The explosive performances of Lambert and Lalana this season were unexpected for many. Although Lambert was the top scorer of League One last season with 29 goals, excelling in League One does not always translate to effectiveness against Premier League teams. However, under the right tactical framework and by fully exploiting his strengths, Lambert has seen an astounding leap in performance this season, which can only be described as miraculous. Lalana, on the other hand, has experienced a gradual accumulation of experience over previous seasons. The relegation of Southampton afforded this young talent an opportunity to shine, and the current season has seen significant contributions from manager Adkins, who has refrained from imposing tasks beyond Lalana's expertise, allowing him to focus on what he does best, making forward runs, distributing the ball promptly, and taking long-range shots. Some players thrive only in conducive environments, and Southampton's squad largely embodies this trait. By employing them correctly, they have been able to showcase their optimal form. Given their youth, they possess the potential to grow stronger through experience and development. As the first half drew to a close, Southampton's fans erupted in joyous cheers, relishing a 2-goal lead that ignited hopes for victory. The only lingering question was how many goals they might ultimately secure. We performed well in the first half. However, we must maintain our momentum in the second half, understood? Millwall's stamina remains insufficient, meaning they will continue to defend. Our objective is to extend our lead, ensuring that the second leg of our match becomes more manageable, understood? The players of Southampton responded in unison, their voices resonating with confidence regarding their victory in the match. Indeed, the unfolding of the game mirrored this sentiment. Throughout the second half, Southampton maintained a significant advantage on the field, their technical prowess manifesting fully as they pressed against the opponent's defense, leaving Millwall with scant opportunities. Schneiderlin notably scored a goal in the second half with a forward surge and a long-range shot. Ultimately, the final score was 3-0, from any perspective. Southampton achieved a resounding triumph. The Southampton supporters celebrated fervently, perceiving the home victory as a magnificent prelude to their advance into the playoff finals. This sentiment was not theirs alone. The media largely echoed this perspective. The substantial advantage of 3-0 from the first leg was formidable, making it difficult to envision Millwall overturning the deficit in the second leg. Unless, of course, Southampton were foolish enough to assume their passage was assured and field an entirely reserve squad. How naive would that be? In the depths of his mind, Jishi murmured to himself. Indeed, he had never contemplated such a notion. If in the early days of his coaching career he harbored the naive belief that the matches were mere games, that innocence had long since dissipated. Even with a commanding 3-0 lead in the first leg, he was resolute in deploying his entire starting lineup for the second leg. After all, there remained a full 10 days before the final. No matter the exhaustion, there was ample time to recover. After granting the players a day of respite, Jishi began to prepare for the forthcoming match. Yet, he found himself increasingly fatigued. The toll of relentless work over the past year had taken its toll on his body, leaving him with a sense of weariness and discomfort. He was acutely aware that his health was not in jeopardy, merely that his physical condition was somewhat lacking. As an ordinary college student, his physique was adequate. Yet years spent in seclusion, engrossed in studies and video games, had not fostered robust health. Regrettably, it would take 1,000 achievement points to redeem Captain America's serum, and he was uncertain when he might accumulate such a sum. As for the extraordinary treasures found in fantasy novels, while he had glimpsed them, the mere sight of the zeros at the end of their cost dissuaded him from pursuing them further. It seemed that in this lifetime, he would remain confined to the realm of football, never ascending to the heights of an immortal cultivator. Consequently, he decided to expend 40 achievement points to acquire 4 vitality-enhancing pills. According to the description in the achievement store, these pills could seamlessly augment his physical capabilities without detection by modern instruments, nor could they be identified as performance-enhancing substances. After ingesting the 4 pills, Jishi began to feel as though he was as light as a feather, invigorated as if he could vanquish a dozen tigers. To ascertain whether this was merely an illusion, he made his way to the training ground, where he engaged in the same rigorous personal training as the players. Upon completion, he found himself merely drenched in sweat. In terms of physical condition, he seemed to match the professional athletes who had trained for years. The products of the achievement store were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. With a quiet acknowledgement of this realization, Jishi resumed his preparations for the upcoming match. At that moment, he was not distracted by other thoughts. He simply recognized that to work diligently, one must possess a sound body. The following day, when the team reconvened, Jishi deliberately mingled with the players during tactical drills. The players responded with great enthusiasm and warmth towards their coach's involvement. Yet their expressions turned to astonishment upon witnessing Jishi execute the same intensity of training as they did. This is quite normal. If Jishi participated in training regularly and displayed such performance, it would not be surprising. However, the fact that Jishi seldom partakes in training, yet can exhibit such prowess, is truly astonishing. What is so strange about that? Let us not forget that our boss is capable of executing Bruce Lee's flying kicks. The kung fu enthusiast, Jiru, solemnly expressed this to the other players, who nodded in agreement, accepting his assertion. To have performed such an exquisite volley at that time, it is evident that our esteemed boss is in excellent physical condition. Although he was compelled to suspend his football career due to a broken leg, participating in a training session or two is certainly within his capabilities. With this thought in mind, the players felt an even greater surge of confidence. The fact that their coach was a former professional player inspired further respect among the team, as such individuals often possess deeper insights gleaned from first-hand experience and rigorous training. In contrast, those who lack practical playing experience may find themselves at a disadvantage in this regard. Naturally, there are exemplary representatives among both types of coaches. However, when it comes to swiftly earning the players' trust and admiration, it is undoubtedly the coaches with a player background who resonate more profoundly with them. Following this brief interlude, the players of Southampton journeyed to London, preparing for the second leg of the match. Chapter 61, The Fortuitous Swindon. In stark contrast to Southampton's commanding 3-goal advantage, the other semi-final was a heart-stopping affair, with Swindon triumphing over Charlton with a score of 2-1 on home turf, thus gaining the upper hand. Many believed that the outcome of the second leg for Southampton was already decided. However, the clash between Swindon and Charlton retained an air of suspense. Unexpectedly, while Southampton faced no significant pressure on the scoreboard in the second leg, they suffered substantial losses instead. As the 90 minutes drew to a close, a grim-faced Jishi stood at the sidelines, observing the proceedings. The score was unremarkable, a draw at 1 apiece, with Southampton offering Millwall no opportunities. Yet, it was evident to all that Southampton had incurred a grave misfortune. I was profoundly incensed by the events unfolding on the pitch today. Despite having no chances left, Millwall resorted to various retaliatory actions against our players. Lambert sustained an injury at their hands, as did Lalana. I cannot fathom the rationale behind Millwall's conduct. All I know is that, while I may have once felt sympathy for them due to their entanglement with football hooligans, I now assert that a team's character is reflected in its supporters. The association of Millwall with such notorious figures is no mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of their infamous playing style, which undeniably attracts such reprehensible individuals. Overwhelmed with fury, Jishi unleashed a tirade against Millwall in the press conference. Jacket attempted to confront him, but was met with a chilling glare that sent him retreating. Meanwhile, Millwall journalists targeted Jishi, only to be met with the equally fierce ire of Southampton reporters. The press conference concluded in disarray. Subsequently, Millwall Club announced their intention to sue Jishi for defaming the club's reputation. Jishi, in a bold declaration, proclaimed that he had enlisted the finest legal team in England, regardless of the cost. Southampton fans rallied unwaveringly behind Jishi, believing that a club like Millwall should not have a place in professional football, suggesting they might as well be relegated to the 6th or 7th tier of the league. The English Football Association has announced an investigation into the events of this match and the subsequent press conference. However, it is well known that the FA is notoriously slow in its proceedings. By the time they reach a conclusion, the next season will likely have commenced. It is evident to discerning observers that the FA will not intervene excessively, as the match itself was relatively standard. A few players guilty of malicious fouls will face suspensions. As for the post-match outburst from the player, it can be dismissed as youthful exuberance. He did not direct his ire at the referee or the organizing committee. Ultimately, this matter pertains to the conflict between him and Millwall, which he can resolve through legal channels. The player merely vented his frustrations, yet Southampton undeniably suffered tangible losses. Reports following the match indicate that both Lambert and Lalana will be sidelined for at least 2 weeks, making their participation in the final highly unlikely. This leaves 3 of Southampton's formidable frontline attackers incapacitated. Consequently, the team that stands to gain the most from this situation is Swindon, who advanced past Charlton via a penalty shootout. Initially positioned 5th, Swindon was the least favored among the 4 teams vying for promotion. Millwall was on the verge of direct promotion to the Championship, and Charlton had similar prospects. Had Southampton not incurred point deductions, they would have comfortably secured 2nd place. Yet, through sheer determination, Swindon triumphed over Charlton, only to be presented with a Southampton team missing 3 key offensive players. This is their destiny. In an instant, the fans of Swindon were exuberantly ecstatic, convinced that their team would undoubtedly triumph in this final. With 3 key offensive players absent, it seemed that not just Southampton, but even illustrious clubs like Real Madrid, Manchester United, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich would experience a significant decline in prowess. It was evident to all that Lambert and Lalana were Southampton's top 2 scorers this season, while Mkhitaryan was pivotal in driving the team's offense through his incisive breakthroughs. The contributions of these 3 players were irreplaceable. Furthermore, Southampton's attacking lineup had seen little rotation this season, with only Oxlade-Chamberlain occasionally participating in matches. Now, they found themselves devoid of even substitutes, leaving them in a precarious situation. The Southampton supporters were engulfed in despair. Had their squad remained intact, they would have feared no one, not even Swindon, considering they had triumphed over Manchester United. However, with so many talented players absent from the forefront, how could the match proceed? No matter how spirited the players were or how resolute the coach, Jishi's guidance might be, it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, even if the odds were truly against them, the fans would not blame the team. They believed that the team's performance this season had already filled them with pride. As long as they continued to persevere, the championship of League One next season would surely be theirs to claim. While Southampton's fans resigned themselves to the notion of defeat, Jishi had never entertained the thought of losing this match. We still have a chance. As long as we train diligently on the field and adapt to the new tactics, victory is within our grasp, Jishi assured the players. The players exchanged doubtful glances. Indeed, over the past year, Jishi had showcased his remarkable capabilities, proving himself to be a top-tier coach. However, even the finest coach relies on the players to perform. In such circumstances, what could Jishi accomplish? I certainly have my methods, Jishi replied with a smile. He maintained an air of mystery, directly sharing his thoughts with the players. The entire pitch was filled with the astonished expressions of players, as their disbelief echoed in the air. Boss, you can't be serious? Lovren couldn't help but inquire. Of course I'm serious. Do you think there are any alternative solutions at this point? Jishi countered. Collectively, everyone shook their heads. Indeed, there were no solutions. Had there been, would they be in such a predicament? Since we are all convinced that defeat is inevitable, what is there to lose in taking a gamble? You must trust in me, right? With a cheerful smile, Jishi declared, Players, look at me, and I shall look at you. We can only accept our fate. Indeed, there is no other path to tread now. It is better to place our trust in our leader, who would not just about such matters. With just 15 days remaining, we must familiarize ourselves with the new formation and tactics. In this crucial final match of the season, we must showcase our utmost capabilities and let Swindon know that if they wish to take advantage of us, they can go to hell. No one will find a weakness in us. Jishi raised his fist and shouted, although the term take advantage was somewhat unclear. It was akin to the notion of stumbling upon a wallet, and thus the Southampton players raised their fists in solidarity. Chapter 62. A triple roll. The upcoming closed training session for Southampton was regarded by nearly everyone as mere posturing. After all, what other options did Southampton possess? None. There would be no alternatives. They were unable to transfer players, and there were no noteworthy attacking talents emerging from the youth team. This season, Southampton was indeed quite streamlined. With only a handful of forwards remaining, aside from Giroud, there were merely a couple of aging players who had barely participated in matches. Surely, they could not rely on Chamberlain and Giroud to lead the front line. Danny Wilson, the head coach of Swindon, was quite confident. The prospect of creating a legendary underdog story, seizing victory against all odds to secure the final qualification for the new league, filled him with delight. After all, Swindon was not particularly remarkable in terms of strength, and achieving such a miracle hinged on his strategic acumen. The only regret was that Swindon, having previously ranked 5th, could not craft the legendary underdog narrative. With this cheerful mindset, Wilson approached the final of the playoff. Southampton delayed submitting their match roster until the last possible moment, just 2 hours before the match. Boring. What purpose does such procrastination serve? Wilson mused, receiving Southampton's starting lineup with a sense of tedium. He had a point. After an entire season, who could possibly have any hidden trump cards left? He failed to notice that as he spoke, his assistant coach regarded him with a rather peculiar expression. Wilson casually opened the document, took a glance, and immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. He stared incredulously at his assistant, who was also wearing a wry smile. Sure, Wilson exclaimed, leaving everyone uncertain as to whether he was calling upon the divine or merely uttering Sure's name. Ha ha ha. The expression on Wilson's face must be quite the spectacle now. Sure laughed heartily on the bus to Southampton. However, the other players were not as cheerful. Boss, you haven't participated in training with us these past few days, Chamberlain remarked. Thus, I have always maintained that you should play as you usually do. That vacant position is mine, Sure replied. The players exchanged wry smiles. In fact, up until this moment, they struggled to believe the situation was real, even though they had recently noticed that Sure's name was indeed included in the first team roster for Southampton. Yet, could Sure, who had never trained alongside the others, truly shoulder the responsibilities of the offensive core? No core player has ever been able to perform effectively without practice. Yet, Sure boldly asserted his capability to succeed. This sounds utterly unreliable. Yet, he is the boss, the coach, the one in charge. Everyone can only listen, filled with anxiety, yet compelled to place their faith in Sure. What does it mean to treat a dead horse as if it were alive? At this moment, Sure himself is filled with trepidation, but he must persevere. He regrets not having made a vigorous push for a direct qualification in the top 2. The playoffs are truly a daunting endeavor. Nonetheless, he must take a gamble now. During warm-ups, Sure's meticulous preparation brings some reassurance to his fellow players. At the very least, the boss is a standard player, not someone who merely causes chaos. Meanwhile, over 40,000 Southampton fans are wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Sure is starting? By this time, the well-informed fans have learned the starting lineup. Southampton is employing a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Davis, fullbacks Oates-Mobo and Mills, center-backs Lovren and Font, midfielders Simmons, Wharton, and Schneiderlin, and forwards Giroud, Chamberlain, and Sure. What on earth does the boss intend? In an instant, countless Southampton fans express their lamentations. The Swindon fans, however, erupt in a frenzy of mockery, exclaiming that this is Southampton's coach, who dares to take the field himself. Can't you find a proper forward? Well, the warm-up is over. I imagine you are all familiar with the tactics we discussed earlier. Establishing control in midfield. Pass the ball to me as much as possible, and I will orchestrate the attack. I know each of your movements and habits well. So just play at your usual pace, understood? Sure addresses his players upon returning to the locker room. The players nod in agreement. It seems there is no other option. After all, relying solely on Giroud and Chamberlain to score is insufficient. Although Swindon appears to be the weakest of the top 6, they still rank among them. They concede the most goals and score the second fewest, yet if placed amongst other teams, they would be a formidable force, scoring the most and conceding the least. It is challenging to withstand their offensive prowess through defense, which is not Southampton's forte. Sure still hopes to seize victory into his own hands. The match is about to commence. Clad in Southampton's number 32 jersey, Sure is quite busy. He first approaches the opposing coach, Wilson, to shake hands. Wilson's expression resembles that of someone who has just tasted something foul, as he seems to want to ask Sure if he truly believes he can succeed. However, he was unable to articulate his thoughts. After shaking hands with Wilson, Sure exchanged a few words with the 4th official on the sidelines before obediently retreating to the players' tunnel, taking his place at the end of the line, awaiting his turn to enter the field. The commentators were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and they began to elucidate why Jishi was permitted to play. For he was a formally registered player with the Professional Footballers Association of England and included in Southampton's first-team roster for the current season, thus making his participation entirely legitimate. Moreover, in the English leagues, instances of player coaches are not uncommon. For example, Vialli had served in both capacities at Chelsea, although he rarely took to the field during that period. Yet, Jishi had not played at all throughout the season, so one might question the utility of his appearance. This seemed chaotic. It was an irresponsible act towards Southampton's aspirations for advancement, as one commentator harshly remarked. Conversely, I believe Jishi is indeed entitled to this opportunity. Were it not for him, Southampton might not have had the chance to stand here at all. Had Lambert, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan not been injured and unable to play, he likely would not have chosen to step onto the pitch. Even if just one of those three were available, Jishi would probably refrain from doing so. Southampton's fans would express their gratitude towards Jishi regardless of the match's outcome, as another commentator fairly noted. Some seized upon the pivotal point. Jishi would be the first individual in the history of the English Premier League to simultaneously hold the roles of club chairman, first-team coach, and first-team player. Gentlemen, I am uncertain if such a figure exists in other leagues, but in England, he is undoubtedly the first and will likely be the last. Chapter 63. I have my reasons. The players from both teams had dispersed across the pitch, while Southampton's supporters anxiously observed, erupting in a tremendous chorus of encouragement for their team. One commentator was indeed correct. At this moment, Southampton's fans would not hold Jishi accountable for any of his actions. For without Jishi, there would be no remarkable performance from Southampton this season. Simply securing 2 championships was sufficient for the fans to forgive all his transgressions, even if they believed that Jishi's presence on the field would ultimately prove futile. Reality often strikes swiftly. When Jishi first received the ball in an advanced position, no one paid him any mind, although he deftly controlled Schneiderlin's clearance. It was not long before an aggressive midfielder from Swindon charged towards him. The opponent lunged fiercely, aiming to close the distance to Jishi and ultimately dispossess him. This tactic works effectively against inexperienced newcomers. However, just as the opponent approached, Jishi skillfully flicked the ball over his head and elegantly maneuvered past him. Oh my! What have we just witnessed? An exquisite display of skillful ball control. Does Jishi possess such flamboyant finesse? Regrettably, after evading his opponent, he neither passed the ball nor advanced. Instead, he continued to maintain possession in place. Amidst the commentators' fervent exclamations, GE relayed the ball to the advancing Schneiderlin. Schneiderlin propelled the ball forward, passing it to Giroud, who deftly redirected it towards the onrushing Chamberlain. With a powerful strike, Chamberlain sent the ball skimming toward the far corner of the goal, narrowly grazing the post before crossing the baseline. Chamberlain waved his hand and began to retreat. Just as GE approached him, "Why did you remain stationary when I dribbled past?" GE inquired, covering his mouth. Chamberlain was momentarily taken aback. "I understand you were concerned I might not control the ball. Yet, I previously mentioned that we should play as we usually do. At that moment, you ought to have made a bold forward run. Even if there were no pass, it would have merely been a wasted effort. However, if there were a pass, it could easily have resulted in a decisive opportunity. I had intended to execute a long pass after my dribble, but since you didn't move, I was left with no choice but to retain possession," GE explained. Chamberlain nodded in embarrassment, acknowledging that GE's analysis mirrored his own thoughts. "Do not overthink it. Understood? Let us continue the attack." GE patted his shoulder before sprinting away. GE's exchange with Chamberlain was indeed surprising. It appeared that Southampton had a fighting chance in this match. As the commentator's voice rose, the Southampton fans began to buzz with excitement. Their expectations for GE had been exceedingly low, yet as he showcased his superior skills, their enthusiasm was on the verge of ignition. However, Swindon swiftly demonstrated their prowess. They were, after all, a top-6 team, and Southampton was undergoing a temporary formation change. Although they had bolstered their midfield with the defensively adept Let, their defensive vulnerabilities had increased. After all, in the latter half of the season, they had grown accustomed to having only 2 midfielders assisting in defense. Capitalizing on a set piece, Swindon secured the first goal. Simon Cox, the centre-forward acquired for £2 million from West Bromwich Albion, proved his worth. Despite scoring only a handful of goals throughout the league, he netted 3 in the playoffs' initial 2 matches, and now he had opened the scoring. He headed the ball into Southampton's net just before Font could intervene. Swindon led 1-0. Swindon had taken the lead. They consistently seized opportunities, and Southampton's luck seemed to falter. Amidst the commentators' shouts, Jishi shook his head and called the players over, gesturing calmly. In such situations, Jishi could directly instruct his teammates on what to do. Stay composed, continue the attack, our offensive capability is more than sufficient, understood? Jishi spoke. The players nodded in agreement. To be honest, after witnessing Jishi's remarkable dribbling maneuver, their confidence had already been significantly bolstered. The match resumed. Southampton seized the advantage, launching a series of relentless attacks, while Swindon adopted a strategy of counter-defensive play. Although their defense was not particularly stellar, they were in the lead and focused their numbers on staunchly holding their ground, a tactic any team could employ. Southampton's numerous attempts to score failed to yield any promising opportunities. This has left the Southampton fans in a state of anxiety. The absence of three key offensive players has indeed had a significant impact. Chamberlain continuously received the ball on the flanks, while Giroud positioned himself centrally, poised to capitalize on opportunities. However, the support from others in the attack has been rather lacking. Previously, with Lambert's link-up play and Lalana's long-range shots, their offense was multifaceted and comprehensive. Now, with the absence of these two players, it has become considerably easier for the opposition to defend against them. Just before the end of the first half, Swindon executed a splendid counterattack, extending their lead to 2-0. The Southampton fans clutched their heads in despair, while the Swindon supporters erupted into exuberant cheers. With a 2-goal lead at halftime, Swindon could be said to have one foot firmly planted in the ranks of the championship. However, I believe we must remain composed. As you have sensed during the first half, we are gradually finding our rhythm, and it is improving with each moment. The second half will be our time to strike back, Gia remarked in the locker room. Boss, I don't understand. Given your prowess, why didn't you train with us more beforehand? Chamberlain asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. The other players nodded in agreement when they had little hope. It was inconsequential, as they treated it as a mere game, with little chance of victory. Now, however, Gia's displayed capabilities were sufficient for him to secure a place in the team, perhaps even become the focal point of their attack. If they could have trained together, would they still need to find their synergy on the pitch? Of course, I have my reasons, Gia replied with a wry smile. His predicament was that it required a full 30 achievement points to exchange for a Matthews final performance card, which would only have an effect during the 90 minutes of the match. Participating in regular training would yield no benefit and might even undermine the player's confidence. However, the players seemed to have misunderstood his intentions. They quickly recalled that their boss had been deemed to have ended his career due to a right foot injury at a mere young age. Thus, the reason for not training with them was quite evident. His body could not endure prolonged training and matches. Only during this final could he showcase his full potential. Boss, we will definitely win in the second half. Davis led the charge, and the Southampton players collectively erupted in a resounding cheer, demonstrating their fervent fighting spirit. Chapter 64. Revived Gia was completely unaware of the players' thoughts. He assumed they were merely being courteous, no longer dwelling on why he hadn't trained with them before, but solely focused on securing victory in this match. However, when the second half commenced, Southampton's performance not only astonished him, but left everyone in shock. The players, previously thought to have lost their fighting spirit, launched into an even more ferocious attack from the very start of the second half. The players of Swindon did not allow themselves to become complacent with a 2-goal lead, for they were well aware that even a 3-goal advantage in the first half could be overturned. However, the indomitable spirit and fervent desire for victory exhibited by Southampton caught them off guard. Schneiderlin, upon receiving a pass from a teammate, decisively surged forward, drawing sufficient defensive attention before delivering the ball to the advancing Otsumobo on the right flank. Otsumobo, in motion, struck the ball, sending it into the penalty area where Giroud leapt high, using his body to shield a defender before directing a powerful header downward. Chamberlain, having evaded the watchful eye of the opponent's defender, met the falling ball with a decisive shot. The ball swiftly found its way into the net. Southampton had reduced the deficit to 1 goal. The stands erupted with jubilant cheers from Southampton fans. It was now 1-2, and they still had a chance. Do not rush. Keep entangled with them, Wilson bellowed from the sidelines, believing that this concession was merely an anomaly. Southampton's offense had yet to discover a more fluid approach, and this goal was but a singular occurrence. Only a consistently effective offensive strategy could enable the team to continue scoring. Replicating such a fortuitous goal would prove exceedingly challenging. As the match resumed, Southampton relentlessly pressed forward, tearing at Swindon's defense. Yet Swindon maintained a resolute stance while launching counterattacks. In this ongoing clash, the game reached the 70th minute, and Swindon executed a brilliant counterattack. The forward broke through, and as he faced the advancing Davis, he deftly slotted the ball home, extending their lead to 3-1. The Southampton fans in the stands were nearing despair. With only 20 minutes remaining and a 2-goal deficit, was there truly any hope? All eyes are on you. Now it's my turn, Jishi remarked to Giroud and Chamberlain from the center circle, instructing them to pass the ball to him after the kickoff. Both Giroud and Chamberlain nodded in agreement. There was no room for hesitation now. With just 20 minutes left, whether it be the Championship or League One, everything hinged on these final moments. Previously, Swindon's players had expended considerable energy in their movements, while Jishi had conserved his strength, understanding that although his stamina had improved, he could not distribute his energy like a professional player in such an intense match. Thus, it was prudent to conserve his energy for the closing moments. Southampton's passive play was partially attributable to his lack of exertion on the field. Meanwhile, Swindon's players were beginning to tire, while he remained in peak condition. The match resumed. Giroud passed the ball to Chamberlain and then sprinted forward. Chamberlain returned the pass, also advancing. Jishi skillfully controlled the ball at his feet before embarking on a forward run. Although his pace was not particularly swift, he adeptly maneuvered past the approaching 2 opposing forwards, executing a series of sudden stops and turns to weave through them. After deftly bypassing 2 players, Jishi continued his composed advance. A midfielder approached, and Jishi feigned a lateral pass before swiftly pulling the ball back to break through once more. He elegantly glided past 3 adversaries, drawing near the opponent's danger zone, leaving the Swindon players astonished, their focus once again drawn to Jishi. At this moment, he struck the ball, delivering a magnificent lob pass into the penalty area. Simultaneously, Giroud, having evaded his marker, appeared at the drop point. Meeting the descending ball and the hasty goalkeeper, Giroud connected with a header, lofting the ball over the goalkeeper's head, which then plummeted directly into the Swindon goal. The ball found the net. Southampton had pulled one back. It was now the 72nd minute of the match, and they still had a chance. Amidst the commentators' fervent exclamations, Giroud dashed into the goal, retrieved the ball, and sprinted back. Intensity. Offense. Jishi waved his arms, shouting, as the Southampton fans erupted with renewed fervor, fervently hoping for a miraculous outcome. The situation had significantly shifted the mindset of the Swindon players, having believed victory was within their grasp twice. Only to be thwarted by their opponent's remarkable resilience, their mental state began to waver. Thus, when the match resumed, they could only withstand Southampton's relentless pressure for a mere 2 minutes before relinquishing possession. Continuing the attack, Jishi proactively dropped back to collect the ball, then advanced with it, having drawn sufficient attention before finally distributing it. At this moment, Swindon no longer dared to underestimate him and began dispatching players to closely mark Jishi. However, Jishi's movements intensified significantly as he consistently evaded his opponents, orchestrating the offense with finesse. When he received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, the roars from the stands reached a deafening crescendo as he deftly maneuvered past 2 Swindon players. His skills were truly exceptional. Oh, but the third defender lunged forward, and the Swindon players could no longer tolerate his audacious dribbling. As the third defender approached, Jishi lifted his foot and delivered a precise pass. The ball soared accurately to the awaiting Schneiderlin, and after the pass, Jishi swiftly accelerated, weaving through the 3 opposing players. Schneiderlin promptly struck the ball, returning it to Jishi, who found himself at the top of the penalty arc, a zone fraught with peril. Yet, he did not control the ball, nor did he take a shot. Instead, he lifted his foot and, without halting the ball, sent it directly into the penalty area. Simultaneously, the advancing Giroud perfectly connected with his through ball. The precise pass allowed Giroud to strike with his right foot without breaking stride, sending the ball powerfully soaring into the upper right corner of the goal. The score is now tied at 3-3. In the 83rd minute of the match, a miracle unfolded. Southampton scored 2 consecutive goals, leveling the score. Oh my, this match has been a roller coaster, leaving spectators breathless. Will this playoff final in League One become a legendary encounter that will be recounted for years to come? Chapter 65. The Miracle of Black 6. No one anticipated that with less than 20 minutes remaining, and Swindon leading by 2 goals, Southampton would manage to equalize in a mere 10 minutes. From 1-3 to 3-3, this remarkable turnaround has resurrected Southampton's hopes. The dramatic highs and lows of life were always so exhilarating. The despair of the Southampton fans has now transformed into sheer excitement. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wilson utilized all three of his substitutions in an attempt to stabilize the game. However, Jishi refrained from making any changes, understanding that he had no viable options left and opted to maintain the current momentum. As the game resumed, Southampton's players surged forward with an energy akin to that of athletes on performance enhancers, relentlessly pressing their opponents with fervor. Even Jishi, who previously refrained from aggressive pressing, has joined his teammates in relentless pursuit on the pitch, engaging in a formidable offensive press. Such a level of forward pressure is rarely witnessed in League One, as the physical demands of such relentless running and pressing are exceedingly high. A lapse in concentration could result in catastrophic openings for the opposition to exploit. Among the other 23 teams in League One, none possess the requisite capabilities to sustain such an approach. However, Southampton does, if they initially struggled to adapt. After a season of refinement and training, they have seamlessly integrated high pressing to thwart opponents' attacks while simultaneously launching their own. Adequate physical conditioning and a systematic running strategy are essential prerequisites for achieving this. Although Southampton's fitness and running drills may not be top tier, but rather of a basic nature, they suffice within the context of League One. Now, with morale soaring, Swindon's offensive efforts seem increasingly futile. Southampton swiftly regained possession and initiated another attack. Jishi once again seized the ball. The Swindon players found themselves in a state of frustration, uncertain of how to counter him. Should they focus on marking Jishi, he would orchestrate an attack through his passing. Conversely, if they failed to concentrate on him, he could easily maneuver past one or two defenders, thus disrupting their formation. The impact of a top-tier attacking player who can break through is evident when observing Mkhitaryan. While he may not be the absolute best in Southampton's ranks, his technical attributes provide the attacking style that Southampton desperately needs. With him on the field, their offense is complete. Now, although he is absent, Jishi has stepped into that void. He consistently manages to receive the ball near the penalty area, posing a significant threat as he navigates past one or two defenders. After all, a player of his caliber, once breaching dangerous zones, can create immense advantages through either shooting or passing. Thus, the only option left is to sever the supply lines to him. Thus, the other attacking players of Southampton sprang into action. Schneiderlin made a decisive forward run, protected by Wharton and Leet, allowing him to advance without hesitation. After receiving a pass from a teammate, Schneiderlin unleashed a powerful long-range shot, which was bravely deflected out of bounds by an opposing defender, resulting in a corner kick. Jishi rushed over. While the opponent could obstruct his ball control at other times, they could not impede a set piece. Southampton's two towering center-backs surged forward. Lovren stood at 188 meters, while Font surpassed 190 meters. Their imposing presence in the penalty area posed a significant threat. Jishi took 2 steps back, gathered momentum, and delivered a cross. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, heading straight for the near post. Giroud burst from the crowd, shaking off his marker, and leaped in stride, executing a spectacular overhead kick. The ball swiftly changed direction and grazed the near post, finding its way into Swindon's net. 4-3. In the dying moments of the match, Southampton completed their comeback. Giroud. This season, Giroud had consistently displayed a steady performance, rarely drawing attention, yet at this moment, he showcased an exceptional form. He achieved a hat-trick. Of course, his accomplishment was thanks to one individual, their owner, coach, and player, Jishi. All 3 of Giroud's goals came from Jishi's assists, a truly miraculous display. Given his capabilities, why had he not featured in the entire league? Had he played earlier, Southampton might not have needed to engage in playoffs. Previous reports indicated that he suffered a severe injury at the age of 18, leading to an abrupt end to his professional career. Now, it appeared that, 7 years later, his physical condition had gradually improved, possibly still retaining a degree of match fitness. Yet it might not sustain for long. Had it not been for the injuries to the main players, he would not have taken the field himself. Nevertheless, assessing the overall performance this season, Jishi truly embodied his name, being Southampton's savior and deity. Even Lalana had rarely exhibited such miraculous performances. As president, he salvaged Southampton's finances. As coach, he guided Southampton to 2 championships. As a player, he aided Southampton's promotion to the championship. From any perspective, he was undoubtedly Southampton's greatest figure throughout history. While commentators marveled in awe, Giroud had already run towards Jishi, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Jishi, barely surpassing 1 70 meters, was hoisted above Giroud's head, flailing his arms. "Hey, put me down. I am your head coach." The Southampton players erupted in laughter. They held great respect for their young coach, yet equally understood the significance of his role to them. No further ripples would occur in this match. Jishi may not have scored, yet he salvaged Southampton with his assisting hat-trick. Amidst the fervent cries of the commentators, Swindon launched a desperate offensive in the remaining minutes. However, the Southampton defense, now resolutely regrouping, held firm. During the stoppage time, Font intercepted the ball in the backfield and executed a long pass for a counterattack. Chamberlain received the ball and surged into the penalty area, only to be thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper, resulting in a penalty kick. The entire team entrusted Jishi with the responsibility of taking this penalty. Jishi approached the spot and executed it flawlessly, with a score of 5-3. Southampton secured their victory decisively. The match concluded, and Wembley Stadium erupted into a jubilant sea of celebration. Southampton triumphed over Swindon with a final score of 5-3. Achieving the miraculous feat of finishing 6th in the league. They overcame third-placed Millwall and 5th-placed Swindon to clinch the last available promotion spot to the championship. Chapter 66. Anticipation for the new season. This season has been nothing short of a dream for us. During our relegation, a sense of gloom enveloped everyone. Yet, through diligent effort, we have welcomed a season of relative glory. I am elated to share such a remarkable journey with the team, and in the days ahead, we shall continue to press forward. Southampton has much to build upon, and I, too, must strive to advance alongside my teammates. In the post-match press conference, Jishi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Everyone could sense his excitement and the tears of joy, yet no one truly understood the toll his extraordinary performance had taken on him. Despite a significant enhancement in his physical abilities, such a miraculous display left him with excruciating soreness throughout his body, akin to an ordinary car engine being installed in a sports car, racing at astonishing speeds until it neared its breaking point. Jishi found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Fortunately, drawing from prior experience, Jishi managed to endure. However, at that moment, the reporters were preoccupied with another matter. "Your remarkable performance in this match astonished everyone," one reporter inquired. "Such astonishment is entirely normal. I underwent a urine test immediately after the match," Jishi responded. The journalists nodded in agreement. They did not suspect Jishi of doping. Frankly, performance-enhancing substances hold little value on the football field. Skill cannot simply be acquired through drugs. With Jishi's dazzling techniques and performance in the final, what substance could possibly replicate that? Unbeknownst to them, Jishi had indeed consumed the miraculous final pill from Matthews, enabling him to nearly replicate Matthews' performance in what is now referred to as the Matthews Final. Otherwise, with skills that even amateur players lack, how could he aspire to be the savior on the pitch? What a jest! As for my circumstances, I believe everyone is well aware that 7 years ago, I suffered a grave injury, after which the prospect of continuing my career as a professional athlete slipped away, despite my unwavering commitment to training in the years that followed. I am acutely aware that my physical condition may only afford me the opportunity to participate in a single match at the professional level. With Lambert, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan all sidelined, I recognized that it was time for me to seize this final opportunity. As he spoke, tears welled in Gia's eyes, profoundly moving everyone present, including the fans watching on television. Indeed, this was to be his final performance. After all, even in a slightly elevated League One, his skills might not prove as effective. That penalty might very well be Gia's only goal representing Southampton. Upon this reflection, the reporters rose in unison to pay their respects to Gia. Meanwhile, he limped away from the press conference, leaving behind an imposing silhouette, even though he did not mention purchasing a few oranges. With the conclusion of this playoff, the League One season has drawn to a close. Southampton undoubtedly emerged as the grand victors. They claimed the League Cup, the English Championship, and the League One Playoff Championship, triumphantly winning all 3 finals at Wembley. In terms of individual accolades, Southampton reaped a bounty of honors. Forward Lambert was crowned the top scorer of League One, while Gia earned 5 of the 9 monthly Best Coach awards. Southampton garnered 6 of the 9 Best Player accolades, with Lambert receiving 3, Lalana 2, and Mkhitaryan 1. Giroud was named the best player of the playoffs. Forward Lambert, midfielder Lalana, Schneiderlin, defender Lovren, and goalkeeper Davis were all selected for the League One team of the season. Had Font not played only half a season, he would have been a strong candidate as well. In the upcoming season, we shall continue to bolster the team's strength. Last season, we experienced a measure of financial relief, so there is no need for concern. Southampton's finances are robust, and there will be no further issues. Jishi conveyed this to the reporters in his final press conference of the season. The fans could finally breathe easy, for throughout this season, Jishi had yet to fail in fulfilling his promises, thus instilling a profound sense of trust among them. Currently, the club's financial surplus stands at £6 to £7 million, a sum that may not suffice for significant enhancements. However, selling some players could better strengthen our squad. When Mark Fry reported to Jishi, he stated, Davis, Lovren, Font, Schneiderlin, Lalana, Chamberlain, Giroud, Lambert, and Mkhitaryan, none of them are to be touched. Those who can be released, let them go. Those who can be sold, sell them. And those who cannot be sold shall remain as substitutes, Jishi remarked. Fry forced a smile, stating that these 9 individuals were indeed the only players from Southampton who could command a substantial transfer fee. The rest, if sold, would merely fetch a few thousand, which would hardly make a significant impact. We must certainly enhance our strength in the new season, Fry insisted earnestly. Rest assured, I will handle the financial aspects, Jishi replied with unwavering confidence. This summer, Southampton is undoubtedly poised to acquire several new players. The frailty of the fullbacks and the absence of suitable substitutes in midfield and attack, as witnessed in the previous season, cannot be repeated. Additionally, in terms of goalkeeping, Davis, now 33, has shown little decline in form. However, he has primarily been a championship goalkeeper, and while he can handle League One, the championship poses a more significant challenge. Furthermore, with Southampton set to compete in the UEFA Europa League this season, reliance solely on Davis is unsustainable. It is essential to secure a quality goalkeeper, allowing Davis to serve as a capable backup, thereby ensuring a robust defensive strategy. Last season, Southampton heavily depended on their first-choice players. The substitutes were limited to defensive midfielder Lead, the young James, and the winger Chamberlain, leaving their squad perilously thin. Consequently, they struggled in the league. When the first team was fully engaged, victories were abundant, but distractions from cup competitions inevitably led to drop points in league play. In this season of the championship, securing direct promotion is imperative for Jishi, as the pursuit of playoff qualifications is deemed unnecessary. Although Southampton has never claimed victory in the championship playoffs, they have also yet to win the championship itself. Their best achievement prior was finishing as runners-up. Securing the championship title would illuminate an unprecedented accomplishment, and the prestige associated with the championship title far exceeds that of a playoff victory, leading to greater rewards. Chapter 67. Recruitment List. After triumphing in the playoff finals, Jishi merely garnered 20 achievement points for winning the championship and 50 points for his first championship win, which aligns with the level of the English Football League. In contrast, winning the League Cup earned him a substantial 50 achievement points and 200 points for his inaugural championship victory, clearly evidencing the correlation between the quantity of achievement points and the quality of the championship. Thus, having never attained either, the championship title is undoubtedly more rewarding. However, last season's remarkable achievement of winning 3 consecutive titles at the new Wembley Stadium resulted in Jishi receiving a staggering 500 achievement points, pushing his total to an impressive 124 points, making him feel like a super affluent individual. He nearly succumbed to impulsiveness, contemplating the exchange of 800 points for Captain America's serum. Fortunately, he retained some composure, recognizing that such an item was not crucial at this juncture. Instead, he prudently exchanged for 6 physical enhancement pills, significantly augmenting his vitality before preparing for the upcoming season. As he gears up for the championship, the Scout Guide has indeed increased in price. It previously required only 10 achievement points but now demands 20. Nevertheless, he perceives these 20 points as exceptionally valuable. The guide not only informs Jishi of the players capable of making an impact in the championship, but also provides insights into where to acquire them and the potential cost involved. Clear guidance is available regarding the goalkeeper he needs, starting fullbacks, and substitutes for other positions, all at reasonable prices. Nasser Klein, a 19-year-old right-back from Crystal Palace, served as a primary substitute last season and has a modest valuation that should allow for a transfer around $1 million. Carl Jenkinson, an 18-year-old who can play both center-back and right-back, just signed a professional contract with Charlton, and his valuation is quite low. Perhaps even $50,000 could suffice, given Charlton's current financial constraints. Ryan Dickinson, a 24-year-old left-back playing for Brentford, is a reliable choice in League One. and finding quality left-backs these days is challenging, making him an excellent option. Danny Drinkwater, age 20, is a midfielder who has emerged from Manchester United's youth academy. However, he struggles to secure a place in the first team. Last season, he performed reasonably well at Huddersfield, yet Manchester United remains unlikely to offer him a position, as Ferguson is not easily persuaded to part with players he holds in high regard. Nonetheless, he does not seem overly impressed with Drinkwater. One must be cautious of Ferguson potentially poaching talents from within. Charlie Austin, at 21, is a forward standing at 6 feet 2 inches. He made 36 appearances for Swindon last season, scoring 20 goals. He could serve as an excellent substitute for Lambert, and though acquiring him may require a financial investment, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Jamie Vardy, aged 23, is a center forward who played for Stokesbridge in the 7th tier of English football last season. One might question the value of such a player. However, I would advise you to consider signing him and subsequently loaning him out to gain experience, which may prove immensely beneficial in the future. Keylor Navas, a 24-year-old goalkeeper from Costa Rica, plays for the dominant team Saprissa in the Costa Rican League. He only recently became the first-choice goalkeeper and achieved 13 clean sheets in 29 matches last season, despite not being particularly tall, standing at 5 feet 11 inches. Which may not align with Premier League standards. His height is still adequate, and he is eager to play in Europe. His contract with the club has expired, allowing for a potential acquisition at no cost. As Jishi ponders over the 7 players presented in the scouting report, it is evident that these are all attainable talents. Navas is a commendable goalkeeper, while Klein, Jenkinson, and Jackson could effectively fill the gaps in the defense. Klein and Jackson are certainly more reliable than the current fullbacks, and Jenkinson's versatility as both a right-back and center-back adds depth to the squad. Drinkwater's performance last season has already impressed Jishi, as he complements Schneiderlin well, one offering lateral movement, the other vertical. This combination allows Leto and Walton to serve as solid substitutes, which is undoubtedly advantageous for a club. In terms of attacking midfielders, with Lalana, Mkhitaryan, and Oxlade-Chamberlain, is there really a need for more? Up front, Austin's commendable performance in League One last season would suffice as a backup, alleviating some pressure off Lambert. Although Southampton's schedule this season may not be as extensive as last, the quality and intensity of the matches have significantly increased. However, Vardy remains a perplexing figure for Jishi. At 23, he is still competing in the 7th tier. Lambert faced hardships in his youth, working at 17, yet progressing to play in the 4th tier by 19, allowing him to receive proper professional training. What potential could Vardy possibly possess at this age, even if we concede that he has significant potential yet to be realized? Lingering in lower leagues for a few more years would place him at 27 or 28. Even if that potential is unlocked, how many years could he realistically contribute? However, contemplating the situation of a striker from a 7th-tier league, one might conclude that it is what it is. His market value is undoubtedly minimal. With the inclusion of these 7 players, if their skill level aligns closely with that of Lambert and his peers, Southampton's overall strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Last season, Southampton's most pressing issue lay in the quality of their substitutes, which fell drastically short compared to their main roster, to the extent that the disparity could be deemed a full tier apart. However, the current scenario is markedly different if the squad comprises 15 or 16 capable players. The head coach would not be left in a precarious position. Upon receiving this recruitment list, Mark Fry did not engage in unnecessary discourse. Last season's signings and coaching endeavors had demonstrated the caliber of Jishi. Having a knowledgeable head coach overseeing recruitment, who would not engage in any underhanded dealings, is indeed a rare and fortunate asset. After all, the club belongs to him. What incentive would he have to act deceitfully? Presently, Southampton's finances are stable, and the surplus of a few £1,000,000 is sufficient to facilitate these 7 transfers, especially since Fry noted that the majority of the recruits hail from lower leagues, thus bearing low price tags. The sole exception, Drinkwater, is a player from Manchester United, yet at 20 years old, he has been perpetually loaned out. And with the likes of Carrick and Fletcher not being particularly advanced in age, Manchester United may not hold him in high regard. Nevertheless, Vardy should be acquired. After all, his value is not steep. Once purchased, he could be loaned out for proper development. I recall our club has established positive relationships with several teams in League 2 and League 1, and at worst, we could provide a nominal training fee. They would be more than willing to accept a free striker. Jishi waved his hand in agreement. Fry considered this rationale and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 68. Recruitment in place. The players on this transfer list have arrived with remarkable ease. Navas, yearning to play in Europe, has grown increasingly restless. During his time at Saprissa, he was merely a starter for one season. Midway through the last season, he caught the attention of the Argentine powerhouse, Racing Club, which sought to acquire him. However, Saprissa, unwilling to relinquish their chance of defending their title, rejected the transfer, leaving Navas quite exasperated. Consequently, upon the expiration of his contract, he resolutely declined to renew with the team. As a goalkeeper emerging from the Costa Rican League, he found himself distanced from European competitions. Generally, players from Central America have three pathways to Europe. The first is to play in the Mexican League, which possesses a commendable level and attracts the interest of several European teams, making transfers easier for those who excel. The second is to join Major League Soccer in the United States, where many former European stars reside, garnering significant attention. The third is to play in a South American league, preferably in Brazil or Argentina, which serve as springboards to Europe. However, Navas has not pursued any of these avenues, instead aspiring solely for Europe, which presents considerable challenges. He has resolved to begin in a lower division if necessary, but to reach Europe nonetheless. At this juncture, a scout from Southampton discovered him. Upon learning of Southampton's interest and noting that the team had only one reliable goalkeeper, Davis, Navas promptly signed a contract with them. The Championship is a second-tier league, and the allure of competing in the Europa League is truly unparalleled, though it does not quite compare to top-tier teams. Navas finds himself without superior options, does he not? Klein transferred to Southampton for merely £1 million. Crystal Palace, also a League One team, had him as a semi-regular starter. Encouraged by his former teammate Font, Klein decisively joined Southampton, where he is likely to become a key player. Furthermore, Crystal Palace is willing to sell any player for the right price. Jenkinson's transfer proceeded smoothly as well. He was recently promoted from the youth team. Charlton, as a League One team, possesses a certain pedigree, and a young defender is not of paramount importance to them. For £500,000, Jenkinson joined Southampton. However, the transfers of Dixon and Austin proved somewhat troublesome, primarily because they were indispensable starters in League One and had performed admirably last season. The relationship between Swindon and Southampton remains tenuous, especially after Swindon's recent playoff defeat, making discussions of transfers with Southampton less than favorable. In such circumstances, one can only resort to monetary means. Ultimately, Dixon expended £1.5 million on Southampton, while Austin invested a full £2 million, bringing the total expenditure to £5 million when combined with previous expenses. Conversely, the acquisition of Drinkwater proved to be rather smooth. Jishi personally journeyed to Manchester to negotiate with Ferguson. Initially, Ferguson sought to include Lalana in the deal, but Jishi firmly rebuffed him, asserting that Lalana is an indispensable asset to our team. As for Drinkwater, if he is for sale, then so be it. If not, we are not in dire need of midfielders. After some contemplation, Ferguson recognized that Drinkwater held little value for Manchester United and harbored doubts about this midfield player, who lacked forward-thinking prowess. Consequently, he nodded in agreement to the transfer. Following negotiations, Jishi secured Drinkwater for a mere £90,000. The acquisition of Vardy was even more straightforward. With a modest transfer fee of £15,000, Vardy became a Southampton player. Subsequently, under Jishi's guidance, Fry loaned Vardy to the League Two team Stevenage, which had just clinched the championship in the 5th tier and ascended to League Two. This was an opportune moment for recruitment. Fry promised a free loan while covering Vardy's wages, and he also included a clause in the loan agreement stipulating that should Vardy make over 15 starts and accumulate no less than 2,000 minutes of playtime this season, Stevenage would receive a training fee of £50,000. The figure appears quite modest, even during its most impoverished times. Southampton could muster over £1 million for player acquisitions. However, for Stevenage, a club that has languished in lower leagues and has only recently achieved the remarkable feat of ascending to League Two, this represents an exceptionally favorable proposition. After all, they have just been promoted and require players of a certain caliber. If Vardy possesses genuine talent, then acquiring him at no cost could yield not only commendable performance but also a development fee. What could possibly be amiss in this arrangement? Mr. G specifically reached out to Vardy, acknowledging that while he did not perceive Vardy as particularly exceptional, he recognized that the scouting system's recommendation must have merit. Offering a few complimentary words costs nothing. Why not? Jamie, I understand you may harbor some doubts, yet Southampton holds great promise for your future. believing you will evolve into an outstanding striker. However, you will require substantial match experience, and Southampton is determined to contend for the championship title this season, striving for a return to the Premier League. Thus, there may not be ample opportunities for your development. You are well aware that the quality of England's Reserve League matches is subpar, offering little in terms of valuable experience. Therefore, we intend to loan you out with strict stipulations regarding your playing time, hoping you will seize this opportunity to demonstrate your worth. Are you not known for your goal-scoring prowess? Let your abundant goals compel the team that loans you to willingly grant you a starting position. Vardy felt invigorated by Mr. G's words, although he was already 23 and past the age where simple encouragement could sway him. The fact that a team like Southampton had taken notice of him and arranged such a considerate loan opportunity was undeniably exhilarating. Mr. G, I vow to perform admirably in the forthcoming matches, Vardy declared with a tone of solemn promise. Do well, for the future goals of Southampton will hinge on you. Mr. G uttered words he himself found hard to believe. The club brought in 7 players, subsequently loaning 1 out, effectively securing 6 new signings, 1 goalkeeper, 3 defenders, 1 central midfielder, and 1 forward. This bolstered Southampton's 3 lines significantly, instilling confidence among the fans who expressed their belief in the club's potential to surge into the Premier League in the upcoming matches. Of course, acquiring these players had nearly depleted Southampton's cash reserves, which had already been around 6 to 7 million. Now, they had expended nearly 6 million in one fell swoop, leaving the club's liquidity stretched perilously thin. Chapter 69. Money alone is not enough. Fortunately, they managed to offload some underperforming players, generating a bit of cash flow. Otherwise, the club's account would have dipped below £1 million, with monthly operational costs exceeding several £100,000. We should be able to sustain ourselves until early July, right? Dave Jones lamented. Jishi inquired. That is still possible, Jones responded. Well then, substantial funding will be injected at the appropriate time. Jishi snapped his fingers. Jones shook his head, uncertain of Jishi's unwavering confidence. However, he merely voiced a complaint. Next season's championship matches had seen a surge in season ticket sales for Southampton, and significant revenue would soon flow in. With Southampton's impressive attendance, competing in the championship posed no financial concerns. After all, in the championship, a larger stadium equates to greater revenue, and elevated income signifies stronger financial backing, thereby enhancing overall capability. Currently, apart from Southampton, the only other championship teams boasting a stadium capacity exceeding 30,000 are Leeds United, Nottingham Forest, Coventry City, Middlesbrough, Leicester City, Derby County, and others. This season, the championship indeed features a plethora of formidable teams. In addition to these traditional powerhouses, clubs such as Norwich City, Queen's Park Rangers, Crystal Palace, Portsmouth, Watford, Millwall, Hull City, and Reading, which have previously made notable appearances in the Premier League, also vie for prominence. Nevertheless, our aspiration remains the championship. Jishi was brimming with confidence. His financial assurance stemmed from the fact that he had eliminated a fractional digit from the remaining 1,044 achievement points at his disposal. Each point could be exchanged for £1 million in cash. Having utilized 14 achievement points, he secured a substantial sum of £14 million, sufficient for the club to undertake numerous ventures. He then discerned how the system facilitated his money laundering. It directly provided him with a betting slip, instructing him to wager £1 million, which ultimately yielded over 20 million, netting him precisely 14 million after taxes. With a hint of disdain for the system's meager ingenuity, Jishi withdrew a sum from his St. Mary company and commenced his betting endeavors. The betting slip offered by the system was remarkably intricate, dispersing the wagers across various amounts, ensuring that while he incurred some losses, he also reaped considerable gains, thereby maintaining a low profile. Furthermore, with online betting requiring merely an account, his activities remained discreet. The World Cup betting involved sums in the billions, and Jishi's wagers in the millions, along with the corresponding returns in the tens of millions, would hardly attract scrutiny. His objective was to await July 7th, the conclusion of the World Cup, to access this cash. Naturally, he intended to reinvest all of this into the St. Mary Football Company, which he wholly owned, thereby providing capital to Southampton as long as the source of his funds remained untainted. At present, the stringent enforcement of financial fair play regulations had not yet commenced. Once it did, regardless of Jishi's wealth, direct investment into the club would be impossible, relegating expenditures to training facilities and youth academies. Nonetheless, Jishi remained steadfast in his belief that through the Southampton club, he could generate even greater profits, enhancing the club's revenue. In the ensuing days, he awaited the end of the World Cup with bated breath. Throughout the tournament, he observed with utmost seriousness, albeit always consulting the betting slips. He resolved that such a detached approach would diminish the enjoyment of the game. Each time a favorable outcome aligned with his bets, he would cheer. Yet by the World Cup's conclusion, he found himself merely stretching and feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. After all, money, in excess, merely becomes a number. Gazing at the string of numbers that had unexpectedly appeared in his account, Jishi suddenly felt that it lacked any real thrill. Only leading a team in competition could truly ignite his excitement. With the conclusion of the World Cup, there remained a mere month before the commencement of the league. The first round of the championship was set to begin on August 7th, and after all, few teams in the championship boasted international players. Southampton, in fact, did not either. While Navis represented Costa Rica and Mkhitaryan donned the colors of Armenia, neither nation had qualified for this year's World Cup finals. Lovren had once been named to Croatia's squad for a friendly match, yet he was notably absent from this World Cup. The remaining players were rather distant from the realm of international representation. This situation also afforded them the opportunity to commence their pre-season training at an early stage. After injecting $15 million into the club's accounts, including a capital of $1 million, Jishi began to ponder whether it was necessary to recruit additional promising players. The Scouts Guide indicated that Southampton could certainly secure certain players. However, those prospects who were not guaranteed could also prove invaluable. For instance, there was the commendable local midfielder Henderson, who had impressed him in the previous season, as well as Walker and Dembele, whom he had sought to acquire last summer, but failed to do so. "How I lost last year shall be how I reclaim this year," Jishi proclaimed dramatically, raising his arms towards the heavens. He then made a trip to Sunderland, followed by a journey to London, and thereafter, the narrative diverged. Last season, Henderson played 38 matches for Sunderland, participating in 33 league games, and was honored as Sunderland's Player of the Season. As the new season approached, Sunderland was poised to bestow the number 10 jersey and captaincy upon this young academy product. After honing his skills in the Premier League, how could Henderson possibly descend to play in the Championship? Rejected simultaneously by both Sunderland and Henderson, Jishi found himself in London with a sense of ennui. His prospects with Walker appeared somewhat more promising. The young fullback had been loaned back to Sheffield United last season, making 26 appearances and gaining considerable experience. However, upon returning to Tottenham in the latter half of the season, he only made 2 appearances, suggesting that the club had yet to find a place for this young defender. Nevertheless, his dealings with Tottenham were met with frustration. The Spurs representatives conveyed their earnest intentions regarding Kyle Walker, emphasizing that they had invested nearly $6 million in the 19-year-old last year. It seemed likely that Walker would continue to be loaned out this season. However, a permanent transfer was out of the question. They inquired whether Southampton would be interested in a loan for Walker, offering to cover his wages for the entire year if so. Jishi shook his head, refraining from proposing a loan. He deemed it illogical to agree, considering he already had his own players, Klein and Jenkinson, at his disposal. Last season, a loan might have been feasible, especially given Southampton's need for fullbacks at that time. How vexatious these Tottenham representatives were. In Chapter 70, titled The Advantages of DML, Jishi pondered to himself. Having missed 2 opportunities, he felt that he could strive for a third. Moussa Dembele chose to remain at Alkmaar last season, primarily because the club had the Champions League to contend with. However, this season's Champions League has proven to be a nightmare for Alkmaar. As the Eredivisie champions, they were exempt from the playoffs. But despite being placed in a rather unremarkable group, their performance was dismal. The group included Arsenal from the Premier League, Standard Liège from Belgium, and Olympiacos from Greece. While Arsenal is a top-tier team, Standard Liège and Olympiacos can only be considered average. Nevertheless, Alkmaar's results were devastating. They managed to draw against Arsenal, but failed to secure a single victory in 6 matches, ending with 4 draws and 2 losses. Scoring a mere 4 goals while conceding 8, thus finishing at the bottom of their group and returning home. Their league performance was equally poor, culminating in a 5th-place finish that did not qualify them for the Europa League. Under such circumstances, the esteemed coach Van Gaal chose to depart, leaving little room for Dembele to stay. At 24 years of age, he was no longer a youthful prodigy and playing as a defensive midfielder. It was challenging to attract the attention of elite clubs based on such performances. At this juncture, Jishi approached him once more. Mr. G, I sincerely appreciate your interest. However, Fulham from the Premier League has also made an offer, hoping to secure Demel for £6 million. The transfer manager of Alkmaar informed Jishi. Jishi mused that £6 million was not exorbitant, yet considering Southampton had acquired all their players for less than that amount. Spending £6 million on a defensive midfielder seemed illogical. However, recalling the match footage he had observed, he noted that while Demel may not have stood out prominently, he was indeed an exceptional defensive midfielder. Compared to him, Schneiderlin and Drinkwater, despite their youth and talent, both exhibited certain technical shortcomings. In terms of defense, Demel outshone both. Schneiderlin was proficient in intercepting but lacked in tight marking, while Drinkwater relied heavily on physicality, often succeeding in tackles but falling short in interceptions due to his lack of lateral mobility. Demel, on the other hand, excelled in both interceptions and tackles. Moreover, the precision of his forward runs and the support he provides to his teammates make Demel truly exceptional. Schneiderlin's strength lies in his remarkable ball control. He possesses the ability to retrieve the ball in deeper positions and initiate attacks through precise distribution. In contrast, Drinkwater boasts a robust physique, demonstrating greater mobility and timely forward movements. Following his runs, he can create opportunities through direct assists or shots on goal. However, when compared to Demel, they exhibit certain deficiencies. Demel, conversely, appears to be devoid of such flaws, and while Schneiderlin and Drinkwater possess their own strengths, they may not surpass Demel by a significant margin. Furthermore, Demel's maturity is noteworthy. At the age of 24, he has evolved into a fully fledged, ready-to-contribute talent. We will match whatever Fulham offers, Jishi asserted decisively to the opposing party. Alkmaar swiftly acquiesced to Southampton's proposal, as it had become almost certain that losing Demel was a foregone conclusion this summer. It merely remained to be seen where Demel himself would choose to go. Money is the same. It matters not whom we sell. Jishi soon met with Demel. I sincerely appreciate your interest in me for 2 consecutive summers, Demel remarked, appearing quite tempted. Indeed, although Southampton is currently a championship team, it once held the status of a Premier League club and boasts legendary players like Letizier. Jishi, as both owner and coach of Southampton, making the effort to pursue him for 2 years, reflects a genuine respect for talent. Nevertheless, Jishi recognized that while Demel may express interest, compared to Fulham, Southampton remains a championship side. After all, Fulham has clinched the Premier League title and competed in the Champions League. Would Demel truly consider joining Southampton for championship football? Fulham's position in the Premier League serves as an optimal springboard. If he performs well in the Premier League, what would prevent him from securing a move to a grander club? Meanwhile, if Southampton fails to secure promotion, enduring 2 stagnant years in the Championship would see Demel turning 26, making future transfers more challenging. Weighing all of this, Jishi concluded that he possessed only 2 advantages to leverage. Firstly, despite being a championship team, Southampton has the opportunity to compete in the Europa League this season, a distinct advantage Fulham does not possess. Secondly, Southampton is financially more robust than Fulham. This seemingly paradoxical question presents an intriguing dilemma. Despite Fulham being one of the earliest clubs in the English league to have foreign ownership, their overseas proprietors have exhibited a reluctance to invest significantly. For many years, Fulham has maintained a self-sufficient approach, merely striving for survival as a modest London club, often exhibiting a frugal stance regarding salaries. In contrast, Southampton has consistently offered competitive wages. Even after their relegation to League One, they managed to retain most of their key players, maintaining championship-level salary expenditures. The acquisitions of Lambert, Giroud, Mkhitaryan, and Lovren have all commanded salaries commensurate with championship standards. This summer, Mr. Jishi promptly offered salary increases and contract renewals to players, bringing Southampton's wage levels in line with those of the Premier League. This is not merely a display of financial extravagance on Mr. Jicci's part. Rather, he understands that retaining these exceptional players now may facilitate lucrative opportunities in the future. Musa, there is little need for further elaboration. Our midfield lacks experience, with the most seasoned players merely possessing League One or Championship credentials, while those displaying promise are relatively youthful. This is manageable in the Championship, but in the Europa League, we require seasoned players like you. In terms of personal remuneration, we shall certainly match or exceed what Fulham offers. For next year, we will undoubtedly return to the Premier League. My promise to the fans is to ascend 3 levels in 2 years. Having endured the challenges of the previous season, we shall not falter this time. Listening to Mr. Jicci's words, Dembele nodded, though he remained somewhat unmoved. Musa, your performance in the Champions League last season cannot be deemed poor. Rather, it was a matter of adapting to the pace of the competition, which starkly contrasts with the Eredivisie. Naturally, the Europa League is a notch below the Champions League. But adapting in the Europa League will enhance your performance when you eventually compete in the Champions League, Mr. Jishi continued. Perhaps it was this sentiment that resonated with Musa Dembele. Mr. Jishi, you have invited me for 2 consecutive summers. If I were to decline again, it would indeed reflect poorly on my judgment. Dembele extended his hand towards Mr. Jishi, stating, I would be delighted to have the opportunity to play for Southampton. Mr. Jishi grasped Dembele's hand and erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 71. Preparations for the new season. Each summer, the prospect of acquiring a player outside the Scouts Guide brings Mr. Jishi immense joy. The guide delineates the players that Southampton requires and can afford. Following such a strategy renders the purchasing process straightforward and minimizes the risk of error. Yet, Mr. Jishi has successfully signed players not listed therein, indicating that the system originally deemed them unattainable for Southampton, yet he has accomplished this feat. Does this not serve as a testament to his prowess? After signing Dembele, Jishi was somewhat astonished to discover that his midfield personnel seemed rather excessive. Currently, Southampton boasts 3 goalkeepers. The primary keeper is the newly acquired Navas, with the veteran Captain Davis serving as the backup and Foster as the third-choice goalkeeper. The goalkeeping situation is ample. In terms of defenders, both main right-backs from last season, Ozdemir and Murdy, have been offloaded by the club, as their abilities were rather mediocre. Not even reliable in League One, let alone the Premier League. Presently, the right-back positions are filled by Klein, who is the starter, and Jenkinson, serving as the primary substitute for both right-back and center-back roles, ensuring he sees a fair amount of playtime. The left-back position is secured by the newly signed Dixon, with last season's mainstay Mills as the backup, while the substitute Harden has been released by the club. The central defense remains anchored by Lovren and Font. Barring any significant issues, they are the mainstays, with Jenkinson providing sufficient backup. The second captain, Perry, has retired due to his advanced age and will transition to the scouting department. The other 2 substitute center-backs, Thomas and Jardy, are essentially ornamental. In the forward line, Giroud and Lambert hold their positions firmly, with Austin as their substitute. The winger, Holmes, is unlikely to see many opportunities, given the stamina and physicality of Lambert and Giroud, who will dominate the majority of playing time. Conversely, in midfield, the defensive midfielders capable of starting include Dembele, Schneiderlin, Drinkwater, Lett, and Wharton, while the attacking midfielders comprise Lalana, Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Mkhitaryan, making for a robust lineup. Enhancing the midfield's movement and coverage will significantly deplete the defensive player's stamina. Yet it presents an opportunity for rotation. Dembele is the primary starter, with Schneiderlin and Drinkwater alternating as his partners, while Lett and Wharton can conserve their energy during rotations. The attacking midfield will primarily feature Lalana and Mkhitaryan, although Oxlade-Chamberlain will offer crucial width and breakthrough opportunities on the flanks, ensuring his playing time remains ample. Jishi reflected on the preparations for the new season. Recognizing that simply acquiring players is insufficient, there is also the necessity of pre-season preparations. Southampton's ability to swiftly display their fighting spirit last season, coupled with the absence of underperformance due to injuries, can be attributed to their diligent pre-season training, which yielded excellent results. Among these efforts, the 3 training plans Jishi redeemed played a significant role. This time, he certainly needed to be even better prepared. In fact, following the season's conclusion, Jishi expended 100 achievement points to redeem Ferguson's advanced tactical positioning and another 100 achievement points for Pintus's advanced physical training regimen, along with 50 achievement points for a brand new top-tier goalkeeper training method. This expenditure swiftly consumed 250 achievement points, leaving Jishi feeling rather foolish, as if he were merely a simpleton. However, it was evident that such an investment was exceedingly worthwhile. Ferguson's tactical movements encapsulated the essence of his strategic framework. Following this training regimen, Southampton's foundational training posed no issues whatsoever, and it could even be extended to the entire youth training camp, an initiative Jishi had already commenced. Moreover, this approach could seamlessly integrate with the tactical experiences of other esteemed coaches. The description in the achievement store was quite thorough, indicating that while Ferguson's movement system might appear somewhat antiquated, it could nonetheless link almost flawlessly with various other tactical frameworks. In essence, with this training program as a foundation, Jishi would enjoy significant discounts when he wished to exchange for the training plans of other renowned coaches in the future. What could originally be exchanged for 100 achievement points could now be acquired for merely 20. As for Pintus's advanced physical training, it encompassed all of Pintus's current training methods and experiences. It's as though 8 volumes could rival the capability of Captain America. How could it not be effective? Most importantly, by investing merely 10 achievement points each year. The training program could be continually updated, ensuring that Southampton's training regimen remained supremely elite. The same rationale applied to goalkeeper training methods. They represented the best available techniques, with updates available annually at a mere cost of 5 achievement points. Let us thoroughly absorb this knowledge, and in the new season, we shall showcase our prowess together. Jishi proclaimed to his 3 assistant coaches. At the conclusion of the previous season, the 3 assistant coaches had entered into a long-term contract accompanied by a stringent confidentiality agreement with the club, which has become customary. It is not only the club's assistant coaches who engage in such agreements, even the personal coaching teams of renowned coaches follow suit. Thus, as the preseason training commenced, both the newcomers and the returning players were imbued with ample confidence to confront the challenges of the forthcoming season. However, Jishi found himself somewhat intrigued. Aside from receiving 2 achievement point tasks at the onset of the last season, he had not been assigned any further tasks thereafter. He pondered the conditions that triggered these assignments. Could it be that, due to Southampton's pursuit of titles that he had not secured during the latter half of the previous season, any subsequent tasks would bestow an excessive amount of achievement points? In other words, the matches that could potentially illuminate new achievements are unlikely to yield any new missions. Particularly since the English League One does not feature many renowned coaches or players, thereby further diminishing the chances of triggering tasks. However, the championship boasts several established teams and numerous players of considerable repute, which should facilitate the activation of tasks in such a context. In the tactics of the new season, the 2 fullbacks will be entrusted with greater offensive and defensive responsibilities, especially in terms of supporting attacking plays. Last season, the fullbacks merely participated symbolically in the offense, as other attacking players dominated that aspect. This will no longer be the case. With the involvement and support of the fullbacks, the forwards will have more space to exhibit their prowess. Mkhitaryan will adopt a more advanced position, allowing him to effectively leverage his dribbling skills. Should Chamberlain take the field, he will engage more on the flanks, while the task of orchestrating play will fall to Lalana or the deeper-lying midfielders. Giroud will continue as the central striker, engaging in physical duels up front, while Lambert will position himself slightly deeper. Both strikers can interchangeably drop back to collect the ball, and their technical skills are sufficiently commendable. Chapter 72. Team integration. After more than half a month of training, the new players at Southampton have gradually begun to earn the recognition of their teammates. Klein has stood out among the newcomers. Despite his youth, he possesses remarkable stamina, capable of both defensive and offensive contributions. His technical ability and physicality are impressive, and he moves with the agility of a sports car, constantly surging up and down the pitch. Such a gifted fullback is rare. Southampton has not previously had a player of his caliber in the Premier League. The closest comparison would be the speedy Theo Walcott. The Walcott's pace exceeds Klein's, yet he lacks the same level of pressing and defensive acumen. Like many elite attacking fullbacks, Klein originally played as a forward, which has honed his technical skills and forward-thinking instincts. Although his shooting ability leaves something to be desired, he is more adept at distributing the ball to teammates. Navas is one of only 3 international players on the team, alongside Dem-El and Mkhitaryan. As a Costa Rican national, he stands at 1.85 meters, making him somewhat less suited to a high-ball strategy. However, through training, he has swiftly showcased his strengths. Despite his height, Navas possesses an impressive wingspan, which mitigates the disadvantage compared to a 1.90-meter goalkeeper. His nimble footwork, quick reflexes, and exceptional jumping ability allow him to excel in both ground saves and aerial challenges, demonstrating his capabilities. Boss, whether I play as a substitute or not is inconsequential to me, especially as I am approaching 34 years of age. However, I do seek to compete. Davis specifically sought out Jishi and addressed him. Indeed, Kelvin, you have always been an integral part of the club. I have never doubted your capabilities. It is essential to have 2 exceptional goalkeepers in reserve. Jishi responded with a smile. Davis nodded, fully aware that Navas was a full decade younger than he, having already served as a starting player in North America for an entire season. His experience was commendable, and his talent undeniable. It was merely a matter of time before he supplanted Davis. The words were spoken in an effort to appear more equitable. A position earned through competition naturally holds greater value. Thus, Davis approached the subsequent training sessions with utmost seriousness. At 34, a goalkeeper's age is not excessively advanced. Should he rejuvenate, Davis's prowess remains remarkable. After all, just a year prior, he had still received trial offers from Premier League teams. Moussa Dembélé, though seemingly unremarkable on the training ground, demonstrated his exceptional abilities during physical drills. His movement, interceptions, and distribution were impeccable, leaving onlookers in admiration. Indeed, he was a player with Champions League experience. Southampton's acquisition of such talent underscores the club's current excellence. One might ponder why Dembélé does not join a Premier League club, even if he cannot secure a spot in a top-tier team. Joining an ordinary Premier League side should not pose a challenge. Drinkwater, on the other hand, appeared blissfully carefree. A jovial spirit, he arrived at Southampton's training ground, engaging in playful banter with others. His optimistic demeanor endeared him to his teammates, and his impressive forward capabilities on the pitch were well received. As a player hailing from Manchester United, Drinkwater harbored little arrogance. At 20, he had yet to make an appearance for United, having been repeatedly loaned out. In such circumstances, any semblance of pride would be absurd. The arrival of these two individuals has placed considerable pressure on Schneiderlin. Jishi specifically sought him out for a conversation, emphasizing that this was not an attempt to usurp his position, but rather to fortify the team's midfield. The future of Southampton lies within the Premier League, and one must continuously confront fierce competition from numerous elite players. Fearing competition is futile. Only by decisively engaging in it can one truly excel. This principle is quite clear to Schneiderlin, who, despite his youth, has experience playing abroad. Austin, on the other hand, has little to say. He can perform the same tasks as Lambert. Lambert is aware that he has a substitute in Austin, but he is indifferent to it, given his current form. The substitute role is merely a precaution. G has also informed him and Giroud in advance that every match in the new season is crucial, and having multiple substitutes is intended to ensure they can showcase their talents in important games. Dixon has demonstrated his forward capabilities on the training ground. As a left-back who excelled in League One last season, he is quite content to play in the Championship this season, especially since there is little competition for his position. Mills barely made the starting lineup last season, and his chances of being a starter in the Championship this season are slim. At most, he might see some action in cup matches. Jenkinson serves as the first substitute for both right-back and center-back positions. Although young, this defender exhibits commendable skill with impressive height, mobility, and physicality. At just 18 years old, training alongside high-caliber players and occasionally stepping onto the pitch will also allow Klein and the two center-backs a chance to catch their breath. The veteran players at Southampton have quickly embraced the new arrivals, and through training, it becomes evident what their standing will be in the new season. The two full-backs are sure to be starters. Navas will challenge the veteran captain Davies for his position, while Dembélé is set to claim one of the central midfield spots. The other central position will be contested between Schneiderlin and Drinkwater, leaving Jallet and Wooten likely to serve as substitutes. However, considering their age, it is reasonable for them to play a backup role. Austin is identified as a rotational player in the forward line. Each individual role is distinctly defined. Now, there is a concern. Perry has already retired, and Wooten's chances of starting in the new season are exceedingly low. Along with Davies, I suspect he will soon be outmatched by Navas, and I require a third captain to don the armband in Davies' absence. G confided to Ben Ali. This is indeed a challenge. Our veteran players are mostly relegated to non-starting roles now, aside from the older ones. The most experienced players are Schneiderlin and Lalana, Ben Ali pondered. It is not that they are too young. Captaincy is not determined by age, but rather by prestige, character, and ability. G shook his head. Ben Ali nodded in agreement. Indeed, Schneiderlin and Lalana have sufficient credentials. Schneiderlin has been with Southampton for 3 years, while Lalana has spent 4 years in the first team. Aside from veterans like Davies and Wooten, no one has been at Southampton longer than they have. However, Schneiderlin's shy disposition and Lalana's exuberant nature do not lend themselves to captaincy. I imagine you already have a candidate for the third captain in mind. Benelli spoke, and Gia smiled without responding. Chapter 73, To Kill a Mockingbird. When Gia announced the addition of a third captain to the team during the training session, there were no objections. With Perry having retired, it was only natural to appoint another captain. However, considering the precarious positions of Davis and Walton, it was apparent that this third captain could very well be the future first captain. Subsequently, Gia declared that Jose Font would assume the role of the club's third captain. The announcement took everyone by surprise. From any perspective, Font seemed ill-suited for the captaincy, having only joined the team 6 months prior and being a Portuguese national. Although he had established a firm position within the squad, his relatively short tenure raised questions. After all, who among the new recruits could rival the experience of the long-standing members? Yet, what was most peculiar was the immediate applause that erupted from nearly all the Southampton players, particularly from the veterans who had been with the team last season, while the newcomers followed suit. G smiled, while Ben Ali shook his head, realizing that had he known this would occur, he would have had no reason for concern. Font's appointment as the third captain faced no opposition, and the rationale was singular. Some individuals are inherently leaders, while others are natural advisors. Font epitomized both the leader and the advisor. Although he had only been with the team for half a year, his sincerity and fairness in dealings earned him the respect of his peers. Furthermore, with Southampton's roster heavily populated by youthful talent, Font, at the age of 27, exhibited a calm and mature demeanor, making him a favored companion among the younger players. This was particularly true as Southampton's young athletes often possessed exuberant personalities, gravitating towards those who embodied stability and maturity. With this matter resolved, Southampton embarked on their new season. They spent nearly £12 million in the transfer market, with a net investment exceeding £10 million. The team welcomed 7 players, with the most notable being Belgian international Moussa Dembélé, whom Southampton secured from Alkmaar after triumphing over Fulham in the bidding war. This exceptionally talented Belgian midfielder is expected to bring a wealth of experience to the club. Additionally, Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas provided a dual assurance for the goalkeeping position. The other signings predominantly featured young talents, consistent with Southampton's tradition. However, it was evident that G's coaching from the previous season had solidified his position and heightened expectations for Southampton's performance in the new season. With a net investment surpassing £10 million, Southampton's aspirations were unequivocally to challenge for promotion to the Premier League. Furthermore, they were set to become the second team after Aachen to compete in the Europa League while maintaining their status as a second-tier squad, which certainly piqued interest regarding their potential performance in the tournament. As the holders of the League Cup, Southampton would commence their Europa League journey from the qualifying rounds, with their opponents yet to be determined. Regardless of who they faced, it would mark Southampton's inaugural appearance in the Europa League, as their prior achievements, including the FA Cup victory, had only allowed participation in the now-defunct Cup Winners' Cup. Particularly in the wake of the Premier League's establishment, the club had languished in lower placements, achieving their best finish at 7th, and had never previously competed in the Europa League. This also elucidates why the supporters of Southampton hold such affection for Jishi, as he brings forth matches that Southampton has never engaged in before. From this perspective, despite Southampton's rich history, their accolades are undeniably scarce. In theory, a club of Southampton's stature should not be lacking in honors, especially considering they have once boasted illustrious players like Letizier and Alan Shearer. It is indeed a blank canvas on which to create. Jishi mused to himself. Southampton's inaugural league match pits them against Bristol City, a team that, in Jishi's view, lacks renown and has consistently delivered mediocre performances. However, he does not underestimate such an opponent. If last season he approached coaching with a certain nonchalance, the rigors of the playoffs have transformed that mindset. Southampton's prowess in League One last season was undeniably exceptional, yet their performance was erratic, largely due to distractions from various cup competitions and the deduction of points. Nevertheless, had Jishi devoted himself solely to guiding the team in the league, securing a direct promotion spot would not have been insurmountable, considering they were merely 4 points adrift of Leeds, who ultimately achieved direct promotion. Furthermore, the significant blunder during the playoffs could have cost them dearly. Had it not been for Jishi's remarkable intervention, Southampton might still be languishing in League One. Thus, Jishi now believes that no match should be taken lightly. Those that can be won must be seized with utmost determination. This season, in both the League Cup and the FA Cup, the coach does not intend to pursue any remarkable performances. Rather, his focus lies solely on nurturing substitutes and young talents. His paramount objective is to vie for the championship in the Championship and to contend for glory in the Europa League. These are the honors that Southampton has never attained, and once illuminated, they promise ample rewards. However, prior to the commencement of the match, Jishi received a peculiar task. Task title: Eliminate a Robin. Task requirements: defeat Bristol City by a margin of at least 3 goals while ensuring that no goals are conceded. Successful completion of the task would yield 20 achievement points, whereas failure would result in a deduction of the same. This task certainly bears an artistic flair. What connection does it have to that particular book? Is it merely because the emblem of Bristol City features a robin that one must eliminate them? Jishi mused silently before accepting the task. Presently, he possessed 780 achievement points. Although he regarded 20 points as somewhat trivial, even the tiniest morsel has its worth. Moreover, losing would not significantly impact him. Would it? Nevertheless, having undertaken this task, he was determined to perform admirably. Bristol City's most remarkable season occurred 2 years prior, when they reached the championship playoff final, only to be defeated by Hull City, thus failing to ascend to the Premier League. The subsequent 2 seasons proved rather mediocre, with last year's performance landing them mid-table, illustrating a lackluster display. Yet, after several years in the championship, they have cultivated a sufficiently formidable squad. While none of their players are particularly renowned, the team as a whole is not to be underestimated, averaging over a goal per match while conceding a similar number. Defeating such a team is not overly challenging, however. To secure a victory by at least 3 goals without conceding any will undoubtedly require considerable effort. This presents an excellent opportunity to test our cohesive pressing offensive strategy against them. In his heart, Jishi pondered. Chapter 74. The current Southampton is strong. When Southampton appeared at the home ground of Bristol City, they paid little heed to the fact that the stadium's capacity was under 20,000, a stark contrast to St. Mary's Stadium. As he shook hands with the opposing coach, Jishi took a moment to observe him. The current head coach of Bristol City is Steve Coppell, a prominent figure in his playing days and one of Manchester United's legendary number 7s. Although he may not have reached the illustrious heights of Denis Law, George Best, Bobby Charlton, Mark Hughes, Cantona, Beckham, and Cristiano Ronaldo, he never brought shame to the Manchester United jersey. However, after retiring and transitioning to coaching, his record has been rather unremarkable. He has managed at Crystal Palace, Brighton, and Brentford. Yet his most notable achievement came in 2006 when he led Reading to promotion to the Premier League. Unfortunately, that Reading team inflicted a catastrophic fate upon Chelsea, injuring 2 of their primary goalkeepers, resulting in a significant tarnishing of his reputation, relegating him to coaching teams in the Championship thereafter. After the handshake, Jishi returned to his position, refraining from mocking the incident with Reading, as he believed it was unlikely that their rough play was intentional. It could only be deemed a coincidence. Bristol City does boast some remarkable players, such as this season's acquisition of former national team goalkeeper David James. Though nearing 40, he remains active in lower leagues. Their 2 main centre-backs, Nicky Hunt and Sessegnon, joined this season, both having previously played for Premier League teams like Bolton and Reading, with Sessegnon being a former protégé of Coppell. In midfield, Jamaican international Marvin Elliott serves as their linchpin. At 26, he is already a distinguished figure in the Championship, complemented by 2 strikers in their prime. Thus, Bristol City cannot be considered a team devoid of resistance. Nevertheless, Jishi harbored greater confidence in his own team. Goalkeeper Davis, fullbacks Klein and Dixon, centre-backs Font and Lovren, midfielders Dembele, Schneiderlin, Lalana, Mkhitaryan, and forwards Giroud and Lambert. If last season had left him with reservations, this season, Jishi firmly believed that this lineup could hold its own in the Premier League. Not merely survival, but a strong chance at a top 10 finish. Their only shortcoming was experience. However, having battled their way up from League 2, they were not lacking in that regard. Coppell, too, felt a twinge of apprehension. Had they faced a typical newly promoted side, he would have been unconcerned, but Bristol City is a well-regarded team in the Championship. Moreover, Southampton had claimed a treble last season, the League Cup, the English Championship, and the League One playoff. This statement was made by Jishi after the conclusion of the season, eliciting hearty laughter from those present. However, upon reflection, the performance of Southampton is indeed astonishing. In the midst of such a densely packed league schedule, to secure victories in 2 cup competitions is a remarkable feat. Southampton's overall performance throughout the season has been exceptional. After investing over £10 million in the first team, how formidable can they truly become? Coppell can only hope that the synergy between the newcomers and the existing players is adequate. Within Southampton's starting lineup, there are 2 new fullbacks and 3 newcomers, including Dembele. Although the attacking line remains unchanged, some disarray in defense is to be expected. Yet, from the very outset of the match, Southampton's 2 fullbacks began to surge forward repeatedly, seizing the ball and initiating attacks. Whether it was Klein or Dixon, both were accustomed to advancing offensively. and Jishi's tactical arrangements afforded them ample freedom to alternate in their forays. Each time one ventured forward, the likes of Dembele and Schneiderlin would ensure that cover was provided. In the 3rd minute of the match, Klein received a pass from Launa, forcefully breaking through the opposing defense and cutting diagonally into the penalty area before delivering the ball. Mkhitaryan followed up with a strike, but James was quick to dive and deflected out for a corner. Remarkably, at the age of 40, he had not lost his touch. Jishi mused to himself that had he maintained a steadier performance back in the day, he might not have become a laughingstock for the England national team. Both centre-backs surged forward, placing immense pressure on Bristol City's defence, compounded by the presence of 2 towering forwards for imposing figures in total. Lambert and the opposing defenders vied for positioning, and after a season of play, Lambert now exuded confidence. He had scored against Premier League teams, even breaching Manchester United's defence, which had bolstered his self-assurance, a facet that had previously been his Achilles heel. Having spent considerable time in the lower tiers of football, he had always harbored doubts regarding his ability to excel against stronger opponents. However, following last season's performances, he had come to fully believe in his own prowess. I possess the capability to establish myself in the Premier League and to shine brightly within it. Sometimes, the opportunity for a player to break through hinges upon minor adjustments. Currently, Lambert radiated confidence, bolstered by nearly a decade of experience in lower leagues. When he finally exploded onto the scene, he appeared utterly unstoppable. Amidst the tussle with Cisse, Lambert executed a sudden stop, darting towards the center of the penalty area, drawing Cisse along with him, and then abruptly surged forward once more. Cisse was left behind. Just as Lalana delivered a corner kick, Lambert leapt high at the near post, meeting the descending ball with a powerful header. The ball rocketed into the net's near corner, leaving James unable to make any save. Nearly 6 minutes into the match, Southampton had taken the lead. After scoring, Lambert sprinted towards the stands filled with away fans, arms outstretched to embrace the overwhelming cheers of the crowd. Jishi raised a fist in triumph, feeling a sense of relief. Bristol City was indeed lackluster, lacking the quality to compete with Southampton at any position. Yet, such a team found itself comfortably mid-table in the championship. Given Southampton's current prowess, even adopting a conservative approach, they surely belonged among the frontrunners vying for promotion. The only pressing concern now was whether Davis could fulfill his duty to secure a victory without conceding any goals. Jishi pondered. Davis was a reliable goalkeeper, though he rarely executed miraculous saves. Positioned in front of the goal, he would not concede what should not be conceded, however. Witnessing him perform extraordinary saves against certain goals was a rarity. This truly illustrates the distinction between a premier goalkeeper and an ordinary yet commendable one. An ordinary outstanding goalkeeper may avoid errors, while a top-tier goalkeeper consistently executes miraculous saves. Chapter 75. My apologies, Mr. Koppel. What a splendid save. Bristol City launched an exceptionally threatening attack, with a pass deftly evading the position fought. Bristol City star striker, Nicky Maynard, met the descending ball with a powerful header aimed at the goal. However, Davis executed a magnificent lateral dive, deflecting the ball away with finesse. Davis's lateral save was indeed remarkable. Had it been last season, he likely would have failed to make such a stop. Yet this time, he reacted instantaneously, stretching his body as he leaped, extending his arms just enough to tip the ball away. Beautiful save, Ben Ali remarked, somewhat astonished. Naturally, during preseason training, he worked exceptionally hard, and our current goalkeeping training standards are quite elevated. Moreover, he is not particularly old. Jishi nodded in agreement. Beside them, Navis clenched his fist. Although he understood he would eventually become Southampton's starting goalkeeper, Davis's performance made it clear that no primary position is easily attained. Only through arduous training and relentless pursuit can one secure a starting role. Nevertheless, Navis did not fear competition. He had spent 4 years with the Saprissa first team. In his inaugural year, he had merely 3 appearances, which increased to 7 in his second year. It was not until his third year that he gradually established himself as the primary goalkeeper, making 20 appearances, and in his 4th year, he solidified his position, playing in every match. Arriving in a new environment merely signifies a fresh competition. Keylor Navas has never shied away from rivalry. Indeed, competition only serves to enhance his abilities. Stealing a glance at Navis, Jishi observed that his expression was serious and focused, rather than displeased or angry, which alleviated his concerns. Healthy competition is essential in any team, and it is particularly vital for goalkeepers to maintain a sense of urgency. Those who consistently exhibit excellence in their performance are often those who face significant competition, which enables them to sustain their remarkable form. Although Casillas gained fame at a young age, there were a couple of years when his position as a starter was precarious. Both at Real Madrid and the Spanish national team, Cech emerged from lower league teams, relying on competition to carve out his path. While it was only when Caesar was in his mid-20s that he secured his place in a European powerhouse. Valdes also capitalized on numerous opportunities when fellow goalkeepers at Barcelona faltered, ultimately seizing the main role. Perhaps only Buffon's career can be deemed smooth sailing, as he rose to prominence in his youth and has always been a starter wherever he went. Navas, evidently not a keeper who achieved early fame, thus finds the sense of urgency and competition to be of paramount importance. On the pitch, the match continued. After being pressured by the opponent's attack, Southampton quickly launched a counterattack, leveraging their significant advantage in midfield. Dem-El tirelessly moved about, distributing the ball to Schneiderlin, who continuously passed it out to the flanks for the wingers to execute the attack. In this scenario, Klein appeared particularly lively. His speed and technical ability were commendable. Given his origins as a forward, and his late runs into the attack allowed him to avoid immediate physical confrontations, thus effectively showcasing his sprinting prowess. His incursions along the wing gradually diverted the opponent's defensive focus to the flanks, at which point Lalana demonstrated his worth. After receiving a pass from Schneiderlin, he did not simply relay the ball to the advancing Klein. Instead, he lifted his foot and sent the ball across to the opposite side of the penalty area. At that moment, Lambert had just made a run into space, and Lalana's pass found him perfectly. Lambert did not stop to control the ball. He executed a volley. The ball flew diagonally towards the far corner of the goal, and the goalkeeper, who had rushed over, could only turn in vain, helplessly watching as the ball nestled in the net once more. A brace. In the 27th minute of the first half, Lambert scored his second goal. Southampton's top scorer was in exceptional form. Amidst the commentators' enthusiastic shouts, Jishi and Ben Ali exchanged high-fives in celebration. It was well known that Lambert was in fine form. From the onset of preseason training, he had displayed remarkable enthusiasm. Everyone understood, after all, that at 27 or 28, this was his first experience in a second-tier competition, which undoubtedly fueled his ambition. Jishi observed the match with keen clarity. Thus his tactical focus during the game was primarily on Lambert. Whenever Lambert found space, the objective was to deliver the ball to him, which encapsulated the strategy for this encounter. However, Koppel failed to anticipate this, as Southampton had exhibited a notably versatile and dynamic style of play last season, with their attacking focus shifting frequently. This summer, they brought in numerous new players, only to find themselves concentrating their efforts on Lambert, who was in exceptional form, consequently exposing significant vulnerabilities in their defense. After halftime, Koppel actively sought to adjust his tactics, initiating a concentrated marking of Lambert. Yet, this shift adversely impacted their offensive capabilities. Dem-El's movements in midfield were stifled, and with the surrounding pressure from two central defenders, any pass to Davis lacked threat, leaving him somewhat disheartened in his desire to make a noteworthy contribution. Nevertheless, Southampton continued to mount beautifully orchestrated attacks. With Lambert being closely marked, opportunities arose for other players. 20 minutes into the second half, Mkhitaryan received a pass from Klein, skillfully cutting into the penalty area. Amidst the disarray of the opposing defense, he deftly delivered the ball to the edge of the box, where Lalana was quick to respond, striking the ball into the net, 3-0. Just before the final whistle, the indefatigable Lambert finally seized an opportunity. Giroud's header had been parried by the opposing goalkeeper, and Lambert was quick to capitalize on the rebound, scoring his hat trick. Southampton triumphed in their first championship match with a resounding 4-0 victory over their rivals. Jishi also garnered 20 achievement points for his efforts. He had silenced the opposition in front of nearly 20,000 fans, a display of formidable ruthlessness. When Koppel extended his hand for a shake, his displeasure was palpable. Jishi, however, said little in return. Despite Koppel's esteemed reputation, their paths might diverge henceforth, for he was the man tasked with leading the team's ascent to the Premier League. My apologies, Mr. Koppel. But if your coaching prowess matched even half your playing skill, this match would not have concluded so disastrously, Jishi mused. All right, gentlemen. Let us return to Southampton and celebrate our victory. Jishi called out to the jubilant players still reveling on the pitch. The Southampton players erupted in laughter, fully deserving of their joy, as professional athletes savoring the sweetness of victory. Bristol City finished 12th last year. Triumphing over them significantly enhances our chances of promotion to the Premier League, Ben Ali remarked with a grin. It's still early days, Jishi replied, shaking his head. Chapter 76. The hero confronting the Tiger as a championship team. Their season promised to be thrilling, particularly as they also had the Europa League to contend with. Following their inaugural league match, Southampton was set to participate in the first round of the League Cup. However, due to their involvement in the Europa League, they were afforded the privilege typically granted to Premier League teams, allowing them to enter the League Cup in the third round. This matter once stirred considerable controversy within England, as the regulations for the League Cup stipulate that the first round involves teams from the Championship, League One, and League Two. The second round includes all Premier League teams, excluding the 7 that participate in European competitions, while the third round features the Premier League teams engaged in European contests. Southampton, as a championship team, should rightfully participate in the first round. However, the FA ultimately provided clarification, stating that since Southampton is competing in the Europa League, they will enjoy the privilege of commencing their League Cup journey in the third round. Consequently, with one less team in the first round, the Premier League side Blackburn, last season's championship playoff champions, will take their place in this round of the League Cup. Jishi expressed some dissatisfaction, as the League Cup traditionally serves as a valuable opportunity for team development. Nonetheless, he understood the situation and, during an interview, remarked that this is the finest reward for Southampton's triumph in the League Cup, likely serving as motivation for other teams as well. He emphasized that even though the League Cup may not possess the historical significance of the FA Cup, it is nonetheless recognized by UEFA as a national-level competition, and attitudes towards it should indeed shift. With a renewed sense of goodwill, Jishi resumed training with the team, allowing himself a week to weigh the pros and cons. If the previous match against Bristol City was a test of their ability to establish a foothold in the Championship, the upcoming game would assess their capacity for promotion. Their next opponent is Hull City, a team nicknamed the Tigers. Last season, they finished 19th in the Premier League, having secured promotion 2 seasons prior through the playoffs. Although they lost several players after relegation, their remaining squad still boasts considerable talent, making them one of the favorites for promotion this season. They convincingly won their first-round match against Swansea City with a score of 2-0. Ben Ali added, "Of course, one match does not determine everything. Currently, we are tied for first place with Queen's Park Rangers, both having scored 4 goals. However, this is merely temporary. If we can triumph over Hull City at home, it will at least demonstrate our capability for promotion," Jishi stated. The players nodded in agreement. Queen's Park Rangers have long been a mid-table championship team, consistently performing well yet failing to achieve promotion, leading Southampton's players to feel that surpassing them would be relatively straightforward. Hull City, on the other hand, presents a more formidable challenge. In this match, we can experiment with a new formation. Jishi suddenly paused and then looked up. The players were momentarily stunned. What as with the blank stares? We have welcomed 7 new players this season, all of whom possess exceptional talent. In this context, it is entirely natural for us to implement some rotation, and everyone must learn to excel even amid such changes. Jishi spoke naturally. Indeed, it is imperative for everyone to understand that the club has invested over £10 million in the transfer market this year, while retaining nearly all of last season's key players. Not merely to stave off relegation, but to strive for promotion to the Premier League. Moreover, we shall not easily relinquish the honor of the Europa League. Hence, this season presents us with a formidable challenge, encompassing 46 league matches and Europa League encounters. Clearly, we cannot rely solely on a single lineup. Rotation is essential. Ben Ali seamlessly continued the conversation. Jishi secretly applauded Ben Ali's role as a supportive interlocutor, which is crucial, particularly in the absence of prior communication. His momentary pause was due to the receipt of a new task. Task name: Hero of the Tiger. Task details: despite rotating more than half of the starting lineup, which entails substituting at least 6 players, we must still secure a victory by at least 3 clear goals against Hull City, colloquially known as the Tigers. Compared to previous tasks, while the name remains whimsically casual, the requirements are considerably more stringent, a minimum 3-goal margin of victory while rotating at least 6 key players. Thus, Jishi felt it necessary to announce this in advance to avert any last-minute confusion. Very well, I will now disclose the starting lineup for the next match. Goalkeeper Navas. Right back Klein. Center backs Jenkinson and Font. Left back Mills. Midfielders Demel, Drinkwater, Lalana, and Chamberlain. Forwards Lambert and Austin. Jishi had exerted considerable effort to finalize this rotation. Substituting the goalkeeper is reasonable, as competition for the position is fierce. Pairing Jenkinson and Fawn in central defense was part of the plan. And Drinkwater and Chamberlain stepping in for Schneiderlin and Mkhitaryan should not lead to a drastic decline in performance. Rotating Austin for Giroud is also standard. Yet allowing Mills to take the field is somewhat adventurous, given that his abilities are not particularly distinguished even in League One. However, Dixon's performance in the first round did not match Klein's, so the impact should be minimal. There were not many objections to this rotated lineup. Although it was evident that Klein and Demel, as new signings, would play pivotal roles in the new season. Indeed, this assessment holds true. Jishi viewed Klein's breakthroughs and assists on the flanks as essential, while Demel's versatility in midfield was equally critical. Furthermore, both players possess remarkable physical attributes and stamina, making them capable of enduring the rigors of an entire season without significant issue. The strength of this lineup is not significantly different from that of the previous starting 11. What it truly lacks is merely chemistry. In the early stages of the league, rotating players frequently to enhance mutual understanding among them is indeed a necessary endeavor. Hull City's prowess has noticeably declined. Although they spent 2 years in the Premier League and assembled a commendable squad, their fortune has not favored them, as they failed to cultivate any exceptional talents. Upon relegation, most of their key players scattered, and while they are not financially strained, they swiftly formed a competitive team in the Championship. However, in terms of cohesion, they are at a disadvantage compared to Southampton, who also made numerous signings this season. Southampton retains its core line of Font, Lalana, and Lambert, making it easier for new players to integrate. For instance, Demel primarily anchors the midfield, and with his abilities, tasks such as intercepting and distributing the ball are not arduous. Klein contributes by consistently advancing for assists, which does not demand extensive synergy. Chapter 77. The excited rookie's chemistry has always been of paramount importance, yet it comes in various forms. The synergy found in a core axis requires considerable time to develop. It is easy to disrupt but challenging to establish. Conversely, the chemistry among plug-and-play players tends to form more readily. Hull City has suffered greatly in this aspect. Their head coach is newly appointed, and more than half of the key players are recent recruits, while the previous mainstays have largely departed. Although the overall market value of the team is not low and includes several players regarded as capable in the Championship, they easily triumphed over their opponents in the first round, given their inherent strength. However, in comparison to Southampton, their advantages dissipate, while their disadvantages are magnified. This was something their coach Pearson had not anticipated. Upon arriving at St. Mary's Stadium, Pearson was initially filled with ambition, particularly upon observing that Southampton had rotated over half of their key players. He believed his own team's shortcoming lay in their lack of cohesion. However, with such a significant number of players rotated for Southampton, could their synergy be any better? From this perspective, the relatively young manager, at merely 40 years of age, appeared somewhat naive. While Southampton's overall coordination was indeed lacking, under the tactical guidance of their coach, they managed to effectively conceal this weakness. Their offensive maneuvers predominantly originated from the right flank, where not only Klein consistently surged forward, but also Chamberlain was increasingly active on that side. Though they were teammates only this year, their understanding during training was remarkably harmonious. Both players possessed exceptional speed and technical prowess. Klein excelled in his ability to dart up and down the pitch, while Chamberlain thrived in creating opportunities within tight spaces through his finesse. Thus, their collaboration was seamless. Klein would drive forward to create chances, allowing Chamberlain to showcase his intricate skills. As Chamberlain attracted attention with his dribbling, Klein could exploit the relatively open spaces to generate opportunities through his bursts of speed and timely support. The two forwards who started the match, despite conforming to the typical physicality and movement of standard strikers, possessed a finesse in their technical attributes that surpassed that of the average English forward, enabling them to make dynamic runs, frequently interchange positions, and manipulate space effectively. This style of attack is seldom witnessed in the Championship, and even in the Premier League. It is not a tactic employed by many teams, save for a select few elite contenders. The majority of other Premier League squads predominantly focus on a more direct approach. Consequently, Jishi has long believed that this represents Southampton's advantage. For various reasons, the players at Southampton possess commendable technical skills, including local talents like Lalana and Lambert, who, despite their minor technical shortcomings, exhibit exceptional vision and distribution abilities on the field. With such a foundation, coupled with 1 or 2 players proficient in dribbling, the offensive threat of the entire team can escalate remarkably. This technical superiority enables Southampton to maintain better possession and initiate attacks, allowing them to circulate the ball seamlessly, thereby preventing opponents from reclaiming it. However, to truly break the deadlock, reliance on players capable of making decisive breakthroughs remains essential. This notion has indeed become a consensus across the European continent. In recent years, Guardiola's Barcelona has been nothing short of invincible. Although they faced a significant setback last season at the hands of Mourinho's Inter Milan, it is widely acknowledged that the Italian team's triumph was closely tied to their formidable form and defensive prowess. However, to eliminate Barcelona, one might argue that a touch of volcanic ash played its part. Therefore, this approach is entirely learnable. A system, even if initially absent, can gradually be established, particularly given that the pressure in the championship is relatively less intense. Hull City appeared somewhat bewildered on the pitch. Despite their relentless running, they found it exceedingly difficult to intercept Southampton's passes. The Saints exhibited commendable teamwork, with every player in possession consistently finding support. Although they focused their attacks predominantly on the right flank, they showed no signs of relaxation in this strategy. The breakthroughs made by Oxlade-Chamberlain and Klein continually posed threats. Rather than attempting shots themselves after penetrating the defense, they swiftly distributed the ball, sometimes delivering it to the feet of a forward within the penalty area, or at other times to the onrushing Lalana or Drinkwater just outside the box. Drinkwater's forward capabilities were equally impressive, especially with Dem-El providing cover behind him, allowing him to venture forward with increased audacity. In such a comprehensive offensive display, even the lower-tier teams from the Premier League would struggle to adapt, let alone Hull City. Consequently, Southampton swiftly netted their first home goal of the season. A neat interplay between Oxlade-Chamberlain and Klein saw them advance into the penalty area, where a quick stop and turn allowed Klein to deliver a pass into the central zone. Drinkwater, making a forward run, deftly controlled the ball, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and calmly slotted it into the bottom right corner. Following the goal, Drinkwater exuberantly raced towards Jishi. As a newly joined player, scoring in his debut match was a thrilling accomplishment that surely heightened his excitement. A new recruit scoring in their first appearance is often regarded as a sign of good fortune. "Well done, splendid effort," Jishi encouraged Drinkwater. Jishi has always been generous with his praise for young players, understanding their mindset and the need for immediate feedback when mistakes occur. He believes in the balance of commendation and correction. If one speaks truthfully, young players often respond with genuine gratitude. For older players, however, a more tactful approach is warranted, as it is important to preserve their dignity. Southampton's new signings evidently performed admirably in this match. Immediately following Drinkwater's goal, another new recruit found the back of the net. Oxlade-Chamberlain advanced laterally before passing to Klein on the flank. Lalana and Drinkwater were making runs at the edge of the penalty area, but Klein opted for a grounded pass to the back post, where Austin, having positioned himself perfectly, simply nudged the ball into the empty net. Following his goal, Austin too celebrated exuberantly, considering himself a trusted player of Jishi, who had acquired him. "Well done. Keep up the excellent work." Jishi, resembling a callow rogue, echoed Drinkwater's sentiments. Yet Austin took it to heart, nodding enthusiastically, filled with hope for his future at Southampton. After all, Southampton now graced the championship, a far more favorable position than his tenure in League One. He was well aware that both Lambert and Giroud were exceptional strikers, but with a season brimming with matches, he was certain opportunities would abound. Rookies invariably harbor greater aspirations for their futures. Chapter 78. Tactical play requires heart given Hull City's capabilities. If they could set aside their pride and adopt a humble approach of counterattacking defense away from home, aiming simply for a point, they would indeed have a chance. Unfortunately, as one of the relegated teams from the Premier League and a significant contender this season, Hull City was equally eager to secure victories on the road. Subsequently, they suffered a grave setback. In their previous match, Bristol City had triumphed with a decisive 4-0 scoreline, and this time, Hull City faced an even graver defeat. In the second half, trailing by 2 goals, Hull City was compelled to push forward, creating several opportunities. However, most high balls were effectively managed by Southampton's 2 central defenders. While Jenkinson occasionally faltered, Navis, despite being slightly shorter than Davis, exhibited superior timing and reflexes in his interventions. With 2 precise interceptions and a brilliant save, Hull City's attacking endeavors were rendered futile. Their audacious offensive strategies only exacerbated the vulnerabilities in their defense. Initially, Oxlade-Chamberlain broke through and decisively extended the lead to 3-0. Subsequently, Klein's flank penetration resulted in a free kick, which Font converted with a header. In the dying moments, Lambert seized a one-on-one opportunity, evading the goalkeeper and slotting the ball into the empty net. A resounding 5-0 victory for Southampton at home. Delighted by their consecutive triumphs, Jishi remarked that as a newly promoted team, other clubs were still unfamiliar with them, making their success rather unremarkable. He acknowledged that once championship teams became acquainted with their playstyle, that would present their true test. In the post-match press conference, Jishi maintained a humble demeanor, a quality that had earned him a commendable reputation since last season. Nevertheless, he privately mused that there was little merit in boasting about victories over teams in League One and the Championship. True audacity lay in making a mark in the Premier League. Moreover, the exposure in the Premier League was incomparable to that of the lower divisions. Establishing one's persona there was paramount, whereas at present, it seemed unnecessary. A journalist inquired about his upcoming role in leading the team for the Europa League playoff in 3 days. Regarding the Europa League, a press conference will be held prior to that. This is the Championship press conference. Let's not confuse the two. Jishi waved his hand dismissively before turning to depart. The reporter felt somewhat disgruntled. He had indeed attempted to ensnare Jishi by discussing the Europa League during a Championship press conference, a move likely to irritate the league's organizing committee. Yet, despite his youth, Jishi remained impeccably astute, displaying a clear understanding of the nuances involved. "Thank you for the heads-up. It seems someone is indeed trying to set a trap for me," he mused. Once Jishi exited the press conference venue, he promptly dialed John Cini. "There's no avoiding it. Although I am a journalist, I am also an ardent supporter of Southampton. You are now a key figure for us." Cini, the leading sports journalist for the Southampton Evening Mail, responded, "I will keep you informed of any developments in advance. Southampton requires a reliable channel for external communication." Jishi replied with a smile, "There is always a reason behind their assistance. One cannot take advantage of their goodwill without offering something in return." Earlier, Jishi had noted that he still possessed 820 achievement points, having recently earned an additional 40 from 2 tasks. After some contemplation, he decided to invest 40 points to enhance his tactical abilities by 4 points. With his tactical prowess now elevated to 10 points, Jishi felt significantly more astute, pondering whether this could be considered a modest perk of increasing his tactical points. After all, those who excel in strategy often possess a cunning understanding of human nature, which is their greatest skill. Thus, he has accumulated a total of 10 tactical points. However, when he attempted to purchase the Tactical Master Simulation ability, the system informed him that his tactical skills were still insufficient. How frustrating. 100 achievement points spent on just 10 tactical points. And yet he still does not meet the requirements? How many points must one expend to acquire the Tactical Master Simulation ability? The Serum of Captain America only costs 800 points. At this moment, Jishi particularly enjoys using the Serum of Captain America as a benchmark for evaluating the worth of his expenditures. Nevertheless, the upcoming UEFA Europa League qualifiers are also a competition that Jishi intends to focus on intently. Southampton's opponent has been determined, a traditional powerhouse from Austria, Rapid Vienna, an undeniable monarch of the Austrian League and a regular participant in European competitions. Compared to Southampton, their strength may seem average. However, in terms of experience in European matches, they are vastly superior. We must enhance our focus and engage earnestly in this match. The reason is simple. This is a European competition, a realm we have never ventured into before. Within our team, only Musa possesses experience in European matches, and I believe this highlights the necessity for our heightened attentiveness. Jishi addressed the players, then gestured to Demel, urging him to recount his experiences from last season in the Champions League. Last season, we performed quite admirably, indeed. And we possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, we would not have triumphed over Ajax, Feyenoord, and PSV to claim the Eredivisie title. At that time, we retained all our key players. And under the esteemed guidance of Van Gaal, we were poised to make a significant impact in the Champions League. Alas, we were unable to achieve this. The intensity of the Champions League differs fundamentally from that of the Eredivisie. I may not fully comprehend these intricacies, yet I can certainly feel that the disparity is palpable. During Eredivisie matches, often, if you endure a bit longer, the opponent may concede. However, in the Champions League, no one ever surrenders. Demel remarked. The same applies to the Europa League, Jishi interjected promptly. Rapid Vienna possesses a wealth of experience in this regard. They know how to confront teams lacking experience like ours. Therefore, during the match, We must exercise patience and remain composed in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Do you understand? The players nodded in agreement. The head coach's earnest emphasis on this point was not lost on them. They fully recognized that while European competitions can yield numerous additional benefits, they also present formidable challenges. Particularly, the players of Southampton are undeniably ambitious. Their desire to continue playing for Southampton is largely due to the ample opportunities Jishi has provided them. Moreover, Southampton appears to be thriving and is likely to return to the Premier League soon. Thus, despite their compensation not being particularly high, they are all willing to remain with Southampton. The Europa League represents a significant stage, one on which they can splendidly showcase their talents. Chapter 79. Fixed rotation. During their away challenge against Rapid Vienna, the players of Southampton demonstrated commendable performance. In this match, Jishi deployed a relatively conservative starting lineup. Davis returned to the position of the primary goalkeeper, while the defensive line was restored to its configuration from the first round. In midfield, he opted for the tactical trio of Demel, Drinkwater, and Schneiderlin, all adept at defensive duties. Lalana assumed the role of attacking midfielder, with Lambert and Giroud partnering as the starting forwards. This squad has significantly bolstered its defensive capabilities, albeit at the expense of its offensive prowess. With the absence of Mkhitaryan and Lambert, Southampton found itself relying heavily on the forward surges of Klein and Drinkwater to generate opportunities. Meanwhile, Lalana's distribution proved effective during counterattacks. Southampton managed to secure a goal from a set piece, with Giroud deflecting Schneiderlin's shot into the net, granting Southampton an early lead on the road. Rapid Vienna launched a fierce offensive, as they did not wish to suffer defeat on their home turf. Ultimately, in the second half, they broke through the defenses with a succession of 2 shots, finally breaching Davis's goal. Although Davis managed to save the first attempt, he was unable to thwart the second rebound. The final score ended in a draw at 1-1. In Jishi's inaugural European match as a coach, victory eluded him, nonetheless. He garnered 10 achievement points for securing his first European competition points. He expressed satisfaction with the draw, acknowledging that both he and his players were newcomers to European matches, and not losing away from home felt akin to a triumph. As for the second leg, we shall certainly strive for victory, as Rapid Vienna is a formidable team from which we can learn, Jishi remarked during the post-match press conference, after which he and his players returned to England. With the upcoming weekend presenting a third-round away fixture against Leeds United, followed by the home leg of the second round midweek. The impact of 2 consecutive away games on Southampton cannot be underestimated. However, in facing Leeds United, Southampton performed commendably. Leeds, being a familiar opponent, had narrowly secured their championship status last season and, shockingly, made no significant signings over the summer, as their owner Bates remained reluctant to loosen the purse strings. This reluctance is understandable, as it is quite challenging for championship teams to generate revenue. A substantial investment without the successful promotion can lead to considerable headaches, and a prudent figure like Bates would not likely invest heavily without a promising opportunity. This has further solidified the Southampton fans' belief in the capabilities of the team, particularly as they have just returned to the championship after an investment exceeding £10 million. It is well understood that this expenditure by Southampton is unlikely to be recouped in the current league season. In essence, this means that the expenditure stands as it is. Jishi is, in effect, using his own resources to support the Southampton Football Club. Such occurrences, while increasingly commonplace in today's football landscape, continue to evoke admiration. Bates, a veritable magnate, has never invested his own wealth to bolster the strength of Leeds United, preferring instead to let the club languish in a state of mediocrity to safeguard his profits. Last season, Southampton achieved a remarkable double over Leeds. And with the considerable enhancement of Southampton's capabilities this year, defeating Leeds appears to be a rather effortless endeavor. The results from the first 2 rounds seem to corroborate this notion, with Southampton scoring 9 goals without conceding any, proudly occupying the top position in the league, while Leeds managed to secure only a single point, languishing in the lower ranks. However, at Elland Road, Leeds United showcased that they once were a formidable force. The essence of a strong team has not entirely dissipated. In this match, the manager deployed a predominantly offensive formation, although the 4-4-2 structure remained unchanged at the back. The midfield saw only one holding midfielder, Dembele, while 3 forwards were positioned up front, with Chamberlain on the right, Mkhitaryan on the left, and Lalana orchestrating play in the center. This lineup has indeed weakened the defense significantly. No matter how formidable DML may be, he is but one individual. The primary issue lies in the fact that both Chamberlain and Mkhitaryan have been largely uninvolved in defensive duties, resulting in Southampton's midfield struggling considerably. Although Mkhitaryan managed to score early in the match through a remarkable breakthrough, Leeds United swiftly countered by netting 3 consecutive goals, seemingly on the verge of achieving a resounding victory. However, Southampton mounted a spirited comeback in the second half, with Lalana first assisting 2 forwards to score before executing a long-range shot that turned the tide in their favor. When the referee blew the final whistle, Southampton triumphed over Leeds United with a score of 4-3, marking their 3rd consecutive victory. Nevertheless, this one raises questions about Southampton's performance, which appears to be somewhat inconsistent. Manager Jishi's continuous rotation tactics may suggest an overabundance of confidence. He refrained from elaborating on this point, as his frequent changes aim to experiment and discover a lineup that better suits Southampton's needs. This match has demonstrated that, at the very least, 2 defensive midfielders are essential. Otherwise, the protection of our defense will be woefully inadequate, particularly with our full-backs frequently advancing. I have suddenly come to realize that a 4-4-2 formation may not truly align with our characteristics. In fact, during my extensive observations of the youth training camp, I have noted that they predominantly train players in a 4-3-3 formation. Under such circumstances, if we persist with a 4-4-2 setup, many outstanding players from the youth team may find it challenging to secure a place in the first team, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Our usual formation is indeed 4-3-3. On the forward line, aside from the central striker, we typically have one technically proficient forward capable of drifting wide, and another faster winger who operates more along the flanks. However, in the past 2 seasons, we struggled in the Premier League with a 4-3-3 formation due to insufficient player capabilities, which is why we transitioned to a 4-4-2. Adding a more defensively robust Simon Letizier, Ben Ali responded. I understand that, but the issue is not one of formation or tactics, it's a matter of player ability. Our current squad is certainly not lacking in talent, Jishi replied with a smile. So, how do you intend to alter our tactics? Ben Ali inquired. I have given it considerable thought, along with considerations for personnel arrangements. We have numerous players capable of being starters, and it would indeed be a pity if we did not implement consistent rotations, Jishi answered. Consistent rotations? Ben Ali was taken aback. Yes. Certain players have better synergy with specific teammates, while others do not collaborate as effectively. Once we identify these dynamics, we can establish fixed partnerships during rotations, which would be quite fitting, Jishi chuckled. Chapter 80. Breakthrough in the qualifiers when Jishi announced the lineup for the home match against Rapid Vienna. The Southampton players were somewhat astonished. The goalkeeper Davis, defenders Klein, Dixon, Lovren, and Font, midfielders Dembele, Drinkwater, and Lalana, and forwards Chamberlain, Lambert, and Giroud. This was a 4-3-3? The players raised their eyebrows in question. Of course, it's a 4-3-3, though it does not deviate significantly from our 4-4-2 tactics. Chamberlain will simply be more active along the flanks, Jishi said with a smile. Chamberlain confidently nodded. Boss, rest assured, I will certainly outmaneuver them on the wings. With a smile, G nodded. The characteristic of Chamberlain, who can continually receive the ball on the flanks and create opportunities, is notably rare at Southampton. Mkhitaryan is also adept at breaking through defenses and generating chances. However, he is a quintessential number 10. If he is confined to the wings, it would be a disservice to his talents. Lalana excels in distributing the ball swiftly and striking from distance, though he lacks in making penetrating runs and breaking through defenses. Yet, with Drinkwater, who is proficient in making those forward runs, he is well suited to partner in midfield. If Mkhitaryan were to take the field, he would require a partner capable of distributing the ball from behind and delivering it to him promptly, making Schneiderlin a more fitting choice. Now, GE has begun to realize that there are no inherently ineffective players. The key lies in how to harness their strengths while concealing their weaknesses. Achieving this often transforms liabilities into assets. Of course, this may merely be his illusion. Generally speaking, rotation tends to yield less favorable results because a player's form is not static. It fluctuates continuously. Combinations that seem promising in training may not translate effectively to matches. However, GE is currently oblivious to this nuance, and his recent tactical adjustments have proven remarkably effective. Following the first leg of the match, Rapid Vienna had become accustomed to Southampton's attacking style. Consequently, Southampton unveiled a completely different visage on their home turf, adopting a more aggressive offensive strategy. This shift in the tempo of the game was quite disconcerting. As a result, Rapid Vienna was caught off guard at the outset by Southampton's assault. Lalana distributed the ball. Chamberlain received it and cut inside, then passed it to the overlapping Klein on the wing. Klein forcefully breached the baseline and lofted the ball towards the edge of the penalty area, where Drinkwater, without hesitation, struck the ball first time. Given his caliber, executing such a clean shot is typically challenging, yet he remarkably delivered a strike of exceptional quality, sending the ball soaring into the top corner of the net. With a one-goal lead, Southampton continued their onslaught. After shifting to a 4-3-3 formation, their offensive play became surprisingly streamlined, something even the Southampton players had not anticipated. Chamberlain's advanced positioning rendered him more threatening, while Lalana enjoyed greater space to operate. His ability to release the ball swiftly made it difficult for opponents to mark him effectively. Simultaneously, Giroud and Lambert expanded their movement range, and Drinkwater's forward runs became increasingly menacing. It must be said that GES adjustments were extraordinarily astute. I do not believe they were spontaneous, but rather the result of careful preparation. For a young coach like GE to seek change proactively before witnessing a decline in tactics is a commendable feat. This underscores the importance of youthful leadership and coaching. While experience is invaluable, young minds are agile and more receptive to new ideas, which is equally advantageous. Southampton commenced yet another wave of attack. Amidst the fervent shouts of the commentator, Lalana once again distributed the ball to the right flank, initiating an offensive maneuver by Southampton. The opposing team, however, was not oblivious to this strategy. Recognizing Southampton's focus on the right, they too fortified their defense in that area. Yet, this time, Chamberlain refrained from shifting the play outward, instead entrusting the ball to the advancing Drinkwater. As Drinkwater poised himself to unleash a long-range shot, he deftly transmitted the ball forward. Lalana, in a seamless motion, received it without pausing and directly sent it across. The ball soared to the opposite side of the penalty area, where Lambert, having cleverly evaded the attentions of the opposing defender, received it, then deftly maneuvered past the hastily repositioned defender, decisively striking the ball towards the goal. The sphere once again whistled through the air, finding its mark in the net of Rapid Vienna, granting Southampton a 2-goal lead at home, thus also putting them ahead on aggregate. Were Southampton on the brink of their historic first entry into the group stage of the Europa League? The commentators erupted in exultation. However, it was evident that the intensity of European competition was unparalleled. Despite being 2 goals down, Rapid Vienna exhibited no signs of despondency, instead launching a relentless counterattack. Just before the conclusion of the first half, they capitalized on a defensive lapse from Southampton, pulling one back. Recently, Southampton had been conceding more goals, primarily due to the frequent changes in partnerships alongside Damel, compounded by his status as a newcomer, which hindered his synergy with Font and Lovren. Considering the circumstances, it was understandable. Lovren had only been with the team for a year, Font for 6 months, and I was just settling in. Achieving coherence among them seemed an improbable feat. Davis had performed adequately over the last 2 matches, yet goals had been conceded in both. The remarkable saves he once made had become a rarity. However, this was to be expected, given his age. Goalkeeping coach Dennis RF thought for a moment before quietly addressing Jishi. Jishi nodded in agreement. Recently, Davis had been involved in numerous matches, yet his goals conceded had indeed increased, while there were no glaring blunders. He also lacked the ability to make those spectacular saves that could alter the course of a game. Does Navas possess this potential? During this period, he has been training diligently. Although he may be slightly shorter in stature, his exceptional leaping ability and timely interventions compensate admirably for this. Rolf covered his mouth and remarked softly. He understood what Jishi was contemplating. The consecutive selections of Davis were due to his recent commendable form, and a distinguished goalkeeper cannot be replaced casually. However, Navas's ascension seems inevitable. He is younger, more outstanding, and undoubtedly more beneficial for the future of Southampton. At this moment, he embraced the role of an antagonist. The goal scored by Rapid Vienna in the first half instilled a sense of unease within the Southampton ranks. However, it soon became evident that there was no cause for concern. As the second half commenced, Southampton continued to assert their dominance on the field, while Rapid Vienna began to falter. The brisk pace of the first half took a toll on their stamina, which diminished rapidly. Through a splendid individual breakthrough, Oxlade-Chamberlain solidified the score at 3-1 and subsequently 4-2. Southampton triumphed in the 2-legged encounter, marking their historic advancement into the official stage of the UEFA Europa League. Qualifying for the group stage is a tremendous encouragement for us. I now hope that UEFA, recognizing our status as newcomers, will grant us a more favorable grouping, GE remarked with a smile at the post-match press conference. Chapter 81. A senior at home similar to Southampton. The other two Premier League powerhouses participating in the Europa League also advanced smoothly. Liverpool eliminated Trabzonspor with an aggregate score of 3-1, while Manchester City comfortably defeated Timmy Ora with 3-0 over 2 legs. All 7 teams representing England in European competitions entered the group stage, restoring some pride for Premier League clubs that had faced dismal exits in the previous season's Champions League and Europa League. Notably, Southampton's progression provided a sigh of relief for the elite of the Premier League. The better Southampton performed in the Europa League, the more honor it brought to them. Southampton continued their winning streak with unwavering determination. In the upcoming round, GE once again rotated the squad, reinstating Navas, Schneiderlin, and Mkhitaryan into the starting lineup, replacing Davis, Drinkwater, and Lalana, while the rest of the positions remained unchanged. This seemed to indicate a burgeoning stability within Southampton's starting roster. It is indeed remarkable that Oxlade-Chamberlain has secured a starting position at such a young age of not yet 17. Yet, anyone who has witnessed his performances would agree that his inclusion in the starting 11 is a natural outcome, given both his talent and the current state of Southampton. He is the only player capable of consistently creating opportunities through individual breakthroughs on the flanks, which alone justifies his pivotal role in the transformed Southampton squad. This point is beyond dispute. Conversely, the previously established Lalana now finds himself vying for a starting position with Mkhitaryan. Both players, as attacking midfielders, possess their own strengths and weaknesses, and this competition may serve to ignite their competitive spirit. After all, for players in their early 20s, participating in 20 to 30 matches in a season is quite sufficient, and encountering matches of higher quality is of even greater significance to their development. In this match, Southampton faces the formidable challenge posed by Coventry, a team currently ranked among the top 4. As a traditional powerhouse and one of the favorites for promotion, Southampton's schedule has been rather arduous. With the pressure of the UEFA Europa League qualifiers looming, they have encountered 2 strong opponents in the initial 4 matches, one of which is the esteemed Leeds United. Should their form remain unrefined, it would not be surprising to witness a series of defeats. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Southampton's preseason training has been of exceptional quality, and their technical and tactical framework demonstrates an almost overwhelming superiority when competing against championship teams. This allowed them to navigate this challenge with relative ease. In this match, Mkhitaryan, returning to his primary position, delivered an outstanding performance. Positioned at the number 10 role, he continuously received the ball and relied on his dribbling skills to create opportunities, wreaking havoc on Coventry's defense. As he drew ample attention, the 3 forwards in front of him found themselves with increased chances. Oxlade-Chamberlain swiftly received the ball in the penalty area, skillfully maneuvering past a defender to score from a narrow angle. Shortly thereafter, Giroud, after receiving a pass from Mkhitaryan, forcefully turned and found the back of the net. In the second half, Lovren headed in a corner taken by Mkhitaryan, sending the ball into the opponent's goal. Although the attacking play was seamless, Southampton's defense faced incessant scrutiny, as Coventry poured forth their efforts in attack, favoring their offensive prowess. They launched assaults primarily from the flanks, seeking opportunities to score. Their strategy involved high, aerial plays, putting Navas under considerable strain. However, dealing with crosses from the wings is a fundamental skill for any Premier League goalkeeper, a fact Navas was keenly aware of. Thus, during training, he focused intently on this aspect. Assessing the trajectory of crosses and deciding whether to advance requires experience, as well as judgment and agility in footwork. Navas possesses these latter 2 attributes in abundance. Throughout the first half, he consistently charged out, claiming the ball above towering forwards and defenders, a challenging feat that he executed commendably. Occasionally, he faced direct shots, yet he adeptly moved his feet to parry them away. Compared to Davis, his mobility was notably superior. However, in the second half, he did experience a lapse in judgment. After delivering 2 remarkable saves, he miscalculated a third, failing to secure the ball and hastily clearing it, inadvertently placing it at the feet of an opposing player who promptly scored into an open net. This was not a result of a deliberate error, and thus, I do not hold it against him. In light of this mistake, we must also acknowledge his 2 nearly miraculous saves that prevented us from conceding 2 goals. Navas is an exceptional goalkeeper, and so is Davis. Having 2 outstanding goalkeepers is a true blessing. Yet, I can only place one on the bench. Therefore, I have been rotating them frequently, fostering a beneficial cycle. After the match, Jishi defended Navis's error during the press conference, emphasizing that it stemmed from a misjudgment and experience. Such mistakes from Navis should not recur frequently, or they would become problematic. Even Davis stepped forward to advocate for his rival, noting that goalkeepers transitioning from other leagues require time to acclimate to the tactical nuances of English football, which is entirely normal. When Van der Sar joined Fulham, he too made errors on high balls, but look at him now. He is among the finest goalkeepers. Navis is an exceptional keeper. Although he is my rival, I must acknowledge his remarkable prowess. Competing against such a goalkeeper brings me immense joy. A reporter approached to inquire about Davis, questioning the peculiarity of Southampton's captain not being guaranteed a starting position. Davis remarked that Font is equally well suited to be a captain. Despite being with us for just 6 months, he commands great respect in the locker room, making him an ideal leader. Having a seasoned veteran like him is indeed a treasure. Jishi sighed, noting that Davis's willingness to speak up for his competitor is no small feat. While it certainly showcases his magnanimity, there is only one starting position. If he has it, I do not. For Davis to still articulate a fair point truly makes him the cornerstone of the club. Without a doubt. Having such a selfless elder statesman in the team is a source of great fortune. I am increasingly confident about our future, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. I have always believed this, Ben Ali chuckled. Chapter 82. The Gathering of Heroes. Is this the draw for the Europa League? I expected more journalists. Standing outside the hotel in Zurich for the Europa League draw, Ben Ali smiled for the cameras while turning to Jishi to whisper his thoughts. After all, it is merely the Europa League. The Champions League draw took place just yesterday, so the interest naturally pales in comparison, Jishi replied with a stoic expression. He has long been aware of this fact. Although the UEFA Europa League is one of the 2 major club competitions in Europe, it pales in comparison to the Champions League in terms of revenue and influence. The amalgamation of the traditional UEFA Cup and the Winners' Cup was initially aimed at countering the growing dominance of the Champions League. However, as the Champions League expanded, it effectively encompassed a multitude of high-performing teams, leading to a diminishing influence of the Europa League. Despite the participation of several strong teams this year, such as Juventus and Napoli from Serie A, Bayer Leverkusen and Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga, Liverpool and Manchester City from the Premier League, and PSV Eindhoven and Paris Saint-Germain from the Eredivisie and Ligue 1 respectively, the overall impact of the Europa League remains relatively modest. The prestigious clubs participating in the Europa League do not seem particularly thrilled about it, observing the reluctance of others to engage in such matches. We find ourselves partaking in an event that marks a historic first for our club, a stark contrast indeed. As Jishi ambled towards the store, he expressed his reflections aloud. Indeed, it is quite a disparity, but such a gap is one we can bridge. Ben Ali responded with an air of optimism. You are absolutely right, Jishi affirmed, giving his partner a thumbs up. Both entered the venue for the draw ceremony, where Jishi found himself unfamiliar with any of the coaches present. However, he caught the attention of several others, as it is quite rare to see a youthful face in such an environment. No one greeted Jishi, nor did he extend greetings to others. As a newcomer, he naturally settled into a spot with Ben Ali, awaiting the commencement of the draw. After a while, Jishi noticed someone had taken a seat beside him. Curiously, he turned to see a disheveled face staring back at him. The individual named Jishi was unfamiliar with the other party, who likewise did not seem to recognize him. After exchanging a brief glance, the latter extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am Jurgen Klopp, the head coach of Borussia Dortmund. Jishi responded, Oh, hello, I am Jishi, the head coach of Southampton. He grasped Klopp's hand and continued speaking. As an ardent football fan, Jishi was relatively well-versed in the movements of other clubs. However, over the past year, he had devoted himself entirely to coaching, with his focus primarily on his opponents in Ligue 1, rendering him less informed about the broader European football landscape. Nevertheless, he was aware of Borussia Dortmund, a team that had faced considerable difficulties in recent years, nearly facing relegation due to financial constraints. Was Klopp the newly appointed coach of Dortmund? While Jishi pondered this, Klopp's eyes suddenly lit up. I recall now. You are the Chinese owner and coach of Southampton. I was intrigued as to how a Chinese individual found themselves at the draw for the Europa League. Jishi chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am currently coaching only in the championship. Perhaps that is the only aspect that might leave an impression. I watched your League Cup matches last year, Klopp remarked, and I greatly admire your boldness in promoting young talents and allowing them to express themselves on the pitch. Klopp, taking the initiative, engaged in a friendly conversation. This is a tradition at Southampton, and it is something we must uphold. Moreover, as a new coach, employing established stars is not feasible for us. I cannot exert authority over them. Thus, utilizing eager newcomers is advantageous. They possess the hunger and desire, and we can harness that to enhance their performance, Jishi replied. You are absolutely correct. I share the same philosophy. Therefore, at Dortmund, I will also prioritize the incorporation of younger players to unleash their vibrant potential. However, at Dortmund, being a strong team in the Bundesliga, rejuvenation is relatively straightforward. It is considerably more challenging for Southampton. Klopp responded affirmatively. I still have some control as the club owner, making it somewhat easier. Jishi smiled as he responded. After exchanging a few more words with Klopp, he discovered the latter's eloquence and profound understanding of engaging young players and stirring their emotions, which left Jishi rather impressed. He realized that this relatively obscure coach possessed considerable skill. However, his astonishment was eclipsed by Klopp's. Initially, Klopp had assumed that Jishi's dual role as both owner and coach was merely a gimmick. Although winning the League Cup last season was remarkable, it was evident that Southampton's strength in the knockout stage was only marginally less than that of their opponents. It was quite natural to gain an advantage through unfamiliarity and performance, while their victory over Manchester United in the final was a collective display of extraordinary form, leaving the team in a state of remarkable vigor. Klopp felt that Jishi's prowess as a coach might stem from his position as chairman, allowing him to effectively motivate the team and ensure player compliance. However, as their conversation progressed, Klopp recognized that Jishi's articulation revealed the qualities of an exceptional coach. Considering Jishi's age further solidified Klopp's impression of him as truly impressive. After a while, another handsome gentleman seated himself beside Jishi. Turning to look, Jishi recognized him and nodded. Hello, Mr. Mancini. The Italian gentleman reciprocated the nod. Mr. Jishi, it is an honor to see you here. Although Mancini had only been at the helm of Manchester City for half a season, he was well aware of Southampton's remarkable achievements last season and felt a sense of camaraderie as fellow teams in the English League. With Southampton lacking European points, they were undoubtedly in the lowest tier, and under such circumstances, they would likely face one or two stronger teams without much concern, as long as they played well. It was not uncommon for teams in the Europa League to have their own shortcomings. Mancini shared his insights, and Jishi nodded appreciatively, recognizing that such experience was precisely what he required. It was evident that Klopp also lacked this kind of insight, despite Mancini's mixed results in European competitions. He possessed a wealth of experience in draw procedures. As the crowd grew, Jishi, who had initially been somewhat indifferent, began to feel a slight tinge of nervousness. Though the Europa League was a step below the Champions League, it remained a prestigious gathering of talent and ambition. If the Champions League were likened to the legendary Huashan sword-fighting competition, then the Europa League certainly held the stature of a heroic assembly. Who among the world's heroes would rise to the challenge? With this thought, Jishi took a deep breath. Chapter 83. What defines a traditional powerhouse? The subsequent draw ceremony offered little of note. As a new team, Southampton received no preferential treatment. They were quickly drawn into Group A, where the second-tier team was Juventus. No worries. The first-tier team may just be weaker, Jishi thought. Mancini consoled him. Then the host drew Sevilla. Jishi covered his face, and as the final team, Salzburg, was selected, both Mancini and Klopp sympathetically patted Jishi on the shoulder. It was an unfortunate fate to be grouped with Sevilla, Juventus, and Salzburg in his first Europa League match. Sevilla had been virtually invincible in the Europa League in recent years, making them a formidable first-seed opponent. Juventus, having fallen to the second seed primarily due to their decline following the telephone scandal, had not performed impressively, resulting in insufficient European points to secure a higher ranking. Despite their capabilities, they belonged in the second tier. As for Salzburg, despite appearing unimpressive at first glance as an Austrian team, they were now part of the Red Bull empire. In European competitions, Red Bull Salzburg and RB Leipzig were steadily becoming powerhouses, recruiting talented Eastern European players to hone their skills at Salzburg before elevating their value in the Bundesliga. Thus, it was undeniably a group of death. Facing strong teams is a good thing, Jishi mused. Noticing the puzzled looks from Mancini and Klopp, he added, I mean it. With our current strength, winning the Europa League is unlikely, so encountering several strong teams in the group stage will allow our young players to experience high-level competition, fostering their growth, a tremendous opportunity. Mancini and Klopp nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in his words. Such matches were indeed invaluable for the development of young athletes. Their own draws were less than favorable as well. Dortmund and Paris Saint-Germain were placed in the same group, while Manchester City found themselves alongside Porto, Besiktas, and CSKA Sofia. Although this group did not feature particularly strong teams, it was equally devoid of easy opponents, and a misstep could lead to elimination. After the draw ceremony concluded, Jishi and Ben Ali chose not to return to the hotel by car, but instead strolled back at Jishi's suggestion. "Do you really think that merely training our players is sufficient?" Ben Ali inquired. Jishi chuckled. "For now, that is all we can say." "I thought you were going to make a bold statement to draw everyone's attention," Ben Ali remarked. "That's not my style. I prefer action over words." Jishi shrugged. "It would be wonderful if we could secure a European championship," Ben Ali sighed, gazing at the stars above. "If Southampton could only claim one European title, I would gladly place that opportunity in the Champions League. However, since we can achieve many, let us aim for the Europa League first." Jishi chuckled softly. The night in Zurich was remarkably tranquil, the darkness enveloping Jishi's ambitions. After completing the draw, he hurried back to Southampton, where he would soon face the challenges of the league. The league and the Europa League represented the season's two paramount objectives, while other competitions, including the FA Cup and the League Cup, were of secondary importance. However, an international FIFA match day was approaching, and the championship had no significant fixtures. At this level, it was not uncommon for clubs to feature international players, who were often star icons. Their absence would have a considerable impact, prompting a halt in play. Southampton had only a few internationals: Navas, Lovren, Mkhitaryan, and Dembele, just these four. Interestingly, there was now one more addition. The current captain, Font, was selected for the Portuguese national team due to his commendable performances and Portugal's need for a reliable center-back. While it would be challenging for him to displace Carvalho and Pepe from their central defensive partnership, his selection was nonetheless a notable acknowledgement. After the FIFA match day concluded, the returning internationals appeared somewhat fatigued. Except for Font, who had played only a half, Mkhitaryan and Navas had participated in 2 full matches for their national team, while Dembele and Lovren had each played 1, resulting in considerable exertion. Consequently, in the ensuing league match, Lalana was named in the starting lineup. Millwall, who had previously achieved 4 consecutive victories, faced a challenge in this round against Nottingham Forest. Although Nottingham Forest had been performing poorly this year, currently positioned 19th and at risk of relegation, they had been formidable at home. They took the lead against Southampton and nearly held it until the final whistle. It was only due to a late goal from substitute Austin, who scored from close range, that Southampton avoided a potential defeat. This draw has allowed Southampton's points to be equaled by Queen's Park Rangers and Cardiff City, yet they still maintain the top position due to goal difference. Do you see? What defines a traditional powerhouse? This is what it means to be a traditional powerhouse. Did you think they were incapable? Did you believe they could be effortlessly defeated by us? Absolutely not. Teams in the Championship are but a step away from the Premier League. Even with Premier League caliber, one cannot simply dominate the Championship. Every match must be approached with a mindset of fierce determination, understood? In the locker room after the match, Jishi vociferously admonished the players. Their 4 consecutive league victories and qualification for the UEFA Europa League group stage had led some players to become somewhat complacent, making this the perfect moment for a reprimand. Although the young players may have felt embarrassed, they were still receptive to reasoned criticism. In this atmosphere, the Southampton players collectively bowed their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes and channeled their pent-up frustration towards their next opponent. Their upcoming adversary was the notoriously aggressive Reading. However, Southampton managed to suppress their opponents through relentless passing and technical superiority. Reading's frantic pressing and running failed to make contact with the ball, as Southampton skillfully evaded their attempts through seamless distribution. The players from Reading exhausted themselves to no avail. Then, with 2 lightning-fast passing sequences, Lambert netted twice. Southampton easily triumphed over Reading at home, further solidifying their position at the summit of the league. Following these 2 matches, Southampton prepared for their inaugural official Europa League match of the season. They were set to face Salzburg away, while Sevilla and Juventus would clash in their own encounter. This is indeed a fortunate occurrence for Southampton. Chapter 84. Patience is a virtue. Salzburg's most renowned forward is the Argentine striker, Zarate. Like many diminutive Argentine forwards, he possesses exceptional technical skills, remarkable speed, and the ability to both penetrate defenses and score. However, in comparison to Messi, he falls significantly short. Therefore, If we apply the same defensive vigor we would use against Messi, we can render him utterly ineffective, Jishi remarked in the locker room, eliciting laughter from the players. While Zarate is undoubtedly a player akin to Messi, the gap in their abilities is considerable. If he were truly exceptional, he would not have meandered from Serie A to the Austrian League. As of now, Salzburg lacks an abundance of distinguished players. At least after watching a few of their matches, Jishi has not encountered any players who particularly impressed him. When facing such a team, with both sides being relatively unfamiliar with one another, it becomes essential to exert pressure through strength, utilizing breakthroughs and tearing apart their formation to create openings, all while remaining vigilant against counterattacks. Indeed, Salzburg does not currently seem particularly formidable. Shortly after the match commenced, Southampton established control through relentless passing, with superior technical skills. If they can maintain their passing accuracy, the opposition will be compelled to defend staunchly, awaiting counterattack opportunities. Given Salzburg's player configuration, this tactic is quite sound, as Zarate's ball control can pose a significant threat. As long as we score first, we will be secure, Jishi communicated to Ben Ali. Southampton began to dominate possession, perpetually initiating attacks through their passing. Although they did not launch many direct threats, each attempt was uncomfortable for the opposition. Klein's forward assist resulted in a corner kick, but it did not create any substantial opportunities. However, in the following 5 minutes, they continued to maintain possession and crafted an almost perfect chance. Mkhitaryan received the ball in the center and passed it to the advancing Schneiderlin. Schneiderlin accurately distributed the ball, and after receiving it, Dixon lifted his foot to send it into the penalty area. At the front post, Giroud received the pass, but, with his back to goal, had no opportunity to turn. Instead, he instinctively relayed the ball to the edge of the penalty area. There, the advancing Southampton player was Chamberlain. The young diminutive striker received Giroud's return pass and swiftly shot, sending a low strike toward the far corner. Salzburg's German goalkeeper, Tremmel, leaped in an attempt to save, yet was a fraction too late. The ball skidded into the far corner of the net, and the hundreds of traveling fans erupted in exuberant cheers. Well, it seems we have secured our position. Jishi celebrated with a high five with Ben Ali. He then shouted onto the field, "Focus, it's just one goal." After the players of Southampton concluded their jubilant celebrations, they began to approach the match with a more serious demeanor. Their movements in midfield were vigorous, as they persistently countered the opposing team's advances. Salzburg, playing on their home turf, would not easily concede defeat after a single goal, and they immediately launched a fervent counterattack. Eager to equalize, Southampton's defense, adept at intercepting in midfield, made it arduous for them to mount their own offensive until, after several minutes, they gradually found their rhythm. Saracens received the ball and attempted a forceful breakthrough shot, only to be thwarted by a timely intervention from Font. Despite many German players in Salzburg's ranks, who may not shine in the Bundesliga, they possessed the quintessential stamina and foundational skills characteristic of German athletes. Bogdan seized a header within the penalty area, which was magnificently parried away by Navas. In the 31st minute, they nearly leveled the score. Midfielder Skea connected with a corner kick from a teammate and executed a stunning volley. Although Navas made an effort to save, he could not reach the ball, which struck the crossbar with a resounding thud before bouncing out of play. Following this, Southampton initiated their own counteroffensive, yet they began to squander opportunities. Lambert, Giroud, and Chamberlain all had promising chances, but their shots were persistently saved by Tremmel. "Damn, how did that not go in?" exclaimed Jishi, leaping up in frustration after Lambert received a through ball from Mkhitaryan and saw his shot from close range denied by Tremmel, resulting in a corner kick. The Southampton players were actually in good form. Given their performance, scoring 3 goals in the championship during the first half would have been easily achievable. Yet they had managed only one. I had previously underestimated European matches. Our opponents could erupt at any moment, catching us off guard. Although Tremmel is a commendable goalkeeper, he is not of the elite caliber, and such performance cannot be sustained indefinitely. If we persist with our attacks, victory is surely within reach, provided we maintain our composure and do not afford them too many opportunities. Upon returning to the dressing room, Jishi regained his composure and addressed the players. They nodded in agreement, fully aware of the situation. The first half had indeed been frustrating. From any perspective, their performance had been commendable, yet they had not secured a substantial advantage. However, the coach was right. This is European football, and one may encounter opponents capable of sudden bursts of brilliance. Patience is key. No matter how well they play, they cannot surpass their limits. Giroud felt a sense of discontent. He had squandered 2 excellent opportunities in the first half, and scoring had always been his Achilles heel. He worried that if this continued, he might not even secure a starting position at Southampton. Such thoughts burdened him with a certain pressure. 6 minutes into the second half, a retreating Chamberlain delivered a precise through ball. Lambert, making a lateral run to draw the defenders away, created space for Giroud, who surged forward, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. However, in this golden opportunity, Giroud faltered. He took a heavy touch, allowing the alert Tremer to deflect the ball out of the penalty area. Giroud, clutching his head, felt utterly unforgivable. Damn it, why rush? Just exercise patience and play your usual game, understood? I had thought you had matured, Olivier. Jishi pulled Giroud aside and spoke a few words to him. Giroud nodded in shame. Indeed, he had been too concerned about missing that earlier chance, which led to his unfortunate blunder. As a forward of 24 years, who had languished in lower leagues for several years, he ought to exhibit greater composure. Observing Giroud return to the pitch, Ben Ali glanced at Jishi, silently questioning whether to substitute him. At this juncture, replacing him would signify a lack of trust. I will let him finish this match. Jishi resolutely shook his head. Ben Ali pondered this, acknowledging the truth in Jishi's reasoning. Substituting him now would deprive Giroud of the chance to rectify his mistake. If he became overly fixated on his error, it might take him a long time to recover. The solution to his predicament was simple. All Giroud needed was an opportunity to score. Chapter 85. An uninspiring task. Scoring a goal is not inherently difficult. Yet at times it can appear insurmountable, especially now that Southampton had taken the lead and would not recklessly pursue further attacks. Nonetheless, this very circumstance allowed Southampton to dominate possession in midfield as they passed the ball incessantly, providing Giroud the necessary breathing space. He continuously made runs, occasionally withdrawing from the penalty area to receive the ball, then promptly distributing it, or moving within the box, ever ready to seize a chance. As he ran, Giroud's heart gradually steadied. I need only to maintain this rhythm. This is what I am most accustomed to, what I excel at, and what benefits the team most. After observing Giroud's movements for a while, Jishi nodded slightly. A normal Giroud was more than sufficient. After all, in Jishi's mind, Giroud was a striker of significant tactical value. As the match progressed to the 67th minute, Mkhitaryan sent a pass from midfield, and Lambert received it just outside the penalty area. He feigned a pass to the supporting Chamberlain, then suddenly unleashed a long-range shot. The ball soared towards the bottom right corner of the goal, and Tremer executed a magnificent save, deflecting it with one hand. However, he failed to secure the ball, which rolled directly to the advancing Giroud. With no time for contemplation, Giroud instinctively lifted his foot and directed the ball into the empty net. After scoring, Giroud felt a complete blankness in his mind. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by his exuberant teammates. Ha ha ha. Olivier, what are you dazed for? You've scored. Hearing the light-hearted banter of his colleagues, Giroud could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, I have scored. He raised his fist once more in triumph. Faced with challenges, we resolved them. This match was nothing short of perfection. The final score was equally commendable as they triumphed over Salzburg on their turf, marking a splendid beginning to their group stage campaign. In another match, Sevilla and Juventus engaged in a thrilling goal fest, where the home team, Juventus, was initially overwhelmed by Sevilla's 2 quick goals. Yet, they fought back fiercely, netting 3 goals to turn the tide. However, just before the final whistle, Sevilla managed to equalize the score. Thus, Southampton found themselves at the pinnacle of their group, securing 3 points. The group draw was rather unfortunate, yet the schedule appeared favorable. As commented by Jishi, upon their return, Southampton garnered unanimous praise from the English media, despite the commendable performances of English teams in the opening round this year. Southampton's placement in the so-called group of death raised considerable concern among observers. There were apprehensions that, should Southampton's luck falter and their performance decline, they might face an embarrassing 6 consecutive defeats in the group stage, resulting in a significant loss of valuable European competition points. Currently, the Premier League and La Liga are in fierce contention for the top spot in points, making Southampton's performance all the more crucial. With their recent victory, Southampton has managed to retain a semblance of dignity. In light of this, the media has been generous with their accolades. However, shortly thereafter, Southampton encountered a frustrating defeat in the league. In this round, Southampton faced the mid-table team Watford. Logically, it should have been relatively easy for Southampton to triumph over their opponents. However, Watford experienced an unexpected surge, continuously scoring goals. The captain, Davis, who started the match, wore an expression of shame by the end. Although he did not commit any glaring errors, he also failed to make any remarkable saves, ultimately conceding 4 goals in a single match for the first time in his tenure at Southampton. Despite the trio of goals scored by Lalana and Lambert, Southampton still succumbed to a 3-4 defeat on home soil. Our form has been somewhat inconsistent, which is quite normal, with 46 matches in a season. Can we expect to win them all? We only need to improve incrementally. Jishi attempted to downplay the situation at the press conference. Despite their drop to second place, they still maintained a 2-point lead over third place and were merely 3 points behind the first place Queen's Park Rangers. There is still ample time ahead. In the upcoming League Cup third-round match 3 days later, Jishi fielded a majority of the substitutes, including Walton, Lett, and Jenkinson, who had seen limited playing time. Nevertheless, they secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Burnley away from home. Southampton's overall strength remains impressive, with both the starting lineup and primary substitutes being exceptional, at least by championship standards, and the bench players proving to be competent as well. Jishi praised the substitutes' performance and informed the starters that the next 2 league matches were equally crucial, particularly the 8th-round away game against Cardiff City, who were currently third and trailing Southampton by 2 points. A victory against them would afford Southampton a significant advantage moving forward. For Jishi, while winning the championship title was his ultimate aspiration, securing a top 2 finish to gain promotion to the Premier League was paramount. Before this match, he received yet another task. Task name: maintain the bottom line. Task content: Cardiff City is currently your greatest rival for promotion to the Premier League. Since you are encountering them so early, devise a strategy to defeat them. A victory away at Cardiff City will solidify your position in the top 2. Successful completion of the task rewards 10 achievement points, while failure results in a deduction of 10 achievement points. I will strive to accomplish this task, with or without your assignment, Jishi mused inwardly. The 10 accomplishments indeed failed to evoke any excitement within him, and it now seemed that the assignment was rather perfunctory. Only heavyweight competitions could present more exhilarating tasks. Jishi mused. Nevertheless, it was only natural that this task offered minimal rewards. There was no specific score requirement, merely the mandate to win. Despite Cardiff's current impressive performance as one of the top teams in the championship, particularly on home turf, defeating their opponents should not prove too arduous given Southampton's capabilities. Cardiff's success this year can be attributed to their astute acquisitions, including the Welsh midfielder Ramsey on loan from Arsenal, the local midfielder Kumas from Wigan Athletic, and the Welsh winger Bellamy from Manchester City, all of whom have previously made significant impacts in the Premier League. Ramsey, in particular, is a young talent with remarkable potential, so their outstanding performance is hardly surprising. Relying on loan players to ascend to the Premier League and subsequently bolstering the squad with funds is a viable strategy for championship teams. Bates is particularly fond of this approach, eschewing the notion of gradually nurturing and managing the club. Many championship teams, upon reaching the Premier League, prioritize acquiring seasoned players to ensure survival. Although Southampton does not follow this path, Jishi recognized that such a strategy could indeed be quite effective. Chapter 86. Youngsters and their lack of sportsmanship. Cardiff City's head coach, Dave Jones, has been at the helm for 5 full seasons, and this marks his 6th. Such a situation is rather uncommon in the Premier League, aside from a select few managers who are able to maintain a long tenure with a single team. The frequent changing of coaches is a commonplace occurrence for the majority of clubs. Conversely, in the Championship, such circumstances are somewhat more prevalent. Given that championship teams often operate on limited budgets and cannot afford excessive upheaval, the primary objective is simply to remain competitive. This year, however, Jones is acutely aware of the significant financial investment the club has made ahead of the season. While most of this investment has been through loans, they have also acquired several outstanding players. It is worth noting that while loaned players do not incur transfer fees, their wages must still be covered, and players like Ramsey, Bellamy, and Kumas command salaries comparable to those in the Premier League. Particularly Bellamy, whose weekly earnings are substantial, has contributed to a significant increase in Cardiff City's expenditures this season. Should they fail to achieve promotion this year, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Fortunately, the team's recent performances have been commendable, and securing a victory against Southampton would bolster their chances of promotion to the Premier League. Cardiff City is a rather unique entity within the English Football League system, as they represent Wales and are one of the only 3 Welsh teams competing in English leagues. Additionally, They participate annually in the Welsh Cup, having clinched the championship title an impressive 25 times to date. Such regional pride teams often do not lack in support, and Bellamy and Ramsey's presence here is attributed to their Welsh heritage. Fortunately, they could not afford Bale, otherwise, we would need to tread carefully. Gia made an ill-timed jest, leaving the other coaches both amused and bewildered. After all, Bale was also a painful memory for Southampton. The then chairman, Levy, relinquished a future 20% transfer fee in exchange for an additional £2 million. Bale's performance has only improved over the past few seasons, and it is evident that Tottenham can no longer retain him. His transfer fee may soon reach astronomical heights, significantly surpassing the initial £2 million demanded. Their squad includes several players of true Premier League caliber, necessitating a robust confrontation. Adam, although slightly younger than Ramsey, exhibits remarkable prowess in movement and linking the midfield with the attack, making him an excellent study for you. Alex Bellamy, a forward known for his speed, possesses distinct characteristics, primarily operating as a striker. Yet his ability to maintain control of the ball during high-speed sprints and his technical skills in sudden stops and turns are valuable lessons for you. Gia addressed Lalana and Chamberlain in the locker room. Both nodded simultaneously. They understood that opportunities like these are not easily come by. All right, let us set off. Gia waved his hand. When shaking hands with Jones, Gia noticed the latter appeared quite fatigued, indicating the immense pressure he faced this year. In a strong contest, especially as the away team, securing a draw would suffice, Gia suggested. We will strive for victory, Jones replied resolutely. As the match commenced, Jones immediately glanced at Gia and silently cursed the youngster for his lack of sportsmanship. While his words were indeed truthful, Southampton unleashed a fierce offensive from the onset. Quite contrary to merely seeking a draw, Lalana quickly found himself up against Ramsey in midfield. He sensed that the opponent's defense was not particularly formidable. Yet Lalana was not one to take on defenders solo. He preferred to distribute the ball promptly. Thus, in this starting lineup, it was often Chamberlain who catalyzed the attack. After receiving the ball, Chamberlain swiftly embarked on a breakthrough along the wing. Having struggled to secure consistent playing time last season, he began to enjoy regular appearances this season, a development that many found curious yet entirely natural. The reasons were manifold, but chiefly, Gia reinstated Southampton's historically favored 4-3-3 formation, abandoning the 4-4-2 he had employed upon his arrival. This new tactic sacrificed the playing time of Lalana and Mkhitaryan, who had formerly taken the field together but were now rivals for a position. However, Gia had previously discussed the necessity of this shift with them. Thus, the under-17-year-old Chamberlain commenced his splendid performance at Southampton. The breakthrough occurred on the left flank, where Chamberlain, proficient on both sides, holds an advantage as a winger. However, he found little success on this side, as the Scottish fullback McNaughton, who has served Cardiff City for several years, stands as one of the foremost right-backs in the championship. He steadfastly maintained his position, refraining from recklessness, and Chamberlain's feints failed to unbalance him. Realizing the absence of any breakthrough opportunity, Chamberlain swiftly passed the ball and repositioned himself. Moments later, he emerged on the right flank, receiving a pass from Lalana. The left side proved challenging, while the right side offered him considerably more freedom. Indeed, when faced with the young fullback Meads, who had just joined this season, Chamberlain showcased his full repertoire of skills. Though Meads was labeled a young fullback, he was already in his 20s, and being outmaneuvered repeatedly by a lad not yet 17 infuriated him, prompting him to lash out and bring Chamberlain down. Rolling on the ground, clutching his leg, Chamberlain was swiftly lifted off the field by the eager medical staff. Yet, he managed to wink at Jishi, who approached with concern. Jishi sighed in relief and returned to his position, covering his mouth as he remarked to Ben Ali, "This kid, despite his youth, possesses considerable experience." Ben Ali, however, was unfazed, stating, "His stature is diminutive. Had he not learned to leverage the rules for his protection, he would have long been rendered ineffective." On the field, Meads received a yellow card, yet he remained unconcerned, believing that after such an encounter, Chamberlain would surely be cautious in his subsequent offensive maneuvers, thus simplifying his own defensive efforts. Despite his youth, Meads still held some experience. However, when Chamberlain once again dazzled him with a splendid feint, he found himself at a loss. Previously, he could resort to fouls to impede Chamberlain's advance, but now, with a yellow card to his name, could he still afford to do so? What was once an attempt to intimidate had now rendered him hesitant and constrained. although he was unaware of the Chinese proverb regarding lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. The sentiment he experienced at that moment was unmistakably resonant. With a clear advantage established on one side, it was only natural to seek to expand that dominance. Consequently, Southampton's attacks were predominantly concentrated on this flank, compelling the opposition to continuously reallocate players from other positions to mount a defense. Chapter 87. Gentlemen and Beasts. When it comes to Cardiff City's prowess, it is indeed commendable. In comparison to Southampton, their overall strength is quite comparable, and they possess several outstanding players. While they may still lack in certain areas of completeness, a team equipped with such capability inherently harbors the potential for promotion. However, once Southampton secured an unequivocal advantage in a particular position, leveraging this to achieve victory became a relatively straightforward endeavor, perhaps even an effortless one. Southampton netted a goal in each half, the first by Lambert within the penalty area, and the second by Austin, who made a timely contribution upon being substituted. Although these goals may seem unrelated to Chamberlain, his ability to draw considerable attention on the flanks was indeed pivotal in securing the win. Following this triumph, Southampton solidified their second position, boasting a lead of over 4 points ahead of the third-placed team. In the forthcoming round, they are set to face the first-placed Queen's Park Rangers. This team is notorious within the English league system, albeit in a manner distinct from Millwall. The controversies surrounding Millwall are predominantly instigated by their fans, although the Millwall club is currently embroiled in a lawsuit against a figure who disparaged them. Equating them with football hooligans, it must be said that their style of play, while appearing aggressive, is quite typical of many English teams. In stark contrast, Queen's Park Rangers presents a different narrative altogether. This team is notorious for its rough playing style. To be known for such brutish tactics in English football is indeed a mark of exceptional coarseness. Their players relish in provocation, often engaging in exaggerated actions on the pitch. While this tendency leads to frequent bookings and a depletion of their ranks, it simultaneously instills a sense of trepidation in their opponents. However, Jishi remains unfazed by this. At the pre-match press conference, reporters specifically inquired about his views on the playing style of Queen's Park Rangers. What do I think? Honestly, I find little of merit in their approach. The Premier League's ascendance as the Premier League has never been predicated on brutish tactics, but rather on indomitable will, relentless perseverance, and exceptional technical prowess. Strength and savagery may appear akin, yet they are the distinguishing factors between a gentleman and a beast. Though Jishi's words seem devoid of direct implication, their meaning is clear to all. Since his inception into the league last season, he has consistently presented himself with humility and a desire to avoid conflict. His vehement criticism of Millwall during the playoffs was unexpected but understandable, as Southampton narrowly escaped a return to the championship due to injuries inflicted by Millwall on 2 of their key players. Now, his focus shifts to Queen's Park Rangers. Many are perplexed by this stance, yet upon reflection, one can comprehend the innate aversion of a coach who champions elegant attacking play to the foul play associated with rough tactics. A past incident where Reading faced Chelsea serves as a pertinent example. Aside from Chelsea itself, Arsenal's manager Wenger reacted vehemently to the brutality displayed. While Arsenal has its share of cards, malicious fouls are scarce. Viewed from this perspective, Jishi's provocative stance towards Queen's Park Rangers is driven by both the significance of competing for the top 2 spots and his personal disapproval of rough play. It is not that Jishi consciously seeks to provoke. Rather, it is a notion that arises naturally within him. This character portrayal, opposing rough play and upholding technical elements, is commendable. However, to establish such a persona, one must stand firmly upon the shoulders of others, and presently, those shoulders belong to Queen's Park Rangers. This team is hardly endearing, making Jishi's stance entirely justifiable. Furthermore, as the team currently ranks first, many clubs harbor feelings of discontent. In this climate, Jishi's emergence with Southampton garners neither support nor opposition from other teams. Queen's Park Rangers, in contrast, finds itself quite wounded by this situation. Although Jishi does not explicitly state it, everyone understands that the gentleman he refers to is himself, while the beast represents Queen's Park Rangers. This has also caused considerable distress for their veteran manager, Neil Warnock. This venerable manager has successfully guided 5 different teams to various leagues. Last season, he joined Queen's Park Rangers midway through from Crystal Palace and led the team to safety in the league. This season, he has maintained a position at the top of the standings for an extended period, a testament to his prowess. He does not endorse the rough style of play traditionally associated with Queen's Park Rangers, and has endeavored to transform this brutish approach since his appointment. He has appointed the young Moroccan midfielder, Tarabt, as the fulcrum of the team's tactics, creating aesthetically pleasing gameplay while mitigating the roughness, however, provoked by a certain incident. The inherently wild players may unleash their ferocity in the upcoming match. Calmness is his intention, aiming to disrupt our composure. Reflecting on the past 6 months, we have achieved victory after victory through our exquisite attacking play. Southampton is acutely aware of this, which is why they seek to provoke us into a more aggressive demeanor, allowing their technical skills to shine. Tarabt, you remain the core in this match. Let them understand what it means to be the heart of the attack. Let them comprehend the essence of offense. Warnock's confidence is well-founded. Currently, aside from leading Southampton by 3 points, Queen's Park Rangers have also scored a considerable number of goals, 22 in 8 matches, averaging nearly 3 per game. While this falls slightly short of Southampton's 25 goals, it is still commendable. Defensively, they excel, having conceded fewer goals. Tarabt is pivotal. This Moroccan midfielder possesses exceptional technical skills, capable of both dribbling and passing, embodying the quintessential number 10. Under his influence, the 4-2-3-1 formation of Queen's Park Rangers operates exceptionally well, and Tarabt has been recognized as the best player in the championship over the past few months, further affirming his capabilities. Henrik, let that fellow understand what a true number 10 embodies, Gia remarked to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan nodded vigorously, although this season he cannot guarantee a starting position. He still plays with joy, as he can showcase himself in his preferred number 10 role, with Demel and Schneiderlin providing support and timely distribution behind him. Flanked by Oxlade-Chamberlain, and with forwards making runs ahead, he is in an optimal environment to excel, unlike last season when he had to share possession equally with Lalana. Thus, he harbors no dissatisfaction with his standing this season. The opponent in this match also boasts a standard number 10 position, a type of player quite rare on the English stage. Encountering such a player inevitably ignites Mkhitaryan's competitive spirit. Chapter 88. Long-term task. Task name, moral model. Task content. As a representative of gentlemanly conduct, you are required to uphold your commitments. Throughout the course of the season, your team must not receive more than 1 red card in the league. Should your team receive a single red card in a season, no rewards or penalties will be imposed. However, if there are no red cards throughout the season, a reward shall be granted, and exceeding 1 red card will result in a penalty. Task rewards and penalties. No red cards in a single season will earn you 100 achievement points, while exceeding 1 red card will incur a deduction of 100 achievement points, capped at 300 points. Additional task note. If a season sees more than 3 red cards, this task will be terminated, resulting in a substantial loss of prestige for the task holder. Upon reading this task, Jishi rolled his eyes. This long-term endeavor theoretically offers considerable advantages. After all, if Southampton manages to avoid receiving a red card for 4 consecutive seasons, the rewards would be substantial. However, when the aspect of reputation is factored in, Jishi must exercise a degree of caution. Who among us has not occasionally received a red card? Jishi sighed inwardly. Yet, this may not necessarily be a disadvantage. If a team consistently refrains from committing malicious fouls and rarely receives cards, then a more aggressive maneuver every so often may be overlooked by the referees. A favorable reputation in such circumstances often leads to preferential treatment. Viewed from this perspective, this task also serves to motivate Jishi to enhance his team's offensive prowess while minimizing unsportsmanlike conduct, which is ultimately beneficial. From a commercial standpoint, aesthetically pleasing football invariably brings advantages. A gentlemanly representative is indeed a gentlemanly representative, Jishi mused. However, he soon pondered whether, had he adopted a more aggressive and reckless style from the outset, a long-term task could have been established around the theme of warrior spirit, where failing to acquire at least 3 red cards each season would count as a failure. Achieving such a task would indeed be far simpler. In reality, completing a season without a single red card is quite challenging. Jishi reviewed the previous seasons of the Premier League and found that only a handful of teams, often merely 2 or 3, managed to avoid receiving even 1 red card throughout the season, with many teams accumulating at least 1. In the most extreme cases, 5 or 6 red cards can be issued. This trend correlates with the nature of English football. When the Premier League was first established, red cards were more prevalent, but their incidence has gradually diminished over the years. As the league has become increasingly commercialized, Fans have shown a preference for a more visually appealing and faster-paced game, rather than witnessing reckless tackles. Those who wish to see players suffer injury are, after all, a minority. Accumulating more awards for ethical conduct enhances the image of the club, Jishi reflected. The forthcoming match against Queen's Park Rangers marks the beginning of this image-building process. Queen's Park Rangers have performed admirably this season, having not received a single yellow card, let alone a red one. As the coaches exchanged handshakes before the match, Warnock sighed and remarked, "That is because your team has started splendidly, 7 wins and 1 draw. Conceding only 2 goals in that draw, and not a single goal in the rest of the matches, winning by at least 2 goals each time. Such dominance naturally lends an air of courtesy. However, today your team will face significant challenges. I hope your players can maintain their composure." Jishi shrugged, responding, "We are different. Regardless of the circumstances we encounter, we will conduct ourselves normally throughout the match. Let the facts speak for themselves." At 61. Warnock certainly understands that actions speak louder than words. If he can defeat Southampton while avoiding cards, it would serve as a resounding rebuttal to Jishi. Jishi nodded, releasing his grip and returning to his position. The fans of the Royal Park Rangers erupted in a cacophony of boos directed at him, yet Jishi remained utterly unperturbed. Having made such remarks prior to the match, he was undoubtedly prepared for this reaction, in stark contrast to the agitated emotions of the spectators in the stands. The players on the field commenced the game with a display of finesse and technical prowess, resembling anything but the typical confrontations one might expect in the championship. However, from a certain perspective, these two teams undeniably represent the pinnacle of technical skill in this season's championship. Southampton is a given, and so too is Queen's Park Rangers, who have scored 22 goals while conceding only 2, relying heavily on their cohesive teamwork and the orchestration of Taarabt. The traditional number 10 role has become increasingly rare in the top leagues. Otherwise, Taarabt would not have transitioned from Tottenham to the championship. Yet in this league, his talent distinctly sets him apart. Under his direction, Queen's Park Rangers continuously launched attacks, demonstrating an ability to distribute the ball promptly rather than being a player who clings to possession. At this moment, another acquaintance of Jishi began to make his mark. Kyle Walker, the right back who had garnered Jishi's attention for 2 years, was loaned to Queen's Park Rangers prior to the start of the season. Initially, the loan was set for only 1 month, but after 5 outstanding performances, Queen's Park Rangers requested an extension until the end of the first half of the season, which Tottenham agreed to. Consequently, in this match, he consistently launched assaults down the right flank. "I understand why you've been so keen on him," Ben Ali remarked to Jishi after observing for a while. Jishi could only smile wryly. Indeed. His desire for Walker stemmed from the knowledge that Walker was an exceptional fullback. He possessed remarkable physical strength, boundless stamina, and impressive speed. His ability to surge forward and back was superior to that of Klein, while his technical skills might not be as refined. The capacity for impactful runs was far more critical for a fullback. Fortunately, we already have Klein. Otherwise, I would regret it even more. Jishi could only concede. However, Walker on the field remained oblivious to Jishi's thoughts. He was aware of Southampton's interest in him, but now that he was a Tottenham player, he had little concern for Southampton. Although Tottenham had not been a superpower in the Premier League over the past decade, their stature still held weight, especially since Southampton had been relegated to League One. Furthermore, Tottenham had consistently made commitments to him. Being loaned out was merely a sign of their confidence in him, and he believed that he would certainly have the opportunity to return to Tottenham. After all, who would spend $5 million on a 19-year-old domestic fullback if he were not of exceptional caliber? It must be said that Tottenham's transfer department had a keen eye for talent. Under his relentless pressure, Dixon found himself in dire straits. He was merely the best at the League One level, and playing in the Championship proved to be somewhat arduous for him. While he could manage in ordinary matches when faced with an opponent of Walker's caliber, he appeared severely challenged. It could only be said that he was lacking just a little bit of something. Chapter 89. A comparison of attacking midfielders. Seeing Dixon struggling on this flank, Schneiderlin hurried over to provide support. Together, they managed to stabilize that side. Thus, Mkhitaryan began to bear a greater burden. Originally, Schneiderlin's distribution was a vital pillar for his offensive play. Now, in Schneiderlin's absence, he had to rely solely on himself during attacks. Consequently, he started to retreat proactively. Demel passed the ball to Mkhitaryan, who began to dribble forward. The players of Queen's Park Rangers were well acquainted with his attributes, and 2 midfielders immediately closed in on him, denying him space to maneuver. Mkhitaryan found himself entangled, However, his technical prowess remained impressive. Amidst the tussle, he managed to retain possession and seized an opportunity to pass the ball. Southampton's attack fell into a stalemate, with Giroud's header from within the box soaring high. Mkhitaryan is becoming a bit too possessive, Benali remarked. That is, after all, his nature. We cannot merely label him as such. Yet, in this situation, if he could better perceive the dynamics on the field and distribute the ball timely, he would be even more formidable, replied Jishi. On the pitch, Mkhitaryan felt somewhat frustrated, yet he did not contemplate making preemptive judgments to cleverly distribute the ball, as that was not his style. As a technically gifted number 10, his focus was simply on being more proactive in his movements, making it easier to receive the ball, and executing his dribbles more elegantly. Enhancing one's weaknesses constitutes a form of strength, but transcending one's strengths equally embodies a form of power. During Southampton's next offensive foray, when Klein surged down the flank, Mkhitaryan began to position himself. He moved closer to the edge, slightly encroaching on Chamberlain's space. However, Southampton frequently employed such positional tactics. Noticing Mkhitaryan gravitating toward the right, Chamberlain swiftly dashed laterally to the left. As Chamberlain ran, he drew away some defensive attention, allowing Klein to promptly pass the ball to Mkhitaryan. Upon receiving the ball, Mkhitaryan pivoted, eyeing the aggressively approaching opposing midfielder. With a sudden stop, he then drove forward. Initially, when he turned, it appeared he would dribble laterally. Yet this time, he opted for a forward advance. The opposing midfielder was caught off guard and lost him. Mkhitaryan charged directly into the penalty area, and as a defender approached, he lifted his foot to pass the ball to Giroud, who was holding off the opposing center-back in the center of the box, before accelerating forward himself. Giroud momentarily halted the ball under his foot, then turned and deftly played it into Mkhitaryan's path. Meeting the rolling ball, Mkhitaryan struck as he ran. The ball zipped along the ground into the near post, leaving the opposing goalkeeper helpless. The stands fell into an immediate hush. Mkhitaryan spread his arms and sprinted across the pitch. This entire sequence of breakthroughs and collaborations was exhilarating. What could be more delightful than scoring a goal? He had become more decisive in his breakthroughs, and his ability to identify defensive lapses had improved, indicating that his time on the bench had not been in vain. Benali smiled. Jishi nodded. In such circumstances, being a substitute alongside Lalana proved advantageous. From the sidelines, they could keenly observe the dynamics of the game, contemplating their own strategies for when they would take the field. With diligent effort, they would swiftly enhance their performance in the upcoming match. Both Mkhitaryan and Lalana are acutely aware of this. Such rotations often prove to be more physically demanding than participating in every match. They are still youthful, with ample room for improvement. Thus, discovering ways to enhance their skills is of paramount importance. Witnessing Southampton take the lead, orchestrated by the playmaker Mkhitaryan, left QPR's pivotal player, Taarabt, quite discontented. He and Mkhitaryan are of similar age, yet Taarabt had previously experienced far more glory, having joined a prestigious club like Tottenham at an early stage, while Mkhitaryan was still dominating in the Armenian league. However, now, as they face off in the championship, Taarabt's early move to a Premier League powerhouse appears almost farcical. Taarabt began to assertively demand the ball, preparing to orchestrate an offensive, but Demi was closely monitoring him. This situation renders Talabert somewhat unfortunate. Previously, Mkhitaryan required two midfielders from Queen's Park Rangers to adequately defend, yet now he faces only Dembele. However, the pressure exerted by Dembele is significantly greater than that of an ordinary player. As a key member of the Eredivisie champions, a participant in the UEFA Champions League, and a member of the Belgian national team, Dembele possesses an aura that suggests he ought not to be competing in the championship. Yet, he has chosen to align himself with Southampton. This also imparted to him a distinct sense of superiority within the championship. Once Taarabt found himself under his scrutiny, he had not felt any pressure while organizing the play with timely passes. However, the moment he sought to make an individual breakthrough, he instantly sensed the immense weight of pressure. Every feint he attempted was keenly observed by Dembele, and with each endeavor to advance, he discovered Dembele steadfastly obstructing his path. Even as he retreated, Dembele resolutely shadowed him. Being marked by such a player undoubtedly rendered the experience excruciatingly challenging. He persevered in his patient movements, striving to initiate an offensive through his own capabilities. Nonetheless, under Dembele's vigilant defense, his effectiveness significantly diminished compared to usual. As the first half unfolded, both teams engaged in a relentless tussle in midfield. resulting in a rather limited number of opportunities. Yet Southampton managed to take the lead through a breakthrough by Mkhitaryan. When the halftime whistle echoed, the fans of Queen's Park Rangers sighed in disappointment, then began to look forward to the second half. After all, a full 45 minutes remained, and their team had not displayed excessive despondency in the first half. In the locker room, Warnock addressed Tarupt. "We must approach our offensive strategy with composure, do you understand? They have merely capitalized on one opportunity. Such chances can easily be ours as well. Patience in our attack is key. Adele, you are our linchpin. Remain calm in the second half." Tarupt nodded in agreement. Believing in this sentiment, yet deep down, an unsettling anxiety began to burgeon. The first half had left him feeling that he might struggle to break through the opponent's defensive midfielder. The organization of passing and attacking movements was not proceeding smoothly, as their defense was remarkably solid, and they were capable of launching continuous assaults, leaving Queen's Park Rangers with limited opportunities to attack. Relying solely on his breakthroughs seemed the only viable option, especially with the opposing attacking midfielder having already found the net. Chapter 90. Losing without flipping the table is true sportsmanship. That fellow could no longer maintain his composure. Not long after the second half commenced, Jishi cheerfully remarked to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded, and following the onset of the second half, Talbot displayed remarkable enthusiasm, frequently retreating to retrieve the ball and then attempting forward breakthroughs, only to be thwarted repeatedly by Demel. To successfully evade Demel through individual exploits, one must possess the caliber of an exceptional forward in the English Premier League. Unfortunately, Talbot fell short of this standard. The offensive rhythm and strategies of both teams were quite similar. While Queen's Park Rangers faced obstacles, Southampton's attacks began to flow increasingly smoothly. From the perspective of breakthrough potential, both teams had two key players. For Southampton, it was Mkhitaryan and Oxlade-Chamberlain, while for Queen's Park Rangers, it was Talbot and Walker. With Talbot tightly marked, Walker, despite his relentless harassment of Dixon on the flank, found himself less impactful without the ball at his feet. In contrast, Southampton's offense grew more assured with each passing moment. Klein began to surge forward for support, collaborating with Oxlade-Chamberlain on the wing, while Mkhitaryan, upon receiving the ball, consistently managed to distribute it effectively to his teammates, wreaking havoc on the opponent's left-side defense. As the match approached the 70th minute, Mkhitaryan delivered a splendid diagonal pass. The lightning-fast Oxlade-Chamberlain, upon receiving the ball, deftly redirected it into the central area of the penalty box, where Lambert executed a flying shot that found the back of the net, extending their lead to 2-0. Jishi raised his fists in jubilation. With this goal, Southampton's victory appeared all but inevitable. Having triumphed over their two fiercest rivals, Southampton was undeniably paving the way for their pursuit of the championship title. Of course, only 9 rounds of the league had elapsed. Yet consecutive victories against formidable opponents were sufficient to attest to Southampton's competitiveness. The fans of Queen's Park Rangers in the stands grew increasingly despondent, vociferously urging their team to conjure a miracle. However, such fervent encouragement only exacerbated the players' mounting frustration. It is noteworthy that Queen's Park Rangers earned their notorious reputation due to their undeniably brutal style of play, which starkly contrasted with the calculated aggression of the old Wimbledon squad. While Wimbledon employed their roughness with purpose to intimidate their adversaries and disrupt their performance, evidenced by their iconic figures, Vinnie Jones and Dennis Wise, who, despite accumulating numerous bookings, seldom engaged in genuinely injurious fouls. Queen's Park Rangers seemed to indulge in tumultuous play for its own sake, as their propensity for brawling even extended to warm-up matches. Such characteristics have been effectively suppressed by Warnock over the past year. However, without enduring changes in mindset and the infusion of fresh talent, it is impossible to resolve the issue entirely. As Jishi previously remarked, during periods of exceptional performance, everyone can appear cultured and exceedingly polite. Yet, when circumstances take a turn for the worse, maintaining one's composure truly reflects grace. It is the hallmark of good sportsmanship to refrain from overturning the table in moments of frustration. Clearly, the Queen's Park Rangers have begun to exhibit signs of distress. This is also evident in their key player, Tarupt. Following yet another breakthrough thwarted by Demel, after shielding the ball post interception, Tarupt could no longer contain his temper. He charged from behind and executed a near tackle, unceremoniously bringing Demel to the ground. This incident left Demel utterly bewildered. He is inherently a player of remarkable physical prowess, while Talbot lacks such strength. Although he managed to bring Demel down, Talbot himself also succumbed to the fall. The referee rushed over and promptly issued a red card to Talbot. It was not the referee's strictness that warranted such a decision, but rather Talbot's actions prior to the tackle, which included kicking Demel's supporting leg from behind and subsequently employing a foul that is unequivocally unacceptable on the football pitch. Even if no severe consequences ensued, such conduct undeniably merits a red card. At this moment, Talbot regained some clarity. He attempted to argue his case, but found himself devoid of any justification and could only walk back with his head hung low. Alas, for Queen's Park Rangers, it was not merely a yellow card, but a red card. It seems that Jishi was correct. True gentlemen reveal their character in times of adversity. Southampton had also experienced losses and draws, yet they maintained a level of decorum that was evidently lacking here. The commentator lamented that there is a distinct difference between malicious fouls and the desire to win. It was evident that Talbot was unable to accept defeat gracefully. Such behavior disqualifies any aspirations of being crowned the best midfielder in the championship, another commentator remarked. Upon the resumption of play, the players of Queen's Park Rangers, whose mental state had completely unraveled, began to exhibit increasingly reckless actions on the field. Although Warnock implored his players to remain composed from the sidelines, it was clear that the situation had spiraled out of control. Just before the final whistle, a defender received a second yellow card and was sent off, resulting in Queen's Park Rangers suffering a defeat at home, both in terms of the match and personnel. Because of my provocation? I beg to differ. I merely expressed my thoughts without directing them at anyone. If others choose to take offense, that is beyond my control. I firmly believe that even when provoked, my team should respond with superior performance on the pitch, rather than resorting to desperate actions off the field. This is the hallmark of a professional athlete. The coach and club should guide players in this regard, rather than instructing them to fight like beasts on the field, which is not the essence of true masculinity. Players are human beings who must maintain a level of rationality at all times. This is what distinguishes us from beasts. In the post-match press conference, Jishi spoke eloquently, and there were no dissenting voices, for the events of the match had validated his assertions. Southampton did not exaggerate their discipline, while they did receive yellow cards. Those were for technical fouls, an integral part of the game that no one would deem excessive. They had previously encountered defeats, yet even when trailing, they continued to play earnestly. From this perspective, Southampton truly exemplifies moral integrity. I cannot predict what the future holds for Southampton, but one thing I can assure is that I will never condone rough play among my players, nor will I allow such behavior to exist within my team. Although football is often likened to warfare in times of peace, it is not a true battlefield and does not necessitate bloodshed or sacrifice. Football is a source of enjoyment, a sport designed to entertain the masses, and it should provide fans and spectators with greater pleasure rather than incite anger. Chapter 91. We have grown strong enough following their victory over Queen's Park Rangers. Southampton has smoothly reclaimed the top position. They now share the same points as Queen's Park Rangers, both standing at 22 points. Yet Southampton holds a slight advantage in goal difference in their head-to-head record. The forthcoming match is of great significance to us. After consecutively facing the first and third teams in the league, we are set to host Juventus in the Europa League, which undeniably constitutes a rigorous schedule. However, thanks to Jishi's rotation strategy, the players' physical condition remains largely untroubled. The matches this season may not be numerous, yet each is of paramount importance, a realization that the players of Southampton have only recently come to comprehend. Such a schedule is indeed rare. It is akin to Manchester United's journey to the Championship, where they first faced the formidable Arsenal, currently ranked third, followed by a clash with the top-ranked Chelsea. After enduring these two arduous battles, they must then confront Real Madrid in the Champions League, a daunting task that would leave even Manchester United reeling. Fortunately for Southampton, they still possess a significant advantage when competing against opponents from the Championship. Take, for instance, their encounter with Queen's Park Rangers. Despite the latter's impressive overall strength and standout individual talents capable of making an impact, Southampton's collective and individual prowess firmly subdued their rivals. Although Southampton may not secure an abundance of victories, the disparity in strength remains substantial. This has rendered Jishi somewhat vigilant. Once they reach the Championship, such an advantage in strength will cease to exist. When faced with the dual pressures of European competitions and the league, he too will undergo trials. Of course, typical Premier League teams need not consider this issue. They occasionally engage in European matches, only to falter in subsequent games, having grown accustomed to it. However, for Jishi, who is determined to achieve greater honors at Southampton, Confronting this issue is imperative. Fortunately, he has the opportunity to acclimatize himself beforehand. Juventus arrived in Southampton a day prior to the match. Having previously experienced relegation, they are presently in a phase of reconstruction, which is evident in their coach, Delnary, who frequently rotates the squad. Southampton, too, is accustomed to such rotations. While Juventus's reputation is undoubtedly unmatched, we find ourselves pitted against them in the same competition. Football is indeed a wondrous sport. At home, we must strive for victory, after all, in such a perilous group. Failing to seize home advantage could jeopardize our chances of advancing. Jishi expressed an abundance of youthful confidence at the pre-match press conference. This also gave Delnary the illusion that Southampton would launch a fierce offensive at home. Southampton's rotations this season have been manageable in most positions. Yet the core concern lies within the midfield. When Lalana and Drinkwater take the field, the midfield achieves a sense of balance, often initiating attacks through ball control. Conversely, when Mkhitaryan and Schneiderlin are on the pitch, Southampton tends to pursue offensive opportunities through breakthroughs. To play more aggressively at home, it is essential to employ better movement and pressing to overwhelm the opponent. Juventus is no longer the impregnable fortress it once was before relegation. Their defense has become quite ordinary. Although Chiellini and Bonucci have resumed their partnership, defense cannot merely rely on two center-backs to resolve issues. Delnary believes that Chiellini may continue to start Mkhitaryan and Schneiderlin, yet upon receiving Southampton's starting lineup, a subtle sadness enveloped him. Southampton did proceed with rotations, with Lalana and Drinkwater commencing the match. Juventus, too, implemented significant rotations in this match, even altering their goalkeeper. Following Buffon's injury at the season start, Delnary decided to rotate the two goalkeepers, Manninger and Storari. This indeed attests to their substantial financial resources. For both of these individuals are commendable goalkeepers yet find themselves vying for the position of Juventus' second choice. Regardless of the extent of their rotations, it bears little significance, as their tactics remain unchanged. Whether it is Amori being replaced by Iaquinta or Marchisio taking the place of Melo, their formation consistently adheres to the 4-4-2 system, advancing through the midfield in a layered approach. Such rotations, aside from affording players the opportunity to partake, serve little purpose. In contrast, every rotation we implement corresponds with a distinct tactical approach, and therein lies the essence of true rotation, demonstrating our prowess to them. Jishi waved his arm in the locker room, feeling a surge of excitement when facing a team like Juventus. To date, he has only led Southampton against one elite team, Manchester United, which, being a domestic club, has rendered it somewhat familiar and less shrouded in mystery. There was also an encounter with Chelsea in the FA Cup, yet Jishi had opted to forfeit that match, leaving him devoid of any significant thoughts regarding it. In this match against Juventus, it marks the first encounter with a powerhouse from another league, and Jishi indeed appears quite exhilarated. He has observed Juventus extensively over the past few days and noted that their defense remains relatively robust. The partnership of the two central defenders, Chiellini and Bonucci, though not long-standing, exhibits remarkable synergy. Chiellini's ferocity combined with Bonucci's composure, along with their considerable height and commendable footwork, creates an admirable duo in central defense. Nevertheless, Jishi is confident that his own defenders, Lovren and Font, are equally competent, forming a reliable partnership as well. In the midfield, Jishi believes Southampton possesses a distinct advantage. Although the players may lack widespread fame, each demonstrates exceptional ability, and the diversity in player types significantly enhances their synergy. In contrast to Juventus, which, despite having numerous players of notable skill, tends to exhibit a homogeneity that could be limiting. Even in the forward positions, Southampton's attacking force, exemplified by Lambert and Giroud, undoubtedly surpasses the impact of Del Piero and Iaquinta, regardless of the latter being members of Italy's World Cup winning squad. The only area where they might lag is in goalkeeping, primarily due to the presence of Buffon as Juventus's starting goalkeeper. However, in this match, he may not be in action. Upon careful consideration, Jishi realizes that his team not only stands on equal footing with Juventus, but may even possess a slight edge, inflating his confidence considerably. Have we truly reached such a level of strength? Chapter 92. Controlling the game, the supporters of Southampton once again filled St. Mary's Stadium to capacity. Indeed, this season's matches have consistently attracted crowds, as Southampton brought immense joy to their fans last season and have continued to secure victories this season. Under such circumstances, it is only natural for them to show their support by attending matches in person. From the outset, Southampton sought opportunities through relentless passing. While Lalana was on the field, the three midfielders of Southampton adeptly distributed the ball, their movements expansive and synchronized, allowing for effective support. Coupled with the forward runs from the flanks and the strikers dropping back to assist, Southampton consistently maintained control of the ball at their feet during play. However, Juventus harbored little concern regarding this aspect. Some things remain unchanged, even in the face of relegation. For instance, Southampton reverted to a 4-3-3 formation, while Juventus continued to excel in a more measured style of play, despite Del Neri's coaching not typically being characterized by such steadiness. The two teams began to engage in a patient contest on the field. This experience proved challenging for Lalana, as the pace of the English league is generally swift, making his ability to distribute the ball promptly quite significant. Now, with the opponent's tempo slower, he found himself with time to receive the ball, contemplate his next move, and consider the best options for distribution, an entirely new challenge. If one can endure such tests, it often leads to growth, akin to Mkhitaryan's performance in the previous match. Although he did not alter his style, he succeeded in sharpening his offensive prowess. Lalana faced a similar predicament. Thus, during the early stages of the match, as he adapted, Southampton's offense appeared less threatening. It wasn't until the 6th minute that they created their first attack, when Chamberlain passed to Lambert, who attempted to turn and shoot, only to miss the target. Meanwhile, Juventus remained active in their counterattacks. In the 4th minute, Sissoko delivered a through ball, and after receiving it, Iaquinta shot from the edge of the penalty area, only to be thwarted by a diving save from Navas. In the 5th minute, Del Piero's free kick sailed over the crossbar. By the 7th minute, Lovren committed a foul, and Del Piero's subsequent free kick struck within the goal frame, but was deflected away by Navas. Chiellini aimed to capitalize on the rebound, yet Font was quick to clear. Following a series of counterattacks, Juventus launched another in the 10th minute. Klein's cross was met by Bonucci's head, prompting Juventus to initiate a counter of their own. Marchisio surged forward with the ball through the center, only to be intercepted by a retreating Demel. Marchisio swiftly distributed the ball to Iaquinta on the right flank, who advanced with the ball. At this moment, Dixon, despite having returned to defend, made an error by not immediately contesting the ball. With a clear path ahead, Iaquinta unleashed a shot from over 20 meters away from the goal. At that moment, Dixon realized his mistake. When he hurriedly attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Meanwhile, Navas,